Chapter 1261 Bank Expansion. Maybe the inflation problem is just a problem for some time travelers. After all, in a social context where precious metal currencies are used, most of the reasons for rising prices are due to the lack of supplies caused by natural and man-made disasters. Prices will not rise because more money is in circulation, unless some fake and inferior metals are used to mint coins. But in the early stages of bank promotion, the overall situation was still quite chaotic. At this time, the advantage of having a god directly serve as the bank's backer and docking window becomes apparent. If someone relies on his status as a member of the public, he recruits a group of people to carry out bank business. It is estimated that just to deal with the temptations of various local snakes and all kinds of strange requests, depending on someone's lazy personality, the bank will close down directly, shouting that I don't want to play anymore. Otherwise, drag them all out and shoot them. Without killing people, the world cannot progress. But behind it is the word of God. Queen tells everyone with facts. Don't treat weak powers as gods. 99% of the creatures in the land can't stop the gods from pressing down a finger. Very powerful? The bloodline is pure? Very strong? If you don't have the ability to kill the gods of the kingdom of God, everything is nonsense. Hearing someone say a few words means that you think highly of this person. And throwing someone away is normal behavior. The gods of Lost Land are not some universal gods who respond to all requests, intimidating and coercing the elves who serve as priests, regardless of the strength of the elves. Even if the elves obey, if the god level is not solved, what's the point? Anyone can engrave Kuyin's holy symbol, but for it to be effective, he has to take care of it. If it arouses the dissatisfaction of the big boss, it will be a direct thunder of divine punishment, with the name of blasphemy, and the guardian lord will have nothing to say. Find the president of the technical guild, or even follow the clues to find the magician? Lin then asked this question: if you convince people, does it mean you have convinced God? In the eyes of gods, mortals are nothing. Anyone who wants to ask the gods to do anything can come to petition and pray. If the big boss thinks it makes sense, maybe he will help. At best, other mortals are just the little girl who looks after the door, and the little brother who looks after the venue. They are useless? Of course, someone concealed his identity as a coin voter. But in fact, even if it is made public, the electorate may not be able to change the will of the gods. It is just a communication channel. Mortals are so powerless against gods, especially when you need something from the other party. You can only pray sincerely, and no other means will be of any use. But someone still found the right way to communicate with Queen, the goddess of gold coins. The proof is that in addition to the bank next to the Technology Guild, 5 bank buildings have been started successively in the holy city of Starry. And there were 5 banks that no one had a hand in, and no elves were sent to oversee. Of course, the people on the construction site are also craftsmen from the technical guild. In a monopoly business, it is difficult to find someone who does not belong to the guild. A certain magician knows these things clearly. But Lin had no intention of tying the collar around Kuyin's neck. Every move he made had to be made with his consent. After all, the place is so big, and I don't want to have to deal with so many things. Anyway, the first bank serves as a template and has already been built for the goddess, although the main building has not yet been completed. The relevant designs and conditions have been seen and explained to the person, and his approval was obtained. If a goddess can let other people mess around with her if there is a template, then for someone, that's okay. How else? Really tie up that goddess with a collar? In fact, there are many people who contact the goddess in private and promise many benefits. They only ask for a large holy emblem to be stamped within their family or power, and even borrow money from the kingdom of God. There are also many other weirder or more unreasonable requests. But Kuyin's attitude was very simple, and he directly stated his own conditions and rules. Love comes and comes, but love doesn't come and pull you down. Being a god is so willful. If you don't like it, let people go into the kingdom of God to fight. And make sure you don't find helpers. Again, no matter how powerful the power is, no matter how pure the bloodline is, no matter how high the strength is, if they are not qualified to challenge the gods, mortals can only choose to cooperate or not. And there is no need to negotiate conditions. It was also because Kuyin followed someone's advice and did not open too many banks at once. Instead, there are 6 districts in the holy city of Starry, each of which is roughly built according to the scale and planning of the first bank. Some places are undertaken by a single force alone, while others are built jointly by multiple forces. Although others are allowed to have free space, If the goddess is dissatisfied by then, there is no possibility of asking the gold goddess to compromise other than making corrections. The most serious thing is to build a big house to raise mosquitoes. The goddess can find other people who are willing to cooperate without negotiation. If you move too slowly and don't get in line, just go and cool off. This matter also requires first come, first served. What's more, the goddess is very busy now, and has no time to listen to the nonsense of mortals. Now Kuyin's posture in the holy city is so high. As for those conspiracies and calculations, the habit of spreading rumors, and using the general trend to coerce people, they are completely useless against the gods. When a thunder of judgment comes down, it is clear who is right and who is wrong, and those who are killed by the thunder will be considered in vain. Even if you hide in a dark corner, you can't hide. Magic is already very unreasonable, and gods are even more unreasonable. Those who dare to scheme against the gods before reaching a certain level of strength, in the eyes of those gods, guided by the law of cause and effect, these conspirators are as conspicuous as if they were spread out in the sun. That was definitely a hit. If there was an accidental injury, it must have been a deliberate mistake. Blasphemy is a mortal sin. As long as he is not physically present and blasts a few thunders, the Lord of Guardians will not care. After all, the gods also have their own majesty to protect. Someone prays that it would be good to have a god to charge forward. This is definitely the best choice, since he traveled through time. There are tanks leading the infantry to charge. So why bother the infantry to protect the tanks with their bodies? Not to mention that showing the power of the gods can strengthen the people's awe of the gods, and then improve their faith. It can be said that Kuyin's intention was to use the bank only to increase the number of people who use the money and gain a little power. This series of operations actually resulted in the development of some devout believers, and the amount of gains gained from faith were completely different at different levels. What he does is not to flatter any human being, but to be fair and adhere to the rules he has set. This kind of performance can nourish your own strength even more. So how will the gold coin goddess go in the future? Isn't this path already clear in front of us? However, one person thought that the bank's influence was limited to the holy city of Starry. But when a customer came to the door, Lin realized that things were different from what he imagined. Leaving behind all his followers, Duke Kawei brought only one attendant and drove his custom-made car made of all magic materials to visit. The old man played with His Majesty Kuyin's new coins, and looked up and down at a certain magician with strange eyes, until he saw that someone's scalp was numb, and the soles of his feet were cold. Lin made an expression of surrender and said, "Sir, after you arrived, you just stared at me without saying a word, which made me feel scared. If you have anything to say, just say it," blowing towards the edge of the gold coin in his hand. The old duke immediately put it to his ear and said, "Good boy. I really didn't expect you to make these new things. How come you didn't expect this when such a good thing happened?" "Me? Old man? Sir, where did you see that I am related to this matter? It is obvious that the road is a road, and the bridge is a bridge. It cannot be hit with 8 poles," someone said, pretending to be innocent. "Hey. The first bank was built next to the Technology Guild, and the person in charge of the bank was still a dark elf. And that dark elf was still your follower. If you still can't guess that you have something to do with the bank, I'll give it to you. Old man, are you blind?" Lin once again made a gesture of surrender and said, "Don't be angry. Old man, if you get angry, I will become a sinner. But no matter whether this bank has anything to do with me or not, His Majesty in heaven is still in charge. There aren't many places where I can help." The old man chuckled, moved his position, and sat affectionately on the sofa on the same side as a certain magician in the small living room. This move made Lin unconsciously hide back. In my impression, this old man has no tendency to be a lecher. An old man with great swordsman qualifications would not be able to detect someone's subtle actions. But he didn't feel dissatisfied, and still said affectionately, "Boy, help me talk to His Majesty. Since someone saves money in his kingdom of God, then help me borrow some. And the interest rate is guaranteed to be satisfactory." Lin refused directly. "Unfortunately, sir, this matter cannot be done." "It really can't be done?" Grand Duke Kawei asked with surprise and doubt on his face. "You will come over. I believe that at least someone around you has read the bank's rules. There are no terms for borrowing money. Of course, I will follow those rules." But His Majesty Kuyin did not say anything. He also agreed that the users of the bank can put forward suggestions on functions, as long as they are good suggestions. He will not exclude them from consideration, and add them to the new functions of the bank. Maybe you can try to ask His Majesty Queen to borrow money. Someone was doing Tai Chi and blaming the trouble on that god. However, what someone said is true. This retains the bank's room for upgrades and revisions. But it also has overbearing clauses such as the right of interpretation rests with the sponsoring agency. In short, the power of the gods can be clearly seen here. And Duke Kawe couldn't tell anything from the face of this magician who was much younger than him. And what someone said was exactly what his subordinates heard. The reason why the old man said the last sentence was just to give it a try. Maybe it can work. However, Lin's request to borrow money from Mr. Kawe and the old man's recent situation made him think of it and asked, "Sir, is it possible that your current dispute with the Risa family is not going well? So that's why you want to borrow money? What if? If that's the case, someone should consider the next step first." But the Grand Duke laughed and said, "How is this possible? Even if I don't come forward in person, that guy is no match for me." "Then why?" Lin asked worriedly. "Just asking. If I can get more funds, maybe I can deal with that damn old guy faster." Chapter 1262, Soldiers are expensive and quick. "Oh, I haven't heard the news that your two families are officially at war. What is the current situation? Is it a stalemate?" Lin asked with concern. "That bitch who only knows how to play politics. What qualifications do you have to confront me when it comes to leading troops in war?" the old duke said proudly. And in order not to be underestimated by the magician in front of him, he also planned to tell what he had done during this period as if he was offering a treasure. Said, "Don't you think that if two families raise blood flags for revenge, they will rush forward regardless of the situation until one of them is beaten to pieces? Well, isn't that so?" Someone wondered. Two Grand Ducal families are at war. If one of them is destroyed, the other will not be much better. The ones who are laughing will be the families who are not at war. Do you think that the hyenas who are still intact will be let go? A scarred lion? Lin was surprised and said, "There are really people who dare to take advantage of this kind of thing. Why not? Even the old man sitting on the throne probably has the same idea. It's hard to say whether the loser can still exist. The winner must hand over a lot of money if he wants to keep the fruits of victory. Partially, to seek his approval. And other families will more or less secretly tear off a piece of meat. If the winning party cannot tolerate such a thing, they will have to risk the other party's rise on the grounds of damaging their reputation. In the second war, the losses may be even greater, and it is not impossible to even be destroyed. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. There are wolves in front of us, tigers behind us, and there are enemies on all sides." Lin sighed. "It seems that I didn't think well at the beginning and put the Grand Duke in trouble. Boy, it has nothing to do with you. If that damn bitch dares to commit that kind of thing, there will be no end between us. It's just that I didn't realize it until you said it. In fact, Risa, my family has been preparing for a war with me for a long time. But for the sake of the family, I must kill that hateful guy with the minimum loss. It is impossible to use everything in the family as firewood. Throw yourself into the flames of war without reservation. So, this period of time is considered preparation?" Lin asked. "What preparations? We have already fought. It's just not in the form of fighting." Looking at the proud smile of the old duke, it seemed that he had already gained the upper hand in the so-called fight. So Lin asked curiously, "Can you tell me what the situation is, so that I can gain more knowledge? If it's confidential and it's hard to tell, then forget it." Duke Kawe smiled and said, "There are no secrets. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I don't know if you know that the Emperor has given orders to other families not to get involved in the affairs of my family and the Risa family, but the two great Duke families in all aspects. How can we completely cut off contact with other families? The fight during this period is actually a political game to find allies. Maybe other people cannot send troops to intervene due to the Emperor's order, but it does not mean that they are in other fields. No obstruction or accommodation. Can you give me an example? The simplest example is that the territories of the Risa family and I are not bordering each other. If the two sides want to fight, they will always send troops and supplies to the battlefield agreed by both parties. Since there is no border, they will go to other people's land. And that landlord. Do you agree with the passage of other people's troops and supply convoys? Whether you agree or not, it has nothing to do with the Emperor's ban. Because the Emperor cannot separate me and resolve to prevent the war between the two sides. That will only involve more. But agreeing or disagreeing has a very different meaning to the Risal family. The route of the march and the length of the supply will all affect the final result." "That's right." Lin Shi thought about it and said, But I feel that this kind of political confrontation is the area where the other party is good at. Well, sir, I don't mean to look down on you. Please don't get me wrong. Don't worry, kid. I'm very clear about what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. But sometimes, political considerations are not just about exchange of interests. There are other considerations. For example, if any lord is not blind and does not allow my army to pass, and I fight hard, who will cry? As long as I am not restrained by other dirty means, I will not make a fatal mistake. Kawe, my family's army is stronger than that of the Risa family. And the same applies to having a few more opponents temporarily. In other words, in a head-to-head confrontation, I have a greater chance of winning. So for other families, what will be the final outcome if I stand on the wrong team? If I don't get the benefit, I still have to pay for it. So the greater my chance of winning, the more allies I will have. So, the longer it is delayed, the more advantageous it will be for you. Sir? Lin said hesitantly. That's right. As long as I can show enough strength, others will know how to choose. And if Risa wants to fight with me, he can only grit his teeth and continue to think of ways to expand his army. At least he to show that they can defend against me. Even if they fight to the death, it is meaningless in front of me. It will only drag down their own finances. As long as I continue to have the advantage, they are originally on his side. People will turn to me one after another, and the situation of victory and defeat will become more obvious. Kagong said proudly. In fact, what Grand Duke Kawe said was quite modest. The situation between Risal and the Kavi family is even more exaggerated. So far, the Kawe family has only established military camps on the borders of their territory, summoned vassals, and assembled the family's standing army, and has not deliberately strengthened mobilization. The so-called standing corps is a militia dispersed throughout the territory as a daily guard, from various places where troops were transferred. Young and strong defenders were recruited from the local areas and trained as reserve teams. If the front line is tight, they will replenish their troops. These actions were all done openly, and openly in the sun. This is also because the Guana Empire, as the birthplace of civilization, has already been quite mature in various development and transportation constructions. Coupled with the convenience of the forum, it is difficult to truly keep secret what the lords are doing, especially this kind of military-level dispatch. No one dares to be careless. Since you can't keep it secret, show your strength openly. It also allows people to see clearly which team they should be on, which will be most advantageous at the end of the war. This is the attitude of Mr. Kawe. However, what was gathered was not just soldiers and war supplies, but also a large number of trucks and personnel carriers, as well as the oil to drive the cars. It's just that the number of vehicles at this stage is not enough to carry 3 legions and supplies. Therefore, the old man did not rush to attack. He just adjusted the coordination between soldiers and vehicles and figured out the best way to use them. These are also exposed to the eyes of others, coupled with the reputation that Grand Duke Kawe has established since his youth. He is not only good at charging at the forefront of the team, but the strategies he is good at are basically 2 moves, detours and attacks. Even in the situation of fighting more with less, Duke Kawe is good at using intelligence to rely on the mobility of the army to eat up the small group of enemy troops before the enemy assembles a large enough number, cannibalize the enemy in this way, and finally defeat them in one fell swoop, or rely on mobility to penetrate into the weak points of the enemy's formation, then divide, surround and annihilate them, or even go around the rear to take away the enemy's lair. In short, in the past, by relying on the mobility of a single rider, Grand Duke Kawe became the undefeated god of war in the empire. However, what changes will occur when the mobility of horses is upgraded to that of cars? The New Year's conference in the imperial capital at the beginning of the year gave all nobles a benchmark for judgment. From the territory of the Kawi family to the imperial city of Nineveh, the 1-month journey was shortened to 3 days. Maybe the number of 3 legions prevents them from being as fast as half of the Duke's guards, so it would be better to have twice the marching time. This also means that Duke Kawe can choose the battlefield at will in the empire with well-developed transportation, and then kill all the troops stationed before the reinforcements arrive, and then leave calmly. Others can't even eat car farts, even if the old man chooses to go in a roundabout way instead of taking the shortest route. Knowing the opponent's destination, the reinforcements were too late to rescue them, unless the location where the reinforcements are stationed is very close to the location of the attack. As an old man who is an experienced attacker, how could he not know where to find a better place to attack? With this ghostly mobility, all the old strategic points become less important. The Rizal family's territory is like a fishing net full of holes. If the Kawi family's new mobile army is fully formed, the Risa family's only defense method is to continuously increase troops and send them to various places and stockpile supplies for city defense. I hope that the Kawi family's army will lose strength while uprooting the defensive strongholds one by one, so that the Risa family can find an opportunity for a decisive battle. To implement such a defensive method, it would require several times more troops than the 3 standing legions of the Kawi family. This, of course, greatly increased the burden on the Rizal family. The Rizal family takes the initiative and attacks the territory of the Kawi family. This means that the empty rear area is waiting for the opponent to ravage it with its rapid maneuverability. Once the lair is taken away, will the attacking army still have morale? Scorched earth tactics? Under the feudal system, would a feudal lord dare to ask his vassals to give up their territory, allow the enemy to wreak havoc, and protect the lord's core territory with all their strength? This will only bring about 4 words of consequences: betrayal and alienation. If the boss doesn't protect the younger brother, what obligation does the younger brother have to obey the boss's orders? Scorched earth tactics were impossible to implement under a non-centralized feudal system. Conclusion: the Rizal family is finished. Perhaps in the past, one of the 2 great ducal families was literate, and the other was martial. But if they were to fight, the outcome would still be high and low. When a car was unveiled at the beginning of the year, all the nobles intuitively felt that it was a good thing. So they began to plot for it, which caused many troubles later. At the beginning, no one thought about the extent to which a commander who was good at running and focused on high mobility could use a car as a weapon. But the conflict became clear, and after the 2 great duke families put their flags on the line for confrontation, countless generals and military experts in the empire conducted military discussions. It was shockingly discovered that the Rizal family could not come up with any good way to fight. So they could only retreat and wait until the Kawi family beat yourself until you were tired. But how is it possible? It's like 2 powerful warriors fighting each other. If you punch me and I punch you, who will be left standing in the end is anyone's guess. But if one party is extremely agile and the other party is as slow as a tortoise, no matter how hard they hit, they will not be able to hit anyone. If they attack casually, they may suffer a heavy blow due to their weak points being exposed. If things go on like this, it is not difficult to guess who will fall. Chapter 1263 Noble Bank Suggestions. In the Empire, the trend of the nobles changed. The Grand Duke of Kawi was not in a hurry. He just replenished the vehicles with all his strength, and then waited for other nobles to take the initiative to show their goodwill. Grand Duke Risa could only watch each of his allies leave silently, thinking hard about how to break the situation. Even if the Kawi family does not attack, time is not unlimited for the Rizal family. If the situation does not change and continues to evolve, the pressure will force the Rizal family to collapse first without the need for outsiders to fight. Therefore, Duke Kawi, who held the blood flag high, was not worried. He was just conserving his strength. After all, the vehicles needed by the 3 legions were not yet complete. As one of the partners in automobile manufacturing and R&D, Ling can allow internal prices, but does not allow anyone to just take the car without paying. In fact, this is also to maintain the financial soundness of the auto center. Someone knows very well that there is a Grand Duke and a Chamber of Commerce who are in charge of everything. If there are no restrictions, there is no need to drive out, just internal digestion. If the sitter is to build one, there will be no one. The Grand Duke has no objection to operating the automobile center in this way. After all, you get paid when you sell or to the center. There's no reason why you should get a car for free after you've earned the material fee. Besides, cars have very high requirements for roads, and it is not as easy to choose an attack route as outsiders imagine. In fact, there are not that many offensive routes that the car can use, but it is enough to allow itself to play with the Risa family at the palm of its hand. Besides, there are deception tactics in war. Why should the old Duke bother to explain this beautiful misunderstanding? At times like these, silence can create even more stress. Of course, Grand Duke Kawi could not allow this situation to continue. The legions were assembled, and the supplies consumed were also a considerable number. Maybe if it continues, the Rizal family can be dragged to death, but it may also arouse the resentment of other nobles. After all, the war between the 2 great dukes will affect all aspects of the empire. When other people's emotions when watching the show turn into war weariness, the wind may change again and be unfavorable to one's own side. Not to mention revenge. The emphasis is on killing the enemy with your hands. Watching the other person self-destruct is too boring. without blood and fire. How can one pay homage to his dead son? Therefore, the time limit the old duke set for himself was the moment when the number of vehicles was enough to carry 3 legions and necessary supplies. And that was the time to destroy the Rizal family. This is why he asked a magician to borrow money, just to speed up the replacement of vehicles. But if this road doesn't work, Duke Kawe won't force it. Anyway, according to the current situation, it is only a matter of time before the Risa family is sacrificed alive. If anything changes, to be honest, he is also looking forward to it. But speaking of variables, there is indeed a suspicious rumor. After thinking about it, Duke Kawe decided to inform the magician in front of him, saying, "Although this work cannot be said to be caused by you, you are still involved in the situation as a promoter. So I heard a rumor. Maybe you should pay attention." "Rumors? What happened?" Lin asked. "I heard that those damn bastards from the Rizal family have plans for your technology in making airships," the old duke said. In fact, the credibility of this rumor is very high. To crack the advantage of the Kawe family, we can only find a way to move faster than a car. Airships are indeed a solution, but they are impractical. Thinking about the cost and construction speed of the airship, and comparing it with the condition of the car, Mr. Kawe only thought that the Risa family was treating a dead horse as a living doctor. So he came up with such a method. How long does it take, and how much investment does it take for an airship to become an organic system that can carry legions and play a role in war? This time is enough for him to destroy their family several times. However, you can't help but guard against the opponent's sudden jump, and try any move that looks promising. So the old duke warned the magician. However, Lin smiled when he heard that it was related to airships. Said, "If they just think of entrusting me to build the airship now, is it too late? And based on my relationship with you, I can't agree to help them. Thieves also pay attention to stealing." Well, as a businessman, I don't want to make money on both sides and offend both sides. I know what you are thinking. But if they have such a plan, of course they are using dirty tricks. How can they take the formal route? But as you said, everything is too late. The Risa family is in ruins. It won't change. I just want you to be careful and don't fall into their trap. Understood. So how much do you think a warning like this is worth? The old duke showed a Philistine expression and said with a smile, "Of course it's impossible to act stupid at this time." Although the information the old duke gave was the kind of information that he would not worry about, it was still information that he had not known before. Being willing to remind yourself has a certain value. So Linji asked, "Oh, what do you need, sir? Since there is no way to borrow money from the bank, you can always help with an idea on this matter." Duke Kawe changed the topic back to the original destination. Lin said, "If you just come up with ideas, of course there is no problem. You came to me during this kind of war, and you must have known the benefits of dealing with the gold coin goddess. Although I didn't do it right away, I have plans to do it in the car later. A small bank is built next to the center. It does not need to be the same size as the one next to the technical guild. It is mainly used by the people in the center, and can also be used by people nearby." "Oh, I thought you were going to limit it to just 6 of those being built. How is it possible? I want to find a way to help the goddess of gold coins promote the bank to the whole world. It just has to be done step by step, and things have to be done one by one. From this standpoint, I also hope that the adults will stay in the territory of the Kawe family. There are also banks set up, whether they are new ones or old ones that have been renovated. When the time comes, you just need to ask His Majesty Queen to consecrate the great holy emblem, and you can use it nearby without having to go all the way to the holy place. The city came to use it." "Oh, you mean I can build a bank dedicated to the family?" asked the old duke. Lin shook his head and said, No, this won't work." Pulling the completed diagram of the bank next to the technology guild, Lin explained, "If you don't want to queue up, you can set up a VIP area inside the bank. It is for your own use, or for people within your family, but other places must still be open to the public. After all, it is related to the belief of Her Majesty the Goddess. If you prevent others from using the bank, you will become enemies with Her Majesty. For humans, blocking someone's way of making money is like killing their parents. For gods, it means severing their faith, which also creates a lot of enmity. Although whether he is willing to let the holy emblem of the gold coin goddess function as a bank is entirely up to Queen. But Lin had advised the goddess to be careful of the privileged class monopolizing banks and benefiting from it. Without mentioning too many practical tricks, Lin Guang thought of one thing. The nobles built the bank in their own castle, or even more directly. They sent people to block the door of the bank to collect taxes. People who want to save money or exchange currency must first pay taxes to the nobles before they can enter the bank to do business. If things continue like this, who would dare to go to the bank? With fewer people using it, the power of faith that Cain can obtain will also decrease. Just mentioning this point made His Majesty quit. Requests for bank construction that were unwilling to open to the outside world, or those who promised not to engage in small tricks, were all rejected. Although it is difficult to guarantee and define the scope of the latter, it is absolutely impossible for Her Majesty the Goddess to agree to the request of establishing a family-only bank like the former at this stage. Perhaps in the future, after banks are spread all over the land, it is not impossible for some wealthy families to build small banks to exclusively serve the family members. But now is the time when expansion is needed. If the demands of those in power are met, how can they possibly contribute to the needs of the common people? In a class-divided society, it is normal to only consider one's own regardless of the overall situation, because in their eyes, their own class is the overall situation. However, there are still loopholes in this restriction that can be circumvented. Simply put, a bank needs at least a dozen windows. The privileged class cannot use it all the time. But if they are not willing to queue up, then they can just reserve 1 or 2 windows for waiting, and the others can be open to the public. In this way, His Majesty's resistance will be reduced a lot, and there will be room for negotiation. In fact, it is to compromise the demands of the two parties, and find a method that takes into consideration both sides. Driven by interests, no one will forcefully refuse such a request. The old Duke did not blindly trust such advice. After all, he didn't know how important the magician in front of him was in the so-called bank. So he asked, "Is what you said feasible? I have heard a lot of complaints from the forum that the requirements of the Gold Goddess are too harsh." The so-called harshness means not obeying the wishes of those people. Those kind of people can bully their own subjects and subordinates. But why don't they complain that the emperor is too harsh? There is no way for them to make a goddess obey their will. "It's not my fault," Lin said with a smile. But such a tone seemed unable to relieve the old Duke's worries and doubts. After thinking for a while, Lin simply said, "If you are still worried, you can just tell His Majesty Cain no." "How do I?" Just when the old Duke wanted to complain, he saw the magician in front of him take out a palm-sized doll from the hood behind him. The doll's appearance is just 2 balls and 4 sticks, and it barely looks humanoid. He even made the puppet stand upright, clasping his fists on his chest, and praying silently. Just look at the appearance of this doll's body, changing into that of a halfling female. But the size of the doll has not changed. It is still only as high as a palm. But it is as vivid as a real living thing, not a clumsy puppet created by a magician. Grand Duke Kawe looked in front of him in surprise. "Hey, boy, why did you call me here? You won't ask me to work in vain again, so I can help you exchange new coins." Cain turned around and saw an old face full of astonishment. The halfling goddess pointed behind her and asked, "Who is this old boy?" Chapter 1264 Discussion on Crooked Building. "Your Majesty, please allow me to introduce you. This is Grand Duke Kawe of the Guana Empire." After a brief introduction, Lin raised his head and said to the old man, "Sir, in front of you is the will of His Majesty Cain. Any questions? Feel free to ask in person." "Oh, after all, the goddess of gold coins is a god who has lived for a long time. She is aware of her situation, and she quickly corrects her mentality and looks squarely at the old Duke. The life level of the person in front of him is higher than that of ordinary people and belongs to the extraordinary. This is one of the reasons why Cain can endure and wait for the other person. People with strength always deserve more courtesy." The old Duke came to his senses and asked in surprise, "Is this really His Majesty Cain in person?" "Of course it's me. Otherwise, who do you think is in front of you?" "Old boy." Although he is only as big as a palm, little Cain has the same aura as the fundamental body. Faced with the old Duke's doubts, he directly responded, "No, Your Majesty Cain. It's just that your current state is different from anything I've ever seen." "How did you do this?" Lin explained at the side. "My lord, His Majesty Cain used Hefkin, a robot from the Earth elemental world, and her clone in the Kingdom of God to synchronize His Majesty Cain's consciousness to the puppet body in the Lost Land. And His Majesty's body is still in the Kingdom of God." The twin-tailed mechanical girl whose name was mentioned suddenly appeared behind a certain magician. He shook his hand as a greeting. It is different from the way gods descended in the past. It has nothing to do with divine power. So you have this misunderstanding. In fact, His Majesty is not wrong in person. Ko Yin's current form actually relies on the interdimensional communication ability of the robot Hefkin, and relies on the synchronization of the split in the Golden Coin Goddess Kingdom and the split in the mysterious land to simulate the arrival of divine consciousness. State. In fact, just think of this state as a 3D communication that is more advanced than a video call. And it still has an entity. The advantage of doing this is, of course, that it circumvents the rejection of the gods themselves by the lost land. Especially since it does not require a devout believer to hear his voice. It can communicate with anyone. In the past, gods did not come in the form of real bodies or saints. If they wanted to communicate with people in the lost land, they could only choose their own devout believers as the communication objects, and then let that person relay the message. And the more devout a believer is, the easier it is for him to hear the sacred sound, in a way that is easier for the public to understand. It's like FM radio. God is a radio station, and devout believers are listeners on the same channel as the God's radio station. If you are not pious enough, you will easily make noise. If you don't believe in this God at all, then you are not on the same channel, and you will naturally not be able to hear God's voice. Of course, if God is willing, He can also use full-channel broadcasting to force unbelievers to hear His voice. But doing so would take a lot of effort, and few gods would speak to the mortal world like this unless necessary. However, the old Duke's focus seemed to be different from what others thought. Although there is no such thing as synchronous communication in the terminology of MIDI. But with a little thought, it's not hard to understand what someone is trying to convey. This is exactly the link that Kogong has always felt was missing when he was thinking hard about the use of new tactics recently. So when this matter was brought up by someone, the old Duke instead focused on the mechanical girl with twin ponytails who suddenly appeared. Question. The synchronous communication you are talking about means that if I speak somewhere, people in another place can hear what I say immediately. Even another person's response. I can also hear immediately? What is the longest distance? How many people can hear it at the same time? Or can it be done one by one? Is it magic? Or is it the new ability of the Earth Elemental Elves? Oh! Although the facial makeup of the twin-tailed mechanical girl is fixed and cannot show any expression, she still has body movements. Hefkin bit her body behind her hands, looked up at the old Duke, and said, "Do you want to use this ability of mine in the war?" The mechanical girl paid close attention to the current affairs of the forum. And of course she knew that Duke Kawe think about the situation you are facing recently. Yes. Can it be done? Kogong asked directly without denying it. It can be done, but you can't afford it. And I don't want to do it. The last sentence is the key point. Hefkin refused without hesitation. Ha. There is no price I can't afford. Why don't you bring it up and take a look? The old Duke said confidently. What price do you think you will pay for making a wish to an elemental lord? Offering the souls of your descendants for generations may be just the most basic thing. But I am not very interested in souls now. The twin-tailed mechanical girl waved her hand and pulled out a water mirror screen. It is full of products from the Kawe family territory. And some even have quantities marked on them. And I see that the things in your territory are all very ordinary. And they are not the types that I am interested in. Or is there something special in your family's treasure house? Duke Kawe was shocked when he saw that his family fortune had been dug out. And the amount was not wrong. Question. How did you know? They are all public content mentioned on the forum by people related to your family. The information is very scattered. I just sorted it out. Of course, there are some places that I shouldn't go into. So I also went in and took a look. Hai Fukuein replied. Well, a certain robot seems to have leaked some terrible information. At least the old Duke's sharp gaze toward someone contained a lot of meaning, which made someone's eyes drift away involuntarily. Kogong said. It turns out that the forum can do such a thing. I thought that the content in blocks with restricted permissions would be safe. Someone pretended to be innocent and said, Sir, no matter how well protected the city walls are, is there any city in this world that cannot be conquered? I have never guaranteed the confidentiality of the information on the forum. Since the forum was created, at the beginning of the day, it was just a matter of time before someone cracked it. Not my problem. In other words, it is possible to crack it. How to do it? Well, let me think about it. Starting with the P language? Kogong said a possible answer, but he quickly remembered another thing and asked, could it be that the conversation method I just mentioned can also be done in P language? A guy who subconsciously wanted to avoid things muttered. It's very troublesome. Is it just troublesome? Isn't it impossible? Duke Kawe pressed further. What about the security of the forum? Is it troublesome? Or is it impossible? Being frightened by that blazing man's piercing gaze, Lin had no choice but to surrender and explain. Sir, let's just say that the forum was completed by me during the time of the Great Sage's tower. And I also served as the Great Sage. The energy pool of the tower is built as a server. Not only is the core programming language stored in that magic tower, but all subsequent data is also stored there. It can be said that if the Tower of the Great Sage is destroyed, the forum will also follow. Destroyed. So the question is, where am I now? Who owns the Tower of the Great Sage? Changing from his original aggrieved attitude, Lin turned to the old Duke and said, What do you think I can do far away from the Tower of the Great Sage? Even if I know that the forum has flaws. Can I change it? Someone's plausible attitude convinced the old Duke, or at least suspended his doubts. But the old Duke was not indifferent to new things, and coupled with his excellent memory, he quickly remembered something. Question. But I have the impression that after you left the Tower of the Great Sage, you once upgraded the forum. That is to say, you unified the time of the whole land, and planned the time zone according to the location of each place. Although I don't understand it very well. The principle. But it must have been changed. Oops. There is such a flaw. Lin's thoughts changed and he continued. Those are just some additional small functions added to the forum, such as bookmarks, calculators, and notepads. They have nothing to do with the core modification of the forum. Everyone can choose to use it or not, rather than being forced to use it. This kind of thing can only be done in places other than the Tower of the Great Sage. But do you think there is a way for me to improve the security loopholes of the forum itself? In fact, Lin avoided his answer with a rhetorical question. The core of the forum is indeed the Tower of the Great Sage. It is also equipped with mechanisms such as hardware locks to make it difficult for core programs and data to be tampered with. And outsiders cannot make corrections away from the tower. But the premise is that there is no backdoor in the Tower of the Great Sage. If it wasn't legally allowed and if there wasn't a good name, someone would have been killed long ago. Anyway, no one can stop me. But realistically speaking, unless you intend to make everyone your enemy, you should not challenge the common rules of the world. What about the conversation method I mentioned? After finishing the matter, the old Duke asked about the thing he was more concerned about. Lin helplessly said, The instant communication method you requested is the same, without the energy pool of the magic tower as a backing. Although I can use the purple level magic stone as the core. The example of the auto center is right in front of you. The magic stone core is how wide can it cover? Is there any value in that? Or do you have the ability to densely set up purple stones to cover the battlefield locations you need? It's just a waste of time to develop it. There are so many things to do, and no time for these gadgets. A car center requires a purple stone. And the area of the car center required to cover the battlefield you set represents how many purple level magic stones are needed. Just thinking about this made the old Duke shudder. It's true that the Kawe family has some background, but it's not as strong as this. Maybe even if we could pull out the entire Empire's background, we wouldn't be able to do this. Lin was quiet at this time, not wanting to irritate the old man too much. Some words should not be said, let alone said by oneself. But in the end, the fact that had been concealed was revealed. Fortunately, the only audience members present were Duke Kawe, the robot Hefkin, and the gold coin goddess Queen. Their status determines that their attitude is absolutely different from ordinary people. If Yuzov hears these words, someone will still worry about whether this old friend of the Turtle Dove Alliance will make the whole world know about it. But when the old Duke and others heard this, they would never openly announce this fact. Instead, they would choose to hide it together and then find ways to benefit from it. This is one of the reasons why Lin dared to speak out. The old Duke wanted to continue questioning, but little Queen, who had been left aside for a long time, yelled, You called me here, but you kept talking about your own affairs. What on earth did you call me to do? It's very expensive. If nothing happens, I'll go back. Chapter 1265, Grand Duke Level Planning. Are phone calls expensive? This simple sentence made Lin have many associations. First of all, when Cain appeared in front of him in this form for the first time, someone was really shocked. After questioning, I found out that the last time I took Hefkin to Coin's Kingdom of God and summoned this twin-tailed mechanical girl, some of the nanoworms had stayed in the kingdom of the goddess of gold coins. Because of this, he reached an agreement with Coin, and Hefkin became the bridge of communication between the goddess of gold coins and her chosen people. It can't be helped because someone is not a believer, but an atheist. Although the identity of the chosen one was given, it was accepted by someone in a special way, without truly resonating with the divine power of the goddess of gold coins. The goddess usually couldn't take the initiative to contact someone, so she was forced to come up with such a method. But Lin didn't know the contents of the agreement Hag Queen reached with Coin. You know, it is impossible to get these robots, who were formerly elemental creatures, or even elemental lords, to do things for nothing. The reason why someone seems to be able to manipulate them at will is because he has a great favor, and the promise of 5 expeditions can be replaced. Hefkin seems to be in front of someone, because there is an additional agreement between the two. That is, Lin agreed to let the Hive Queen stay with her, giving her the opportunity to learn some knowledge that she had not told other robots. But if the nanoworm aggregate is asked to do something that is not directly related to itself, it will require additional costs. If there is no accounting or debt, it must be settled in cash. The most important point is that just like the conditions Hefkin offered to the old Duke as a joke before, the cost of letting an elemental lord take action is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It has nothing to do with how troublesome the matter is, but to do with the rank of the person who takes action. This is a common practice for elemental elves. From the earliest level, the elemental elves who have not even condensed their bodies, to the highest level, elemental creatures recognized by the elemental spirits and belonging to the lord level. After they accept the summons, no matter what the summoner's requirements are, they will not compromise. Executed, however, the elemental elves will not care whether their abilities are sufficient to carry out the request, nor will they bargain, even if it is a slayer of gods. The summoned elemental spirits will faithfully carry out their orders. Of course, a weak person may be crushed to death by a finger of the god and return to the elemental world. A strong person may be able to scratch some of the god's skin and then be beaten to death. Anyway, when elemental elves accept a summons, success is never guaranteed. They only execute orders. If the order is completed, leave. If the order is not completed, if you are beaten to death, you will leave. No matter what the order is. It is common knowledge in the land that sacrificing tributes of different values can summon elemental spirits of different levels. Once you reach the level of the elemental lord, you can't just sell the summoner. You may have to sell several generations, or even sacrifice an entire city, in order to get the elemental lord's response. In this regard, the appearance of gods is no exception. If Head Queen and Coin's assimilation communication protocol is paid per second, so after calling her out before, she was left alone to discuss things by herself. No wonder the gold coin goddess went crazy. It's just that Lin couldn't help but be curious about what the price was for even the gods to feel physical pain. In short, Hefkin didn't want to help, so the old duke couldn't force her to help. Not to mention Mr. Kawe. I'm afraid the emperor of the empire wouldn't even come forward. So the twin-tailed mechanical girl shook her hand, said H. low, and then disintegrated the girl's aggregate, turned into loose sand again, and disappeared from everyone's sight. The old duke had no choice but to continue to neglect a god, especially now that he still had something to ask for. So turning his attention back to little Queen on the table, Duke Kawe started negotiations with the gold coin goddess. In fact, ever since he got the news about the bank, Kagong has been thinking about how he can use the bank and what functions he needs the bank to add. This kind of thinking actually comes from the training of cars, which allows the old duke's ideas about new things to no longer be limited by old experiences, but to think as much as possible and then think about the possibility of realization. And as a great nobleman, it's not like he has never dealt with gods. Just like someone's unaccustomed common sense of the lost world, the distance between the lost gods and humans is not that far away. Although it's not to the extent of being able to respond to requests. It's not the kind of thing that makes heaven and earth unresponsive. After having ideas and preliminary plans, and discussing with Queen, the matter came to a conclusion quickly. Anyway, the attitude of the gods has always been very simple. Can this be done or not? If it doesn't work, then even the initial effort can be saved. If it can work, then of course, it will be arranged according to the plan. There is little room for bargaining. What's more, the old duke had made quite a lot of plans before he came. After all, a great ducal family should have all kinds of experts behind it. If these people were asked to build a car, something that had never existed in the land a few years ago, I'm afraid they really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But for an organization like a bank, as long as they know what it does and how to follow the rules, they will have wasted their time in a great ducal family before they can have fun. The reason why the gold coin goddess had the patience to discuss it with a mortal like this was because the Grand Duke's craftsmanship was not comparable to that of ordinary people like Lin. The old duke asked a magician, who was idle, to pull out a map of the dukedom of Galway, and marked more than a dozen places underground in the duchy where banks are scheduled to be set up. These are all cities with a population of more than a certain number. They are not necessarily directly owned by Duke Galway. Some of them are the territory of the old duke's vassals. The old man has nothing to say about the strength of his control over his vassals, with both soft and hard tactics. Others who want to gain leverage and develop a trader will have no way of doing it. So when the old duke nodded his head when it came to setting up a bank, the people below wouldn't stop him. Not to mention that banks are a good thing. Just converting those good coins and bad coins into gold and silver coins is what everyone wants. By the way, the gold coin goddess is optimistic that she directly uses her own name for the new money. There is no benefit in saying anything to God. The most important thing is that the power of belief in him grows. In short, the old duke's status as a veteran ruling class. His vision and layout are different from those of a person who has been a commoner all his life. It is said that one of the reasons why a large number of people will gather in CD City, whether in mystery or on Earth, is that the place is a transportation center. Perhaps the saying, if you want to be rich, build roads first, didn't exist before. But the truth is still there. In other words, radiating from the location chosen by the old duke, it encompasses the entire dukedom of Galway. The placement of banks in these locations not only allows them to be used by the most people, but is also very helpful for economic exchanges within the territory. This means that the old duke understands that the main function of the bank is actually the ability to deposit and withdraw money from other places. And the exchange of currency, or the safekeeping of coins, are only incidental. Perhaps the simplification of coin transportation can only be done at nodes where banks are opened. If you want to go outside, you have to make physical coins and let people take them away. But just by doing this, it can save a lot of manpower and improve safety. Earlier, the social background of the entire world was still in a state of chaos. Even within the empire, there were robbers blocking the way, or monsters going out to perform two sacrifices. If people want to steal money, they don't care who the money belongs to. Without strength to protect you, you deserve to be robbed. Perhaps in the past 200 years, the Guana Empire has been internally stable, and no one in the carriages used by the nobles to transport money dared to make mistakes. But from time to time, unexpected events occur, causing a certain year's tax revenue to fall into the ravine. Maybe you can get it back later, but it's always troublesome. Nowadays, these troubles can be solved by using the functions of the bank, and the various costs saved are difficult for the old duke, as the ruling class, to ignore. Even the team under him imitated the gameplay of the Auto Center and handed over the budget book and comparison table, which moved this old man who has always been politically indifferent. This is what actively promoted the establishment of banks. It's certainly a good thing for the coin goddess that someone is willing to push the bank hard. And unlike someone who is petty, Duke Galway, in addition to more than 10 points in the duchy, the internal bank of the Automobile Center also directly participated in the proposal. Perhaps the total number of people in these places who will use banking functions in the first place may not be as large as that of the holy city of Starry. After all, the economic levels and scales of the two places are different. But when it comes to influence, it belongs to a different level. In the holy city of Starry, those who come to open a bank account, whether they are great magicians, wizards, apprentices, or those with mud-legged skills who do not understand magic, are essentially ordinary people. They only use money to buy their daily necessities or to satisfy their personal desires. But when it comes to a ruling class, like the aristocracy, the use of money may determine life or death. Building city walls, building water canals, building roads, and dispatching food. Each has its own strategic significance. According to Coin, this kind of money is not equivalent to ordinary people's money. When the goddess of gold coins says this, the meaning behind it is worth pondering. Originally, Lin thought that as long as the money flow was smooth, the power of the gold coin goddess would surge upwards. I never thought about the difference between money and money. It sounds like there is some flavor of causality in it. It's a pity that I am not a god, let alone the god of money, so I can't personally experience the difference. As for asking the goddess to explain, that would probably be too much. Some things cannot be experienced by people from different worlds. Just like the poor and the rich, men and women, mortals and gods. Discussions between big guys don't have to deal with each other word for word and pick at every detail like that of a small person. What's more, the old duke's plans are all geared towards how to maximize the effectiveness of the bank, rather than seeking personal gain. There is no reason why Queen should not give the green light to such a good customer. As long as their plans are approved and the people below do things correctly, the bank can be opened immediately after it is completed. Consecration is a certain way of saying it. According to the custom of the Midi people, whether it is a church or a temple, in order to have contact with the gods they serve, they need divine envoys, which can be priests, or at least monks who pray devoutly, communicate with heaven, and send down divine power. However, Kuyin's faith was not widespread in the past, and there were only a few people who could become his believers. Therefore, it is a bit difficult to find someone to consecrate someone from other places. The palm-sized halfling goddess looked at the two people in front of her. Suddenly he said to the old duke, "How about you also become my elector?" Chapter 1266 Invitation from the Voters. In the holy city of Starry, there are elves led by the dark elf Melchaw. They have been blessed by Kuyin's divine power, and have become the envoys of the goddess of gold coins. The consecration ceremony of the great holy emblem of Kuyin of the Technology Guild, as well as the bank scheduled to be established later, will be performed by these elves, to become an envoy of the gold coin goddess. Of course, the big bosses behind these elves, that is, World Tree, have agreed, although the cooperation between the two parties has not yet reached the point where both prosper and suffer. It is still quite closely integrated. At least all the elves of the Wood Elf tribe can call themselves the envoys of the goddess of gold coins if they put on a robe embroidered with Kuyin's holy symbol. Maybe it doesn't contribute much power of faith, but at least it adds a lot of manpower to the bank. In order to accept these elves and conduct banking business in the future, the goddess of gold coins directly gave up the precepts of the holy scriptures she used in the past, and passed down new knowledge and dogma. Anyway, the original teachings of the goddess of gold coins are not even welcomed by the goddess herself. According to the goddess, many of her original followers were maladjusted, although it was not to the point of abandoning their faith. Those old men and grandmothers were asked to re-educate and learn things related to banks. But the goddess was so worried that her brows knitted together. In this case, Lin was really curious. What kind of headless fly could become the envoy of the gold coin goddess in the past? No wonder the old men guarding the temple in the imperial city of Nineveh looked so weak. If Duke Kawe wanted to carry out banking business in his territory, besides sending divine envoys to station, another way would be to temporarily develop a believer. Although the bank has downplayed the religious overtones, no matter what, it is still the territory of the goddess of gold coins, and there cannot be a single housekeeper. The old duke himself is a transcendent person and a great nobleman. It can be said that he is the target that all the sects of gods will try their best to win over, although there is no way to return to the past glory of the divine right of kings. If such people can become believers, it will of course be a good thing with both advantages and disadvantages. That's why Kuyin invited me. For a big noble, every move they make has huge implications. Moreover, this kind of people are born with insecurities, and they will suspect that everyone they see is trying to acquire their own property. That's why nobles only play with nobles, or only with family members, because the nobles know these people's heel very well, and they understand the rules in the circle, so they feel at ease when they come into contact with them. But if they want to do something extraordinary, they will be cautious. For example, working with a magician who thinks he is good at escaping, collaborating on a car center project, or, right before his eyes, becoming a chosen one by a god. Generally speaking, gods like to choose extraordinary people to be their chosen ones. But as an extraordinary person, it means that they have become the most outstanding group of people among mortals. Of course, they prefer to become the chosen ones of powerful gods, rather than being offered an olive branch by some god, and they will gladly accept it. Not to mention that Ricardo Carby was a Grand Duke. In the order of power within the Guana Empire, there is only one emperor above him, and there are 15 other Grand Dukes on the same level as him. The others are all people with lower status than him. Why should such a person put a god with no cards on his head? However, considering the future development, although such a change was not in the plan of the Duke family team, Duke Kawe still thought about it seriously instead of rejecting it outright. After thinking for a moment, the old Duke said, "Your Majesty Kuyin, I wonder if you understand my current situation. Are you referring to declaring war with another Grand Duke? Or do you have other concerns?" Kuyin said bluntly, "If you know it clearly, then it's easy to explain. If your purpose is to spread your faith throughout the land and allow banks to bloom everywhere, then if you have a relationship with me, aren't you afraid that you will create some resistance? Even if you fight against me, that old immortal is willing to accept you, which is not a big trouble for me." Duke Kawe put it mildly, but it also points out that if the goddess wants to have both sides, maybe the old duke will prepare for the worst. But Kuyin was full of confidence and said, "Does this mean that you think it is possible for you to lose?" The blatant interference of gods in the affairs of nobles is a big taboo for the church because it is not conducive to development. But for those who fight, the chance of victory is accumulated by accumulating advantages bit by bit. There was a hint of support in Kuyin's words, and it was really hard for Grand Duke Ka to refuse. It was not his fault that the Grand Duke's territory was far from the holy city of Estali, but as a magician city directly under the emperor's jurisdiction and actually autonomous, it had always not intervened in disputes between nobles. Even if there is, it is the behavior of a certain magician. And it does not mean that the magicians in the entire city have the same idea. Now that the bank's new currency has swept the entire holy city, is it possible to use the connection of the new currency to have an entire city of magicians follow you? Or at least not help each other as before? With this thought, Duke Kawei couldn't help but ponder the gains and losses involved. As for whether becoming a chosen one with a weak divine power would lose his cards, Mr. Kawei also thought seriously about it. The strength of a god depends on the spread of belief. Compared with gods, the strength of evil gods depends on the degree of fear spread. And believers are not so important. If Kuyin's belief can be spread through banks, and people will think of this gold coin goddess every time they use money, then it can be expected that the goddess's strength will increase. And it is very likely to rise to a height that you can't imagine. In other words, Kuyin's weakness is only the current situation. In the future, he may be promoted to a member of medium divine power, or even a powerful divine power. So now entering into an agreement with the goddess of gold coins and becoming her chosen one can also be regarded as an act of investing in the future. To do it or not to do it is a question that needs to be considered. But the goddess was waiting, and the old duke did not allow him to think too much. So the old man asked directly, "It is not a problem to become His Majesty's elector and work hard to promote the great cause of the bank. But becoming this electorate will bring more benefits to me if I am only given the qualification to use magic. I think even if I don't know these things, people who want to take my life won't be able to do it that easily." Mr. Kogong dared to speak because he also knew his identity, which was helpful for the promotion of the bank. So this is actually a matter of fish helping water, and water helping fish. Since you have spent a lot of effort to promote the bank in your own territory, why not give more benefits? Kuyin didn't feel dissatisfied either. Mortals who are capable are qualified to make conditions before him. Whether I agree or not is another matter. So the goddess of gold coins asked, "What benefits do you want?" Old boy, don't look at the old duke's beard and gray hair. In terms of age, he is less than a fraction of the goddess. Duke Kawei also knew how to behave and didn't expect the lion to open his mouth. The game of setting a high price, letting others lower the price, and bargaining between the two parties, for a god, will only get a good or bad answer, and there will be no second chance to speak. So Kogong said directly, "Erase the transfer fees and storage fees related to me." Kuyin did not agree immediately. He, who was about the size of a palm, turned his head to look at someone. He wanted to agree in his heart. But in fact, as long as he deviated from the original plan and made any changes related to the bank, he and the world trees had little confidence. Lin wanted to reduce his connection with the bank in the eyes of outsiders to avoid possible trouble in the future. But all these efforts were in vain in the eyes of the gold coin goddess. How could the old duke, who was well versed in human nature, ignore the meaning behind this glance? The way he looked at a certain magician changed. With a helpless sigh in his heart, Lin said, "Your Majesty, it is not impossible for you to agree to this kind of request. But I just ask, you won't recruit voters from all over the world, right? How is it possible to do this kind of thing? You shouldn't think that the thing I gave you, but you put on the back of your hand, was something you just messed with. The voter certificate is not that simple." The old duke's eyes became brighter again. The implication is that this magician is also the chosen one of the goddess of gold coins. He has already taken his side. Lin sighed again, revealing another secret. But when his thoughts changed, he said with a smile, "If this is the case, there will be no big problem. As His Majesty's electorate, it is legitimate to have some benefits. Just be careful and don't announce this kind of thing all over the world. If you let those who have the powerful people know that if they don't rely on them, banks won't be able to open on their territory. If they ask for the same conditions, even if they are handed down from generation to generation, that's disgusting. Banks can't expect to be self-sufficient. They are used to those who think they are big shots. Everyone knows that compared with the expenses of ordinary people, these people are the real big ones. It's unfair to make the poor get poorer, the rich get richer, and money loses its neutral position. Someone was talking happily, but the goddess of gold coins cast a look of disdain on her and said, I have been talking for a long time. But it turns out that I am just trying to gain some benefits. We are all voters. And I have also contributed. Your Majesty will not treat one favorably. Someone said with a shy face. Don't worry. Your privilege is to bring the materials for making new money to my kingdom of God. And I won't charge you any handling fees. As for the old boy, I have wiped out all the fees related to his account. One person. A privilege. Never the same. The gold coin goddess said these words while grinding her teeth. One can imagine the depth of resentment of a certain god. After hearing the content, Lynn certainly didn't obey. She wailed and said, My goddess, this is not right. That incident was used by me as an example to illustrate how dangerous the rigidity of a rule can be. How come this has become my privilege? If I want to save some money, I have to move it myself? This matter is settled like this. There is no room for negotiation. How about you ask people outside who I have discussed with them? The advantage is here. Take it or not. You are already mine anyway. Ha 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 ha. A certain palm-sized halfling goddess smiled proudly. However, the goddess ignored the crying person and gave instructions. Boy, I will give you another task. Bring this old boy to my kingdom of God to meet me. How? I can't give anyone anything like this. It's too troublesome to go down there. Stupid Oppo is always watching over there. It's the most convenient for you to bring people here. In the spirit of not using anything in vain, Ku'in felt relieved the earth calls to its chosen people. After saying this, Shao Ku'in didn't listen to someone's miserable scream and turned into a pile of loose sand. Chapter 1267 The Envoy from the Empire comes. The two people left behind looked at each other. What could they say? He is a god. Reluctantly, Lin turned his head and asked the old duke next to him. Have you ever been to the kingdom of God? Sir, this really doesn't exist. Is there anything I should pay attention to? There is nothing to pay attention to. His Majesty Kuyin's territory is very deserted. And there is nothing important. It is very empty. His Majesty Kuyin did not spend much time granting me the qualification before. Sir, you need to explain it to your people first. Something? Although Lin could run away with his men, Kawe Gong could not resist. But this is not a cooperative attitude. It is not difficult to respect people. So Lin asked this question. However, the young deacon who was the only one who came with the old duke seemed a little panicked. Originally, when the duke travels, at least half of the duke's guard must follow him to protect his safety. But the old man relied on his extraordinary strength and the speed of his custom-made car. So he always had a way of leaving those who should protect him behind. Now he has to go to the kingdom of God again. Regardless of whether this is true or not. It doesn't matter which god's kingdom he goes to. The young deacon is a little at a loss, because this is beyond his ability. Kawe Gong was also a resolute person in his work. Not only because he was not in favor of the emperor. Moreover, the partner he was cooperating with this time was a god. And the things he wanted to do were helpful to him. The old man did not think that he was in danger at all. Not to mention that with a magician who is known as the best at escaping by his side, his safety is absolutely no problem. To put it another way, if you really want to be safe, you shouldn't appear in front of such a person, whether it was a god or that magician. When he appeared in front of them, he was undoubtedly putting his life in their hands. If you don't even have this trust and courage, you should stay away. So when faced with the magician's question, the old duke didn't say anything to the deacon he brought. He just said, "Let's go! Let me see His Majesty Koyin's kingdom of God." But before he left, his apprentice came to disturb him again. The taciturn Kaya walked into the small living room, saluted the old duke and her teacher, and said, "Teacher, a special envoy who claims to be the emperor of the Guana Empire is here and wants to see you." Before they could leave, the two people looked at each other in confusion. Neither of them knew the purpose of this special envoy, and they were not even sure whether this envoy was the real one. Lin asked, "Do you know who the person is? Did you tell me your name?" At the same time, he turned to the old man next to him for help. This is to hope that the other party can rely on his own understanding of the aristocracy to confirm the authenticity of the person coming. "Your Majesty, the Emperor, would never send an unknown person out," Kaya replied. "The name of the person who came is Everin Michishabetsi." Ah, it's him." The old duke and a certain magician both reacted at the same time. As a vassal of His Majesty the Emperor, how could the old duke be unfamiliar with this family of tax collectors? And Efren should be the last male among the youngest generation in their family. But what is this kid doing here? The old duke was puzzled. In Lin's mind, this name was the poor boy who had been chatting up the demon Prince Azad, who was dressed as a woman, but was frightened to the point of peeing again. He seems to be a member of the Emperor's trusted family. So he doesn't know what he is doing here? The magician was puzzled. Although he didn't know what the Emperor of the Guana Empire had behind his sudden arrival, he knew that he couldn't ignore such a guest. On the other side, the matter between the old duke and the gold coin goddess also needs to be dealt with. So Lin didn't think much and said, "First invite the guests to the conference living room and wait on them. I'll go see them after I've taken care of things here." One side is just the Emperor's special envoy, and the other side is the Grand Duke himself and the goddess of gold coins. It is very clear which side is more important. Anyway, he is a magician and is not under the control of the Guana Empire. In addition, the Emperor's special envoy came before him, and his bossy attitude made Lin even more uncomfortable. So he just asked to wait over there. "No!" The old duke stopped him and said, "Xiao Gai, let's go see the special envoy first. You can give your name as you like. I'll know at a glance whether the person is genuine." The old duke was in no hurry to meet the gods and obtain the identity of the elect. On the contrary, the movements on the Emperor's side were more important to him. If something changes, he will know it immediately so that he can adjust it immediately. As for recognizing faces or something, that's just an excuse. Even though he was not doing well in politics, it seemed that his survival to the present was due to his friendship with the Emperor in the past. If it was just like this, he would have been ripped apart and eaten long ago. Duke Carvey's strategic vision is unmatched by ordinary people. It's just that he doesn't like political hypocrisy, so he takes retreat in order to advance. On the surface, he seemed to be excluded from the political core circle, but in fact, he firmly grasped the Emperor's movements, followed the other party's will, and became a competent opposition and troublemaker. Without his role, the group of people surrounding the Emperor would not be able to go to heaven. It was precisely the existence of such a person, who could replace anyone in the court at any time, that made others restrain themselves and made it easier for the Emperor to control. Therefore, the monarch and his ministers seem to be distant. But in fact, they are closer. The old duke's rivals, the Risa family, have wanted to kill this old rival for so many years, but they have never been able to do so. Under such a premise, it is impossible for Duke Kawe to not care about the Emperor's movements. The calculation behind the old duke may not be understood by a magician who has not reached that level of a certain pattern, but he has no reason to refuse Duke Kawe's request. After telling the green mouse hidden in the hood to let Hefkin notify the goddess waiting in the kingdom of God, he and the old duke went to the conference living room to meet the guests, who came from afar. While walking through the corridor, through the window, I saw that the carriage parked in front of the main entrance of the courtyard was indeed a familiar one. It was a very tacky two-passenger carriage decorated with gems and various precious metals. But this carriage was not the only one. There was another carriage with a slightly different shape, but the same tacky shape parked side by side. There were more than 10 knights serving as escorts. They all rode quietly on their horses without dismounting, as if they were about to leave at any time. Lin was slightly puzzled by this situation. The old duke felt the same way. The other carriage came from another emperor's valet family. It was not clear why the other party came here. I only knew that it was not a forced attack gesture. The two people walked into the conference room with doubts. The difference between this place and the small living room is that the conference room is more like a conference room for negotiations. The long table runs across the center of the room, dividing the living room into two. There are velvet curtains on the side near the window to block the sun. Inside, magic-driven chandeliers emit soft natural light, illuminating every corner of the room quite brightly. The maid brought by Marquis Balin is serving elf tea to the guests. The tea, which was so bland that it had no taste, was a top-notch item for entertaining among the nobles. When Lin and Kalwei Gong appeared together in the conference living room, the two waiting people stood up in a hurry and saluted and greeted them. But the appearance of the old duke surprised them. Duke Kalwei also noticed at this time that the head of the other family of the emperor's servants actually appeared in person. Baron Mahmud was one of the 6 families who accompanied the emperor, from delivering water and making tea to doing laundry and folding quilts. Members of these 6 families took care of everything. In layman's terms, a handyman. But even for a handyman, there's something not quite right about his appearance. Because the position where Baron Mahmud stood was the follower position headed by the boy from the Muhishabisi family. When nobles travel, unless there are special circumstances, the ranking is generally determined by the level of title and class. If the title and rank are the same, the family background and blood relationship to the emperor will be looked at first, and the family strength will be looked at last. Established families that have been passed down for a long time are always more powerful than new aristocrats. But Evren Muhashevicic has not yet inherited the title of Baron. At most, he is a knight, which cannot be inherited. This just means that he has officially entered the aristocratic circle, and there is still a distance between him and the real aristocrats. If you want to stand in front of Baron Mahmud, you are not qualified. Unless it is, the boy from Muhashabici's family has other bargaining chips. For example, the monk's robe he wore was embroidered with Koyan's holy symbol. 2 envoys from the Guana Empire first greeted the old duke. He said, "Your Majesty the Grand Duke, I really didn't expect to see you here. Please forgive me for the long absence." As an imperial noble, status comes first. After greeting the old duke, it was the owner of this place, Guy Black Stripwood. "Good day, Your Majesty the Great Magician. We bring His Majesty the Emperor's greetings to you." Lin returned the greeting and said, "Please give my regards to the Emperor of your country." The envoy from Midi is just a messenger, and there is no such thing as, "It's like I'm here in person." Therefore, it is enough to salute according to the status of both parties. Of course, there is no need to kneel down 3 times and count on 9 times. If it were purely aristocratic interaction, it would naturally be a series of hypocritical politeness. Only by doing some communication activities would there be a chance to, inadvertently, highlight the theme. But Lin is a magician, and even before time travel, he was a fat nerd. So he doesn't care about such nonsense. He got right to the topic and asked, "I wonder if the 2 of you who are here as His Majesty's special envoys can give you any advice?" After all, Efren, a young boy, is not as calm as Baron Mahmud. His eyes were wandering, unable to hide a trace of worry. And finally he asked, "Where is His Highness the 14th Prince? Is it related to that person?" Lin was confused, but still politely replied, "His Royal Highness occasionally lives here, but most of the time he still takes his big demon followers with him, and I don't know where he went." Although the Archdevil's teleportation talent is not as useful as the flash technique, it can also be used to replenish the energy of the Hagiri clan. So for the sake of the Enzadu in his hand, the demon prince let the big demon run around with him while recharging it. During this time, he happened to be missing. Efren breathed a sigh of relief when he got the answer. Seeing this expression, Lin guessed that the young man was frightened by the transvestite. In short, after confirming that the volatile prince was not around, Efren returned to his normal expression and said, "Your Majesty the Great Magician, we are here to represent the wise, kind, heroic, and lion-like owl. His Majesty, Emperor Minkazarnia, sincerely invites you to the imperial city of Nineveh. His Majesty the Emperor hopes to meet you in person." Chapter 1268 Preparation for the Audience. Look at Efren dressing up as a monk and seeing the holy symbol of coin on his robes. Lin asked intuitively, "Things related to the bank? Also, what's going on with you? Are you being punished?" Although the connection between the Midland nobles and the church is not as close as that in the European Middle Ages on Earth, there is even a hint of opposition. But sometimes, the church can also become a refuge or prison for nobles who have lost power. And some minor nobles may also send their underage children to the church to study. Such functionality still exists. So when this unlucky noble young man came in front of him in this posture, Lin's first thought was that he had been punished for his last mistake. But what is the crime? Lin was very curious. After all, in this medieval setting, there are many weird laws. But Efren was not making a mistake. He said, "Your Excellency, it was me who took the initiative to propose to Your Majesty to cooperate with the Church of the Goddess of Gold Coins in the bank you mentioned. Although I got the latest dogma from His Majesty the Bishop of Coin. But there are still quite a few things that I don't understand. So I have never received His Majesty's permission to establish a bank in the imperial city of Nineveh. Today, I am here to invite you on His Majesty's order, in order to ask you to clear up our doubts." Before Lin could answer, he first felt the doubtful gaze cast by the old duke next to him. At the same time, he also glanced at the boy from Mohaxivx's family, who was wearing the robe of a gold coin goddess monk. Lin explained, "The first time, I asked to see His Majesty Queen. I went to the temple in the imperial city of Nineveh. This young man kindly led the way. Of course, he could not hear my conversation with His Majesty Queen. That's why I have an idea." "That's what I said." "Right," Efren said respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty the Great Magician. I have an intuition that the bank will be a very important tool in the future. The Empire cannot stay away and wait until the future to catch up with other people who joined immediately. So I asked Your Majesty for this opportunity, hoping to preside over a bank, at least in the imperial city of Nineveh. Oh, just listening to my conversation with His Majesty Queen. You have such an awareness. Should I say this is reckless? Or should I say that your intuition is very sharp? The young man who was praised was beaming with joy and didn't know how to answer the question. On the other hand, Baron Mahmud, as the deputy envoy, had an expressionless face and did not reveal any emotions. Instead, he answered the call and asked, I would like to ask you, the great magician, if you are willing to accompany me to see Your Majesty? Lin did not answer directly, but asked, How long did it take you to come from the imperial city of Nineveh? It took me a total of 22 days to wait for the fast horse to ride. Baron Mahmud replied, Then how long will it take for me to have an audience with His Majesty the Emperor after I arrive at the imperial city? Lin asked again, This is really about meeting these big people, and you often have to look at their time and mood to coordinate. I have been very busy recently, and don't want to waste this time. Baron Mahmud replied, When we return to the imperial city, I will inform Your Majesty first. In about 2 to 3 days, I will be able to inform you of the time for the audience. But everything depends on Your Majesty's arrangements. In other words, we still have to wait. Lin thought for a while and then asked, Do you have a way to communicate with each other? And with people outside? Right. Lin pointed to the knights waiting in the courtyard. Only now did Lin realize that the posture of this group of guests looked like they were going to take him away today. Perhaps the person speaking was more polite, but the Empire's arrogance remained unabated. Faced with the magician's strange question, the outspoken Ephron said, Yes, we all rely on the forum to communicate. It's fast and very convenient. However, this made Baron Mahmud frown slightly. The Emperor's servant, who had always kept a straight face, finally changed his face, but quickly returned to normal. In that case, Lin flashed and appeared in front of the gate of the palace in Nineveh Imperial City with Baron Mahmud. The guards stationed at the gate were majestic and tall, but they turned a blind eye to the two people who suddenly appeared in front of them. Someone guessed that he was scared out of his wits, because Baron Mahmud still maintained his sitting posture. Lin held the opponent's lower back to prevent the Baron from falling to the ground. He turned his head and looked at his surroundings blankly, unable to understand why he returned to the palace. Lin said at this time, My lord, please inform His Majesty the Emperor. When he is free and confirms the time, send a message to Ephron. I will appear at this location and wait for someone to take me into the palace. As for your entourage and carriage, please inform them of the return trip. With so many people, it's a bit troublesome to send them. That's it. Let's get back in touch. Baron Mahmud was still confused. The guard stationed at the palace gate suddenly woke up because one of them was suddenly missing. The team leader in charge stepped forward and confirmed that the person left behind was the Emperor's personal attendant. Thinking of the mission of the person in front of him, he wondered, Sir Mahmud, why are you here? Didn't His Majesty send you to Starry? Where is this? The Baron asked in a daze. In front of the palace. Do you have anything else to meet with His Majesty? No. Why am I here? Well, just as we were dazzled, you appeared. How did you come? I also want to know. After saying that, the guard captain realized something. He immediately put his hand on the hilt of the sword, took a half step back and asked, Are you an imposter? Are you a demon? Or an assassin? Come on! Catch him! The guards guarding the gate rushed forward. Of course, someone who returned to the holy city of Starry didn't know these things, because it happened so fast. After Lin came back, the stunned Ephron regained consciousness and asked hurriedly, Where is Baron Mahmud? Where did you take him? Well, I asked him to return to the imperial city first and let him report to the Emperor. When the time is confirmed, I asked him to inform you again. And then you tell me. Then we will gather in front of the palace. As for the carriage you brought, you can ask the guards to go back first. Anyway, I can't accompany you on the carriage ride back to the imperial city for more than 20 days. I'm very busy recently. Okay. Thinking of the magician's combat power in front of him, Ephron couldn't make any strong rebuttal. But he noticed that the magician in front of him was looking at him up and down, and saw that his scalp was numb. He couldn't help but ask, Sir, what can I do for you now? Looking at this coarse cloth robe, there is a hemp rope tied around the waist. If it weren't for the holy emblem of the goddess of gold coins, It would be reasonable to say that this person was born in a slum. Lin criticized. This costume is so shameless. Then he turned around and said to the old duke beside him, Are all monks' clothes so ugly? Or is it just the gold coin goddess's clothes that are particularly bad? Kawi Gong answered seriously. As long as it is not specially designed for adventure. Most of the daily attire of monks is like this. At this stage, they will live a life close to that of ascetics and learn about the gods' classics and precepts. Everything. Because they are also responsible for cleaning up the environment, preparing meals and other chores. They will definitely get dirty. So they don't need to wear more formal clothes unless they are going to worship or other ceremonies. Clothing. That's right. But this is too naive. Boy, you said you want to work in Her Majesty's bank? Lin asked. After being criticized for her outfit, Ephron nervously replied, Yeah. Well, I'll help you change your clothes. By the way, I'll use it as compensation for being scared before. Lin shook the bell on the table. Soon, Kyle walked into the conference room, curtsied and asked, Teacher, please call me. Lin said, He has a similar figure to me. Bring me the suit I made before, and show him how to put it on. If it doesn't fit, modify it and give it to him. If the bank in the imperial city of Nineveh can, it's a deal. He's going to look after the bank wearing this kind of clothes. Oh, by the way, your sister is still here? Sister, I am helping Miss Miles change that suit. And there are many elves who are also helping, changing their own clothes. Do you want to find them? With a big wave of his hand, Lin said, No, please bring the things here first. Yes, teacher. Kaya stepped back. After a while, she led several male attendants and returned to the meeting room with a suit, paper, pen, cloth ruler, and other items. Also following were Finn, the former Demon King, and the dark elf Melson. One was wearing a well-tailored silver-gray formal suit, a white shirt, and roomy trousers that highlighted the length of her long legs, paired with a pair of flat pink-framed oval glasses and that neat short black hair. If it weren't for that majestic bust, the dashing Finn would probably be able to charm thousands of girls. The other one was wearing a navy blue formal suit, the same white shirt but a knee-length narrow skirt that covered the hips, and had her long hair tied up, revealing her long, dark, pointed ears. She is obviously dressed up as an intellectual OL from the earth, but it makes Melson wear a seductive flavor, arousing the man's desire to conquer. The two of them walked in with high heels and swaying. The eyes of all the men present were brightened. Even the old duke was no exception. These are the uniforms Lin plans to prepare for the elves who come to work in the bank. This form of suit, which was formed in the middle of the 19th century, was actually the earliest casual clothing worn by nobles in addition to formal attire. It pays attention to functionality and reasonable put-on and take-off design. When the aristocracy declined and those expensive and luxurious gowns fell out of fashion, the casual clothes of the aristocrats gradually evolved into the formal suits of ordinary people and officially took the stage. Someone would choose such clothes as the uniforms of the elves working in the bank, and also to bring some personal goods to the new things in the bank. In order to avoid people misunderstanding the banks by using two weird-shaped buildings, the banks are all built in a regular manner, in line with the style of the land. But in terms of clothing, the Wood Elf's regular clothes are, well, a little wild. It's not appropriate to wear an elf holy robe. Learning how humans dress seems to be a waste of the beauty of the elves. So Lin decided to get some private goods. As for the reason for choosing a suit, it is also because the style of the suit will not deviate too far from the aesthetics of MIDI. But there are obvious differences. Moreover, simple and straight lines can also bring out the sophistication of bank personnel, coupled with the beautiful halo of the elf itself. It can highlight its characteristics even more. New things should have some new atmosphere, but it shouldn't be too deviant or intimidating. With these requirements and the selected clothing types, Thumb was asked to design the elves' bank uniforms. This can make the former Demon King, who has been a little lazy recently, burst out with enthusiasm again. Chapter 1269 Bank Uniforms. Dang Lin wants to give away the suit that he has almost finished making but has not yet worn. Of course Finn came out to see who the gift was for. What they saw was a young man who, despite wearing burlap clothes, still showed his aristocratic temperament. After Finn and Meyer discussed it, they couldn't say they were surprised or disappointed. They just felt like they got it. Such scrutinizing eyes certainly made the young man Ephron feel uneasy. The two women in front of me are not just beautiful or gorgeous. They also carry an indescribable pressure. He had felt this kind of pressure before from ministers and even the emperor. That is the power to wantonly take other people's lives into your hands.
Why did you run out?
Lin asked nonchalantly.
You said you want to give away the clothes I made. Of course, I want to see who you want to give them to.
After the former Demon King appeared, his apprentices and the waiters brought by the Marquise all stood behind Fin. The attitude of ignoring a certain magician made the status difference between the two quite obvious. As you can imagine, as long as Fin doesn't nod, his things won't be given away. So Lin explained.
When I asked to see His Majesty Queen before, this kid helped a lot. And later, he also had the idea to take charge of the bank in Nineveh Imperial City. This is not to try to help him add some style and replace us with design uniforms. Otherwise, it would be a shame to stand out in his clothes.
When Fin heard this, he moved his chin. And naturally a group of people pulled Ephron out to change, like a tiger attacking a sheep. Nor does it wait for young people to say no or agree. Mr. Kawe and the little queen who suddenly appeared on his shoulder circled Fin and my heir several times. The old man even exclaimed,
Not bad. Really good.
I don't know whether they were praising the clothes or the person wearing the clothes. Little Queen jumped onto Lin's head, patted someone on the forehead and said,
Is this clothes for me?
Well, this is a test for someone. In fact, there was no preparation for this matter. Lin made an excuse and said,
Your Majesty, these clothes are made of ordinary fabrics. Although they are still high-end products in the mortal world, they are not worthy of you as a goddess. It doesn't matter. Ordinary fabric will do too. After you get it up, I'll just find a way to give it divine power. It'll be quick and won't be a problem.
Is this a problem? But someone really wants to say, don't look at these two formal suits that look great on Fin and Mel. Thinking about how before time travel, models and professional photographers showed off various car accident scenes to buyers. It would really make people who spend money feel sad. But just think about this kind of thing. It would be unwise to say it out loud. So Lin said without hesitation,
Merchant, please prepare a suit for our goddess. A skirt and trousers. You can ask him for the details. Yes, sir.
The dark elf nodded. Fin was not idle either. He took out a lot of suit design drawings and discussed the details with someone. Don't think that suits are popular formal clothing led by Western society on Earth. In fact, they are a very standard set of functional clothing. And the design in every place has its own intention and ingenuity. For example, the cuffs of a shirt must be longer than the cuffs of a suit jacket. And the collar of a shirt must be higher than the collar of a suit jacket. This is to isolate the opportunity for direct contact between the suit jacket and human skin. And the purpose is of course to reduce the number of cleanings. It is also like the vest in a three-piece suit. In addition to being beautiful, its real function is like a women's corset or corset, used to adjust the wearer's figure. It's just that men don't engage in self-abuse to the same degree as women. And the world's evaluations are more tolerant of men. Then the shoulder line, hip line, double-breasted buttons, single-breasted buttons, several buttons, and collar form. Don't look at the fact that a suit looks much simpler and neater than the aristocratic attire. It is precisely because of the simple lines that any change will bring about a significant difference in the senses. At this time, I would recommend a comic book, The King's Tailor, written by Jun Okawara. There's a lot to know about suits in there, thanks to someone's enhanced memory. The things he had seen in the past were now clear to him, and he was able to deal with Fin's endless problems. What is more surprising is that Duke Kawe also joined the discussion. The gold coin goddess Ku'in did not leave, but continued to watch the excitement. I don't know if what he said before about the phone charges being too expensive still counts now. I thought that a warrior-minded person like Kawe Gong would be far away from the so-called fashion and popularity. But I didn't expect that his vision was quite unique. The comments are also very clear and will not leave people confused. It's not like a certain comic book, where you can taste mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, insects, fish, birds and beasts, and historical allusions while drinking red wine. As if he noticed someone's surprised eyes. Kagong said proudly.
How about it? Looking at me with such surprised eyes. Don't you think that I can also say these things? Indeed. I thought you were the kind of person who was incompatible with aristocratic banquets. I didn't expect that you were also very good at matching and details of clothing.
Lin said. Duke Kawe smiled and said,
No, I am really tired of the banquets between nobles. Moreover, the empire is not like other countries I know, where men and women will mix together. Among animals, when competing for mates, males will do their best. Myself, and in a gay environment. What are you doing by dressing yourself up?
He is truly a veteran, who has grown up on the battlefield. After the old Duke finished laughing, he added,
"But the place for a man to show off is not just eating and drinking. On the battlefield, how to use armor to dress yourself up to be brave and majestic. And the protective performance must be good enough. Not it takes no less effort to look at useless flower stands than these clothes made of fabric. I have been scolded by the magician of my family several times, saying that the armor parts one made are too deformed. Can't enchant."
Say this and someone will understand. Don't think that warriors should be pure. There is no point in displaying all these flowers on the battlefield. In addition to expressing himself, the situation mentioned by the old Duke also has a very important substantive meaning behind it. As we all know, in the medieval setting of lost land, living nobles can choose to pay a ransom to buy their freedom after being captured. In fact, even dead ones are fine. But after all, the price is not as high as living ones. So on the battlefield, how do you clearly tell others that you are a person of great status? It is very important not to be treated as a miscellaneous soldier by a group of farmers. After all, it is difficult for a group of people who can't even read to understand the coat of arms of all nobles. If it is the local ruler, maybe the locals will recognize it. If not, it would really be in vain if they were killed by those peasant soldiers who went to the battlefield with pitchforks. So the best way is of course to put some thought into the armor. If ordinary people see it at a glance, they will know that the person wearing this armor is not ordinary. In addition to knowing to stay far away from such people, usually such people are also highly skilled in martial arts. When they have a way to take someone's head, they will also know to leave the other person alive, because the ransom will be paid for the living captives relatively high. The three of them didn't discuss it for long before Ephron, who had changed his clothes, appeared in front of everyone again. A crisp suit matches the young man's figure, showing a different texture in addition to being chic, especially the tie on the chest. The color tone is different from that of the suit, but the unique pattern design and color bring a dazzling finishing touch to the whole outfit. All of this is still very eye-catching in the aesthetic world where fancy is the main axis. At least once the old Duke saw it, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He patted the person next to him and said,
"Hey, kid."
Lin interrupted the other party and said directly,
"Hey, sir, let me tell you, these are just clothes made of ordinary fabrics. And the tailor I used is from the Marquis Balin. Doesn't this mean that it is from your family?"
It's manpower. You can pick up any experienced person and bring in some newbies. When you go back, you can make as many sets as you want. And you can use as many high-end fabrics as I have. You can do whatever you want. Well, you are right.
The old Duke agreed. After finally getting rid of an old man who was looking at him eagerly, Lin turned around and saw little Kian's piercing eyes. Someone smiled awkwardly and said,
"Your Majesty, you can contact Meyer directly for these matters. She must have all the designs there. After all, the main ones wearing them are theirs."
Got thrown out of work again. With an innocent expression on her face, my Urshu nodded in recognition. After Ephron appeared, Lin also stepped forward and circled around to look at this neat young man. It's just that he doesn't look at her with the same admiring eyes as others, but instead he picks out the flaws in her clothing. This suit was not made for Ephron. It was intended for him. It was just that they were of similar stature. So I gave it to the young man, since they are just similar in stature. There are inevitably some differences that need to be adjusted. Lin was holding the Marquis Balin's tailor, recording the things that should be modified. By the time I completed the circle, more than a dozen modification points had been recorded here and there. Finally, he walked back to the front of Ephron and adjusted the clothes of the nervous young man. Pointing to that tie in particular, he said, "It's not difficult to put on this outfit. You just need to learn how to tie a tie. Your family is also a noble. I'm giving you this outfit. You can make a few more sets like this when you go back. When you work in the bank, don't you look more energetic than your original linen clothes?" When Kaya heard her teacher calling, she stepped forward and took out a small mahogany box from her arms, which looked quite exquisite. After opening it, there are several rows of silver collar badges engraved with the golden coin goddess's sacred emblem, the size of a fingernail. The carving is quite detailed and exudes a faint holy light. General Lin pinned the badge on Ephron's left collar and said, "This is a holy badge that has been blessed by His Majesty Kuyen's divine power. I will give you one as well, if you want to use the family's coat of arms, or if you have any special badges. Just pin them on your body in the same way. Don't embroider them randomly on your clothes." Only then did Ephron notice that the woman in the trousers had no markings on her collar, but another dark elf in a skirt,
in addition to the holy emblem of the gold goddess. Also has a collar badge belonging to the Turtle Dove Alliance. It was a very rare bird with 3 feathers on a black background and silver lines. The third one is a ridiculous little collar badge that looks like a monkey head. Chapter 1270, The New Atmosphere of the Kingdom of God. The third time, I came to the divine kingdom of the goddess of gold coins. This small world that was originally a labyrinth palace has become completely different from before. It is still a scene dominated by palaces, but the original maze walls are gone, replaced by 4 ponds on the front, back, left and right. There is no water in the pond, but 4 kinds of coins. There is a gold coin on the front, a silver coin on the left, a copper coin on the right, and old coins on the back. In the kingdom of God, there are always old coins coming from the mortal world through the money flow network built together with the world tree. From the sky above the pond at the back, a steady stream of water falls into the pond. Coins that fall into the old money pool are constantly being digested from bottom to top, turning into hot, bubbling molten metal. This kind of metal slurry that is all fused together regardless of material would definitely be rated as having no use value if it were on Earth. But in the country of the gold coin goddess, the 3 main colors of precious metals are poured into the other 3 ponds along the pipelines on the ground. However, what flows into the other 3 coin pools from the pipe mouth is not the original metal slurry, but a new version of the coins. One by one, they made a crisp knocking sound and fell into the coin pool. The sound was not a tinkling sound, but something like someone remembered a scene from some Hollywood movies about casinos. In the film, the characters won big prizes while playing slot machines, and the sound of coins being spit out in a steady stream. It was a roaring sound that seemed to have no end, and those who listened could only feel happy. In Kuyin's kingdom of God, this is the case. Coins are like water. When you turn on the faucet, they flow out. And there is not just one faucet, but 3 faucets, one each of gold, silver and copper. But the gold, silver, and copper coin pool was only covered with a thin layer at the bottom of the pool. In some places, you can even see the floor at the bottom of the pool. This is because at this stage, the vast majority of bank users are mainly interested in the currency exchange function. The old coins are withdrawn immediately after being deposited, leaving only the decimal part that is not allowed to be withdrawn, and the storage fee charged by the gold coin goddess. As for the variegated metal ingots that were decomposed from the old coins, they were piled on the edge outside the old money pool like bricks, like a dividing line. It separates the kingdom of Kuyin from the endless void. The borders of the new divine kingdom of the goddess of gold coins are much closer than the original ones. The edges of the coin pools on all sides are the new borders. This means that the area of the new kingdom of God is smaller than that of the old kingdom of God. The size of the divine kingdom represents the strength of the gods, to some extent. But as Kuyin's kingdom became smaller, his divine power experienced a qualitative change. The first 2 times he came, Lin felt like he was living in an environment with thin air. This time, I felt like I was in a hyperbaric oxygen environment. Both are unpleasant and both are taxing on the body. Fortunately, I no longer look like a simple human being, and I can still adapt to such a deformed environment. Is this something to be thankful for? The Grand Duke of Kawe, who had just arrived, looked at everything in the kingdom of God with the eyes of a country bumpkin entering the city, especially the border that separated the kingdom of God from the void. This border wall is densely covered with the secret patterns used by the world tree, and serves as the core end of the money flow network throughout the entire lost land. But most people probably can't see the content of the secret pattern, but see the image composed of the secret pattern. They were mortals from the mortal world, praying with great concentration in front of Kuyin's great holy emblem, and communicating with the goddess of gold coins. Their voices, and the wishes they prayed for all turned into a buzzing sound like bees, and spread into the divine kingdom of the gold coin goddess. As long as you focus on a certain image, you will seem to be face to face with the character in the picture and hear his wishes. This wonderful feeling was something the old Duke had never experienced before. He could only admire the power of the gods in his heart, and as if it was difficult to resist, he gradually got lost in the countless voices. Pa! Pa! The gold goddess's claps broke the old Duke's addiction in time and brought him back to consciousness. Kuyin said, "Old boy, don't be in a daze. Come here." As she said this, the gold coin goddess stared directly at the magician, who had made herself embarrassed several times. He himself had been immersed in this powerful will and believed several times, feeling that as long as he devoted himself to it, he would gain endless power. But in the end, because of someone's request, Kuyin tried hard to maintain himself, and did not fall into this honey-like torrent of consciousness. With such power, even the gods would be obsessed with it, and even talk nonsense about human beings. The old duke's demeanor showed that he was still a mortal, but not the magician. He looked calm and studied this new kingdom of God alone. In fact, in Lin's eyes, those images were directly ignored by him. What he saw were the secret patterns belonging to the world tree. In order to prevent himself from subconsciously deciphering the results constructed by these world trees, Lin restrained his eyes and looked elsewhere. I'm afraid that if I stare at it for too long, I won't be able to decipher these things smoothly. After all, I have a basic knowledge of the secret patterns of the world tree. Maybe what's in front of him is more complicated, but for him to interpret it, Lin believes it's just a matter of time. However, the magician was not as immersed in power that did not belong to mortals as he imagined. Ku'in was a little disappointed. But this time the target was not him, but the great nobleman of the Guana Empire whom he had high hopes for. The halfling goddess put on her rare kind smile and said,
Mortals who want to make a contract with me, please tell me your name.
The old duke came to his senses and was stunned again. Originally, when he saw little Kian, he didn't think much about it because he was just a clone of the god and his body was shrunk to an unknown extent. Now that he saw the deity, he finally confirmed that this god was not an ordinary human, but a halfling. Raising his trembling fingers and looking at the magician beside him, Duke Kawei asked doubtfully,
Your Majesty Ku'in?
Lin Wei nodded. From the corner of his eye, he also noticed that the halfling goddess began to show an unhappy expression. It seemed that the old duke had offended this goddess inadvertently. However, judging from the fact that the old man was not pressed to death on the spot, the matter should not have reached the worst level yet. Also aware of his rudeness, Duke Kawei saluted respectfully and said,
Your Majesty Ku'in is in front.
This is a courtesy that the old man has not used for a long time. Now Mr. Kawei has never lowered his head that low, even when facing the emperor. If you meet in private, even if you don't overstep the rules, you won't be like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. But that was what I did before I offended anyone. As an extraordinary person, of course, it is impossible for him to have bad eyesight. As a great nobleman, he can be regarded as a qualified person. How could he not know that he had offended God with his question just now? And this person obviously cared about it. A good man should not suffer the immediate disadvantages, nor should he regard God as God. So the old duke bowed his head. Now that the other party has shown his attitude, and he is indeed useful to the other party, Ku'in will not pursue and fight over such trivial matters. With a wave of his hand, he asked the old duke to step forward. At the same time, he raised the height of the chair so that he could barely be level with the head of the person in front of him. The goddess of gold coins said,
Old boy, I think you also know what the electorate is about. I won't assign you tasks, but at least your own territory must be clear and clear, and the speed should be faster. Can you? Although it was said to be a question, it actually didn't have much of an inquiring tone. It was said that no tasks were assigned, but in fact, he also put forward his own requirements. But these things have been planned for a long time. Of course, Duke Kawei had no reason to refuse, so he bowed and agreed. Ku'in didn't say much nonsense and closed his eyes to concentrate. A ray of white light was pulled out from between his eyebrows, like a thread. As more and more white strands were pulled out, they began to tangle in front of the goddess's forehead and rolled into a light spot the size of a grain of rice. Although the form was different from the seed of the elect that someone had received, Lin had a feeling that this seed was only of a higher quality, and would not be worse than what he had received. Is this because Kuyin's strength has improved during this period of time? Or is it because it was condensed in his own kingdom of God? So it looks different? Someone doesn't know. As a transcendent of the warrior system, Duke Ricardo Covey does not think as much as some people think. He immediately let go of his mind, and accepted the seed of the goddess. The entanglement of concentrated divine power immediately let go of its own restraints, pouring the divine power of the gold goddess into every corner of Kagon's body. The activated divine power transforms the mortal body, and the higher the upper limit of the body, the more benefits will be obtained. This is a concept similar to that of washing the tendons and cutting the marrow in martial arts, which strengthens the physique of the recipient of the chosen seed. It even restored some youthfulness to the old duke's appearance. Although he has not returned to his appearance of 18 or 19 years old, his gray hair has returned to the reddish-brown color of the old duke's youth. In the end, the remaining essence of divine power established a connection between the old duke's mind and the kingdom of the goddess. All the knowledge and information belonging to the goddess that mortals can understand. The old duke also understood at this moment.
It felt like a part of the goddess was living in my body. These kinds of benefits are not enjoyed by someone who is also the chosen one of the goddess. Because Lin used redundant methods to restrain the voters. He only got a proof of identity authentication. I do this because if I gain something I will lose something. While Duke Kawe gained power and knowledge of the goddess, he also exchanged his freedom and information. This is reciprocal. At the same time, it also means that in the future, if the electorate and the goddess part ways, they will definitely lose the power they gained today. This will make people think more carefully when faced with whether to give up their voter status, rather than making a rash decision. A certain lazy magician may not know the gains and losses of fully accepting the voter certificate at that time, but subconsciously made the choice to protect himself first. But even if he knew, he would probably make the same choice. Lin doesn't mind relying on the charity of others to achieve some powerful power. But if this power can be retrieved by others at any time, then I'm sorry. But he doesn't want to have his fate in the hands of others. Therefore, even if he saw signs of rejuvenation in the old Duke, he even felt that his strength had improved a lot. Lin still had no idea about the chosen seed sealed on the back of his left hand. Chapter 1271 Extended Strategy. Among the gifts from the Goddess of Gold Coins, the improvement in strength is not the biggest gain for Duke Kawe. At his current status, it is enough to be strong enough to protect himself. There are not many opportunities to actually fight with others, let alone to gain fame through such actions. On the one hand, it is also because there are too many chores other than martial arts, which involve my mind and time. If you want to reach the top with your skills, everything else will probably have to go to waste. Besides, for a Grand Duke to be able to reach the realm of a transcendent, it is enough to prove that Ricardo Calvi has extraordinary qualifications. How many nobles hope to transcend the original level of life and obtain a longer life? But they cannot achieve it. However, what really made the Grand Duke feel that it was worth his money was to learn about the entire layout of the bank from the goddess's knowledge. Including the Golden Flow network is not shouldered by the goddess alone, but supported by the World Tree behind it. This also solved a big question of the old Duke. World Tree is difficult to deal with. This is recognized by MIDI. Regardless of how the Goddess of Gold Coins hooked up with World Tree, just looking at the investment and layout, the old Duke felt that the bank matter had great potential. In fact, just like on Earth, one basis for judging whether a company is worth investing in is how much the company's boss has invested himself. If everyone from the boss to the partners and employees put all their efforts into the company, then no matter what business it is doing, such a company can at least look forward to its future. If the boss only wants to make money, he will keep emptying the company and putting it into his own pocket. No matter how promising the projects run by this company are, they probably won't last long. In the same way, in order to gain more power of faith, the gods' various unlimited operations are not surprising to nobles of the Grand Duke's level, no matter how hidden they are. Therefore, it is normal for the gold coin goddess to work hard. But if even World Tree is willing to cooperate, and even use the elves under their command as bargaining chips, invest in it. With such a large amount of support, there is no longer a need to consider whether this kind of thing can be achieved, but the question of how high it will reach. In addition, the magician is also among them. As the main promoter, thinking about the success of the car, the old Duke became more determined to bet on the team this time. There are 27 high seats, and the only human being is at the bottom. Looking sideways at someone, he saw that a certain magician's scalp was numb. The old Duke was surprised by this information. He thought that the magician in front of him should have higher achievements. Not just a math master, or the magician who claimed to be the best at escaping. But I never thought that he has achieved achievements that are beyond the reach of ordinary people in places that many people cannot notice. The inside story of the Ikaruga Alliance's high seat is not a secret to the nobles. But the speed at which the information is updated is very disappointing. At least in the old Duke's perception. He thought that the high seats of the Turtle Dove Alliance were just the 11 in the past. Who would have known that now it is more than doubled? And there is an extra human and a god. Lin scratched his face awkwardly and smiled, not knowing how to explain. But this kind of thing is not worthy of being publicized everywhere or mentioned to everyone. I am also very helpless. The old Duke did not pursue the embarrassing pursuit of a certain magician because he came back to think about the layout of the bank. Banking doesn't just start in the holy city of Estali. The other 5 starting locations are the 5 existing elven kingdoms in the Lost Land. Moreover, these 5 elven kingdoms are not just about developing and promoting bank business. Instead, with the help of the Goddess of Gold Coins, the kingdom's currency was directly reformed. The elves' requirements for perfection and art make them demanding in everything they do. And the same goes for coinage. It can be said that every time an elf coin is made, the cost exceeds the value of the coin itself. Therefore, in the later period, the elf kingdom no longer minted its own coins, but used the circulating coins of the human world. And because the social habits of elves are very different from humans, it doesn't take much money as a trading medium to support the economic size of a kingdom. It is mainly used for transactions with external parties. However, the elf kingdom is relatively closed, and the projects and scale of foreign transactions are not large. Together with the economic size of the entire kingdom, it is not even as good as some human nobles who are good at business. Therefore, instead of pushing the elven commoners to use new coins, and circulate them in a petty manner, it is better to reform the kingdom's currency directly from top to bottom. The appearance of gold, silver, and copper coin already conforms to the aesthetics of elves. Therefore, there will be no elf rejection when using it. Not to mention that bad money can be liquidated and exchanged for ordinary coins at a ratio of almost 1-to-1. If it is good money and good coins, it can be exchanged in an increased amount. Of course, the elven kings can also clearly see the benefits that ordinary people can see. The elf kingdom even requires that all merchants who want to trade with them must first exchange their coins for His Majesty coins new money before settlement can be made. This is because in the past, the amount of money involved in national level transactions was quite large, and the elves would inevitably receive some bad money if it is discovered during the transaction. The merchant will of course be asked to change the coins used. Despite this, there is still a lot of bad money that is only discovered when it is put into storage and has to be stored separately. But when it comes to using coins, the pride of the elves prevents them from mixing bad coins into ordinary coins. Therefore, these bad coins have actually become a burden to the kingdom. Not to mention the behavior of mixing bad money, which will also cause losses to the other party in the transaction. Therefore, requiring merchants to exchange money first and then settle with new coins is an act of self-protection for the elf kingdom. After all, the environment they were in was not an environment like the holy city of Starry or the Guana Empire, where good coins were the main currency. The opportunity to make extra money by chasing old coins in other people's hands is almost non-existent for those merchants who trade with the elf kingdom. Such a change in national policy cannot be said to be good or bad. The specialty products of the elf kingdom are already quite popular among the outside world. The reason why they can establish trade channels with the elf kingdom is mostly because they inherited the blessings of their ancestors or made great efforts to open up connections. Everything is hard-won and cannot be stopped at will. In the past, in order to obtain better profits, in addition to raising prices for external sales, they also tried to find ways to reduce the purchase cost in the elf kingdom. Crying about poverty and lowering prices is a routine thing. Occasionally mixing some bad money into coins is already the best effort. If this kind of nonsense was done too blatantly, and the kingdom directly canceled their trading qualifications, it would make people cry without tears. Nowadays, if you require currency exchange, even though it requires extra effort, the bad currency will be exchanged at a reduced price and a storage fee will be charged. But what businessmen are best at is careful calculation. Those who are clever use mathematics to make an account and find that doing so is profitable. And no one complains. With the national policy of the elf kingdom as a reference, Duke Kalway became more active and moved his thoughts to other places. The ban imposed by His Majesty the Emperor seems to be incompatible with each other. But in fact it is also a source of pressure. When the duchy suspends commercial and trade activities with other territories, is there any way to sustain it for a long time? Of course it's impossible. Now the two great ducal families have not started a war. Perhaps the old emperor thought that his ideas were well conveyed to his confidants. When everyone can no longer hold on, the war will either break out suddenly and everyone will be reduced to rubble, or the war will end without any mention of revenge. It would be great to take care of the emperor's face and dignity and let everyone have a chance to step down. But the so-called ban actually only prohibits other nobles of the empire from having relations with the two Grand Duke families. There is no way to ban other countries. The reason why the so-called Grand Duke has a big title is that, in addition to having a larger territory than an ordinary duke, the biggest feature is that the Grand Dukedom must be located at the border of the empire, because the Grand Duke's duty is to guard the border. In the history of the Guana Empire, if the territory of the empire expanded and the Grand Duke became the heartland, then the Grand Duke would be moved to the border. Then the territory increases. Without such an exchange, how could these military veterans agree to give up the territory they had managed for a long time and move to a place they were unfamiliar with? To the north of the Dukedom of Kawi, There are 3 kingdoms that are all about the same strength, as well as more noble territories that are not part of the Guana Empire. These people are not affected by the ban of the emperor of their own empire. If you can't do business with other nobles in the empire, is it possible that you can't do business with these small nobles from foreign countries? If you want to invade them, maybe these small countries will unite to resist your invasion. Not to mention that the grudge between the Risa family and him has not yet been settled. If the 2 sides start a war, he will not be able to gain any advantage by using troops again. But what about not invading and just doing business? The products of the empire and the specialties within its own territory are all good things that the surrounding small countries pursue. The reason why we did not sell in the past was that on the one hand, we could absorb our own production capacity internally, and on the other hand, we looked down on those small countries and believed that they were not qualified to use our good products. Now that he is willing to sell it, these small countries will only be grateful. The advantages of trading with surrounding small countries are 1. Solve the problem of backlog of production capacity in the territory and expand financial resources. 2. Take the opportunity to promote the bank and at the same time strengthen the influence of Duke Kawe's family. 3. Earn a fortune from the exchange opportunities of good money and bad money from these small countries. The third point can be said to be the key point in promoting the old Duke's trade with these small countries. Sending troops to rob will involve your own energy and military strength, which is not cost effective. But if you sell some garbage, the price will increase if you sell it abroad, and then make a profit from the currency exchange, which is equivalent to peeling off 2 layers of skin from a cow. So why not do it? And this extra money may not necessarily be kept in his own hands. You can hire troops from these small countries or foreign nobles. Even if they can't face the private army attacking the Rizal family head-on, they can harass the border of the Rizal territory. As long as they hang up their own flags, they are their own mercenaries, and these small countries don't have to worry about being settled by the emperor. With the help of the general trend of the bank, these small countries can be firmly tied to their own chariots, unable to easily get off the car and change camps. Maybe this kind of thing can only be done in the short term. These small country nobles will eventually discover the tricks in the currency exchange, and it will not last long. But these are all extra advantages. If you don't know how to use them, your title of Grand Duke will be wasted. The more he thought about it, the hotter his heart became. Chapter 1272 The Grand Duke's Strategic Changes.
Your Majesty Queen.
After gathering his thoughts, Duke Kawe said,
Although I obtained the status of elector for the bank in the duchy, but if I want to promote the bank to other places, you will not object. Bar?
Although it sounded like a good thing, Queen did not agree directly. Instead, he raised his chin and said,
It feels like it was improvised. Well, tell me, what do you think?
He caught a certain magician who had huddled up next to him, hoping that his presence would be so thin that he was worse than a bacteria. He patted his shoulder. The old Duke said,
Hey, Xiao Guy, do me a favor and get on the map.
Okay. Everything is okay. The tool man also recognized it. Anyway, just take the attention away from yourself. Someone who accepted his fate followed the old man's instructions and directly used the whiteboard technique to draw a confusing world map. Just when he was about to speak, the old Duke who was talking eloquently was stunned. He glanced at someone, pointed at the map and said,
Zoom it around my territory, mainly extending to the north.
Don't say anything. Just adjust the map scale directly as required. It's just that the old man focuses on the north of the dukedom of Kawe. What does he want to do? Someone thought to himself. When the map was in place, Duke Kawe gave an overview of the idea that had just emerged. Of course, the focus is on learning from the experience of the Elf Kingdom and utilizing foreign commerce and trade while promoting the various functions of the bank. The only difference from the Elf Kingdom is that although the elves are unique in their specialties, they are weak in terms of political power. After all, this is an era when humans are in charge. But the Grand Duke of Kawe is completely different. Perhaps the dukedom's production relies on the empire's technical strength, and the quality is much better than that of other small countries. But it is not yet irreplaceable. However, as the Grand Duke of the Empire, his political status is not at the same level as that of the Elf Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom can only influence the private chambers of commerce that trade with them. But the Grand Duke of Kawe can directly influence the kings and nobles of other countries. The former is just another form of nobility, belonging to the capital level. But banks promoted by the latter have the real possibility to reach out to all aspects. The two are at completely different levels. As for the subsequent strategic arrangements for hiring soldiers from other countries, the old Duke ignored it. The first one is not the key point, and the second one may not be possible, although there is a tradition of mercenaries in Lost Land. The Mercenary Guild is a large organization comparable to the Adventurer Guild. But hiring an established army like this is not just a matter of money. What is the political environment? The strength of the enemy and ourselves. The balance of victory and defeat. And the impact of the war. There are many factors that will affect other nobles or kingdoms. And they will consider whether to put the troops they have cultivated into a battlefield that does not belong to them. After all, if these young soldiers die, they will have to be responsible for their pensions. No one wants to join a losing war. Of course, the old duke could not superficially demand that if other countries or nobles want to open banks, they must send troops to help him fight the war. Not to mention that other nobles would not agree. The goddess in front of her would not be able to pass this test. If the bank does set it up, it will be successfully activated. Later, due to the close business contacts between the two parties, they enthusiastically sent troops to sponsor and besiege the Risal family together. This was the attitude and intention of a king or noble, and no one could find fault with it. After hearing the old duke's thoughts, Ku'in was unambiguous and asked several questions in succession. After all, he has only become a god within these few hundred years, and he has not yet become so alienated from human affairs that he has completely forgotten about them. The nobles of the empire and the nobles of the kingdom are nominally equal as long as they have the same title and rank. But in fact the nobles who belong to the empire always feel that they are superior to them. Will such an attitude become an obstacle to banks? Now for Ku'in. It is about finding ways to use local forces to build banks. But we cannot let these additional boosts turn into resistance. Therefore, in all layouts, the gold coin goddess seems bold, but is actually cautious. He is not afraid of anyone who wants to kick him away and reach out to control the bank. God is irreplaceable. If a being with this idea and this strength appears, it is a direct fight with gods, or the kind of fight that leads to death. Mortals are not qualified to enter this game. I'm just afraid that these local snakes will do something to disgust people. Blocking the door is only the most unscrupulous method. Ku'in can come up with thousands of ways just by turning his head. If he is used by others, even if he is a god, he may have no choice but to swallow these losses. Fortunately, my newly chosen elector is quite reliable when it comes to talking about things. At least what this old boy said was consistent. At first glance, I didn't hear any flaws. As long as his ability to do things is as good as his words, there is no need to impose any restrictions on the other party. Extending his power to build a bank beyond the duchy is really just a small matter, and Ku'in wishes he had more people to do it for him. As for whether the old duke had any other plans behind his back, saying no would be too insulting to the intelligence of a certain magician and goddess. It's just that Lin couldn't see the strategic layout behind the old duke. At most, he guessed that the old man would think of ways to fight his own war. When the old duke first came this morning, he was trying to drag someone into his muddy water. With his little care, it's really hard for others to guess wrong. But it's none of my business. Although Ku'in did not think about the war that the old duke was facing, he also did not think that such a big noble would be so kind, and would only help him promote the layout of banks and new coins without benefiting from it himself. But, so what? Since there are no big mistakes in the early considerations, this old boy won't do anything bad and make people disgusted. Then it was just using the influence of banks and money to instruct those little kings or nobles to do things. If this is not allowed, then do you really want others to help the goddess work in vain? As a god, how could he be so naive? With the tacit understanding of everyone, the old duke's proposal was approved. In fact, all subsequent efforts will be made by the old man himself, without any effort from others. The other one person and one god just kept silent and did not hinder the old man. Or when something is almost finished, it's just a helping hand. It doesn't take much effort. This kind of favor that goes along with the flow is not earned in vain, and everyone gets what they need. When the discussion between one god and one old man is completed, the most anxious person is none other than Grand Duke Kawe. He has a myriad of plans to unfold, people to give orders to, and people to fill in the details. In every aspect, he is not a self-employed individual who can mount a gun with a slap on the forehead. Anyway, there was no food left in Ko Yin's kingdom of God. After the old duke caught a certain magician and used the flash technique to return to the holy city of Estali, he hurriedly grabbed his attendant, who looked worried and stunned, and jumped on when customizing a car. Step on the accelerator. Thanks to the development of the automobile industry, the old duke specially ordered people to build a road from the Duke of Kawi to the holy city of Estali to accommodate the passage of cars. Nowadays, taking advantage of this spacious road and the still sparse traffic flow, the elderly can use this dirt road as a highway, push the accelerator to the bottom, and return to their own territory in half a day. It was just such a wild ride that the heart of the young man sitting in the passenger seat, who was known as the most daring family waiter, was about to jump out of his mouth. What was particularly frightening was that when encountering a monster or wild beast blocking the road, the old Duke would not step on the brakes, but would directly activate the car's savage collision magic, directly smashing the big guy blocking the road into pieces. Until the car drove into the Kawe family's castle, there were still a few pieces of meat scraps stuck to the hood, and blood stains that were about to be dried by the wind. Duke Kawe left the car to the attendant, who was responsible for taking care of it. He entered the main castle and shouted,
Noonan! Noonan! Where are you?
The old Duke moved quickly and shouted urgently. The waiters did not dare to delay. Someone who knew said from the side,
My lord, Marquis Farshid is in the study. New!
At this end, Duke Kawe quickly headed towards the study. On the other end, other servants went to inform the first heir of the Grand Duke, his eldest son, Marquis Noonan Farshid, who was in the study handling official duties. This is not because there is any bad blood between father and son. It is just a normal notification after the Grand Duke returns to the castle. The only thing that wasn't normal was that the energetic old man seemed to be getting younger, especially the white hair, which has returned to the reddish-brown color that is the trademark of the Kawe family. If this man wasn't wearing the attire of a Grand Duke, and his voice and voice were still the same as before, everyone in the castle would have wondered who this man who was shouting at the top of his voice was. The same doubt also happened to Marquis Noonan Farshid. When he saw the person who broke into the study, he almost told him to get out. He even called his own guards to arrest the person who broke into the secret place. But even if his father has become younger, how could he not recognize him? In addition, someone informed me that the old Duke was back. The idea of rejuvenation may be too exaggerated, but in the magical world of Lost Land, resurrection after death is okay, and returning to youth is not an impossible thing. So Marquis Farshid asked tentatively,
Father? Hey, boy, get your pen, paper and brain ready. I have a lot of things to explain. Also, notify all the stewards and the nobles staying in the castle to gather together. We have a big move to make.
The old Duke snapped, said,
Father, is this about to start a war?
Marquis Farshid thought of the most important things happening to his family in the near future. It's just the time to start the war, the old Duke has said before. But now is not the time to start the war, as mentioned before.
No, it's not a war. It's more important than that. Let the bastard of the Risal family live a little longer. What I have to do now may be related to the development of the family in the next 100 or even 200 years.
Although Marquis Noonan Farshid felt confused, he still followed his father's instructions and went to inform everyone. At the same time, he thought, didn't he rush to the holy city of Estali to see the magician because of the bank matter? There was a big move when I came back. What happened? Next is the communication time between father and son. As the first heir to the Duke, Marquis Farshid is not only well informed, but also has enough perspective to examine everything. But this heir, who is no longer young, is still frightened by what he heard. Chapter 1273 The Grand Duke Abdicates the Throne. Grand Duke Ricardo Calvi stood on the high platform of the conference hall, looking down at the gathered vassals and family stewards. There is a huge mirror hanging on the wall on the other side. On the other side of the mirror are the generals staying in the Western Army camp. The 3 legions ready to attack the Risa family's territory were assembled in the camp and continue to train. Of course, when a large army is assembled, it is impossible not to have someone in control. So most of the young generals under the Kawe family stay in the camp, eating and living with the soldiers. The veterans stayed in the castle and designed an attack plan. These people belong to the political and military team of the Grand Duke of Kawe. In fact, given the size of the Grand Duchy, it would be easy to establish a kingdom without an emperor. But as the border ministers guarding the empire, it is certainly impossible for the Kawe family to rashly claim the throne. That would be tantamount to betrayal. But even if they don't call themselves kings, the team that rules the territory is arranged according to the kingdom system. However, in order to avoid taboos in job titles, titles such as what minister are not used. And of course there is no prime minister or similar positions. Now these people are whispering to each other. If most of the people here had not seen Duke Kawe when he was young, and if the heir Marquis Farshid was standing nearby, Many people might not be able to understand that the middle-aged man with short reddish-brown wavy hair, why are you standing in front of the Grand Duke's throne? But now, apart from confirming each other, they are just waiting for the adult to speak. In fact, until the vassals gathered, the old Duke and his son were still exchanging opinions. In other words, the son is persuading his father. Unfortunately, regardless of seniority, status, or even strength gap, when Grand Duke Kawe has an idea, he is not so easily persuaded. In the end, Marquis Farshid, who was unable to persuade him, took a small step back. I can only let my father show off. My friend. The old Duke glanced at everyone, regardless of their martial arts skills. Many of them were comrades who fought with him through life and death on the battlefield.
The first thing is that I will hand over all my noble titles and let my child,
Newton, inherit them all.
This declaration, of course, caused an uproar among the people. The most important thing about a noble title is not the meaning of that title, but the fiefdom ruling power that the title represents. This is also why honorary nobles without fiefdoms are not accepted by some established noble circles. In addition to the fact that most honorary nobles do not have hereditary rights. One of the reasons is that they do not have any substantial assets. Generally speaking, unless a noble title is deprived by the prince, only real death will terminate its rights. It is rare that the property is handed over voluntarily during lifetime and inherited by the first heir in line, because doing so would mean that the original noble gave up the control of the territory and handed it over to the heir. There have been cases of title succession in the history of Midi. Most of them were caused by the original nobles making irreparable political mistakes. So they used this method to seek forgiveness from the prince and the continuation of the family. A very small number of special cases are rarely seen in history books. Anyway, it is rare to see someone voluntarily give up their power. Therefore, the old Duke's action seemed like he was going to abdicate to seek forgiveness from His Majesty the Emperor, and to write off the things that everyone had worked hard on recently. Speaking of which, the Grand Duke's family raised a bloody flag to take revenge on another Grand Duke. Although everyone did not object to this matter from the beginning, they did not accept it readily. However, as vassals, when the lord is humiliated, it is as if they are humiliated. Nobles have a good reputation and cannot let go of this kind of thing lightly. Besides, Duke Kawe did not hide the reason for raising the blood flag from his close followers, but only warned everyone not to publicize it. The son and his wife were killed, and the daughter-in-law and granddaughter were insulted. If they didn't get revenge, then everyone would have to consider whether to change families. As a feudal lord, he has no blood. Not only can he not protect his family, he cannot even take revenge for it. Then everyone will think about whether such a prince can protect himself. The obligations between the rulers and ministers of lost land are relative. There is no such thing as
the king wants his ministers to die, and the ministers have to die.
So even though everyone was a little dissatisfied with raising a bloody flag to take revenge on another Grand Duke, no one publicly criticized it, and everyone was doing their best in preparing for the war. Everyone knows that if one day he becomes the one who suffers, his inaction today may become the inaction of others tomorrow. This is also the reason why they gather under the banner of the Kawe family. But is the Grand Duke timid? Are you planning to beg the Emperor for mercy? Thinking that the investment in early preparations for the war might be in vain, and even more concessions would be required, and the Risal family would take a big bite out of him. No one could calmly view the news that the Grand Duke planned to abdicate. There was no commotion on the spot, because everyone was restrained enough. And Ricardo Cavalry's power was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Looking at the old guys below, although he didn't express any objection or question, the old Duke couldn't see the resentful look on his face. He was in a particularly good mood. After appreciating everyone's expressions, he continued,
"The reason why I decided to advocate is because I became the elect of the gold coin goddess, and the bank matters have been settled,"
the young old man said as he raised his right hand, showing the coin holy emblem on the back of his hand that could not be seen at ordinary times. It would emit some divine power after exerting a little force. This is proof of voter identification. No matter how devout ordinary believers are, they may not be able to be blessed and leave holy marks on their bodies. This is a privilege only reserved for special people. Looking at the holy symbol, everyone was a little confused now. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The old Duke waved his hand casually and said, "Map." An attendant quickly presented 2 maps and spread them out in front of everyone. One is a large map of the northern border of the empire, including the territories of the Kawe family and the Risal family. The other is a map of the Dukedom of Kawe, and its surroundings.
Everyone is familiar with the second picture, including when using troops. They all know which roads can be marched on. What's special is that there are more than 10 locations marked with red ink on the picture. These locations are all a city, or at least a town at a strategic point. This was also the location where everyone had discussed before and planned to set up the bank. The old Duke glanced at Marquis Noonan Farshad. The son couldn't help but sneered, even if his father really gave up the title of Duke. With his strength and prestige, he would still not be firmly in control. Right. In his opinion, it was just a matter of taking off his pants and farting. But Marquis Farshad could still tell what that look meant. When the son was identified, the arrangement that his father had mentioned before was repeated in front of everyone. The content includes the construction location of the bank. It cannot be placed in the castle. It is best to place it near the lively market. How to arrange the interior decoration. By the way, he also used the great water mirror technique to show several interior renderings of the bank built by someone in the holy city of Starry. The main building of the bank must be constructed very clearly in accordance with the above requirements. After everything was completed, Duke Kawe, who had become the chosen one of the goddess, personally consecrated the great holy emblem of each bank. If the requirements cannot be met, some prohibited matters may even be violated, not to mention consecrating the holy emblem. I'm afraid divine punishment will also be imposed. In the holy city, there are many magicians and ordinary people who have been struck by lightning. Every time you chop, everyone will have a new memory. Otherwise, there will always be people who think they can act cheaply and not follow the rules. This part was discussed by everyone before. What Marquis Farshad conveyed was nothing more than the final plan that was put forward based on the goddess's request. So no one has an opinion. But what really shocked everyone was that the construction of the bank actually exceeded the territory of the Kawe family and extended northward beyond the Guana Empire. Moreover, it also included 3 small countries in the north and 5 towns with a large population. Everyone was puzzled, and someone finally asked,
"Sir, what is the purpose of your arrangement like this? That is not the scope of the dukedom."
"I know," the old duke replied, and at the same time he named 3 old subordinates who had been knighted, and said,
"The territory of the 3 of you is close to the border, and you have experience in dealing with those people in the past. Today a task is given to you, which is to reopen the trade with the north, which has been stagnant due to the emperor's ban, and select some unimportant products to sell to the north. In addition to guiding them to use the functions of the bank, you must also sell them in stock. The bad money and the good money are collected. Before they react, use the difference in the bank currency to make a profit. As for the bad money, use it at least half." After saying this, everyone understood. It is said that from the beginning, the Kawe family, a noble family that focuses on military achievements, will actively look for ways to open bank functions. In addition to being baptized by cars, people are more likely to accept new things. The advantage of currency exchange is also a very useful starting point to persuade some old stubborns who are not very flexible in their thinking. If you take your bad money to the bank and exchange it, you can actually exchange these damaged or impurity-laden coins for 0.6 to 0.7 pieces of new money. You must know that within the empire, when they have to use bad money, most people will use it halfway. That is, 2 bad coins can be used as 1 good coin. The exchange gap in between is enough to make the old nobles flock to it. After all, who doesn't have such a pity to throw away the garbage in their house? Today, the Grand Duke's business and banking layout made everyone realize that the surrounding weak countries and nobles, who were selectively ignored and forgotten, were actually a breach of the emperor's ban. Not only can you digest the internal unsaleable goods, but you can also make more money by taking advantage of the opportunity of currency exchange. Replenish everyone's wallets that have been depleted in preparation for war. You know, in the past, we were not willing to trade with these small countries, not because they did not have special products, and the coins used in circulation were too poor, and they were disliked by everyone. Therefore, even if the other party is willing to buy at a premium, the people of the empire will proudly refuse, leaving only sporadic smuggling by some small businessmen on the border. However, these small businessmen will still be worried about what to do if they receive bad money or single-sided coins not minted by the empire. This is also the reason why smuggling is not booming, now that the problem of money is no longer a problem. And when it is profitable from any angle, how can everyone not be tempted? And there is no need to send troops and risk death to plunder it. You can earn a lot of gold and silver by just selling the goods normally. After thinking about it, everyone's eyes lit up.
Chapter 1274 The Battle Between Nobles. Ricardo Calvi saw this in his eyes, raised the coin holy emblem in his hand, and said,
If you want to open the banking function for these small countries, I must go there in person. If I still have the title of noble, here it is inconvenient at this time. The Grand Duke of the Empire will not go to the territory of another country for no reason. If it is regarded as an act of aggression, it will be detrimental to our next plan, both internally and externally.
He personally has come up with a seemingly reasonable explanation for the old Duke's behavior of giving up his title. Although most of everyone's doubts have been dispelled, some people still don't understand and ask,
Sir, do you have to do this yourself? According to you, as long as the first bank is established, we can still have believers and priests. Let them go to other kingdoms to build banks. Yes, if you just plan to make money from them, then I can just leave this kind of thing to you. I really don't need to go there myself.
Everyone couldn't help but be curious about what the old master who planned to hand over his title said. Asked,
My lord, what you are implying is that you have other ideas for those weak countries. Of course.
The old Duke smiled and said,
Money that needs to be spent is called money. If it is just put in the warehouse, it is just something. According to the development route I promised to the goddess of gold coins, I cannot hinder it. We will, in turn, do our best to promote the construction of the bank. If our friendly neighbors find out that we have made a lot of gold and silver from them, what do you think they will think? Sir, does it matter what those people in the remote mountains think? Ha ha ha.
Everyone laughed. The old Duke waved his hand and said,
Of course it's not important.
Although it will take some effort for the Kawi family to destroy the countries and nobles in the north, it is not impossible. But to rule that remote mountainous place, you have to invest more effort and money. And I don't know how long it will take to operate the land before it can generate profits. Rather than defeating it, it is better to leave it alone and become a barrier with other big countries. This is a common situation on the borders of the Guana Empire today.
But,
the old Duke said loudly, stopping everyone's laughter and attracting everyone's attention.
If we use the money we earn from them on them, we will not only benefit from it, but also gain their gratitude. There is no reason not to do such a good thing. Use it for them? What valuable things are there in that poor place?
Someone asked from below. The old Duke did not answer directly. It just pointed at the map of the northern border of the empire, and drew a line from the 3 northern kingdoms of the Duke of Kawi to the north of the Risa family's territory. This line once again made everyone's eyes brighten. As we all know, the motorized Kavi family army can choose any route to attack the Risal family territory. But in fact there is also a direction. That is, east, west, and south. No matter how roundabout the Kawe family's army is, they will not launch an attack from outside the country's borders. That is, from the north. This is because there are mountains stretching across the empire's borders, blocking possible detours. If the Kawe family really wanted to attack from the north, they would have to make a long circle. Even if the car can run again, the surprise of the surprise attack will be lost because the distance is too long. Of course, this reality has been exploited by the Risal family. Now the Risal dukedom has almost withdrawn all its troops from the border and dispersed them to various key points in the territory to guard against the Kawe family's attack. These troops that originally guarded the border were the trump card in the Risa family's hands. If we follow the strategy shown by the old Duke in front of everyone, it means hiring the 3 northern kingdoms of the Duke of Kawe, including those small nobles, and letting them send troops to threaten the north of the Risa family. Of course, no one thought that this group of mercenaries could achieve any results. They only hoped that they could put pressure on the Risal family to redefine the almost abandoned border defense line. Doing so would, of course, place an additional burden on the already stretched military and financial resources of the Risal family. Even if they really take advantage of the empty defense line to break into the dukedom of Risa, the bottom line for everyone is just to tolerate these mercenaries grabbing a handful and leaving. The hiring party will not interfere or seize the spoils of mercenaries. This is the custom in the land. If they dare to stay for a long time, they will try to annex the place. Then after the Kawe family's army cleans up the remnants of the Risa family, they will drive away these evil guests. By the way, spit out all the results of the previous battles. The Kawe family has such confidence. Therefore, no one expressed any objection to Kawe Gong's strategy. On the contrary, I admired it very much and discussed it enthusiastically. This is also because Midi people do not have a strong concept of country. In their eyes, Duke Kawe's strategy was not about introducing foreign enemies and invading brothers in the same country. It's just a noble looking for help from other nobles, and working together to attack another noble. It's just that the princes of the nobles, who came to help, were kings of other countries, while the prince of the Grand Duke of Kauai was the emperor of the empire. As long as the vassals don't open their mouths to strangle each other, it's up to the vassals how they play. In any case, everyone is also a human race, and those facing us are not goblins or orcs, and certainly not barbarians. However, someone below still asked,
Sir, this strategy is good, but why does it require you to give up your title and let Marquis Farshed take over early?
The old duke explained.
After all, the Empire's face has to be taken care of. If we use mercenaries to threaten the Rizal family, our flag will inevitably be hung. Such an action will definitely be held accountable by the Emperor in the future. If the person who did this is if I were not the Grand Duke of Ka, the severity of the matter would be different. At least we can better protect the family. And holding the blood flag high will not be the end of the fight between our two families. There will be other actions, but as long as the inheritance money is given a decent amount, the Emperor may selectively forget certain things and simplify the subsequent processing.
In fact, when it comes to this, everyone understands it. Ricardo Calvi's giving up his title was indeed a sign of weakness to the Emperor. But this is not to fully surrender to the past, but to have better room for strategic maneuvering in the future. The ultimate goal is still to annihilate the Risa family. It's just that in addition to increasing his advantage against the Rizal family, the old duke also took the lead in deploying methods to deal with the post-war situation. The head of the noble family personally takes the responsibility. At this time, no matter how much the emperor blames, the entire family will not be implicated. This is also the custom in the land. Seeing the relieved expressions on everyone's faces, Duke Kauai smiled and said,
I know what everyone is worried about. But let's put it this way. Do you think that now that I lose my title, I will lose all the power in my hands?
If it's still the same as in the past, then why don't I use a method that can increase the chance of winning and make the Rizal family lose more miserably?
The vassals laughed. The only one with a sad face was Marquis Noonan Farshed. Originally, the Marquis thought that since his father had become a transcendent and had a different lifespan than ordinary people, maybe he would have to stay in the Marquis of Farshed,
a title exclusively reserved for the heirs of the Kauai family, for the rest of his life, and would never be able to inherit the Kauai family, the title of Grand Duke of Victoria. But now that I have inherited it, it seems as if I have not inherited it. You can imagine what will happen to the old man who loses the shackles of his noble title, but whose power remains unchanged. Then I have to take the blame and help the old man wipe his ass. The son's face became even more bitter. A certain magician in the holy city didn't know what happened in the Kauai family castle, and didn't want to know. During this period, besides waiting for the emperor's summons, he was also busy with the goddess of gold coins. The first bank in the holy city of Estali opened, which greatly alleviated the problem of large crowds of people crowding the technical guild hall. There was a group of extremely powerful elves, and the most impatient group of people were all digested in the previous queue. Therefore, after the official opening of the bank, the order situation has improved a lot. The uniforms worn by the elves working in banks were unveiled, coupled with the elves' own good looks. They also gained a group of fashion-following admirers, regardless of men or women. The simple and neat line selection seems to indicate the arrival of a new era, and is sought after by everyone. And because this outfit does not violate the restrictions of nobles or magicians, such as the goose yellow and sky blue that can only be used by nobles, or the small shawl that can only be worn by magicians. These are all worn by people who do not have a specific status. Clothing that can lead to trouble. Therefore, tailors affiliated with the technical guild have received a wave of business opportunities. For a time, plain fabrics were out of stock in the holy city. This phenomenon also makes people know from the side that the consumption power of the holy city of Estali is scary now. And not just magicians. Magic apprentices and non-magicians also show amazing purchasing power. Someone originally thought that as long as the bank's rules were set down, and they would stick to them, everyone would have no choice but to abide by them, or give up using the bank's functions. But this is just a beautiful delusion, and this cannot be done in reality. Every mortal who uses the banking function can talk directly to Ka'in. Conversations with gods do not have to be spoken out loud. As long as there are strong thoughts, gods can still feel them. So when it comes to using banks, almost everyone has their own additional requirements and ideas. Most of these thoughts were ignored by Ka'in, but occasionally one or two bright spots appear, and it is not impossible to let the goddess intuitively do so. This is not to say that women are intuitive animals, but that as the goddess of gold coins, Queen has a good or bad intuition about matters related to the priesthood. But good things must be implemented at a good time. Not all at once. This is the key point that someone has always emphasized. So Lin was once again dragged to the kingdom of God to discuss these glittering points. Chapter 1275 The Emperor Summons. Just like before, the bank regulations that someone worked out behind closed doors had the function of a legal person account as soon as they were discussed with Yuzov and Melchaw. During this time, Queen also developed functions such as check and letter of credit in communicating with believers. Or to be more precise, bank depositors. After someone thought deeply about these things, I felt that they should be content that can be released at this time without causing major problems. It also helped to improve the rules. Of course, it is based on the knowledge of the financial system that was approaching maturity before someone traveled through time. On the earth before time travel. The reason why the rules of the financial system were so complicated was to prevent and plug shortcomings and loopholes discovered in the long-term operation. At the same time, some backdoors were secretly opened so that knowledgeable people could exploit them. These things may not necessarily be copied, but the complicated rules are still worthy of reference. In addition, in the past, bank users could use the coin holy emblem to save money. This was to facilitate people who went out to save money. But the function of directly using coin's holy emblem to transfer money has also been proposed. This is actually a currencyless transaction used between stores and consumers. Just like the various scan code payments or credit card or debit card transactions that someone used before traveling through time. However, this feature was temporarily suspended by someone. On the one hand, this function may be exploited by robbers and thieves. On the other hand, today's bank users are not very popular, so they are not in a hurry to activate such functions. In this regard, the gold coin goddess took things as she was good. Just when he was so busy, Evren Mahushabisi finally came to inform him that the emperor could receive someone. At the appointed time, Lin took the young people from Mahushabisi's family to the main entrance of the palace in the Nineveh imperial city. Evren Mahushabisi was wearing a bank suit, which was the most popular clothing item in the holy city of Estali during this period, and stood beside a certain magician. Logically speaking, as a member of the nobility, he should wear aristocratic attire and attend such occasions when the emperor is being received. But Evren also has the identity of the envoy of the goddess of gold coins, so it is in line with the rules to wear a bank uniform. What's more, this outfit is not a disrespectful design. It is much better than the ascetic monk's robe before. The great magician Gabriel Stripwood is the same as before. He is afraid of his life and wears a pure black gold thread basalt robe, an artifact robe with a god in it. In fact, Then had made another suit for him, which was different from the one Efren wore. But someone didn't want to wear that kind of defenseless clothes and break into the palace. At this stage, suits are still considered useless. So Lin still wore the Xuanwu robe, a magician's robe with strong defensive power. Waiting for the magician to appear at the main entrance was, of course, Baron Mahmud, a close minister of the emperor who had been sent to the holy city by the emperor to invite a certain magician, and half a squadron of the emperor's guards. They were wearing shiny armor, holding extremely sharp spears, and wearing bright red velvet cloaks. They all looked mighty and mighty. As soon as he saw a certain magician appear, Baron Mahmud, who had experienced it before, maintained a calm attitude and stepped forward to say, "Lo, Your Majesty the great magician, welcome to your arrival. Please follow me into the palace to meet with the emperor. Your Majesty." When he saw Efren, Baron Mahmud only raised eyebrows at the young man's strange attire, but didn't say much. If someone greets someone politely, Lin certainly won't look at him with a bad face. He performed the courtesy of a magician and said, "This is my honor. Please lead the way." When a group of people were about to enter the palace, they were stopped by the guards guarding the door. The tall knight stood in front of everyone like an iron tower. His cold eyes looked down from the top of his full-face helmet at the magician, who in his eyes was as thin as a chicken. The squadron leader's personal guard said, "You are not allowed to carry weapons when entering the palace." Okay. It's a normal reason. But Lin patted himself up and down and said, "I don't carry any weapons. Not even a wand or a knife." This is the truth. Lin now doesn't need to carry weapons. When you need it, just summon Hakakiri directly. But the guards did not let a certain magician pass because of this. He did not ask for a body search, but pointed at someone abnormally and said, "The same goes for this magic robe. You are not allowed to wear it. Take it off." Well, this is a strange request. A certain magician turned to look at the two nobles beside him in confusion and asked, "Is this a normal request?" Baron Mahmud remained calm, and his expression remained unchanged. But his voice became more serious and he said,
"This is His Majesty's guest. It's all the same. I suspect that the magic robe he is wearing contains dangerous magic. If he doesn't take it off, I won't be able to allow him to enter the palace. This is all to protect His Majesty."
The Emperor's guard guarding the door said confidently. Hearing this, Lenny shrugged and said,
"In that case, I can only say that I am very sorry. Please convey to His Majesty the Emperor for me that I cannot go to see him."
After hearing someone's answer, the Emperor's personal guard reached out and grabbed him without thinking. At the same time, he said,
"Since you are here, I can't let you
people disappear.
walk."
Ephron, who didn't speak from beginning to end, stayed where he was, looking confused. Baron Mahmud, who was still aching from being greeted by the guards guarding the gate a few days ago, asked himself, what happened? Who I am? What am I doing standing here? Halfway through the words, the target was missing, and the Emperor's bodyguard had not yet had time to put down his hand raised in the air. He turned his head, looked around, and asked,
"Where are the people?"
Ephron came back to his senses, stroking his forehead and wailing,
"I am the magician who is best at escaping. How could I be caught by you?"
Baron Mahmud, who was also aware of what had just happened, looked at Ephron and asked,
"Where are the carriages and guards who followed us to Starry? After receiving the notice from Lord Baron, I asked them to return on the same day. I guess they are still on the road now, and they have walked about 1/3 of the way. Then we can, how to contact the magician?"
Ephron knew that the answer was not very satisfactory, so he could only say cautiously,
"If we don't consider using a carriage to meet that person, we can just use a fast horse and make another trip to Starry. It can be reached in about 10 days. Baron Mahmud frowned and asked again,
"Can you use the forum to contact the other party and invite the magician to come to the imperial capital again? Obviously he is the inventor of the forum, but he never appears on the forum."
Ephron said weakly. The guard, who still had his hand raised, was embarrassed, although he lowered his hands in a nonchalant manner. Fortunately, the helmet covered his entire face, and no one could see his expression. But this does not mean that others will let him go. Baron Mahmud was not polite at all. He stared at the guard who was still blocking the door and said,
"I don't know what you think or who you listen to, but what happens here, I will not diminish."
"Tell your majesty. Now please step aside. I have to go in to see His Majesty. Or am I not allowed to enter the palace?"
In fact, Baron Mahmud felt something was wrong from the beginning, because the number of people who usually guard the palace gate is no more than a small team. The rest of the people are resting and waiting in the guard rooms on both sides of the gate, and the gatekeepers will rotate regularly. But today, half of the squadron, that is, 5 squads, appeared to guard the gate, directly blocking the originally quite spacious main entrance of the palace. If there were no problems behind this unusual arrangement, Baron Mahmud could eat his own leather boots. It is a pity that even if he is a close minister of the Emperor, he is not qualified to command the personal guard regiment. Even if he wanted to warn, the magician ran away as soon as he disagreed with me. What a joke.
"I'm just doing my duty."
With his face flushed and holding his breath, the guard squadron leader's neck became thicker. Fortunately, no one else could see this. He stepped aside and instructed the guards, who were blocking the way, to let go of the palace gate. Baron Mahmud walked a few steps and realized that Ephron had not followed. He looked back and saw the young man in strange clothes hesitating in front of the palace. How could he not know what such a young man was worried about? So he said,
"Since your majesty has given you the task, you must have an explanation. Even if you leave now, your father will catch you back."
"It's going to take some pain, so it's better to go in with me."
The practice of the emperor's family. If the descendants do not serve with enough dedication, or make mistakes in their work, the elders will not be used to it after they return. And it is standard procedure to get a beating first. After all, the family is the emperor's tool. If the tool doesn't work well, other than being abandoned, is there any other way? Therefore, for the sake of the survival of the family, no one will raise children to be useless. Even if he really becomes a waste, he will be kept far away and will not be allowed to appear in front of the emperor. Ephron Bessie was unlucky enough to be the kind of child who was about to be judged as a waste and who had not been nurtured with all his heart. Baron Mahmud knew this very well. But when something happened, it was impossible to let him make mistakes. So he gave him a hand and reminded him. The young man who gave up his family responsibilities and devoted himself to the career of the gold coin goddess sighed silently. He knows very well what the family training is. At the same time,
knowing that there was no way to escape this situation, he could only follow the elders in front of him into the palace. But when Eren saw the emperor preparing to receive the magician, he regretted it. He should have been beaten by his father in recognition of his fault. And he should not have followed him in. The place where the emperor was going to receive the magician was the meeting hall in the palace. This is where all the ministers gather to handle political affairs, receive foreign guests and nobles who come to see them. At the same time, in addition to the emperor sitting on his throne in full attire, holding a scepter in his hand, the imperial chancellor, the crown prince, sits on the left side of the emperor. All the ministers sit on the left side, and the personal ministers of the emperor's family sit on the right side. Some nobles whose status was not high enough, and who had not obtained positions stood behind the minister seats. This can be said to be a very high-level reception from the empire. The other 4 empires sent envoys, or the bishop of a powerful divine church was invited. But that was all. But what about today's protagonist? Perhaps not many people knew Eren, who was dressed in strange clothes. But no one was unfamiliar with Baron Mahmud, a close minister of the emperor. He was supposed to welcome the rumored magician and lead people directly into the palace and directly to the meeting hall. So, what about people? Is that the young man in fancy clothes? That kid doesn't look like a magician. Chapter 1276 Accountability. Of course the emperor recognized the young man from Muhishibi's family. I watched it several times nearly a month ago. Although the old emperor's memory was not at the level of photographic memory, he had no problem recognizing faces. As long as he met a few times, he could remember the background information the other person had said or mentioned by his close associates. If you forget, you must be pretending to be stupid. So the emperor was sure that Baron Mahmud did not bring the magician in. But he didn't speak first. Instead, he sat on the throne and watched the show quietly. The 2 people who entered the meeting hall stopped at just the right place, bowed, and signed up their numbers. Only then did everyone realize that the protagonist of this meeting did not appear. Crown Prince Nawaf Khazalnia had been the dominant figure in political affairs during his tenure as Chancellor of the Empire. The Emperor, like an old man who could only stamp his seal and signature, entrusted everything to his son. Only when people ask him, he will selectively answer some questions. But most of the time, the Emperor still left the decision-making power to the Prime Minister of his choice. Seeing that the protagonist of one of the issues did not appear during this meeting, Crown Prince Nawaf asked displeasedly, "Mr. Mahmud, where are the distinguished guests invited by His Majesty the Emperor?" "Your Highness, the great magician Tripwood went back because the guards at the main entrance of the palace blocked him." Baron Mahmud's face remained unchanged as he dug a hole for others to jump into and passed the responsibility. However, the Crown Prince did not explode directly, or it was different from his plan. So he said calmly, "I can't just listen to your opinion and decide whether a matter is right or wrong. Father, can you summon the guard squadron leader guarding the door and ask him for details?" The only person who can order the personal guard regiment is the Emperor. If someone gives an order indiscriminately and the guards obeys it, it will be a serious crime that can be escalated to the level of treason for both parties. Even the Crown Prince could not and did not dare to cross this boundary. So he asked the old Emperor, who was sitting next to him, without saying a word. Of course, there is no need for the Emperor to stop this kind of thing and suppress the Crown Prince's prestige. So he nodded and agreed. Soon, the guard squadron leader guarding the door, led by the guards guarding the meeting hall, came to the crowd. After the Crown Prince told about the magician and what Baron Mahmud said, he asked, "Soldier, why did you block the guest we invited and prevent him from entering the palace?" The captain of the guard squadron lowered his head and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am just abiding by my duties and not allowing any danger to enter the palace and threaten you nobles. The magician is wearing a very powerful. I asked for the magic equipment to be removed, but he was unwilling to comply. According to the regulations, I can treat such a person as an assassin and take him down." The guard squadron leader paused for a moment while speaking. Although he lowered his head, he still turned his head and looked at the ministers and nobles on both sides. "But just before we captured him, he ran away out of fear of crime. Your Highness, I can only say that if that person really didn't have any evil intentions, why was he unwilling to comply with the disarmament request? In this way, it's okay, let us ensure the safety of your noble lords, and as long as we follow the rules in the palace, we will ensure his safety." The Crown Prince was obviously very angry. He shouted angrily in a voice like an aria, "Discourteous! What a rude person! Father, for this kind of person, who disrespects your name, and can even reasonably suspect that he has evil intentions, there is no need for us to cooperate with him. I suggest that we not only allow the bank's affairs to be carried out in the imperial city, but also comprehensively ban it, and issue a wanted order for the magician to arrest him. Come back and ask questions.
Emperor Armin Kazalnia could only think of one reason for being so excited about his son, and that was related to his 14th son. The mere struggle between two Grand Dukes is not enough for a crown prince to risk taking action against certain people or things before he has an explicit order prohibiting intervention. But if it involves a succession dispute between princes, then nothing is impossible. And there is a rumor that is well known, but difficult for everyone to believe, that the magician has a good relationship with the 14th son. Even if the relationship between the two is not that good, the magician is a person who is evenly matched with his 14th son. This is something that has been certified by the commander of his personal guard. So here comes the problem. In politics, as long as there are common interests, it is easy to form an implicit common front. There is no need for everyone to loudly advocate for alliances and other matters. Sometimes this silent tacit understanding makes it difficult for political opponents to guard against. So by choosing the crown prince, he wanted to suppress the magician first, and then cut off the possible help of the 14th son in his political career. This was the only possibility that the old emperor thought of. But this time, Emperor Armin had no intention of following the crown prince's ideas. He opened his mouth and said,
"The bank matter belongs to the Church of the Goddess of Gold Coins, not the magician. Let's discuss this matter separately."
As for the matter of setting the tone for the magician's identity, the old emperor didn't even mention it. For any magician, if he commits a crime in the imperial city, he will be caught on the spot. How to deal with it all depends on the noble's ideas. But if the other party returns to Starry, a city where magicians gather, the nature will be completely different. Will the magician deal with justice and hand over those who have committed crimes against the empire? If the evidence of the crime were not clear and the crime was extremely heinous, there would be no need to even think about such a thing. The magicians gathered in that city were all here for the great library protected by the Sixth United Tower. They are just seekers of knowledge, coming from all directions, not all of whom are from the Guana Empire. There are many mortal warriors among them who can defeat the Legion alone, but most of them are ordinary magicians. Relying on combat skills, one might be able to fight 3 against 1, but it would certainly not be able to deal with an organized army. If such a group of people wants to resist the unfair treatment of powerful people, they can only stick together. This is also one of the reasons why it is difficult for noble forces to reach into Starry. The nobles do not all act in accordance with the law. Many times they trample on the will of others for the convenience of the nobles. When something like this happens, the magicians in the holy city of Starry will unite, because no one wants to be abandoned by the group of companions when they become the victim of such evil deeds. The best way is to stand up when your peers are in need. If the culprit is really the culprit, provide clear evidence to the Magicians Association, and they will naturally hand over the culprit. But if not, they just want to rely on their power to arrest people, such as sending troops into Starry to search for so-called criminals. The magic tower that stands like a forest in the city will become a nightmare for all armies. Normally, if you attack a magic tower, you will suffer heavy casualties. To attack the holy city of magicians who unite with the outside world, all the generals and military experts in the world will spread their hands. Whoever gives the order will stand on the front line. After all those who gave the order are dead, those who are still alive can go home. Or if everyone dies, the problem of whether or not they can go home is eliminated. In the eyes of the old emperor, the magician who returned to Starry was just like this. Now that he's back, if you want to touch him, no matter how beautiful you come up with, it's useless. So he didn't answer the crown prince's words at all. It's one thing to support this son. It's another thing to support this son in committing suicide. It's certainly another thing to commit suicide in order to support this son. Crown Prince Nawaf wanted to refute his father's opinion. But this father was an emperor. The father has also communicated with him in private. On stage, the two will never directly reject each other's opinions or express opposition. If an emperor, an imperial prime minister, and a father and son start a tit-for-tat confrontation, it will only make the officials laugh. What's more serious is that it will make them have strange thoughts. No matter what it turns out to be in the end, it will be a loss that outweighs the gains for the royal family. So when the old emperor euphemistically expressed that the bank's affairs were not led by the magician, he knew that the matter was deviating from the originally expected direction. So now should we change the direction and pursue fiercely? Or should we find a way down?
How could the old emperor not guess what his son was thinking about? But he had no intention of letting this matter go. After taking a look at the people standing in front of him, Emperor Armin waved his hand and said, "Young man from the Mushabisi family, come forward." Hearing this, Ephraim took a few steps forward and happened to pass the guard squadron captain, who came to report, and Baron Mahmud, who was originally leading the way. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, what are your orders? What do you mean by your clothes?" "This is the uniform worn by the clerks of the first bank in Estali. It was designed by His Majesty the great magician Finnikar. In the bank, the elves who serve His Majesty the goddess of gold coins all wore such uniforms." "Clothes? But it's not just the elves in the bank who wear them, Mr. Finn, but also the deacons of Marquis Balin. There are also people wearing such clothes." Ephraim told the truth. A major advantage of a suit is that it is easier to put on and take off than the traditional aristocratic clothing of Midland. So staying in that home, the Marquise's butlers also made themselves, or ordered a few suits. However, the narrow skirts of women's suits are not so convenient for movement, so the waitresses did not use them as daily work clothes. After the emperor looked at it for a while, he said, "It's a good design. Later, ask your father to bring you and the Seville family over. You can step back now." Baron Seville's family, the royal tailor, calling such a person. It seems that the old emperor has some ideas about the strange clothes of the young people of the Mushabisi family. After all, this emperor was not a law-abiding figure when he was young. But most people know that this is probably just an excuse. The crown prince said at this time, "Since my father has given the order, you all should retreat and prepare. There are other important issues that need to be discussed today." The crown prince Nawaf walked down the steps and took the responsibility of holding the guard squadron leader accountable and letting or forcing the magician to run away. If this matter were to be discussed, it would be a big trouble for the crown prince. After this was revealed, the father and son each took a step back in a tacit understanding. The old emperor nodded, as if agreeing with his son's instructions, and also as if signaling other ministers to put forward subsequent proposals. Chapter 1277 Private Discussion. Later, the emperor's private hall was where a small number of private ministers were received. Only those closest to him and deeply trusted can enter the emperor's study. But it was obvious that not all of the people present were ministers of that level. So the old emperor met everyone at this location. The previous meeting in the meeting hall was actually a large court meeting held once a month, specially used to mediate disputes between nobles and issue orders to the entire empire. The old emperor originally wanted to ask the magician to explain to everyone about the bank on such an occasion, including himself. He also wanted to know so that he could decide whether to promote the bank's affairs. But it's obvious that some people already have opinions, and that's why they have their attitudes. I don't know whether their position is because they already understand the bank, so they oppose it, or whether they are just targeting a certain person, so they oppose it for the sake of opposition. Originally, the old emperor's thoughts about banks were dispensable. First, the imperial power that is too close to the gods can easily be led away and become its vassal. After all, the gap between humans and gods is too great. If the descendants are unworthy, once the power is taken away by the gods, it will be difficult to get it back. Secondly, if the magician took the lead in the bank, the emperor would think twice. How do you think about putting the empire's power related to money into the hands of an outsider who has nothing to do with the empire? Why do you feel something is wrong? But a new piece of information made the old emperor rethink this issue. That was the latest trend in the dukedom of Kauai, including the old guy's layout of the bank, his thoughts on the 3 northern kingdoms, and the old bastard himself becoming the chosen goddess. The emperor's guards are responsible for intelligence in various places inside and outside the empire. Of course, the emperor's spies are hidden among the families of the 16 border guards. Some are bright lines, some are dark lines. But even if it is an open thread, it will not be easily removed, because their existence, in addition to being proof of the family's loyalty to the emperor, could sometimes serve as a mouthpiece to convey things that were not suitable for formal documents. Especially now, with the help of forums, information can be transmitted quickly and secretly in the minds of most people. Therefore, all matters of nobility in various places, big and small, can be gathered into the core of the guard's corps in the shortest time, and after sorting, they are divided into categories and sent to the emperor's desk. This is how Duke Kauai's information came about. The information that was sent last time was that Duke Kauai spent a large amount of money to cooperate with a chamber of commerce and a magician to invest in a project related to cars. No one is optimistic about this unprecedented thing. So everyone is waiting to see the joke. Nowadays the joke comes true. But the person waiting to see the joke becomes the protagonist of the joke. This contrast made the old emperor dare not ignore things related to both that man and the magician again. Forum creator, math guru, airship innovator, automobile inventor, and now a bank promoter. No one would think that the magician had nothing to do with the bank. After all, the establishment of the first bank had too many factors related to him. It was built next to the technology guild, and the first person in charge of the bank was a follower of the magician. It's just that the person didn't stand in front of the stage. Taking a closer look at the magician's experience, he may not have gained all the benefits from what he did, but everything had a profound impact on the land. Therefore, the old emperor believed that it was necessary for him to have a deep understanding of banks. Following the announcement from the attendants, Ephron, the young man from the Mohishabisi family, followed his father and a group of tailors from the Seville family into the small hall. The suit that the emperor had mentioned was now folded properly, held on a tray, and brought in by Ephron. He himself changed back into noble attire and presented himself to the emperor in the most formal appearance. Since it was related to clothes, Baron Seville led the crowd and first greeted the emperor.
Your Majesty, your most loyal servant is at your service.
After saying that, someone from the Seville family took over the suit from Ephron and used magic to hold up each piece of clothing and float it in midair, as if someone was wearing it. At the same time, someone came forward to measure the emperor's body size. Some people were waiting with fabrics in their hands, while others were preparing quick drawings and describing their ideas for making new clothes, just like the way they used to make new clothes. But the old emperor stretched out his hand to stop them and said,
"Just so 5 new sets of clothes similar to this for me based on my previous body shape."
The Seville family members immediately understood that they were just covering up. But the emperor still has orders to issue, and things cannot be carried out vaguely. So they retreated to a corner of the small hall, carried out preparatory work in an orderly manner, and gave up the main part of the small hall. After the Seville family understood the brief instructions, the old emperor stretched out his hand to wave to the person standing at the end.
"Child, come forward. You should have brought some gifts. But don't say you don't have any. I will be very disappointed."
In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Ephron's forehead and back. He paused and stepped forward, his mind turning over and over again, thinking about what gift the old emperor wanted. What should you prepare for? When Ephron was within 7 steps of the emperor, he stopped. This is also the closest a minister like him can get to the emperor in terms of rules. Beyond that, it is the scope of responsibilities of another group of people. The young man also figured out what the emperor might want, and hurriedly took out the money bag from his arms. In fact, the emperor had long ago obtained various regulations on banks from the priests of the goddess of gold coins through Ephron. However, there are quite a few things that are unclear, or the regulations are not detailed. After all, it is only the first edition of information. This is why the old emperor sent someone to invite the magician. But the transportation time required to walk from the imperial city of Nineveh to the holy city of Estali is too much. During this long journey, the bank set off ways in Estali. The change is so rapid that it is no exaggeration to say that it is turbulent. Ephron continued to pay attention during the journey, even though he was helpless. By the time the young men of the Mohishabisi family and Baron Mahmud finally arrived in the holy city of Estali, various discussions on the good and bad, pros and cons of banks had already taken place on the forum. The most heated discussion among them is the rules and ratio of exchanging old coins for new coins. Lin's original strategy of making the good coins minted by the empire be exchangeable for more new money really attracted the people of this huge empire. And it's all from top to bottom. Even those who insist on objecting are actually only targeting the power that a certain magician may have in the bank's affairs. Their ultimate goal is to completely dominate the bank and have such financial tools in their hands. As a new monk of the Church of the Goddess of Gold Coins, Ephron learned that he could use the functions of the bank. When he came to Starry, he was of course excited to exchange all his property for the goddess's new coins. But after changing it, he became worried again. Because except for Estali, which can use new money, other regions don't seem to have recognized it yet. In particular, the Guana Empire has its own coinage, which is quite repulsive to coins of unknown origin, and is even more agile in how to deal with bad money. If the goddess's new coins were thrown away as bad money, he would be crying without tears. If the emperor would be interested in anything he brought back from Starry, it would be the new coins of the gold goddess. Ephron thought to himself, because even he himself was fascinated by the new coins when he saw them for the first time. Not to mention the so-called coin holy sound of coins, which will make people fascinated after listening to it. I just want to blow it again and again, and listen again and again. So he held the money bag in both hands and handed it to the emperor on a red velvet tray held by people who had the status of bodyguards and ministers at the same time. And then took a few steps back. An attendant wearing white gloves poured out all the coins from the purse and inspected them one by one before presenting them to the emperor. From the appearance point of view, Kuyin's new coins are of a completely different level from the coins that can be minted with the current Midland technology. The technology of the Guana Empire is advanced, and it can cast double-sided coins. In fact, the process of hand engraving and polishing is still indispensable. So when the two coins are put together, the difference can still be seen. Moreover, in the process of use, the wear and tear of the coins will make the coins themselves increasingly different from the original ones, and eventually turn into bad money. But Kuyin's new coins don't have this trouble. And they also have divine protection. If you pick any two and compare them, you won't be able to find the slightest difference. This is true even for gold coins compared to silver coins, or gold coins compared to copper coins. Thinking of the news on the forum, the old emperor tried to blow on the coin, and then put it to his ear to listen. But the rumored Kuyin Shengyin did not appear, and he showed a confused expression. How could Ephron, who was watching from the side, not understand the problem His Majesty the Emperor encountered? At least holding the edge of the coin and blowing air toward the center is wrong. Therefore, the young man from Moshabisi's family ignored the question of whether it was rash and said directly,
"Your Majesty, this is not how you blow. You gently hold the center of the coin, then blow hard towards the edge of the coin, and then release it immediately."
To the ear. "Oh, yes, that's it." The old emperor followed the young man's instructions and finally blew the coins.
He said with a surprised look on his face,
"It can really ring. Is this the function of divine power?" "No, Your Majesty. I once asked Lord Tripwood, the great magician, and he said that as long as it is made of metal, it will sound, and as long as it is the same metal, the sound will be the same. But the metal piece must be made thin enough and even enough. Only then can you make a sound." "That's right."
His tone was very calm, as if he didn't care. But the old emperor acted like anyone who comes into contact with coins for the first time, blowing one for another. "I just want to see if the sounds of different precious metals are really different, and whether the sounds of the same precious metals will always be the same." However, Emperor Armin did not forget the purpose of calling the people here. So while blowing the coins and listening to the sound, he said,
"My child, tell me about what you saw in Starry."
Chapter 1278 Meeting. Enthusiasm is an interesting emotion. It makes people get carried away and talk endlessly. Ephron, who is passionate about banking affairs, recounted his experiences in Starry in the past few days one by one. The modification of the suit did not take long. On the contrary, it took a long time to wait for the notification from Baron Mahmud. While waiting, Ephron did not just sit in the guest room. In addition to opening his own bank account, he also chatted with the Dark Elf Melson about the work of the bank. He also talked with other active users about their banking experience. So Ephron has a lot of stories to tell about the Emperor's request. But the person speaking may not be very organized. Making things clear is a skill. People who are not good at it may tell the same thing over and over again until they bore the listener. At this time, the person you talk to is very important. Can you answer the question appropriately and ask the right question before the repeated words appear? There is no doubt that the old Emperor Armin is a master. His life experience and knowledge are not at the same level as Ephron's, and he is even more experienced in using cliches. So within a few moments, the Emperor asked him all about the content of Ephron's trip to Starry. When the Emperor finished hearing what he wanted to hear, Ephron was still talking excitedly. But after listening to a few words and hearing nothing new, the old Emperor stretched out his hand to stop the young man in front of him from continuing to express his opinions. Although Ephron displays enthusiasm, he is not without his eyesight. His Majesty the Emperor stretched out his hand to stop him. He immediately stopped speaking, lowered his head, took 2 steps back and waited. This is the etiquette of being a courtier. Emperor Armin's index finger lightly clasped the armrest of the throne, and the sound went straight into people's hearts in this quiet environment. And it was also clear and loud. Ephron couldn't help but become nervous again, thinking about whether he had said something he shouldn't have just said.
"Child." The old emperor suddenly spoke again, causing Ephron to tense up and quickly regain his attention.
"Let me ask you, in your opinion, what is the influence of the magician on the bank?" Is he in charge of everything? Ephron answered in the negative without hesitation. Said,
Your Majesty, maybe the magician was right in making the whole plan. But I can guarantee that the leadership is in the hands of the gold coin goddess. This is because everyone who comes into contact with the gold coin goddess's great holy symbol can directly talk to the goddess. The facts can be seen. If the magician is in charge, then he must be instructing everyone in the name of the goddess. This is not consistent with the facts. What about his influence?
The old emperor asked again.
I have had direct conversations with the goddess of gold coins. Because I am a believer of the goddess, I have had more opportunities to talk. According to the goddess, when the rules change, he will sometimes ask the magician, because he wants to confirm that there are no loopholes in the rules, or what changes will follow after this rule is used. Only the magician can make a rough prediction. Based on this, I have an inference.
At this point, Lewin also felt that he was a little rash. Of course, the old emperor knew what the young man was thinking, because he always only wanted his subordinates to say that there was solid evidence, and he would not waste his precious time on any speculations or delusions. Because most nobles have another purpose behind saying such words that appear out of thin air. They just want to find a random reason and bet on whether their request can pass the test. However, given the situation at hand, he was actually interested in the speculations of the young man from Muhishibise's family in front of him. So the old emperor said,
Tell me about it, child. I won't blame you if you are wrong.
Ephron lowered his head in panic and said,
Your Majesty, I guess that magician is a stranger. And the so-called bank is actually an organization he has executed or contacted. So when the gold coin goddess raised the question, he only then can he answer. Because those things are what he has experienced. And he already knows how they will end.
Regarding Ephron's conclusion, the old emperor fell into deep thought again. Indeed, in the report made by the guards on the magician, this conclusion was indeed a possibility in the report. After all, this person has too many groundbreaking inventions that cannot be traced back to, as if they appeared out of thin air. Lost land is no stranger to foreigners. From time to time, such creatures of unknown origin appear, and they are not necessarily human beings. But most of the time, these people will die quickly because they are not adapted to the lost land, even if they can survive. They may be annihilated among the crowd. Very few people can make waves and get into the big shots radar. As for the treatment of strangers, most of them ignore it. Anyway, these people will soon destroy themselves. But if the other party shows a certain value, no matter it is a noble or a magician, they will not mind using it for their own purposes and maximizing the value of the other party. As for the inhumanity of people in the process, it is not something that nobles or magicians need to consider. If the other person shows value and strength at the same time, many will always show considerable tolerance and respect for the strong person, regardless of the other person's origin or some possible character flaws. It was obvious that this magician was the kind who deserved respect. At least the old emperor didn't think that he could instruct the 14th son to fight the magician. And even if he fought, he might not win. This was certified by his most trusted cronies. It is true that the empire can deal with such people, but at what price is it willing to pay? Speaking of which, is such a person worth taking a gamble with? That old guy Ricardo Carmi can be said to have thrown all his wealth into it. In the past few years, the old man's actions, as long as they were big and puzzling moves, had traces of the magician. In terms of consequences, it doesn't seem objectionable. It can even be said that some people are envious. It is a pity that the emperor's net worth is much richer than that of a grand duke, and the concerns and possible obstacles have doubled. I am past the age where I would be willing to make all-or-nothing decisions, so whether I should follow this bet or not is a question.
Emperor Armin Kazalnia clasped his fingers on the armrest, tapping it again and again, and this sound affected the heartbeats of everyone present.
Invite the magician.
The old emperor's sudden words stunned everyone present. Seeing no one move, he said again,
Invite the magician. Now!
Ephron and Baron Mahmud, the only two people who had any connection with the magician in the emperor's mouth, suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. However, Baron Mahmud also set his sights on Ephron, and only this young man from the Muhishabisi family was stunned on the spot. He regained his panicked mood and said uneasily,
Your Majesty, I'll go to Estali immediately. This will take some time. I can't wait that long and invite him immediately, no matter what method is used.
Emperor Armin said decisively. But Ephron didn't know how to explain his worry and resistance. So he just looked around, and it stayed the longest on the surrounding emperor's guards. The old emperor guessed what he might be worried about and said,
"Let the magician come directly here. There is no need to come in through the gate. This..."
Ephron still hesitated.
"My child, if you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, leave."
The emperor's tone gradually became colder, and no longer as warm as before. Baron Mahmud, Baron Mohishabisi and Baron Seville, who were present, all froze. They knew that this was a sign of the emperor's displeasure. If something happens next, someone may be in trouble, and others may even be implicated. In fact, Ephron's hesitation was not about how to reject the matter, but about how to complete the tasks assigned by the emperor. It is well known that the magician is unreachable from the forum, and he had no other way, such as a magic mirror, to contact the magician. So how should we find people? Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Ephron bowed and said,
"Your Majesty, please allow me to temporarily withdraw from prayer."
Not much to say about the turmoil between imperial power and divine power. Without the emperor's permission, any church envoy who listens to the gods in front of the emperor will be regarded as a provocation. So Ephron must ask. The old emperor also realized how the young man in front of him planned to find the magician. Of course he would not refuse, and even said that he had a sense of urgency in his heart, urging him to find the magician as soon as possible and find out the matter. So the old emperor nodded, pointed to a corner of the small hall and said,
"You don't have to go far. Just stay aside." "Yes, Your Majesty."
Ephron stepped back and took off the coin collar badge pinned to his collar. Originally, this collar badge was pinned to the collar of the suit, but now the suit was donated to the Seville family for sampling. However, the collar badge was not a complete part of the suit, and it was the holy emblem of the goddess of gold coins. So he collected it separately. Get up. Don't do it to yourself. The communication with the goddess went very smoothly. So smoothly that Ephron would have thought that it was so easy for all believers to talk to gods. But the feedback from the gold coin goddess made him a little puzzled. He whispered,
"You want me to stand by the window? Your Majesty, what does this mean?" "Well, I'm on the second floor."
Yes. Yes. Please tell Mr. Tripp with the great magician that our emperor invites him to come in directly."
"Hello, H. Lo? Your Majesty Queen."
Someone suddenly appeared in the small hall, patted Ephron on the shoulder, and said, "H. Lo."
"Hey, why did you come to see me? Your Majesty the great magician. I finally meet you."
Emperor Armin Kazalnia said. Lin, who turned around, was still wearing the black and silver Xuanwu robe. He first looked at the people in the small hall with confusion. It was the first time for most people to meet him, so there was no identity of these people in his records. Even so, it did not prevent him from judging the status of these people based on their clothing and position. One of the most appropriate criteria for judging is, of course, the family crest that most nobles have. As for the national emblem of the Guana Empire, which is similar in style, only one person is allowed to possess it, and that is the current emperor, Armin Kazharnia. As members of the royal family, their emblem styles are somewhat different from those of the national emblem and the emperor's emblem, although someone does not have a deep understanding of noble heraldry. The fact that special attention must be paid is still remembered in his mind. Lin, okay, the etiquette of a magician, and said,
"The great magician Gabra Ashtrapwood greets you. His Majesty the Emperor of the Guana Empire."
Chapter 1279 Emperor 1.
"Uh-huh,"
the old emperor said with a smile.
"Looking at you appearing here so skillfully, I almost thought you had been here before and remembered the location here. It seems that Lord Tripwood is better than you in the rumors. Be more powerful. Are you willing to serve the Empire?"
Faced with the solicitation, Lin responded with a smile.
"Why not? In my hometown, there is a saying that men will not betray. But the price is not enough. Women will not cheat. But the temptation is not enough. Everything has a price. Even those things that are sworn to be priceless. If someone disagrees, it just means that the price given is not high enough. Of course, whether others are willing to pay an exorbitant price is another matter. But this is called a transaction, isn't it? Even if the transaction fails, benevolence and justice will still exist. So what's your price? Can the Empire afford it?"
the old emperor asked with interest. Without thinking, Lin said,
"Give me a magic tower, and I can be a cow or a horse." "Ha. Your Excellency has offered a price that no one dares to agree to. It seems that the idea of recruiting you has to be given up. So I want to ask you some questions. And what kind of price is required?"
The old emperor faced the rejection and said, instead of saying anything bad, he changed the direction and asked again, Shaking his head, Lin said with an exaggerated expression.
It's a pity. Apart from the magic tower, I can't think of anything else I need. Money or treasures. Either I don't need it, or I don't need too much. Oh, really? Then I will lose an opportunity to ask for advice,
the old emperor said jokingly, following the meaning of his words. But the expression on his face did not relax at all, but stared sharply at the person in front of him. Of course, Lin could feel the pressure from his sight. Besides, he would appear here just because the goddess of gold coin was pulling strings from him. If you don't give face to the emperor, it doesn't mean you don't give face to the goddess. If you do this, you will only be the one who looks bad afterwards. So someone laughed loudly and said,
Actually, if you think about it seriously, I may have something that cannot be done except by your majesty. If your majesty agrees, then I will tell you everything I know about your problem. Oh, tell me,
Lin bluntly said.
I need an opportunity to issue imperial-level decrees.
Such a request made the old emperor frown. He thought about the purpose of this magician and said,
Sir, why do you need such an opportunity? Isn't this an obvious thing? When I need the empire to pass a decree, I, who have nothing to do with the empire, probably don't even know who to talk to. If the time comes, I take the liberty to come to His Majesty for making such a request. Treating me as a lunatic is probably the best outcome. 1,000-mile pursuit is not surprising. But if your majesty agrees today, I will have a good reason to come to you later,
said with a smile. However, the old emperor did not let go of such a matter easily and kept thinking about it. Seeing this, Lin added,
And your majesty, all I want is a chance. It doesn't mean that the empire must accept everything I say. Of course, I can also accept it, as long as you are willing to give me a chance. No matter what in the end, whether or not the empire implements this decree, I will regard you as having fulfilled your agreement with me and will not make a second request. Are you still satisfied with this commitment?
The old emperor finally spoke and said,
Your Majesty, the great magician, can you guarantee that your request will not harm the interests of anyone in the empire? Your Majesty, how can such a thing be done? It is the same with any government decree or law. While taking care of some people, it will inevitably harm the interests of other people. How to choose between this is what we want to do. The wisdom of politicians. There is no such good thing that can benefit everyone involved. Even if you want to steal gold and distribute it to the whole empire, there will be an unlucky person who has his gold stolen. That's true.
After thinking about it again and again, the old emperor chose to compromise compared to what he wanted to know. He said,
Okay, I agree. You got my promise. Even if I can't fulfill it while I'm alive, my heirs will abide by this agreement. So, Mr. Great Magician, what can you tell me about the bank? Seeing that the emperor pointed out his question, Lin did not answer directly, but asked,
Your Majesty, in what capacity do you ask this question? Oh, is there any difference between these?
The old emperor asked curiously.
The same sword. What it represents in the hands of a fledgling young man. What it represents in the hands of a father with a family. What it represents in the eyes of a general. What it represents in the hands of a city lord, a king, and even an emperor. Although the meaning in their eyes seems to be the same. Do they think about the same thing? I think not. The role of the bank, the goddess of gold coins, is seen by people with different heights. Of course, they have their own directions of attention. So I ask, Your Majesty, in what capacity do you ask me this question? The 35th Emperor of the Holy Guana Adder Empire, Arminkaz Harnia V, hereby seeks advice from His Excellency, the Great Magician Tripwood, about the bank.
He announced to himself very formally. After explaining his identity and position, the old emperor said,
I know what that old guy Ricardo Carby did. But there are some things I can't figure out, including the functions of the bank. It seems to be more than just depositing and withdrawing money. That's all. I need to know more to make the bank work within the empire.
Okay,
Your Majesty, as you wish,
Lin said. But there was no follow-up. After a while, the impatient emperor showed a slight anger and said,
Magician, are you teasing me?
Lin was not afraid of the emperor's eyes full of majesty and anger, and said seriously,
Emperor's skills are never taught lightly. Your Majesty, are you sure you want so many people to hear it?
With a glance, there were many irrelevant people in the small hall. Realizing his mistake, the old emperor was not angry, but more interested in what the magician might say next. He didn't even care whether it would be dangerous to be alone with this magician. He waved his hand and said, "All of you, please leave." Then he pointed at Ephraim and said, "Kid, you stay. What do you want from me? If I do something, you also need to listen to what I say next."
The old emperor tilted his head again and shouted,
"Yammel!"
The emperor's true confidant, the tower-like figure of the commander of the guards, stepped out from the shadows. The powerful warrior wearing full-face armor made no secret of his unique intimidation. But he also behaved obediently and waited 3 steps behind the emperor. Perhaps because the footsteps were very familiar, the old emperor did not turn around to confirm whether the person appeared, but directly ordered,
"Let all the personal guards go out and guard by the small hall. No one can enter. Kill the intruders. Then you leave."
The emperor's instructions were quite clear, so the commander of the guards only waved his big hand and told others to pack up and leave. It didn't take much time. In the small hall where the emperor used to receive his private ministers, only the Emperor Armin, the monk Ephraim of the gold coin goddess, the emperor's personal guard regiment commander Yomel, and the protagonist of this meeting were left. A magician. 4 people in total. Perhaps someone's height and vision prevent him from laying out the layout designed by Duke Kawe for his own territory. Of course, he cannot plan any details for an empire. But I have been a hot-tongue keyboard warrior, and what I am best at is talking nonsense. Not to mention the experience and endorsement of the entire history of the earth. At this time, someone is not fighting alone.
Coin, as a widely recognized medium of exchange, the way it is used will certainly affect the development of a country.
Starting from the above, Lin tried his best to deceive the emperor of an empire. It should be said that he painted a bright future and possible economic development. These futures are not necessarily good. Some are bad, or even evil. Lin didn't care whether his stance was neutral or emotionless when he told the story. As for telling these things to the emperor of an empire, will there be any adverse consequences? To be honest, Lin didn't know and couldn't guarantee it. But that didn't mean he shouldn't tell it. Just like before I traveled through time, I often heard some economists making pessimistic predictions. The results afterwards proved that these experts and scholars were either blind or their knowledge was bad. In any case, none of the predictions came true. If you make financial investments according to their predicted trends, you will only lose a lot of money. Let's not consider for the moment that these people are the black hands of certain capital and deceive retail investors in the market. In fact, when these experts and scholars issued warnings, normal people would of course try to improve the shortcomings named and avoid the tragic future predicted. In other words, the environment has changed, and the future predicted by those scholars is of course invalid. There should be no one who knows that there is a wall in front of him, but still wants to test whether his head is strong or not, and insists on hitting the wall. In fact, this is also an example of how some people who study prophecy believe that when the prophecy is spoken, the future has already changed. Lin was not worried that when an emperor heard the prophecy he told, he would be frightened and simply ban all bank activities and eliminate the influence of the gold goddess. Just like a sword in the hands of evil people, it will play a different role in the hands of good people. Few people would choose to give up holding a sword because it might hurt them, or they think they would do bad things if they got the sword. As an emperor, how could he think that he could not control a sword or control money and banks? 2 financial tools? Unless giving up today is for a bigger plan tomorrow. But when new money and banks suddenly appeared in front of him, not many people had time to make different plans. That's why an emperor would turn to a magician for help. However, just as Lin did not expect it beforehand, the layout of Grand Duke Kawe's territory was something that he could not do with the eyes of an ordinary person. Lin also couldn't imagine what an emperor, especially one who was quite capable, would do if he knew what he said. However, what the gold goddess and the world trees need is nothing more than the development of the bank. No matter how those in power use this tool, as long as it does not touch the bottom line of the first 2, they certainly have no reason to refuse. And this is also Lin's attitude. Chapter 1280 The Development of Banks. The holy city of Estali. The first bank began to operate normally. And among the people, it had a catchy and concise name, First Bank. As the construction of the other 5 banks was about to be completed, relevant personnel came to the First Bank for further training and learned how to handle the bank's general affairs. Of course, these people are not elves, but forces who have been instructed by the goddess to build the bank. People in their hands or related people. The euphemistically known as the believers of the goddess of gold coins. One by one converted to the religion. But in reality, only they themselves understand. Everything at the bank seemed to be on track. But that didn't make it easy for anyone. Just like any undertaking, The development stage is the most laborious. The goddess and someone share a common desire to expand the bank's territory to the whole of the land. The current results can only be regarded as a beginning. The situation in the imperial city of Nineveh was completely different from the massive expansion of the Grand Duchy of Kalwe. Under the emperor's instruction, only the gold coin goddess temple in the temple area developed the function of a bank, and no new bank was built in any location. The nobles' public statements also adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The old priests in the temple naturally became the first bank clerks. But the leader was the Knight Lord Ephraim Meshabisi, an imperial nobleman. Queen did not object to such an appointment, which can be said to be the beginning of a good cooperation between the divine power and the imperial power. On the one hand, it is also because the old priests are far less able to absorb new knowledge than young people. But such power alone is certainly not enough to maintain the normal operation of banks. You must know that no matter where you are, in the early days of a bank's business, the crowds that come with the initial demand are as ferocious as a mob. For this reason, the emperor sent out his bodyguards to maintain order, so that the gate of the temple was not demolished by a group of powerful people, even if they concealed their respective family crests in a low-key manner. When cartloads of coins arrived, the emperor who got the news wanted to order a robbery. This wave of grabs will save you 3 years of gains. Although some people do not agree with First Bank's behavior of classifying users into 3 categories other than the Great Magician and the first 2, and giving them different treatment. But at least these 3 types of people do not apply the rules of 3 banks. The same fair and reasonable rules apply to everyone, but they differ in the convenience of using banks. The imperial city of Nineveh certainly faced the same problem. Nobles of different ranks, nobles and commoners, and even nobles and the emperor's personal ministers, were constantly quarreling. Although the Koyan temple under the imperial city had dozens of large holy emblems from the beginning to allow people to open accounts, deposit money, and withdraw money, it still could not absorb the huge initial crowd for a while. And the drama is not just unfolding among these ethnic groups. Don't forget, that is the temple area of the imperial city, where all kinds of gods gather. Don't churches belonging to various gods have money to deal with? Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine that the situation in the temple of the gold coin goddess in the imperial city of Nineveh is a more bizarre place than the holy city of Starry. Not only the emperor's bodyguards sent troops to stand guard, but also the Templar warriors from other temples sent people to jointly protect the order of the temple of the goddess of gold coins. And according to unknown high-level rumors, the gods of other churches also showed some dissatisfaction due to the riots in the temple area of Nineveh Imperial City. It's not that they are jealous that the Church of the Gold Coin Goddess has welcomed a large number of potential believers, but they are dissatisfied that the church they belong to has to deposit money and is charged a storage fee. Although it is said that the things of the gods belong to the gods, and the things of the church on earth belong to the earth. But sometimes once the issue of faith is raised, it is difficult to get around it. So I heard that many gods came to ask for an explanation from Queen. How the gods negotiated in the end is unclear. Anyway, it's the money that should be paid, and it won't be less. It's as if those high-ups have never taken any action. The opening of the temple bank in the imperial city of Nineveh will have no impact on the overall situation. It is not clear for the time being. No one has a clue as to what the emperor plans to do. The construction of banks in the Duchy of Ka has just begun. Although it has caused heated discussion on the forum, it has not yet had any real influence. During this period, what really caused crazy behavior was not the queues at First Bank, but the wave of external development by the Technology Guild. Loot all the basic labor force in the holy city of Starry, and cooperate with the efficiency of the guild to saturate the supply of non-magical jobs and goods in the holy city. It can be said that guild members make a lot of money quickly, but this may be the result of condensing the workload of the past 3 to 5 years into 1 year. In the past, you might have to wait for a long time to get a suitable job. Now, thanks to technical guilds, you can find a suitable job almost every day. However, except for those who produce consumables, most people's work results are ones that can last for a long time. The need to replace the old with the new within the holy city will also come to an end. So some time ago, the president of the technical guild, Yuzov Gantia, complained to someone that there were already signs of competing for business within the guild. This is not a good sign for the development of the guild. Lini Tsai proposed to guide the guild members to develop outside the holy city. However, everyone wanted to develop overseas, but was discouraged by bandits, as well as rumors of traitors that were not known to be true. This is the motivation for someone to promote the bank and for everyone to use the bank's functions. However, just like this, it still cannot inspire the members of the Technology Guild to think about expanding their business. After all, the business within the Holy City is relatively close, and the work is safer. There is no need to worry about being attacked by monsters or bandits in other places. Even to increase incentives, jobs outside the Holy City will have the added benefit of journeys. But in fact, there will be additional costs for working outside the Holy City. Even if the pay for working outside the Holy City would be better. After adding, subtracting, there won't be any difference. The real reason for them to set their sights outside the Holy City is the currency exchange ratio. In the Holy City, the process for entrusting work to the Technical Guild is for the entruster to hand over all or part of the remuneration to the guild. After the work is completed and accepted, the remuneration will be delivered to the technical team that takes over the entrusted work. But outside the Holy City, due to the long distance, most of the clients will not send the reward to the Technical Guild in advance. Instead, after the team completes the work, the remuneration is collected directly from the client. It is this process that in the past became an opportunity for robbers and thieves to take advantage of. But now, after the technical team on a business trip completed their work, in full view of everyone, except for the necessary travel expenses, all other coins were deposited into the divine kingdom of the goddess of gold coins. And no one could grab them. The point is, these money are still old coins. This means that when working on a business trip, in addition to the bonus for the journey, you can also earn the difference in currency exchange. This greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the members of the Technical Guild, and they all actively looked for jobs outside the Holy City, no matter how far away they were. After all, it is an indisputable fact that the demand for jobs within the Holy City has decreased. There is also a basis for making more money by working outside the home. According to calculations by thoughtful people, the profit of working outside the Holy City is between 1.5 and 2 times that of working inside. And it is foreseeable that this bonus is not forever. Therefore, those who want to take advantage of the good opportunity to make a fortune must put in more effort. The reason why we say that dividends are not permanent is because people are profit-seeking by nature. And they also like to show off. The advantages of using the bank were quickly publicized by the team of craftsmen dispatched by the Technical Guild. For the natives of this era, it may be very difficult for them to learn how to manage money carefully. But the benefits of bank currency exchange are easy to see. Then the interest rate difference between the old and new currency is transferred from the client to the employee the moment the old currency is handed over as a transaction reward. This is difficult to accept for some stingy nobles who don't have any money. In particular, they have noble status. But those who come to work for him are just mud-legged people without any noble blood. And it is inevitable that they will have some thoughts about this situation. And there are surprisingly many such people among the small nobles. Some people think that they must pay at a reduced price. Even before he understood how the bank's holy emblem of coin worked, he thought that by detaining the person, he could loot all the money stored in the other party's holy emblem. However, for the former, there is no publicly agreed formula for price reduction. After all, the exchange between old and new coins mainly depends on the weight of precious metals. Of course, the team of craftsmen who are good at new mathematics and calculations cannot accept the general price reduction of 20% or 30% in the past. When there is a dispute about the former situation and no consensus can be reached, the handling method is actually the same as the way to deal with the latter situation. That is, let the thugs hired by the Technical Guild come forward to solve the problem. The Mercenary Guild is happy to take on this kind of business. The Technical Guild will also spread the news about a certain noble's breach of contract, reduce its manpower, and stop dealing with the noble. Starting from the 3 aspects of force, economy and public opinion, they will fight against those who they could only look up to in the past and have noble blood. In the face of robbers, thieves or traitors without definite evidence, the guild does not have good means to deal with these people hiding in the dark. We can only passively strengthen the protection force, or find people who are familiar with the underground society to solve the problem afterwards. However, no one can guarantee whether the person who committed the murder is the same person who was brought in to solve the problem. But it is much easier to deal with people who have a fixed base, clear goals, and value their reputation. The greatest reliance of these noble lords is the use of power. Protect your reputation by getting rid of the insider before the matter is publicized to everyone. However, this method is difficult to implement today when forums are so popular. People have not yet realized its evil. But the power of the forum has already emerged. As long as any nobleman fails to act in accordance with the agreement, he and the people around him will be baptized by overwhelming news. the overt and covert sarcasm from fellow aristocrats, and the contemptuous looks from the servants. Even if the latter can rely on its own power to suppress it, there is no good solution to the former. And this kind of mental bullying is more painful for the nobles than any punishment. Therefore, when there are several examples of reputation being tarnished, others will think twice before making irrational actions. Then, in order to prevent the benefits of currency exchange from being monopolized by the craftsman team of the Technology Guild, it became a question for the nobles whether to accept the establishment of a bank in their own territory. Chapter 1281, The First Group of Bank Robbers in Midland. The establishment and use of banks has not been smooth sailing. One afternoon, in this crisp autumn day, it should have been a good time to go out and relax. But some people didn't think so, and they planned and executed the first bank robbery in Midland. Perhaps they are unable to directly enter the kingdom of God of the Gold Coin Goddess, but it would be nice to force people with money in their bank accounts to take the initiative to withdraw their money. Kuyin's small holy symbol can only be used to save money, but the bank's big holy symbol has a full set of functions. Just arrest people and coerce them one by one. It's not difficult. Such an idea drove a gang to take action, in view of the fact that most current bank users only use its currency exchange function. Not many people actually save money. Therefore, in order to prevent thieves from shortchanging, this gang also specially selected a target to ensure their minimum profit. He was a member of a technical guild, and he was also the boss of a team of craftsmen that recently targeted business outside the holy city, because he has actually experienced the benefits of saving money. Most of his net worth is stored in the bank. The coins you carry with you are only necessary expenses and daily needs. The old dwarf often boasted about this. The old dwarf just came back from overseas yesterday. Today is a rest day for their team. The old dwarf is used to going to the Technology Guild on such days. In addition to drinking and bragging to other people, he also took the opportunity to see if the guild had any other commissions that would be suitable for his team. And this robbery gang covered their faces and kidnapped the old dwarf on his way to the Technology Guild. It is not difficult for a group of well-trained warriors to capture an old dwarf who is out alone. Those who covered their mouths covered their mouths, and those who blocked their sight. Everyone worked together and pushed the old dwarf to the bank. Entering the bank gate, they still behaved quite normally, except for a few people standing guard by the gate. The rest of the people were huddled together and walking forward, looking like nothing strange. This kind of scene is often seen in banks recently. Usually a group of people not only protect large amounts of money, but also have the task of transporting it and depositing it into bank accounts. But it was unusual for such a group of people to squeeze into a small room with a large holy symbol, because the communication between the goddess and bank users is both text and voice. In order to protect personal privacy, the rooms where the great holy emblem is used are separated and sheltered, and there is no saying that they are used together. If you are only responsible for moving money, then you should exit after moving in. As for masking, it's just a small thing. These days, many people who want to save private money will cover their faces. In addition to not wanting to meet anyone he shouldn't touch, he also doesn't want to be recognized. So at that moment, the elf in charge of the general affairs of the bank came forward, ready to persuade and explain the instructions for using the bank's great holy emblem room for one person.
I'm sorry. I'm a bank clerk, and I'm about to enter the cubicle. I want to explain to you the rules of use.
But when the elf opened the curtain with magic shielding effect, he saw a group of people escorting a dwarf, and placed the weapon on the opponent's neck. He was shouting loudly, forcing the other party to withdraw all the money in his bank account. The old dwarf looked sad. Not everyone has the courage to resist and guarantee his immortality when a knife is pressed against his neck. When he saw the figure of the elf in the corner of his eye, he only had time to say 2 words. "Help!" before the voice suddenly stopped, because the knife against his neck stabbed a little deeper. Knowing that their group's actions were discovered, the robbers were not afraid and simply turned from covert robbery to open robbery. The people guarding the door closed the bank door. The people who filed out of the bank forced the elves to retreat, and at the same time, they also kidnapped several unlucky people nearby. Hold a weapon against them. The people who were caught were actually very picky. This group of robbers ignored those dressed as magicians or magic apprentices. Instead, try to pick guys who look like ordinary people, preferably with the logo of a technical guild on them. Such people can be regarded as fat sheep. The leader stood up and waved his sword. Flames erupted from the sword, covering the entire blade. This is a sophisticated magic sword, and everyone believes that there should be many innocent dead souls under this sword.
If you are fine, don't move around. I took the money from these people's accounts and left. It has nothing to do with you. It will save you the time of getting injured and the time of treatment. This will be good for everyone,
the leader warned. The elves working in the bank did not carry weapons. This is to avoid giving bank users a sense of oppression. And suits are not suitable for wearing shiny weapons as accessories. So they just surrounded the robbers, who had captured the hostages, and maintained a confrontation with them. However, the time chosen by the robbers was actually a time of day when the bank had fewer users. So there are no queues at the bank now. There were several magicians present. They are fully equipped and ready to fight. Just buy some time and give them a chance to prepare. But the elves didn't expect such a group of people at all, because there was no hint of urgency in the other party's expression. Even if they were not accomplices of the robbers, they were still determined to stay out of it. It would be a lie to say that no one is jealous of the existence of banks. They are all thinking about how to get some money from outside the bank's rules. It's just that there is a god behind the bank, which really scares away many people. Now someone has the courage to become the first bank robber in the world. Everyone present was very curious about what the final outcome would be. So as long as these robbers don't take the initiative to provoke them, the magicians will not take the initiative. Anyway, the reason is ready. They have hostages in their hands. So it is difficult for others to take action. Seeing that the situation was under control, the robbery group became even bolder. They directly escorted the people being held hostage to the great holy emblem of the gold coin goddess. If someone was using it in the first place, they would be driven away, then threatened to have people withdraw all the money in their own accounts, because it is used face to face. And most users are not devout believers. The communication between coin and bank users is through the great holy emblem. Others can also see and hear during the process. So each single room must be covered with magic to protect personal privacy. However, at this time, this function has become a flaw that the account holder cannot hide the balance of his account in front of outsiders. As for the elves who wanted to save people, because of the open layout design inside the bank, they had no chance of sneak attacks. They could only confront them, while another small group of elves ran to other places to take everyone's weapons. This action was of course done carefully, for fear of irritating the robber. Whether to save one's life is indeed a question worth pondering in Lost Land. In this world where human life is as precious as grass, sacrificing a few people for their own purposes is not a big deal. This means that according to the universal moral standards of MIDI, in order to maintain the order and credibility of the bank, it is acceptable for everyone to ignore the safety of the hostages and directly kill all the robbers. As for how many people can be saved in the end, no one cares. If you survive, it's luck. If you don't, it's bad luck. The elves certainly have the strength to kill this group of robbers, even if they are now with bare hands. You know, the elves currently staying in the first bank are still the first batch, and there are no other banks that need them to be stationed. This also means that they are the best people in their respective tribes. The strength shown by the robber in front of him is also among the strongest among humans. No one is weak, but compared with the elves, it is still far behind. The only saving grace is that the opponent has weapons and equipment, while the elves have nothing. But, should we save the lives of the hostages in front of us? This is also a problem for the elves. In fairy tales, elves love nature and life. But in the Lost Land, under the rule of the World Tree, there is nothing wrong with the elves of the Wood Elf tribe loving nature. It is okay to say that they love life, but it does not mean that they will hesitate when they need to kill. The reason why the elves couldn't decide whether to save people or maintain order in the bank was due to what the magician said. Banks are a part of the belief of the goddess of gold coins. Talent is a more important key than some of the important things recognized by the world. People provide faith, and people use banks. Human life is more important than face or order. So when it's related to banks, don't kill easily. This warning is actually telling the elves that when dealing with bank affairs and encountering messy people, they cannot solve the problem the same way they solve the problem maker. Instead, use patience and reason with the other person. If you really don't want to listen, you can only ask the other party to leave first and calm down. If you still need to do banking business, wait a day or two before coming back. Although it is not as bullshit as someone said before time travel. The customer is God. But in the habit of the Lost Land, it can definitely be called a kind one. However, when the elves performed the specific operations, they followed my Urshan's explanation. Sir, what you mean is, don't beat the person to death. Just cripple him, then throw him out. The Dark Elf's explanation was concise and to the point. So, how to deal with this situation? The elves were puzzled. However, people die for money and birds die for food. Not many people are willing to give up all their wealth easily. Therefore, even if the knife was pressed against his own neck, no one who was held hostage would withdraw all his account and give it to these robbers with both hands. On Earth, rich people will give up their money for their lives. This is because they have passed the stage of making money. When they are thinking about how to have fun, the priority between money and people is very obvious. Unless you are a stingy person, your thoughts will be different from those of ordinary people. But in Lost World, especially now that capital is beginning to show its signs and is in the stage of crazy accumulation, the wealthy people during this period must be ruthless even if they are not stingy. The only difference between them and robbers is that they don't have knives in their hands. So they don't necessarily have to be convinced or timid. What's more, there are other people around who are trying to rescue him. So he is not alone. As long as they delay the time, they will definitely find a chance to escape and save their money and people. There are even those who are bold. Even if they are held hostage, they still dare to curse loudly. Chapter 1282 The Meaning of Protection. Of course, the robbers knew the situation in front of them clearly, for the elf guards stationed at the bank in their eyes. This is the function of elves. The number of people was confirmed during the prior investigation, and the time limit was before the missing elves took out their weapons and came back. The elves guarding the bank are highly skilled in martial arts, and their threat level is completely different whether they have a bow or not. As time passed by, the robbers decided not to wait. Facing the stalemate in the plan, they will kill one person first to prove their determination and see if the others are willing to compromise for their own lives to make today's robbery smoother. If it still doesn't work, we can only make other plans. When the leader raised his flaming sword high, he came to the unfortunate guy who cursed the most unpleasant people. Although their faces were covered, their eyes were not. He showed regret and pity in his eyes and said,
"It's a pity. If you were willing to cooperate, the following misfortunes would not have happened. I hope your blood can serve as a reminder to others."
When he realized what fate he was facing, the guy who cursed the most fiercely began to beg for mercy. Even if he occasionally cursed, it was always to curse the elves who were surrounding but doing nothing, and why they should be the guards of the bank. As for the other people who were held hostage, they shrank their necks and kept silent. Of course they had guessed what was going to happen next, and they were desperately thinking of ways to reduce their losses. And those who were watching the show couldn't help but think about the safety of keeping money in the bank. Just when the flaming sword was about to fall, a long ghost-like whistle came from far and near, penetrating into everyone's eardrums. Everyone was frightened when they heard the sound, because the sound was not an ordinary sound, but a whistle with divine power. Such a voice is no stranger to many people. Although a person may not hear it once in his life, he must have heard similar rumors. The man holding the sword was puzzled, and the others also had confused expressions. But when giant shields of various colors smashed through the ceiling of the first bank, and were accurately inserted between each robber and the kidnapped person, separating the two, the expressions on each face became extremely surprised. And then, there were mixed emotions. Chen's emotions filled everyone's chest. The whistle didn't end. The gods descending from the sky knocked away all the people and elves standing in the bank. They bent their knees, stood up slowly in the eyes of everyone, and held their respective giant shields. Now everyone's surprised expressions turned into horror. But this is not the end. The last giant shield with rippling golden light also fell from the sky, in the center of the bank. It not only smashed through the ceiling, but also made a hole in the floor. The shield was embedded in the pit, with frightening cracks extending outward. When the Lord of Guardians also descended from the sky, he lowered his head and landed on one knee, exploding a ball of explosive wind that spread outward. The person who could barely survive before collapsed completely this time. The person who had fallen down was pushed a long distance and could not stop until he was pressed against the wall. The blonde hair was floating in the wind, and the golden light was concentrated from the outside to the inside. At this time, the power in the air seemed to be drained, and all was sucked into the body of the guardian, and the divine power became stronger and stronger. At this time, everyone was no longer frightened, but was suffocated by the increasingly powerful divine power. Open your eyes. Although not many people could see it clearly, it affected the hearts of everyone present. The guardian Lord Apollos, like his 9 divine generals, slowly stood up from the ground and scanned the entire place with his eyes. Everywhere you look, you feel as if you are suffocating. He reached out and grabbed the belt behind the shield, and easily lifted the giant shield embedded in the floor. The moment the giant shield lifted off the ground and clicked, it was as if the fate of some people present was pronounced, and the robbers broke out in cold sweat. However, They wanted to run, but could not take a step. The whole body was stiff. There was no breathing. And there was no heartbeat. There was no wind or sound around him. It's like everything in the world has stopped. Only the consciousness is still clear. Slowly moving forward. Apollos, the mortal god, approached the robber leader holding a flaming sword. At the same time, he said in the divine language belonging to the Lord of Guardians, I swear to protect the safety of the people's property. TSK. Unfortunately, no one understands what this big guy said. As for the robber, who was watching the god approaching step by step, he had only one thought in his mind. What about it? I'll make a robbery. This was also the thought that the leading robber ultimately retained in his mind. And the last image his eyes saw was the close-up direct look at his face from the indestructible giant shield. There were other robbers who also died. No one was spared. This group of people can be considered among the strongest in the world. Without such ability, not many people dared to rob in broad daylight in this city where magicians gather. In fact, the reason why they dared to do this was because they heard that many people wanted to test the bank's defense. Although no one has the ability to enter the kingdom of God to rob, not all links are so well protected. So as long as you are the first to stand up, no one outside the bank will interfere. But it is obvious that it is not enough for the strongest among humans to face the strongest among gods. No matter how capable the leading robber is, he only deserves to be slapped by the Lord of Guardians. The part struck by the shield turned into flying ash, leaving only 2 legs still standing on the ground, which then fell over. When the survivors regained their mobility, the Guardian Lord and his generals had disappeared. If it weren't for the remains of the robber left in the bank, as well as the holes on the floor and ceiling, everyone would have thought that what just happened was just a dream. A group of elves headed by the dark elf Myerzon, because they are the leaders of their respective tribes, have been personally blessed by the World Tree. Maybe they are still powerless to kill the gods, but their strength is enough to serve as pawns and support their respective masters in a divine war. It is said that someone who can become a soldier in the divine war is a rare and powerful person in the world. But if the target is the Lord of Guardians, the situation is completely different. Even with the support of the World Tree, it was still not enough for them to compete with the power of Apollos after he uttered the word guard. So the elves just watched a good show quietly, not daring to take a breath. It wasn't until everyone recovered and the gods left that the few elves who ran to get weapons dared to come out and stand with their companions, looking a little embarrassed.
Well, do you still need these bows?
The elf who asked the question was not surprised to receive a lot of blank looks. Then the elves looked at Myre, the de facto leader of the group. Even though she was gray-skinned, the dark elf, who had been looking up, noticed that the people around her were staring at her. He smiled at the elves without being salty and said,
I'll ask my husband to help us think of some weapons that we can carry with us later. You can also think about it and use it if you can. This will avoid having to do anything like today. Just stand there. But we have to go next door to send a commission.
Following the dark elf's original gaze, the elves immediately knew what this man was thinking about. Looking at the bright holes on the ceiling, an elf asked doubtfully,
should we simply change the ceiling into a patio? Or other materials that are easy to repair?
Myerzon replied seriously,
well, it's a good idea to change it to a patio, and the lighting will be better. But what if it rains? As for changing to other materials that are easy to repair, unless you use magic materials to directly repair it with plastic surgery. Otherwise, reinforced concrete is the cheapest and most useful.
An elf suggested.
What if we design a magic shield? It can protect it from wind and rain. If someone breaks in from the patio, we can consider repairing it immediately or unilaterally granting permission.
The elves come to First Bank, most of them knowing that they will be managing a new bank somewhere else in the future. Therefore, when encountering a problem, everyone will tend to discuss a longer-term solution instead of passively cleaning up the aftermath. However, regarding everyone's opinions, Myerzon said to the point,
rather than considering letting the matter develop to a situation where the Lord of Guardians must personally come forward, why not consider solving the matter before it happens? This way, you don't have to think about repairing the ceiling and the ground later. It's about the floor.
Led by World Tree Fastness, the atmosphere within the Dark Elf tribe is completely different from other Wood Elf tribes. Dark Elves are more aggressive and aggressive. Therefore, when encountering problems, the opinions given by Myerzon are not the same as those of most elves. All the elves suddenly realized this and said in unison,
ah!
Compared to the elves, after watching a scene, they were thinking about the aftermath. The old dwarf who was held hostage, the other people who were unlucky enough to be caught after entering the bank, and the group of people who had made up their minds that it had nothing to do with them. This scene was fascinating whether they acted it out in person or watched from the sidelines, breaking into a cold sweat. Of course, the person who was kidnapped survived. Not only did he save his life, he also saved his property in the bank. They all pray in their hearts. Pray to the goddess of gold coins. And pray to the Lord of Guardians. Although no one knows why it belongs to the territory of the gold coin goddess, or why it has provoked a powerful being like the Lord of Guardians. The most important thing is that the money is saved. So at this time, they are not believers, but are better than believers. However, the saddest thing is probably the person who doesn't want to interfere if he doesn't feel that he is in charge. They actually have similar ideas and want to test the loopholes of banks. If it was easy to give money, maybe one day they would find a few friends, cover their faces, and act as robbers. But the solution is actually for the Lord of Guardians to come forward in person. It's like I just went to a lizard cave to dig out eggs. But unexpectedly a group of giant dragons stood up and guarded the nest. Even kicking the iron plate is not enough to describe how unlucky those robbers were. So whether they really had an idea or they were thinking of something that would not break the law. From this moment on, all those weird thoughts were given up. If this level of protection is not possible, then there will be no safe place in Midi. And what happened today? With the publicity of eyewitnesses and the help of the elves in the bank, quickly spread throughout the entire mystery. This is especially a slap in the face to those who claim that depositing money in banks is not safe. If she were just a gold coin goddess with weak divine power, everyone would be a little worried. Weak divine powers, not to mention powerful divine powers, cannot defeat them. There is also a hurdle in the middle with medium divine powers. But if the real guard of the bank is the god named Guardian, then the nature of the matter is different. An inexplicable confidence caused an uproar in the psychology of people who use banks. Chapter 1283 Bank Expansion. The Guardian Lord showed up at the bank, which naturally caused an uproar. With any news, there will be people who question its authenticity. But this time, no one dared to say anything. Because in the bank, in the main position, in addition to the holy emblem of the goddess of gold coins, there is also a holy emblem of the Lord of Guardians. Under the two holy emblems, the words, "I swear to protect the safety of the people's property," are written in divine language. The two are on equal footing, and it is difficult to say who is more dominant and who is taking advantage of whom. In terms of strength, the Lord of Guardians undoubtedly ranks first. Even in the Church of Three Holy Lights, the Lord of Justice is in the middle. The Lord of Guardians occupies the honorary position on the left, and then the Lord of Life is on the right. But in terms of territory, the bank belongs to the goddess of gold coins. All the functions and layout inside are arranged according to the instructions of the goddess. If it hadn't been for an unsuccessful robbery, no one would have known that this territory was protected by a guardian lord. Even this big boss has not given any instructions to his followers. And the precepts and creeds belonging to the guardian lord have not been changed. But in the eyes of outsiders, the presence of gold coins and the holy emblem of protection on the bank can mean many things. At least, no one wants to get into trouble and provoke the real boss of Midi, who doesn't even dare to offend the devil. Similarly, other banks under construction are also allowed to display a holy emblem of the Guardian Lord. No matter how the big guys who live in the sky play games. In the eyes of mortals, it means an alliance between two gods. And this becomes a very interesting picture. The holy emblem of the Guardian Lord has not been removed from the Church of the Three Holy Lights, but his presence has been added to the bank. This big boss without his own church has a wider influence than any good god. However, those who expect to take advantage of this relationship and use this most powerful god in the land of mystery as a pawn will feel deeply disappointed. Because the giant shield dropped from the sky usually hits their own heads. Not those who say they were framed, but are actually not that innocent. In short, the joining of the Guardian Lord has greatly improved the trustworthiness of the bank. Except for the holy city of Starry, which is already a crazy place. Everyone who learned the news expressed interest in the bank and hoped to have a detailed discussion with the goddess. Of course, this kind of thing cannot come true. No matter what you say, Queen is still a member of the gods. Not so bad that you have to personally approach all potential believers and win them over to establish a bank for you. This kind of thing, which is no different from preaching, is of course carried out by the agents of gods in the human world. In view of the fact that the original envoys of the gold coin goddess, that is, the original group of bishops, priests and monks, not many people have truly mastered the knowledge of banks. So when someone expresses their interest in banking through the forum, the main contact with these people is the elves who are interns at First Bank. Basically, I contacted the volunteers through the forum and provided the gold goddess's requirements for the bank building. Moreover, the elves will also conduct on-site inspections. If the volunteers provide any data, they will just accept it all, because they need to target areas with different populations and economic levels. The elves will make suggestions that are suitable for the current location. Not all places are arranged according to the level of the holy city of Estali or the imperial city of Nineveh. In addition, when the construction of a bank in another place is nearing completion, someone must come forward to check and accept it. These actions all require human hands. The first batch of elves who settled in First Bank were all extremely busy. They had to transfer the second and third batch of manpower from the Wood Elf tribe of World Tree. There are even a considerable number of elves who are busy with bank-related matters while still staying in their respective tribes. Especially those elves who are not so good at learning new knowledge become the guardians of others during on-site inspection or acceptance. On the busiest days, there are nearly 100 groups of elves outside the tribe, going deep into other human societies to inspect bank installation sites or inspecting completed banks. As a voter of the gold coin goddess, Lynn certainly couldn't stay out of the matter. The inspection is easy to solve. The only thing is to observe whether the planned location meets the situation described by the willing person, and to keep up with the first wave of bank construction if necessary. After all, some places have too few populations and small economies, and there is no need to use limited power in such places. Once the number of banks increases and the major economic nodes are laid out, it will be more reasonable to develop towards these terminal areas. If it is accepted, it will be wonderful, whether it's the lost land or the earth before someone traveled through it. As long as it involves acceptance, there are always some expedient people who want to rush things off. At this time, it is inevitable to give gifts or threaten the acceptance personnel. No matter how much the acceptance personnel emphasized at this time, they only made certification or modification suggestions for the bank's architectural and indoor layout standards or irregularities. The final result depends on the big boss in the sky. If you dissatisfy him, the consequences will be serious. Such warnings are usually not believed. If it was a gift at the beginning, now it is a threat. If it was a threat at the beginning, now it's time to draw the knife. According to the guidance of a magician who is a voter, do not impose the demands of these owners at this time. Step aside, follow their ideas, communicate directly with the goddess, and ask for permission to open the bank. Of course, all prayers must be said loudly to avoid being misunderstood and interfered with. In situations like this, the goddess of gold usually doesn't send down a white light to make all the great holy symbols in the bank work. Instead, she sends down a thunder to smash this miserable substandard bank building to pieces. Anyway, the requirements for bank buildings never require people to use magic materials to build them. Even if the walls are made of bamboo and coated with a layer of mud, the goddess will enable such a bank as long as it is built in accordance with interior design regulations and at a designated location with permission. After all, in the plan, the bank construction is to go deep into the settlements of Homo sapiens at the village and town level. There is definitely no way to use good materials to build it. It is better not to dwell on this point from the beginning, so as to avoid making early participants feel like they have spent a lot of money in vain. But the gold coin goddess will not tolerate things that are not up to standard. The heavy cover was directly smashed. If it were kept, there would be a glimmer of hope for such people who are greedy for petty gains. In all likelihood, they would take advantage of it and continue to test on the verge of death. So it's better to show the horse and give a tough response from the beginning. If the other party realizes their mistake and admits compensation, the acceptance personnel will say some useless words of relief. In the end, it is up to people to find ways to rebuild or restore the ruins to the way a bank should look. But such people are rare, or almost never encountered. If the other party becomes angry and is ready to vent his anger on the elf, then he can directly call the boss of Yggdrasil. The elf holy robe woven by each world tree has its own positioning function for this boss. Therefore, a flash spell can be used to pull back, and there is no need to argue with the other party. They can't even see the back of the head. Anyway, it's the same old saying. It's a seller's market now, and the gold goddess is so powerful. Either cooperate or pull back. There is no compromise or taking a step back. But for the time being, those who will come to us are mostly small fish. The kind of people who are hovering on the edge of the conditions for the first wave of support targets. Those who are truly capable are either still waiting and watching, or are evaluating the scale of investment. After all this is unfamiliar to MIDI. It's related to money. And it's not the kind of transaction where money is paid and delivered. so everyone will inevitably worry about whether there are traps in it. Regardless of the fact that the Grand Duke of Kauai started building banks in his territory with great fanfare, and the Emperor of the Empire, who spent more words from a certain magician to convince him, still only opened a temple bank. I didn't hear him making preparations elsewhere. Facts have proved that a certain time-traveling king is not strong enough and his deception skills are not good enough. At least someone can't just open his mouth and make others confused. And everything will be according to his arrangement. Lost people still have their own little thoughts. The most important participant during this period is none other than the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, one of the partners in automobile manufacturing and research and development. And it's not just the two brothers Ruan Wenyu and Wen Zhao. Most of the other branches of the Ruan family are also involved. Brothers Ruan Wenyu and Wen Zhao made a special trip to the holy city of Starry to meet with a magician to discuss opening a bank near the mine. According to their calculations, the gold, silver, and copper mined from the mines are directly deposited into the divine kingdom of the goddess of gold coins, and then taken out where they need to be used. Although what is taken out will be in the form of coins, it is not difficult to use it for other purposes. If you do this, you will have to pay a storage fee. But compared to transporting the raw ore to a specialized forging workshop, and then consuming manpower and material resources to purify the precious metal, the costs incurred are much higher than the storage fees set by the goddess. Having tasted the benefits, they mainly wanted to see if other metals could follow suit. Of course, Lin refused on behalf of the gold goddess. What a joke. The number of gods surrounding the concept of metal forging is enough to form a pantheon. If the goddess of gold coin, who is only responsible for 3 precious metals, is allowed to cross the line, it would be the same as declaring war, even with the guardian lord covering him. Someone felt that Cain would be a little nervous. Another important figure was Baron William Ingalls of the Vader military state. This is a friend from someone's past journey. His wife is Nguyen Tihiu, a member of the Nguyen family of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. After Lin arrived in the holy city of Starry, he met the two brothers Nguyen Van Viet and Van Chao. And it was Nguyen Tihui who drew the line between them. The Vader military state is one of the 5 great empires in Midland, and its strength is beyond doubt. Although William Ingalls was only a baron, his father was Henry Ingalls, the Grand Duke of the North in the military state. Compared with Grand Duke Kauai, his strength is only between the two. When such a person comes to your door, it can actually be regarded as a signal from the person behind him. If the early cooperation is good, then the next thing will be a matter of course. If there's a problem with cooperation, there will be nothing to do next. Of course, Lin personally came to negotiate with such a person. It is a pity that no one knows the current movements of their common friend, the White Sword Master William Greco. Otherwise, if friends get together again and have a few glasses of wine, things will be much easier to talk about. But what really bothered someone was another friend's request for cooperation, coming from the southwest peninsula of Midland. I met an old friend just a while ago, the great magician Juan Javier. Chapter 1284 Return to Southwest. The wild area in the cognition of lost land is the southwest peninsula beyond the world's border mountains. It's a big place, but it's the place Lin is most familiar with, because he had used his own feet to travel throughout most of the southwest peninsula, dealing with troubles that ordinary adventurers didn't want to deal with, and accumulating initial funds. He also suffered the deepest betrayal in this most familiar place. Everyone he trusted and was regarded as a companion abandoned him. In the end, he could only leave with his apprentice and an equally homeless lich. Now that he is back, he doesn't have the feeling of returning home in fine clothes or the return of a king. Maybe it's because he never regarded this place as his hometown, just a journey in his life. His hometown is billions of light years away, an Earth that definitely exists, but is not sure whether it belongs to him. So when he came back this time, Lin did not go to the Shijia district branch of the Magicians Association, which he was most familiar with, or the Tower of the Great Sage. He was invited by the great magician Juan Javier directly to his country, the Kingdom of Huelva. The purpose is of course for the construction of banks. Speaking of the current development of banks, there is a very interesting phenomenon. Basically, those who come to visit are either nobles or local wealthy businessmen. As the 3 major organizations in the Lost Continent, the Magicians Association, the Adventurers Guild, and the Mercenaries Guild have never contacted the Gold Goddess for the purpose of building a bank. The latter 2 are just intermediary organizations, which is nothing to say. But in some places, the Magician Association has a ruling power comparable to that of the nobles, and is recognized as a lord. But they still had no contact with the goddess. This may be related to the structure of the association. The parliamentary resolution method is always slower than the aristocratic resolution method. It has only been more than 2 months since the great holy emblem of Coin, which was temporarily placed in the Technology Guild, came out. It is not enough for those who have the right to vote in the parliament to divide the benefits that have not yet been obtained. Speaking of which, this is also a bit ridiculous. In short, his old friend Juan came to help him. Not his teacher, the president of the Magician Association of the Leon District Branch. Instead, he helped his chief dad, who couldn't be called dad, King Han IV of the Kingdom of Elva. The king married his mother, a widow, but did not recognize his son. Therefore, Juan is not ranked in the king's succession order. He only has the Javier family name on his biological father's side. However, this small problem is nothing before the huge disparity in strength. Juan has so far been recognized by 6 branches of the Magician Association and has been awarded the title of Grand Magician. In the eyes of most people, he already has the qualifications to become a Dharma saint, as long as Juan is willing to travel around the world and gain recognition from more regional chapters. But this once romantic prodigal didn't care about such things. He would achieve 6 recognitions, simply riding the wave of his own adventurous journey. It is not in line with his character at all to ask him to deliberately travel in order to be canonized as a Dharma saint. As for the other position, that is, the throne of the president of the Magician Association of Leon District Chapter, it is recognized by everyone as the possession of this great magician. There is no other reason. There is no one who can fight better than this Prince of Elements. Of course, personal connections are the key to getting into that position. But once the strength reaches a certain level, as long as one doesn't explicitly refuse, no one will come forward to compete with him. After all, no one wants to be knocked on the door and dragged out of the house like a dead dog. Juan Javier was named the Great Magician, but he was stained with a lot of blood. It can be said that there is hope to sit on the throne of the president of the Magicians Association branch. Who would care about the position of a king? You must know that the Kingdom of Elva is just one of the 13 small kingdoms included in the Leon District Chapter. In terms of strength and scale, the Leon District Chapter can be considered a behemoth compared to the Kingdom of Elva. But when he really wants to do something, this great magician still likes to go back to his hometown to show off his skills. For example, after someone left, the Magic Academy established by Juan, and the introduction of banks this time, news from the bank could not reach the southwestern peninsula of Midi, because this place has no direct connection with the holy city of Estali. It is quite far away from the territory of the Guana Empire, and it has nothing to do with even the 5 elven kingdoms. The nearest elf kingdom is also on the other side of the mountain range called the World Border. It's just that Juan is very concerned about the news in the holy city. Or in other words, he is very concerned about the magician. So he learned the information related to the bank. In fact, the magicians who also followed the news of the holy city through the forum immediately noticed the so-called bank and spread the news. As for why he pays attention to that magician, it's not that he has any ulterior motives. Juan is very sure that he likes a woman, and he has a very considerate wife. The reason why he paid attention to that magician was because Juan followed him to the wind elemental world. And after following the robot fleet to the fire elemental world, he found that it was difficult to ignore the movements of the magician. With the alias, Prince of Elements, he is certainly extraordinary in his attainments in elemental magic. However, some time ago, the earth elemental elves seemed to be separated from the mysterious land, and they were completely unable to contact anyone. Although earth element magic can still be used, its power is far less than before. One thought about many possibilities, but he never thought that one possibility was that the earth elemental elves collectively transformed into another life form. And it was very likely that an elemental elf king, or the lord of the 4 elements, had already appeared. But a trip to the elemental plane, and a type of war that was completely different from the lost land made him realize that the impossible seemed to come true. And it was not accomplished by the lich that he did not dare to provoke, but by the magician who he had regarded as a friend from the beginning, but who had a mentality of befriending the weak. When the person who was once considered weak in his eyes turned around and became someone he must look up to, Juan Javier didn't have any jealousy or hatred in his heart. Instead, he silently and heartily blessed his friend and then paid attention to him. It would be great if I could get something I need from him. With this idea in mind, and the support of his wife who is good at prophecy, Juan started the airship diplomacy a while ago, and followed someone to the elemental plane several times. The harvest was much greater than expected. Even now, Juan still hasn't fully digested what he gained, not to mention building on it and taking it to the next level. Now the news about the bank came into Juan's eyes again. After he got a little familiar with it, Under the instruction of the Chief Father, he extended an invitation to someone. He had personally experienced the power of flash technique. Therefore, one never thought of sending the now greatly modified airship Gauss Bertone to pick up the people. Although the new Gauss Bertone flew at full speed from the southwest peninsula of Midi to the holy city of Starry, it no longer took more than half a year as it did in the past. But no matter how fast it is not as fast and convenient as someone's flash technique. So let people come by themselves and save both of us time and effort. Based on Juan's understanding, someone's flash technique can silently travel back and forth between the Earth and the elemental plane. The distance from the holy city of Starry to the southwest peninsula is nothing. And this is also true. Lin, who was invited, stood in front of the palace gate of the kingdom of Elva. It's not that he can't just go in and find someone. It's just that it's impolite to do so. Therefore, as long as he did not obtain the permission of the other party, or the two parties were hostile, Lindu would still stick to his status as a guest. It's your own business to save time on the road. It would be foolish to treat it as a convenience. Juan Javier and his wife, Anne-Marie, who was also his student, came to greet him. The acquaintances on both sides greeted each other casually. And Juan asked warmly,
"You came so quickly. I thought you would have to spend some time looking for a place. It's not that difficult to find it from the sky. Moreover, the goal of the palace is obvious enough. If you look for the one with the most flags and the largest house, you will most likely be wrong. If you make an appointment at some inconspicuous place, it will be much more troublesome. If you think I'm moving too fast, it's not because I'm here too early."
Lin laughed.
"It's not early. It's just right. The old man and the other brats are here, and several ministers whom the old man trusts haven't left yet. I just want to talk to them. Let them have more time to think about how the bank should operate. After that, we will slow down. Let's talk about old times. Do you plan to revisit the old place this time? The Gaussian Batong has no plans during this period, but I can let it help you save your face. Oh, by the way, my teacher really wants to meet you, but I just don't want to. No chance. Come with me to meet that old guy this time. By the way, no one else followed you back?"
Juan asked a bunch of questions while leading the people. Lin was not overwhelmed by so many questions. He knew that this was a sign of the elemental prince's happiness. Otherwise, in normal times, this great magician, who used to be so suave, would behave appropriately in dealing with people and affairs, making people feel at ease. Otherwise, with the blood on the hands of this great magician, if there are not enough friends, there are enemies everywhere. Not to mention that he has a title, and the teacher is the president of the branch of the Magician Association. As long as they dare to step out of the protective circle, there will be people who dare to risk their lives for revenge. But you still have to give the answer. Otherwise you will be baptized by Juan with repeated questions. Lin smiled and replied,
"When we start a bank, we still have a lot of things to do. It's more convenient for me to travel alone, so I don't have to find anyone else to accompany me. We are magicians, not as delicate as nobles, and we don't have any entourage.
If you go out, you won't even be able to live."
Fun, as always, ignored things that had nothing to do with her, so the bank-related work could not be piled on her. On the other hand, it is my 3 apprentices. Although the specific bank affairs are handled by the elves, it is also to make the elves more familiar with its contents. But the deployment of personnel was arranged by those Halumi and Kaya. Even Leonardo helped out, running errands and so on. After hearing someone's answer, one laughed and said,
That's true.
Lin added,
"It's okay to meet your teacher, so I'll ask you to arrange a time. As for revisiting the old place, forget it. Things are so busy, and I don't have much fun. Her Majesty, the goddess, is chasing after me."
Looking at the person in front of him with interest, one suddenly asked,
"How big is your plan? It's not just a trivial matter like a bank, right?" Hee.
Chapter 1285 Kingdom of Velva. Royal Palace of King Welva. Although the physiques and armors of the guards along the way were not as powerful as the guards of the Guana Empire seen not long ago, and their strength may not be as good as others, their energy and spirit were not inferior to others at all. A country's prospects can best be seen from whether it is vigorous or depressing, rather than listening to some people's boasting, and whether you see vigor or arrogance. There is actually a difference in temperament. If it's the latter, think about the origin of the idiom Yalong is arrogant. Although he didn't go around the streets to see how the people in this kingdom were doing, Lin thought to himself that they shouldn't be far behind. Follow one's footsteps and listen to his introduction about the kingdom of Welva. Hearing that he was familiar with all kinds of data, Lin couldn't help but joke.
You know so much about the affairs of the kingdom. Do you have ideas for the next king?
Lin had talked with this person about the situation at home in the past. It can be said that as long as the relationship with his mother is still there, he will honestly go back to being his Viscount Javier. There wouldn't be any unreasonable thoughts. He himself is not interested in the position of king, even the position of president of his teacher's branch. This person lacks interest. Of course,
the friendship must be good enough and able to withstand jokes. Then Lin Yi dares to say these things. Otherwise, it will be regarded as sowing discord, and the boat of friendship will capsize easily. However, someone's problem has indeed not touched one's bottom line, he explained with a smile.
Isn't this a college with a part-time dean? The college has expanded several times. In addition to recruiting qualified talents, but without the resources to train them, it now also recruits students from outside the school, and has added many students.
There are too few subjects. I also need to find funds and put the students I teach to use. I'm afraid I know more about the kingdom's affairs than the old man you'll see later.
After Juan said this, he explained in depth the situation of the college he ran. Lin had a higher opinion of this friend he had made in his youth. Thinking about the imperial court in my hometown's history, no matter how the system changed, the most important function was the Ministry of Personnel or similar institutions. The reason why the Ministry of Personnel is important is not because it is in charge of the promotion evaluation of all officials. So it is very important to the officialdom that needs to be cultivated. It is because the right talents must be sent to the right positions so that the state machine can maximize its performance. To meet such requirements, in addition to understanding a person's abilities, one must also be very clear about the requirements for each position so that he can be appropriately qualified. Even in the evaluation, you need to know what is considered a good job and what is a poor job. From the countries I have seen or the books I have read, there is no such administrative department that specializes in managing officials. This power was firmly in the hands of the emperor, king or lord. Moreover, the standards for employing people all depend on the mood of those in power. If you encounter a foolish king, the whole country will be in a mess. However, the college run by Juan was not the kind of education that became increasingly disconnected from real life in terms of theory and philosophy. Instead, he still sticks to the habit of lost people and takes the practical route. Wherever there is a need for what kind of talents and what kind of knowledge is needed, we should cultivate such talents and teach such knowledge. This type of education is a big step forward in Lost World. I don't know if this system can continue. The so-called
government will cease after people die
is not a sarcastic statement in this kind of society ruled by people. During the chat, the three people came to the meeting place. King Jane IV of the Kingdom of Welva is sitting on the throne, and on another throne next to him is Queen Catherine, Juan's biological mother. Except for these two people who had seats, everyone else was standing. Several princes and princesses stood on the left-hand side of the king, and behind them on the right were the king's personal ministers. The ministers of the kingdom stood on both sides of the lower head. The ones behind them didn't look like nobles, or they were of low status. It seems that they are just the entourage of the ministers. After all, the ministers present were all quite old, so it was helpful to have someone to attend to them in case they suddenly fell ill or something. Originally, Lin thought that he was well informed because he had experienced conversations with Duke Kawe and had talked freely with an emperor about bank-related matters. With such experience, it is not easy to deal with the king of a small country. And this is indeed the case. The vision of the king of a small country in a remote area cannot be higher than that of the Grand Duke or Emperor of the Empire. The questions asked by Han 4 were basically the same as those asked by the previous two. So Lin has already thought about many issues before. All it takes is a change of stance to apply it to the Kingdom of Elva. However, during the process, I made a very interesting discovery. When Lin was having a conversation, although he looked directly at the person asking the question, the environment detection magic on his body never relaxed for a moment. In other words, even if it was the situation behind him, Lin still knew clearly. Many of the views he expressed actually had the effect of suppressing the nobility and benefiting ordinary people. This will also make many nobles dissatisfied, thinking that their privileges have been violated. It's just that these dissatisfactions don't dare to be expressed in front of someone, and they only dare to show disdain when Lin and Juan's eyes are not on them. Especially the dislike of those princes, not only towards a certain magician who talked freely, but also towards their eldest half-brother. However, no matter how dissatisfied these people are,
They dare not express it directly. It seems that one's prestige is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Not all of the blood and bones in the hands of the Prince of Elements are blind robbers. As for those who will never compromise on the privileges they deserve, and are unwilling to leak any rights to ordinary people. Lin directly showed the example of crying on the forum, and being struck by the goddess of gold coins, for not following the rules for everyone to see. Lin said in a calm voice,
My lords, of course I respect your opinions, but my respect is useless. In the end, whether we agree with the opening of the bank or not depends entirely on the wishes of Her Majesty, the goddess of gold coins. Her rules are over there. I just conveyed and explained. If Her Majesty, the goddess, doesn't agree, everyone's work will be in vain. Look at how many people insist on their opinions and get struck by lightning. Don't think that I fabricated these messages to scare people. If you have used it, you can verify it yourself. Even if you don't know how to use magic, you have some basic understanding of it. Has anyone seen a person who is not religious at all and ignores the commandments of the gods? Can use advanced magic. The practice of divine arts can be called the most unreasonable system in the lost world. If a warrior wants to make progress, he must keep honing his martial arts. If a magician wants to make progress, he must keep studying and improving his magic knowledge. However, the progress of a series of divine envoys such as monks, priests, and bishops depends on prayer, pleasing the gods, and understanding of the concept of gods. Basically, there are only a handful of people who can do the last one, and they must be quite senior divine envoys. Most people who use divine magic rely on the first two methods to make the gods willing to bestow part of their power. The more difficult or powerful the magic, the higher the level of faith and piety required of the user. As for how advanced one must be before one can use a certain magic, this is completely idealistic, and there is no data standard for reference. This is common sense in the lost world. So when Lin proposed such an example, everyone had a feeling that what they were about to deal with was actually a god, not a person in front of them. In fact, you don't need to ask for confirmation about the blood and tears mentioned on the forum. You already believe it in your heart. The gods of Lost Land are not things to be beaten and scolded. If it's a secret sarcasm, forget it. If they were to be scolded by name, it wouldn't take 10 breaths for a thunder to come down and kill the person. It would be considered that the belly of His Majesty in the sky is quite big. Lin looked at the embarrassment of some diehards, while the group headed by the king was in great spirits. But it was not easy to show disunity in front of outsiders. Lin therefore said, Let me tell you, gentlemen, you don't need to worry so much. Why not build a bank according to the standards of the goddess of gold coins and open it? Then you will have the opportunity to talk directly to Her Majesty the goddess. Follow up, you can directly discuss with Her Majesty the goddess how to change the bank construction. The southwest peninsula of Midi is indeed a recognized wild zone. Someone asked Kain if he had any manpower operating in the southwest peninsula. The answer, of course, is none. As a result, even if people in the southwest peninsula were interested in a bank, they would not be able to build one, because none of them have a way to communicate with the goddess of gold coins. Communicating with gods is not as simple as finding the worshipper of any god and then finding the god you want. It's not like relatives drop by to build relationships. You can't find God without the right person. And is there any demand for banks in the southwest peninsula? Don't forget, there is someone's legacy here, which is the mall that was born in conjunction with the forum. However, this mall system can only display pictures of products and place orders now. Moreover, confirming orders and other matters still requires manual labor. Especially the payment issue is still a manual operation. The mall system relies on forums. And although it has brought a great leap forward to the business of Lost Land, it is still far inferior to the sales outlets on Earth that a certain time traveler has seen. Then there were a bunch of jackals, tigers and leopards all around, trying to pick peaches at every turn. So Lin never thought about upgrading this thing. One of the funniest things is that although the programming language named P language has been made public, most people who learn it still know little about it. Without a founding magician, others would not have the ability to modify the underlying programs of existing forums and malls, or reinstall the mall programs in other regions. This is why the mall, a function as convenient as the forum, has not spread from the southwest peninsula to other places. The forum can use blocks to separate different usage areas, but the mall can only reinstall the entire program in one area. Without someone's technical support, no one can play this thing at this stage. Since the mall system is popular in the southwest peninsula, people who are already familiar with the dual-track operation of forums and malls will of course hope to have bank transfers to supplement the payment function.
This incentive to promote the bank project was also the reason why he agreed immediately when Juan invited Lin back to the Southwest Peninsula. There are shopping malls charging ahead. As long as the bank can be activated, it will surely open up all over the Southwest Peninsula with the force of setting fire to the prairie fire. Chapter 1286 Viscount Javier's Mansion. Family Banquet in the royal capital of King Vilva. Viscount Javier's Mansion. This kind of banquet was to receive an old friend. So there was no big fanfare to invite people from all walks of life. At this family dinner, the hosts were Juan Javier and his wife Anne-Marie. The guest of honor was the great magician Guy Brash Tripwood. Among the guests invited to accompany him were King Harn IV, Queen Catherine, and the Crown Prince. Originally, Lin had intended to bring Fan here to have a meal with Juan, a wealthy family. But the former Demon King is not an ordinary female family member. If she is asked to deal with a noble lady or young lady for a meal, she will not be polite now. Now Fan would rather lie on her bed and eat steamed buns, moving towards the state of a dried fish girl. So someone has to attend alone. The reason why the king appeared was not because Juan was proud enough, but because this banquet was originally arranged by King Han IV. Because if the king holds a banquet without extravagance and waste, it will appear disrespectful to the guests and lose the king's face. But Han IV wanted to find an opportunity to talk with the magician in detail. So through Juan's relationship, this simple dinner was held. The queen's presence not only represents the importance given to the magician, but Queen Catherine is also the only one who can make Juan obedient. With the queen's presence, the eldest son's actions will not be too outrageous. The crown prince was also present. Not only did Han IV intend to cultivate him, but the crown prince also took the initiative to express his kindness to Juan, his eldest half-brother. Among the 6 sons born to the king, the crown prince had the best relationship with Juan. The other sons, not to mention being enemies, were eaten to death, because the crown prince's position was stable because of Juan's support. The magician whose alias is Prince of Elements has publicly stated that if the king's eldest son is appointed as the crown prince, he will respect this tradition and will offer his allegiance. If everyone competes based on their ability, then he will be very interested in participating and make sure that no one can win against him. Therefore, no matter how dissatisfied the little princes were, they did not dare to give their half-brother an excuse to fight for the throne. For example, when the king dies, all the princes and princesses also die. So what if the queen is to remarry and continue the royal family? Or should the queen's only remaining son take the throne and succeed him as king? Regarding the answer to this question, the nobles of the kingdom would choose the latter without hesitation. There's no other reason than that no one can beat Juan Javier. The bloodline issue is less important at this time. If you are strong enough and have a name, you can make things happen. If you support the former plan against the queen's wishes, you have to consider whether you can withstand the revenge or lessons from this great magician named Prince of Elements. After all, there is a precedent for this kind of thing. When the king was critically ill in the past, it was this great magician who suppressed the rebellion and stabilized the situation in the kingdom. As for the fate of the rebels, of course it goes without saying, the crown prince is not afraid of competition from his eldest brother, because as long as one has the idea of competition, no one can be his opponent. On the contrary, as long as one does not have that idea, then the crown prince's biggest supporter is his half-brother. So the relationship between the two is quite close. Lin was not very clear about the calculations behind everyone, but what he can be sure of is that the people who will be present at this dinner are equivalent to implicit natural allies. Therefore, his speech at the dinner was much more relaxed. Instead of having to think about what he said for a long time, like when he met the emperor of the Guana Empire before. Although he was not afraid of angering the emperor, there was no need to add extra trouble to himself. The theme of today's family dinner is about the changes in the Southwest Peninsula over the years. When Juan drove the airship to find Lin Gao, the two of them talked about this aspect a lot, although some topics are deliberately avoided, such as various news about the Tower of the Great Sage. But listening to King Han IV bragging about his country, what kind of local products there are, what are the cultural characteristics, and the wonderful things that have happened in the kingdom over the years, these topics are all very good at arousing someone's interest. Lin had also been to the kingdom of Velva before, when he had just traveled to the Lost Land and had adventures in various places in the Southwest Peninsula after becoming a magic apprentice. At that time, the circulation of information was not yet developed. So if you wanted to find a better place to spend money, you had to rely on your own feet to confirm. Doing the math, it's been nearly 17 or 8 years. Some places may remain unchanged for decades, but some places are changing so fast that no trace of the past can be seen. The Kingdom of Velva sounds like the latter. Of course, this conversation wasn't all the king's show. From time to time, he asked a certain magician who had traveled to so many places. How were those places different from the Kingdom of Velva? And what were their merits? Simply comparing the differences, and then analyzing the pros and cons. Lin, who has a lot of skill points in keyboard warrior and trolling, can be said to be very familiar with it. There was no need to make up any false data to deceive the king. Lin had done a lot of research during this period to inspect the location of the bank. If you have these things at your fingertips, you can tell them all. In the middle, the topic inevitably turned to banks, introducing the strategies of various big guys in setting up banks, such as the overall layout of Kaohsiung, the mine layout of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, the caution of the Emperor of the Guana Empire, and most importantly, the development of the holy city of Estali. After introducing so much content, he actually said good things about the bank, making the king in front of him make up his mind. After all, when he talked about banks with this elderly king, his face was full of hesitation. He would want to meet him in such a private occasion. In Lin's judgment, the king also had an inclination in his heart. Or this matter, one was pushing hard from the side. So what he should do is to give him another push and strengthen the king's determination. It was only when Han For opened his mouth to ask questions that Lin realized that his judgment was wrong again.
Your Excellency, I can understand that the construction of the bank is a good thing, and it is also very in line with the current needs of the Southwest, especially the transaction based on the mall. But what I want to ask is there any good way for me to, in the promotion of the bank, maintain the status of building the first bank in Southwest China?
All I can say is that he truly deserves to be a king. I was still playing with mud, and people were already thinking about the shape of the house. Someone is in shock. Lin was silent for a moment, and Han foresaw this and continued.
According to what you said, I think the biggest purpose of the gold coin goddess is to build more banks and make them available to more people. This is a bit like various divine churches, spreading faith and increasing believers. But under this premise, I think it is impossible for me to block the construction of banks in other places after building the first bank in the Southwest Peninsula. I will definitely offend the goddess. But if I offend the goddess, the consequences will not be good. So how can I use the opportunity of building the first bank in the Southwest to maintain my interests in the long run?
Before considering this issue, let's first understand the geographical location and national power of the Kingdom of Velva. Although the Kingdom of Velva is called a kingdom, its actual geographical area is almost equal to that of a province in my hometown. And it is not a particularly large province. The most prosperous city is the royal capital. Other places include the nobles who have been in theft. The most lively areas are just small towns. But one of the great advantages of the Kingdom of Velva is that it is located at the transportation hub of the Leon region. Logically speaking, such a geographical location should be very conducive to business development. But the actual situation is that the location of the kingdom is conducive to business development. However, when there are other more competitive locations in the Southwest Peninsula, where the overall economic volume is not large enough, the Kingdom of Velva is squeezed out and fails to develop. Those more competitive locations are the headquarters of the 4 Magician Association branches in the Southwest Peninsula, the headquarters of the 4 district chapters, Sijia District, Newton District, Cadiz District, and Leon District, are the earliest developed locations in the Southwest Peninsula of Midi. They are also the cities with the largest population and the strongest defensive capabilities in the Southwest Peninsula. The ancestors of other kingdoms and nobles came to these 4 places first, then radiate outwards and develop the current situation. Also because of the large gathering of magicians, various chambers of commerce have settled here in order to serve the mages. Coupled with the rise of forums and shopping malls, the location of the 4 district branch headquarters is at the center of the 4 districts. Such advantages have made these 4 cities where magicians gather become important economic hubs of the Southwest Peninsula. In such an economic environment, even if the Kingdom of Velva established a bank, it would only be the first establishment and the good name of the bank organization to be spread, and there would be no benefits. But this was not what King Han For wanted. With an opportunity like this, Han For wanted more. That's why I met the magician in private and asked him this question directly. Lin has never thought about problems from such a perspective when promoting banks. He has always looked at how the bank should be laid out from a user's perspective, which is most beneficial to users like himself. And the layout method must be feasible. After all, he is not a ruler and does not need to make plans from a high level. If you take the initiative to do it or bring it up, not to mention whether you will be suspected of having ulterior motives. I am afraid that new responsibilities will be imposed on you. This kind of boomerang cannot be released. But since someone asked, it's not impossible to answer. Anyway, according to Lin's observation, no matter how good an idea you think you are, when it is handed over to others, it will be magically modified during the execution stage. If you are unlucky, it is possible that it will be changed to the point where you no longer see the original appearance. It's the kind of thing where you follow someone's opinion in the name of it. But actually you just do what you want to do. The reason why I say this is just because someone can take the blame when passing the blame and taking the blame. As for whether he had any good ideas, Lin was actually able to come up with one in this short period of time. However, this is not an original and new thing. Before time travel, there was a famous policy,
Lusher Luzwa,
in a certain period of history in my hometown and neighboring country. Chapter 1287 Leshy Music Seat. Whether this policy has ever appeared in the history of my hometown, someone has not done a detailed study. But thanks to a certain game developer and the most well-known policy issuer is Oda Nobunaga. The first person to issue this policy during the Warring States period was actually the Imagawa family, the old rival of the Oda family. Of course, the content is slightly different. Moreover, a careful study of these two families, who love and kill each other, reveals that many of the policies of the Oda family were learned from the Imagawa family and then modified. It can be regarded as an example of being better than the old and better than the old. The word stands for liberalization, means market, and Zwa means franchise or exclusive right. In a simpler and more intuitive explanation, a market is a market, a designated place where people can set up stalls and sell goods, while a seat is a merchant guild, which can also be regarded as a store in a narrower sense. Regarding the business of lost land, as well as the history of China and foreign countries on earth, commercial taxation before modern times mainly came from three aspects. The first is to collect tolls at various checkpoints. There is a fee for people to pass through. If there is goods to pass through, additional fees will be charged depending on the content of the goods. The second is the permission to join the Merchants Guild or open a shop. To obtain this permission, of course, a sum of money must be paid to the trade guild or noble lord. Sometimes you have to pay it every year. The third is the license fee to enter a designated market location and set up a stall. This fee will be much less than the second item, and some places will charge on a per-time basis. In modern times on Earth, there are also so-called management fees, cleaning fees, etc., which may be collected by the Market Management Committee, or it may be caused by local gangsters trying to get some money out of small vendors. As for paying taxes on the profits after trading, even in modern times, there are accountants who can do all kinds of tricks to make the government pay less than half a cent. In my hometown in ancient times or in places like Midi where the accounting system was underdeveloped and the regulatory system was imperfect, if you wanted to collect this kind of tax, there were only three words to say: impossible. Leshy Lizo is a policy that does not charge the above fees, allows businessmen to develop wildly, and promotes the prosperity of a place. The biggest beneficiaries of this policy are not the merchants, who have the ability to pay the fees. Instead, some farmers, women, and landless refugees can use extra work in their spare time or rely on their own crafts to earn income. For the former, the benefit of this policy is nothing more than progress from 100 to 110, and possibly to 200. But regardless of whether there is progress or not, they always have a foundation of 100. But for the latter, the policy benefit of Leshy Lizao is that it can increase their profits from 0 to 1, from nothing to something. After all, if you want to do business before, there is a threshold such as market fee or seat fee. People without capital cannot cross that threshold, and of course they cannot do business. But after opening up, there are no barriers, and anyone can come and sell things. Of course, it will stimulate many people without substantial capital to do business, or some people who have their main business earn some extra money in their spare time. And when these people have money in their pockets, most of them will spend it again. Then money starts to flow, and the economy starts to circulate. Simply put, this is a way to enlarge the business pie and expand the overall economic aggregate. But don't think that the Lord who promulgated such a policy is just a fool who has a lot of money. No one is really stupid. In addition to the aforementioned three fixedly levied commercial taxes, there is also a temporarily levied tax. Take Oda Nobunaga as an example as well. One of the most famous historical cases was that in order to welcome the General Ashikaga Yoshiaki to Beijing, he ordered Sakai to donate 20,000 kan. The merchants of Sakai port refused to comply and opposed the Oda family, which to some extent promoted the subsequent Honganji temple. Examples like this are endless in places where the tax system is unclear, whether it is the mysterious land or the ancient earth. As long as the Lord is preparing for war, they will collect a wave of special taxes from the merchants in the territory. If the Lord wants to implement any policy that requires money and has no money on hand, they may also impose special taxes. In other words, the greatest significance of the Leshi Lizao policy to the lords is to expand their sheepfold and wait for a good time and auspicious time to gather a wave or several waves of wool. The disadvantage of this policy, however, is that it is difficult to predict the amount of tax revenue that can be collected through special levies. If a fixed amount is required and too much is required, the merchants may fall out. If the Lord is weak, he may not receive much tax. There is no set rule for how often the tax can be collected. It all depends on whether the profits of the merchants can withstand such extortion by the Lord. If the pinching is too severe, the merchants may run away because they have no profit to make. Even the Lord's reputation was ruined, and he would be unable to attract other merchants. Therefore, the Lord is not strong enough. And implementing this policy is almost like cutting off people's flesh. In the history of Japan and the Warring States period, only 2 people dared to play like this. For most lords, it was easier to collect business taxes using traditional methods. But if the balance between this is well measured, the Leshi music seat is indeed a good policy that can gain a good reputation and fill the Lord's pocket from time to time. After all, the threshold has been removed, giving poor people at the bottom an additional way to earn income, regardless of whether they can turn around. It is inevitable to praise the people who issued this policy. As a lord, you gain face and honor. Back to the situation in the Kingdom of Elva. The opening of the first bank in the southwestern peninsula has the potential to attract a wave of popularity to the kingdom. But when people go to higher places, water flows to lower places. The current situation in the southwest peninsula is a dynamic balance of the general environment. Suddenly there is an extra bank, like an extra rock in the current. Although it will temporarily change the flow path, it cannot change the direction of the flow. If the Kingdom of Welva is unable to use banks to expand its influence, the situation in the southwest peninsula will eventually return to its original state. To put it more clearly, the bank may temporarily attract some large chambers of commerce to the kingdom, and it may also attract a group of magicians who are more greedy for money. But after the construction of banks spreads throughout the lost land, these organizations and people will shift their focus back to the places they are most familiar with, such as the cities where the 4 major regional branches are headquartered. Instead of continuing to focus on the Kingdom of Elva, Han 4 had to find a way to get these people to stay while they were attracted to the bank. Of course, if more people can be attracted to the Kingdom of Elva and settle down, that would be an even better thing. The policy of Leshi Lizao can attract a group of people to join the Kingdom of Elva. Or at least, they would be willing to come regularly to the kingdom's Libreville yard to trade and buy. Once these individual merchants, who were hidden or dispersed in the past, gather together, it is easy for chambers of commerce to absorb them, or for these people to form chambers of commerce themselves. No matter what form it is, other chambers of commerce will naturally produce a clustering effect in order to exchange what they have. If the influence of the bank is added at this time, some of the people attracted will probably like or get used to the atmosphere of the Kingdom of Velva and choose to stay. This number of people does not need to be large. Even if it is only 10%, this extra population will be a leap in strength for the kingdom. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin said to the king, who was not ashamed to ask questions. Surprisingly, no one intervened during this. Finally, Lin came to the conclusion. By doing this, there will be more capable people in the kingdom, and money will follow. Under the magnetic attraction effect, the Kingdom of Velva will usher in a good opportunity for a virtuous development cycle. But can it maintain this situation? Advantages. So that the kingdom continues to be strong, this must rely on your Majesty's efforts. My idea is at best a start, and subsequent adjustments and maintenance still depend on the ability of the administrator. That is, your Majesty the King. It's impossible for me to stay and help. After all, I have other things to do elsewhere. When someone speaks, he should hold his tongue first to avoid being inexplicably given the title of music minister and having to stay and work hard. However, when it comes to someone with a dry mouth, he picked up the wine glass on the table and drank several glasses of low-alcohol wine without waiting for any reaction from others. He looked at the stunned people and had no choice but to say, "Is there a problem with what I just said? If there is a problem, just ask it directly and let everyone discuss it. But if you want me to think of other ideas, I can do it in this moment. It's great to think of one, but it would be difficult for me to think of the second one.
He coughed lightly to break the awkward silence. Queen Catherine raised her wine glass as a toast and said,
"Don't blame me, sir. I think they were surprised by your idea, and that's why they were speechless."
Lin shot back a drink. After drinking this sip of wine, the atmosphere among everyone seemed to come to life. Instead of being frozen like before, one even moved around with his hands and feet, touching and squeezing someone's head, and said,
"How come your head is so long that you can come up with such an idea? Why didn't I realize that you had this ability before?
Come on!"
He waved away Juan's extended hand, and Lin added a few more glasses of wine to himself. "I hadn't noticed it before, but the wine from the Kingdom of Welva tastes very good even though its alcohol content is not high. It seems that when you leave, you should take a few more with you as consulting fees." Seeing that the king was still thinking about something, he didn't say a word. In this private occasion, which was similar to a family dinner, Queen Catherine did not need to be afraid of being known as a political meddler. So she asked directly,
"Your Excellency, your explanation just mentioned that a monarch who is not strong enough is not suitable for use. Such a policy. Do you think the kingdom can implement such a policy and gain sufficient benefits from it?"
As soon as he got to the point, Lin couldn't help but admire Juan's mother for her accurate vision. What I said before is, at best, just a painted pie. The question the queen asked was how to make the cake real and eat it. This question not only made someone look at the queen, but the king, the crown prince, Juan and others also looked at a certain magician, expecting some special answer from his mouth. Chapter 1288 The Situation on the Peninsula.
In terms of deterrence, Juan's ability is enough. With the kingdom's military strength, even those large transnational chambers of commerce will not choose to fight head-on. They should give up some benefits appropriately to avoid greater harm and losses. Those businessmen, but they are so shrewd that they can calculate better than anyone else.
After praising his old friend, and ignoring the proud expression on the guy's face, Lin added,
"Of course, this policy is not as simple as it seems, and it still needs some supporting policies to have the greatest impact. For example, how to protect those small businessmen and how to maintain fairness in the market. This does not mean prohibiting commercial competition, but at least preventing fraud requires the wisdom of management officials and the most important coordination policy. That is, everyone who comes to the market to trade, regardless of the business situation, must stay in the city for one night before leaving the next day. What is the purpose of doing this? Is it possible that the kingdom can receive taxes like this?"
The prince, who had no sense of existence, asked proudly at this time. It was as if he had discovered some big loophole. The queen glanced at her second son, the king's eldest son, calmly. I couldn't tell whether the look in his eyes was appreciation or disappointment. The king didn't think about the answer and continued to wait for someone to answer. On the other hand, Juan and his wife waited as if it had nothing to do with them. Lin did not show a look of contempt, but answered directly.
"I believe that those who are willing to do some small business are not all residents living in the royal city. For residents from other places or even foreigners,
it is a long journey to come here. When they arrive at the royal city, they may not be able to make it back very early after selling the goods they brought or buying all they need. They may even be exhausted and have problems on the way back. It was very reasonable and considerate for them to stay one night."
Queen Catherine added,
"And by doing this, people can spend more time seeing the royal city and feeling the prosperity in it, rather than just looking at the flowers, buying or selling things and then leaving. There will be more time to stay.
Maybe we can do more business and show more of the beautiful life in the royal city, which will help people decide to settle down."
This interpretation is perfect. At least one person admitted that he didn't think that much when thinking about these words, and he just followed the example of a certain Nobunaga in history. But at this time, Lin just pretended to have an inscrutable expression and nodded slowly. The crown prince was scolded by his mother, but he did not dare to show any resentment. He just had a teachable expression and accepted the criticism humbly. However, he still had some confusion in his heart. So he asked again,
"Even if Big Brother can control the situation, but there has been no war in these years, we have no reason to ask for special collection."
Lin smiled, and so did Juan. The king was a little disappointed, but the queen remained calm. But Lin still replied,
"What is the difficulty in finding a name for collection? Building banks in more remote towns requires money in order to make everyone's journey smoother. It is necessary to build roads, which also costs money, and clearing the forest outside the royal city also costs money. Clearing wasteland, finding vacant land, building houses, and building city walls all cost money. It is true that war is the best way to collect money, because the kingdom needs funds to recruit troops, prepare weapons, and collect food and fodder, so as to protect the people of the kingdom. But in other terms, as long as the money is used back on them, it will be beneficial to everyone. Will anyone resist it? At most, it will be a question of getting more and less. One side at this time. It's still the human heart. Boy, you can do it. All these names are based on the human heart. How can I have so many tricks? Politics is not just about doing things. In fact, it is about managing everyone's affairs. Only one who conforms to everyone's thoughts and guides everyone's direction is a qualified lord. If you only know how to do things in a dull manner, it is best to do those things that have nothing to do with other people will not mess things up. As for me to speculate on these, it is not a question you asked. But I am just talking. If you really want me to do something, you know best what's going on with the college. So don't ask me to do anything. The implicit meaning of someone's words is, of course, to continue to push things out. Just bad ideas. Don't expect my help. One smiled at someone's cautious look. He said, "Friend, you have kept denying us in 3 sentences. Do you think we really dare to keep you here?" Lin said, "Let me explain my attitude first. It will save you from making demands that I obviously don't want to make. And then everyone can't step down. That would be so ugly. But from what you said, it seems that this was not your intention from the beginning?" One looked at the innocent-looking person and asked with raised eyebrows. "Although I know you don't use the forum to communicate with others. You shouldn't even read the messages on the forum. Don't you know that? Your evaluation of the Southwest Peninsula. And what was done with that tower? Which tower? The Tower of the Great Sage? What did it do?" Lin asked 3 times. One smiled and said, "Oh, it seems you really don't know. Since you left, the president of Shijia district has changed to 2 more people. The one when you left had an accident and passed away. The second president formed the mixed army launched an attack on the Great Sage's tower. The result was a huge failure. The army was completely destroyed. Willian City in Shijia district was also counterattacked by the Great Sage's tower. All 5 magic towers were destroyed. The failed president wanted to regroup for revenge and rebuild Willian City. But he was deposed as president by all the magicians. The current president of Shijia district is the Tower Master of the Tower of the Great Sage. Recommended. The location of the district branch headquarters has also been changed to a town built with the Great Sage Tower as the center. I said that the ghost tower you transformed can be attacked by magic from such a long distance. Ta has no way to fight back. And it's impossible not to surrender." Someone was stunned and said in surprise, "Such a thing happened." One shook his head and said, "More than that." Lin asked in confusion, "What else happened? Do you know the Queen of Frank Kingdom? Julia III? The country closest to the Tower of the Great Sage." Lin thought about it briefly and nodded. The Queen's original name was Mirasalian. Together with her loyal retainers, she hid in the village outside the Great Sage's tower to escape the pursuit of the usurper of the kingdom. But then she returned to the country, and there was no further contact. In fact, when the Queen was hiding in the affiliated village outside the Great Sage's tower incognito, she didn't have much contact with anyone. At best, I know her and she knows me. And when we meet outside, no one recognizes the other. However, Lin was still impressed by this mention by Juan. Juan continued, "The Queen married the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage. And in the past few years, they have continued to expand their power. The Kingdom of Frank continued to recruit foreign nobles and annexed other countries' territories. The scale of the war was controlled. In a very small area, there is no big fight. But with that magic tower, no one would dare to think of such a big fight." Hearing such content, Lin frowned slightly and asked, "The calm has been broken?" One understood what someone said, referring to the state of peace in Lost Land for nearly 200 years. Since the end of the religious wars, during the 200 years or so, the boundaries of all the countries in the Lost Lands have not changed much. At best, everyone is developing towards an ownerless environment. It is true that someone has shaken such a state, but it is far from what someone thinks the peace has been broken. Therefore, Juan said, "It's not really breaking the peace. After all, many lords took the initiative to choose to be loyal to the Queen. Faced with the pressure of warcraft, when their lords were unable to provide effective protection, they fought for their lords. People, choosing a more powerful protector is a matter of course. The concept of nation in MIDI is far inferior to what it was after the rise of nationalism on Earth. People here still put family first. Especially the development of the Southwest Peninsula happened in the past 200 years. Everyone said they were descendants of the pioneers, and no one really had a noble and inviolable bloodline. The commonly used language is MIDI common. Therefore, there is no sense of identity between them. Only the consideration of interests. The so-called country is just a group of neighboring lords hugging each other for warmth. The country may be destroyed at any time due to a Warcraft uprising. This is why the countries in the Southwest Peninsula are very small. So as long as someone shows enough strength, there will be no need to fight, and someone will naturally seek refuge for protection. Obviously, the Frank Kingdom, with the Tower of the Great Sage as its backing, has become the strongest thigh in the Southwest Peninsula, and naturally there is no shortage of people to hug it. As for those who resist, a small test of the Great Sage's tower can make them lose confidence. The past practice of killing everyone once someone took action was far less beautiful than the way Queen Yulia and her husband played now. Many times, as long as you demonstrate, you can make the other party surrender. Furthermore, one story is not over yet. It is said that many tower owners of magic towers in Shijiao district have sworn allegiance. These people are more important than noble gentlemen. The Southwest Peninsula was developed late, and there are still many areas that are difficult for living people to penetrate. The biggest contributors to fighting against the intrusion of monsters and protecting the fire of civilization are the magic towers standing in the wilderness. However, due to the aloofness of the magicians and the strength of the magic tower as a war fortress, it can be said that the tower owners are the most unruly group of people. Even the branch presidents of all the magician associations have good intentions towards every tower owner and do not dare to turn against them easily. Such people all swore allegiance to a kingdom that would be unthinkable elsewhere. But if you put yourself in their shoes, you must know that the 5 towers were blown up, which is an incredible thing for the magicians of the Southwest Peninsula. It was a combined building composed of a Dharma Saint-level 5-story tower and 4 4-story towers. Among the magic towers in the Southwest Peninsula of Lost Land, the 5 Union Tower is definitely the premier war fortress. But under the power of the Great Sage's tower, it couldn't even resist, and it became a ruin. Faced with such a record, which tower owner of the magic tower would dare to compete with the tower owner of the Great Sage's tower? Do you think life is too long? It can be said that the Tower Master's oath of allegiance was an unprecedented event that shook the southwestern peninsula of MIDI. Chapter 1289 Changes in the Southwest Peninsula. With the Tower of the Great Sage, the Kingdom of Frank set off a wave of regional integration of political power in the southwestern peninsula of MIDI. And unlike the feudal aristocratic countries that are generally formed with military strength as the core, the Queen of Frank Kingdom, Julia III, still has the identity of the mysterious Lord's Templar commander and has not given up. Her husband, Prince Guy, is the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage and holds the title of Great Magician. In other words, the core of the Frank Kingdom is a deformed existence that combines 3 mysterious powers: theocracy, magicians, and the traditional aristocracy. This is a country that has never been seen before. The only thing that hinders the expansion of the kingdom is the traffic roads in the southwest peninsula of MIDI that are so bad that everyone has a headache. Julia III did not expand mindlessly, but steadily digested the annexed areas step by step. At least the transportation construction must keep up before taking the next step. In this situation, of course some people are happy and some are sad. For the small lords, who are not strong enough and are in urgent need of protection from the strong, they can't wait to swear allegiance to Queen Yulia immediately. Then the Tower of the Great Sage will bring his territory under its protection. As long as a monster of a certain level or above steps into the territory, the precise strike from the magic tower will kill the threat outside the town. A magic tower replaced the traditional garrison to guard human gathering places and protect the fire of civilization. This is the biggest attraction to Frank Kingdom. And for the kingdom, there is no additional cost to the magic tower's attack. All energy expenditures are dealt with by the magic tower's energy pool. It can be said that everyone within the range of the Great Sage's tower will surely surrender. But for those lords with ambitions and intentions, the Tower of the Great Sage is a lingering nightmare. In the past, there was the opening of the Gate of the Abyss and the invasion of the Lord of the Abyss. And in the later, there were tens of thousands of mixed magic legions. This kind of strength was enough to sweep across the southwest peninsula. But they all collapsed in front of the Tower of the Great Sage. Even the tower owners, who also guard the magic tower, have bowed their heads. Who has the courage to fight against the Tower of the Great Sage? Anyway, they are both human forces,
And the kingdom of Frank is mainly gentle, supplemented by coercion, and has not yet killed them all. In the name of preserving the fire of civilization, joining it is not a difficult choice. On the contrary, it can achieve better development. And in everyone's perception, the initiator of all this was not Her Majesty the Queen, nor the current master of the Great Sage's Tower. It was the former tower owner of that magic tower, Guy Black Stripwood. No matter who gained or suffered losses in this wave, they all had a consensus. That is, stay away from the magician. The same goes for vice versa. That is to say, when the magician has the tendency to return to the Southwest Peninsula, everyone will prevent such a thing from happening. In other words, someone's current situation in the Southwest Peninsula of Midland is similar to that of a street rat. If you see it, everyone will shout and beat you. The understanding of this magician by all the people in the peninsula is still at the level where a group of half-hearted magic apprentices could threaten him in the past. King Han 4 dared to ask one to invite such a person back, which shows that the power of the kingdom of Welva cannot be underestimated. At least no one dares to come looking for trouble. The airship Goss Bottom, which belongs to the Leon District chapter of the Magician Association, is parked near the royal city to maintain combat readiness according to the order of its captain, just to avoid having irrational people come to your door. But wanting such a recognized nuisance to stay is another story. Not to mention that what is never allowed to happen is to let that magician have another magic tower. A tower of great sages is enough to make people despair. If there are two magic towers of the same level, regardless of whether the relationship between them is cooperation or opposition, it will be a disaster for others. When one named someone's reputation in the Southwest Peninsula, Lin was unusually silent. I have no words to ask the heaven. But after a while, someone felt relieved. Anyway, as I said before, although I started from the Southwest Peninsula, this place does not give a traveler the feeling of being at home. Most of the memories left behind are full of malice. Not to mention that if he hadn't left in the first place, how would he have gotten where he is today? The encounter with World Tree Wadwo is a great opportunity for him to stand up. If you still stay in the Southwest Peninsula, how can you have such an opportunity? Therefore, Lin never thought about improving or explaining anything about this land's evaluation of himself and his defensive attitude. Of course, I had no intention of staying. Isn't it nice to have a home in the holy city of Estali? It's a place where I feel like I belong. What can you get when you return to the Southwest Peninsula? After confirming his thoughts, a certain magician finally let go. Originally, in order to avoid being too arrogant, I was left to work. So when I came up with ideas, although I didn't hold anything back, I was very restrained in my imagination. It's good now. I know that people here don't welcome me, and their bad attitude is the same as before. Then why not seek more benefits for the kingdom of Elva, which is the only country that has good intentions towards itself, and cause more trouble for others? Therefore, in response to the policy of Blusher Luzu, headed by Han 4, no matter what questions they raised, Lin would try his best to find an answer from his own knowledge and experience, or at least give a direction. The establishment of the first bank in the Southwest Peninsula must not only seize the opportunity, but also become a king. After letting go of the conversation, it was almost midnight before someone used the flash technique to return to Xingqing's home. The red-eyed Han 4 also returned to the palace and drafted various new bills and orders with the crown prince. This was really today's conversation, and it made him feel so excited that he couldn't sleep. I wish that the vision painted by that magician could come true tomorrow. Although the crown prince's mood was not as crazy as his father's, he was also very attentive to this matter. The reason was simple. He and his chief eldest brother were the only ones present to talk to the magician. It is impossible for the king and queen to personally supervise the implementation of a government affairs. So whose hands will this job fall into? The magician said that if this matter is done well, it will save both face and face. What's more, with the eldest brother's promise as a backer, there is no need to worry about the people below being hypocritical and submissive. So if you don't rely on this time to gain fame and political achievements, when should you rely on it? In order to support this combination of fists, the crown prince also planned to donate one of his mansions under the city as the basic building of the bank. Then as long as they carry out internal renovations and meet the requirements of the gold coin goddess, the first bank in the Southwest Peninsula can be opened. During this period, Lin inevitably traveled between the holy city and the kingdom of Welva, looking like a commuter. Fortunately, I had the flash technique to protect me, so I didn't waste my life in traffic. As for someone who keeps saying he doesn't want to work, how can he become a commuter? This was by no means a matter of speaking out against integrity. It was simply because Lin felt the need to observe the development of the bank in the kingdom of Welvo, where banking starts to push. The 5 major elven kingdoms are due to the support of the world tree and some indescribable attraction to coins. These allow the elves to choose to embrace the coin of the gold coin goddess, rather than use coins of varying quality minted by other human kingdoms. The promotion of the holy city of Estali, the Grand Duke of Kawi, the Guana Empire, the Vita military state, and other places is because the main circulating coins in these places are traditional fine coins. That is, good coins. Its precious metal content is higher than that of gold, silver, and copper, giving them an advantage in currency exchange. After recognizing that gold, silver, and copper coins are equivalent to traditional gold, silver, and copper, the higher exchange rate makes switching to new coins equivalent to a disguised increase in wealth. Such incentives give people in these places, from nobles, magicians to ordinary people, the motivation to use banks. The participation of Jialing Chamber of Commerce is actually the collaborator that someone is most dissatisfied with. Although the bank set up by the Chamber of Commerce meets the requirements of the gold coin goddess, it is accessible to ordinary people. But in the absence of strong incentives, the bank established by the Jialing Chamber of Commerce is like a private bank that only serves them. But finally the layout was set out. And for Lam, the Nguyen brothers of the Jia Long Chamber of Commerce are a good collaborator in aspects other than banking. They do their best to fulfill their own requirements. Under such a premise, Lin has no reason to slow down the other party's participation in the bank's maze layout, or even to block it. However, the situation in the Southwest Peninsula is different from the ones mentioned before. On the surface, there is a shopping mall system charging into the battle. So the financial system of the Southwest Peninsula does require various functions of banks. But who are the people using the mall? Lin Hui originally designed the mall to serve magic tower owners like himself. This allows the needs of tower owners to be conveyed to the Chamber of Commerce faster and shortens the time to get the goods. When the mall system was launched, it was not only the tower owners of the magic tower who used it. Most of the large transactions of noble lords were also completed in the mall and forums. Of course, the final contract still requires face-to-face negotiations. But during the negotiation stage, the mall and the forum have indeed changed the business ecology of the Southwest Peninsula. However, the nature of the mall means that it cannot provide complete services to ordinary people. This is because the logistics industry in MIDI is too poor, or it can be said to be almost non-existent. How difficult is it to deliver small parcels and complete small transactions like modern Earth? Some people think that it might be easier to farm and conquer the entire land to unify the world. In short, the biggest incentive to promote banks in the Southwest Peninsula is not universal among everyone. At least most ordinary people can't use it. Moreover, the mainstream coins circulating on the peninsula are ordinary coins. And even bad coins in some places are used normally. After all, if you don't use it, it's useless. In other words, there is no currency exchange dividend in the Southwest Peninsula to drive people to use the bank's functions. Then Lin suggested that the Kingdom of Velva promote the policy of Leshi Lizao, because this policy is really helpful to ordinary people. So under the promotion of Leshi Lizwa, Lin is very interested in knowing what kind of chemical effect ordinary people will have on banks. For this first place to get out of the currency exchange dividend, how the bank will develop, and what kind of resistance or support it will encounter in the promotion are all the focus of Lin's observation. Because for most areas of the Lost World, the situation in the Southwest Peninsula is relatively normal. Chapter 1290 Half a year. Time sequence Winter. Since meeting the goddess of gold coins 6 months ago, and agreeing on a plan to develop a bank, the 9th power plan related to the world tree has entered a period of rapid progress. It's like someone is being pushed around by something, and has no time to spare. Now half a year has passed, and the promotion of the bank and the relationship with a certain magician have been used. It's like a fresh graduate from college who enters the insurance industry. After all his relatives and friends have bought insurance policies, they are basically fine and can prepare to find other jobs. Now that all the connections he can use are activated, it is not the responsibility of a certain magician to go out to find strangers to run business. On the contrary, Lin's current job is to observe the development of banks in various places and make timely suggestions and adjustments, or to sort out a set of teaching methods. It is not a waste to let the talented people who planned and lead the entire plan spend their time and energy on popularizing basic knowledge about banking with people who know nothing. It's a waste. The above reason was raised by someone in a high-level meeting. and no other high-level person could offer a counter-argument. This saved someone from being like a dog, sticking out his tongue and running wherever he pointed, using people until they die, using them until they are crippled, and then kicking them away is not an idea that only a spoiled boss would make. It is the same wherever you go. The overall layout of the Grand Duke of Kauai's territory was the earliest one to start. During this off-farm time at the end of the year, the old Duke's caravan took advantage of the heavy snowfall before road closures to transport carloads of excess supplies in the territory to the small country in the north. With the money obtained from the sales, he purchased armor and coarse grains locally, equipped one army after another, which was similar to that of farmers, and started training in this winter. Since food and accommodation are included, for ordinary families, being able to spend less on food rations in winter is a great thing. Even after this winter passes, this group of people will have to work hard to fight, and there will be a shortage of labor at home. But most ordinary people still only look at the immediate things and don't care about the long-term future. Of course, these actions were guessed because someone knew the old Duke's strategy. According to Kaya, according to the public opinion on the forum, most people still don't know the reason why Mr. Kauai did this. The most outrageous guess is that the old Duke plans to break away from the empire and unite with those small countries and nobles to hold high the royal flag. It's not hard to guess who the source of this rumor is. But rumors are just rumors. As long as the emperor cannot be trusted, and the real ruler of the empire defines the Grand Duke as a traitor, the situation within the empire will not change drastically. Moreover, there is no market for such an argument among the nobles. The title of an imperial Grand Duke is more valuable than a king in a ravine. Coupled with the dispute between the two great dukes, Duke Kauai has the upper hand. He is so crazy that he wants to abolish his martial arts, hand over the resources of the empire to Duke Rizal, and start a new battle against an empire? If these two companies reverse their roles, more people might believe it. As for the banking business of the Guana Empire, it is no longer limited to the Temple Bank in the Nineveh Imperial City. But it was not His Majesty the Emperor who supported the expansion of the bank, but other nobles. And they are nobles outside the Rizal family system. When the Imperial Prime Minister, the Crown Prince, expressed his opposition to the construction of the bank, the Emperor nodded and opened the door to allow the Temple of the Goddess of Gold Coins under the Imperial City to function as a bank. This means that the Emperor does not oppose it, but he does not support it at the national policy level. If that's the case, then do it yourself. The characteristic of the feudal system is that you have the final say on your own 1/3 of an acre of land. Even if he is the emperor, as long as there is no rebellion involved, the person in charge of the empire has no right to interfere with the behavior of the nobles in their own territory. So everyone is crazy about building banks, in addition to the attractive advantages of currency exchange. More importantly, using the Temple Bank in the Imperial City, every move will fall under the eyes of the emperor. How uncomfortable would it be for your boss to know how much money you have? That's heart-wrenching and disgusting. Just looking at the Imperial Guards, who helped maintain order, staring at the carriages and men transporting coins, even if they wore hooded helmets, you could still see their red eyes. If one day the emperor is short of money, he will find an excuse to pick a fat pig and kill it. Where can he go to complain? Therefore, after the first wave of frenzied nobles showed their crazy behavior, the use of the Temple Bank in Nineveh Imperial City immediately returned to normal levels. Only those who have lived in the Imperial City for a long time and are in need will come to the bank. As for the nobles, they all decided to return to their own territories. Only the Rizal family was jumping up and down, criticizing the bank and trying to resist the general trend on their own. The reason why Rizal Guild is so confused is because there is a certain magician behind the bank, and the Kauai family also strongly supports it. As a political enemy and the sworn enemy of Blood Flag revenge, Lord Rizal can only choose to confront the bank instead of accepting it and using it to transform himself. On the one hand, it was because the Rizal family's finances had been dragged into the quagmire due to the war, and they had no energy left to carry out financial reforms. If the other party accepts the bank, it may be seen by others as a signal of surrender. Then the supporters he finally won over, whether openly or secretly, may reconsider their respective positions. This is a waste of time. Lin didn't care too much about the development of banks in the 5 Elven Kingdoms, because with the support of World Tree, the elves themselves completed the top-to-bottom currency reform and introduced the banking system. Next, we have to wait for the influence of the Elf Kingdom to ferment and let the bank expand naturally, which will take time. And because the Homo sapiens species in Lost Land today are dominated by humans, if the elves are too active in promoting the bank, it may have the opposite effect. Instead of rushing for quick success and making surrounding human countries wary, it is better to take things slowly. The development situation of banks in the Southwest Peninsula is neither fast nor slow. After the Kingdom of Velva, the second bank builder is the combination of Frank Kingdom and the Tower of the Great Sage. The Xijia district where the Frank Kingdom is located was the place where the mall started, and someone also participated in it for a period of time. Although he was not the main operator, when there was a problem with the mall, Chung Guiden, the president of the Magicians Association branch at the time, would ask someone to ask. It can be said that the businessmen in Xijia district are the most aware of the applications and shortcomings of the mall. The other three districts are just followers, and they are not as courageous as the people in Xijia district to pioneer and try. Against this background, the bank entered the Southwest Peninsula, and the Xijia district chapter unsurprisingly became a supporter. The reason why they were slow to reach the Kingdom of Velva was because they could not find a way to contact the magician. Use the forum to contact the elves at First Bank. For these bank clerks whose business volume has exploded, the needs of the Southwest Peninsula have to be postponed and postponed. In other words, one used his relationship with someone to jump in line. This allowed banks to be established quickly. Of course, the first bank on the Southwest Peninsula of Midi was far from the biggest gain of the Kingdom of Wan and Welvo. The implementation of the policy of Leshi Lizwa is, just as a certain magician predicted, lowering the threshold for entering business will indeed allow some people who have skills but no stage to see an opportunity. Of course, there are also many people whose abilities are only passable, but who dare to come out and try. These people actually benefited from the policies of the Kingdom of Velva. In fact, it is the same no matter in ancient or modern times. At home and abroad, it is easiest to make money when the economy begins to develop, as long as you are bold and dare to fight. Even if you don't do anything illegal, there are always opportunities. Who says you can't start a business with integrity? With the blessing of the times, even a pig can fly into the sky as long as it dares to step out of the pig pen. The Southwest Peninsula, which was developed relatively late, is under such a wave. All it takes is some correct guidance, and it's as if the accumulated pressure finds an opening and the potential can burst out. What restricts the original business environment is not production capacity or technology, but intelligence. I want to buy something, but I don't know where it is available. I want to sell something, but I don't know where the demand is. Primitive businessmen used this information to make money while helping society exchange what they had. However, after the rise of the forum, the information monopoly of businessmen was broken, which was equivalent to releasing a large amount of demand into the market. The next constraints became the inability to keep up with supply and output, as well as transportation and logistics problems. Leshi Lizzo allows more people to join the supply chain by lowering the threshold. Perhaps the output of a single person will not be noticed by businessmen, but when these weak individuals gather together, they become a considerable force. However, banks seem to play a dispensable role in the policies implemented by the Kingdom of Welva. However, under the guidance of the Crown Prince, coins became the designated currency in the kingdom's market. A restriction has been added to the liberalization of Leshi Lizzo. Lin originally thought that this restriction might discourage some people and return them to their original poverty-stricken life. But he still ignored the appeal of a standard coin that can be judged by everyone. Although the Southwest Peninsula of Midi has not yet stopped accepting bad money and bad coins, how to use the money at a discount has always been a science for both buyers and sellers, equivalent to ordinary coins. Then the seller suffers a loss. How much the discount is, and whether the discount is more or less will be related to the issue of who makes money and who loses. Then there is a coin that will not wear out due to use. And as long as this coin is the same precious metal coin, its value must be the same. For peninsula residents who often suffer from bad money, this is simply a gift from the gods. Then, there is another point that promotes the construction of banks in the Southwest Peninsula, which Lin did not expect. That's terrible traffic. And tons of untapped natural areas. Frequent monsters, uncivilized races, and bandits or threats that may attack moving travelers or caravans at any time. Then the bank's off-site deposit and withdrawal function may not be able to prevent the loss of goods and commodities, but at least the loss of coins will be minimized. To achieve this, there must be banks at both the starting point and the ending point of the caravan. The lively transactions in the Southwest Peninsula due to the presence of shopping malls made the Chamber of Commerce determined to invest in promoting the bank's layout. For a time, banks were everywhere in the Southwest Peninsula. The halfling goddess Ku'in really laughs out of her dreams. Chapter 1291 Visitors from Afar. There was goose feather snow outside the window, and the winter sun was not as harsh as it was in summer. The open windows let in a biting cold wind. Someone was wearing an ordinary robe, facing the wind, feeling the chill that penetrated his organs. This is not because someone is self-inflicted, but because he was too busy a while ago and suddenly relaxed, and spent the past few days in bed. The two little apprentices couldn't bear to lie down until they could stand it. Although they didn't nag like an old lady, they still kept making low moves, making it difficult for them to nest comfortably in the blanket. But if there is no goal in life, there will be no motivation. Without motivation, you won't have the energy to do things. And I was busy with bank matters before. So busy that I felt a little sick. Under the physical laws of action and reaction, I just don't want to do or think about anything right now. That being said, when an old friend comes to your door, of course you can't let your apprentice push the person out. In order to cheer up his spirit, someone let the cold wind outside the window wash his mind to clear his mind. My old friend is William Greco, the white swordsman whom I haven't seen for a long time. He was still the same as in the past, dressed in white clothes, and his whole body was spotless. The temperament is more feminine, but not effeminate. It is a kind of introversion that will sway when it encounters the wind. But everyone who comes into contact with him will feel as if there is an invisible wall separating this person from the world. Looking at such a person, one word comes to someone's mind: extraordinary. There are so-called extraordinary beings in the lost land. Anyone who transcends the mortal body, that is, who reaches the pinnacle of their original life level, can be crowned with such a title. One of the most common characteristics is that the length of life is different from that of ordinary species. But this is not a characteristic that extraordinary people will inevitably have. However, refined people are surprisingly rare. And it's not a recognized title. It's just a feeling. Finn is one. And Stone, the former leader of the Dark Legion Guards, who was resurrected and reshaped by her, is also one. William Greco, who appeared in front of Len again, was the third one. This white sword master did not have such a temperament in the past. Likewise, neither did the demon prince. But seeing him again, this time was a completely different feeling from the past. I don't know if this change is related to the situation that someone once mentioned to him. Does this mean that William has made a breakthrough in the physical realm? I still remember the concept I mentioned to him at the beginning, which was the saying in martial arts novels about opening up the Ren and Du's two veins. Could it be that he really got through it? But for now, I just said hello to William briefly and didn't ask about those things in detail, because they were waiting for the guests who came with this white sword master. And these people, one or two, are special. At least they all got someone's attention. William said nonchalantly. These are friends I met in the East, because they knew I was coming to find you. They followed me here. Generally speaking, introducing someone to someone will cost you your favor. Sometimes the things that come out are more serious and may even implicate yourself. So if a normal person dares to do this, usually both parties have a good relationship with him. So they dare to introduce him like this. If one of the parties is a casual acquaintance, it would be rude to be the introducer. Think of a rich man who bought Buffett's dinner coupons and had a meal together. Later, relying on this relationship, he introduced a relative who was beyond his reach to Buffett's door. If he didn't get shot 3 times by the security guard, that would count as old man Bob being polite enough. But think again about the character of this white swordsman. To be honest, the reason why he was able to hang out with the demon prince Azad before was not just about his strength. There's a saying that people are like-minded and like birds of a feather. And this is about William and Azad. They are essentially the same kind of people. So they occasionally get together. To put it more clearly, William Greco is somewhat independent in his own way of doing things, and then completely ignores the opinions of others. Azad also has such a personality. But when something doesn't go his way, Azad will just pinch it. If it's okay, it's okay. If it dies, it means the opponent is weak and unlucky. Don't expect that the demon prince will deal with the aftermath or apologize. He will kill but not bury him. This is the kind of person he is talking about. As for William's lazy personality, as long as no one takes the initiative to endanger his life, he will not fight back. This is a decisive difference in their personalities. It's that lazy part that unexpectedly fits someone. In short, William brought people here, and it is estimated that the white sword master doesn't know what the other party's purpose is. And he doesn't care. It's just a matter of passing by. If the other party wants to follow and is willing to follow, let them follow. Lin wanted to ask clearly, But when William saw Kaya also entering the living room, he naturally came closer. This is not because the white swordsman has any thoughts about his female apprentice. Someone doubts whether there is such a thing as a difference between men and women in William's mind. The reason why he came to find Kaya was just to ask this female disciple to make him a pot of coffee and have a good drink. It has only been less than 10 years since someone discovered coffee in the Southwest Peninsula. When it comes to baking and cooking, a certain person is capable of surpassing this caffeine addict. But even the crazy people can't catch up. But Kaya, a magic apprentice who was not doing his job properly, learned this skill thoroughly under someone's strict guidance. The point is, truly good coffee, as long as it's brewed well, doesn't just have a bitter taste. Just like really good tea, as long as it is not brewed carelessly, it does not only have a stringent taste. William, who drank coffee as water, was obsessed with Kaya and ignored the guests he brought. Lin smiled awkwardly, gave everyone a magician's salute, and said low, "Good day everyone. I am the magician Gobrish Tripwood. I don't know your names yet." A certain sword master could ignore people heartlessly. But as the master of this family, Lin certainly couldn't do the same. Besides, he was also very curious about the origins of the group of people in front of him. The leader was a nobleman, Count Guha from the Hader Empire. He brought several attendants in black, standing quietly behind him, like stone and wood sculptures. The Earl himself wore a gorgeous costume that was different from the style of the Galana Empire. Layers of fine embroidery and lace decorate the Earl, who has just entered middle age, like a peacock in full bloom. Moreover, this count is also the captain of the airship Puna. Speaking of the Fifth Empire, apart from the one in the north that I haven't seen yet, I already know people in the other four. Is this considered a broad-based approach? Someone thought to himself. But compared to the Earl of Hader Empire and his attendants, Lin was really interested in the remaining few. Dressed in green silk, the style is neither Chinese nor Western. There is no elaborate embroidery, just a few gold and silver threads, outlining the pattern of a lotus pond. A thin and transparent veil covered half of her face, revealing only black hair and black eyes. But the corners of her eyes were charming and sparkling, and her eyes seemed to be able to enchant people's soul. This beauty claims to be the princess of the Kingdom of Silk, and you can call her the new capital. Listening to this name, Lin felt that it didn't look like an ordinary name, but more like a title. In addition to the princess, what is more eye-catching are the three entourage-like figures behind her. One person was wearing a straight train, covered with a thin goose yellow zen robe, a jade inlaid belt, a bun in his hair, and a jade hairpin inserted horizontally. The other two wore plain-colored trousers, one gray and one blue, with short haori and striped hakama, and long daggers on their waists. If we were to come back to Sukadai again, some people would think that Japanese warriors had traveled through time. Fortunately not, however. Such a group of clothes with obvious styles. One Han and two harmony. In the eyes of outsiders are just strange clothes. In the eyes of a certain time traveler, it is some incredible evidence. I am really not alone. It's just that the time is not right. The man in Hanfu is called Dynasty, one of the princess's guards. Listening to this name, someone really wants to ask if he has a dead brother or colleague named Mahan. The other two people were named Yusuke Ito and Kazunasa Kuwata. In addition to serving as the princess's bodyguards, they also have other duties in the Kingdom of Silk. It's just that these three men don't have any yellow characteristics. Deep facial features, dark brown hair and brown eyes. According to the standards of the Earth, they are a race close to Central Asia and even Western Asia. Anyway, it just doesn't match their clothes and names. It can be said that in addition to cultural characteristics such as clothes and names, perhaps human race has long been infiltrated by mystery. Even the princess they protected still looked like the mixed-race beauties in her memory, even though she had more Asian features. This may mean that even if their origins are the same as mine, it may have happened several generations ago. How many things from their hometown do these people today still inherit? Although at the moment, Lin still held on to a glimmer of hope and wanted to test whether these people were the first-generation time travelers, and which dynasty they came from. However, these three men put on a stinky face from the moment they met, as if everyone they saw owed them a lot of money. At first, Lin thought this was just the stern behavior of the princess guard, but after talking with each other, I realized that they were indeed unhappy and had no intention of hiding it at all, which is why they showed it so frankly on their faces. At least when someone asks a question, the other person's perfunctory attitude is very obvious, in line with the attitude of not forcing yourself to have a hot face to stick to a cold butt. Since the other person is unhappy, then you don't have to bother to please the other person. Anyway, the protagonists are the Count of the Hater Empire and the Princess of the Kingdom of Silk. No matter what they thought in their hearts, their outward attitudes were not that bad, allowing this social chat to continue. However, during the conversation, they did not hide much about the origin of the country of Silk. Almost as soon as Lin asked, "It might be the princess or Count Guha," they would all answer, "That was 600 or 700 years ago, when the Hater Empire was still just the Hater Kingdom." And several powerful fighting families appeared out of thin air in the eastern continent of the Lost World. These families wore strange costumes and armor, and used unprecedented martial arts to make a name for themselves in the eastern continent. Chapter 1292 Hater Empire. After the end of that dark age, when various kingdoms arose, if the leader had the ability and gathered a group of people, he could establish a nation. Speaking of which, it's almost like bandits building a cottage. The next few hundred years were filled with countless conquests, annexations, and great waves. Some people have been lost in the torrent of time, and are not even qualified to leave their names. Some people are lingering and surviving to this day. Of course, there are also people who soar into the sky and become co-owners. At this point, Hater stood out and restructured the empire. But a closer look at the system of the Hater Empire shows that it is somewhat different from the Guana Empire. Although the Guana Empire was a feudal system, it had a tendency to evolve towards centralization. Although Hater is called an empire, it only has such a name because its territory is large enough. In fact, it is more like a federal state. The feudal lords in various places have considerable power, and there is even a phenomenon that the emperor's order is not included. The reason why the emperor of the Hater Empire is so weak is also related to the way he was born. The emperor of Hater was not succeeded by a descendant of the previous emperor. Instead, after the death of the previous emperor, the next emperor was elected from among the nobles with elector qualifications. The qualifications for electors are the original 37 family heads when Hater founded the country, and the 14 former royal families who later joined the empire and gave up the throne. Among these people, the lowest title is Marquis, so they are collectively called electors. In the history of Hater, there will not be a gap of several years without an emperor, because after the death of the previous emperor, within a maximum of half a year, the nobles with the qualifications to elect the emperor would gather together to elect the next emperor. During this period, of course, all kinds of coaxing methods were used, but they were not allowed to use weapons without permission. Those who use force will be expelled from the current period, and the clan leader will be forced to abdicate. However, if no evidence of the assassination is found, it is not included in this list. It's just that such a method is not a last resort, and few people take this path, because everyone's eyes are staring at it, hoping that someone will do this stupidly, and then return it to the competition for power. Therefore, there are endless cases of digging holes to frame people and framing people's faults. The choice of emperor must have the support of all families, not just a few who obey the majority. Therefore, how to persuade some sworn enemies has become the most important issue for every emperor. Simply coercing people is usually not a good method. It is easier to convince opponents who have different positions by giving a win-win situation and using force. But no matter how the emperor came to power in the end, mixing mud can be regarded as a necessary skill for every emperor of Hater. As a non-strong monarch, it is very important to know how to leverage your own strength. It seems incredible that a country with such a system can actually claim the title of emperor. But if you know that the Hater Empire may be the country that values technology the most in the entire land, its power is not so surprising. While other countries were building 1 or 2 airships for battlefield support and command, the Hater Empire spent huge sums of money to build them in large quantities, and formed the only airship army in the land of creation. Dwarf machinery and goblin machinery are heretics that everyone avoids in other places. Although they are not widely used in the Hater Empire, the shadows of these machines can be seen in some key positions, such as city gates, city defense weapons, and cross-river bridges that are regarded as breaking through the natural chasm. The Hater Empire also has a very special system, a state within a state. These countries usually join the empire at a later stage, and their kings were not eligible to elect emperors because of their strong national power or uniqueness. They usually ally with the empire in the name of the country, rather than as lords of a certain place. This kind of state within a state has a certain degree of autonomy, but it must obey the arrangements of the empire when it comes to the deployment of troops. Violation is regarded as rebellion, and the rebellion will naturally be attacked with troops. Of course, some of them are too powerful for the Hater Empire to attack regardless of the cost. But they were unwilling to let it sit in the hinterland of the empire, without any restrictions or restrictions. Therefore, in the name of the suzerainty, and letting it listen to the instructions, but not the announcement, at least everyone can live in peace. For example, in the Guana Empire. This is the situation in the holy city Starry, which belongs directly to the emperor. There is also one of the ancients, the Wood Elf tribe of Yggdrasil, the World Tree, who is also in the Guana Empire, and is nominally controlled by the empire. In reality, who dares to control them? Within the Hater Empire, the most famous one is the Principality of Crow, a country of pure magicians. People without magical talent are not even qualified to stay on that land as slaves. The Principality's magician army is also ranked among the most powerful in the world. Another special country in Hater is the guest from the Kingdom of Silk that Lin met today. This country was able to survive because it was the only silk-producing country known today. Not because of the force of the past. Silk is a commodity that can even be used as hard currency in some places. With this phenomenon, there is no need to doubt the popularity and value of silk in China. If these countries within a country want to be qualified as an elector, it is simple. That is, to give up their autonomy and some of the technologies protected in the name of the country, and accept the canonization of the emperor of the Hater Empire. In this way, according to the size of its territory and population, it can obtain the title of the corresponding rank, as well as the most important elector qualification. However, in name, every elector is equal. But in reality, the candidates who will be elected are the original 37 families of the Hater Empire. Those who obtain qualifications later are by default those who have the right to vote, but not the right to be elected. Even so, being eligible to vote is also a very important right in such a large empire. Of course, the above information is collected from the forum, and what these guests are willing to say. Whether there are other secrets or some shameful things behind it is not something Lin, an outsider, can know. In the process of chatting, of course, eating and drinking are indispensable. There must be some wine. Some are fine wines from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. Some are from the Duchy of Kawi. And some were brought from the Kingdom of Huelva in the Southwest Peninsula a while ago. The reason why he would do this at all costs was of course to please Count Gua's mouth. As a count of an empire and the captain of an airship legion, Gua's knowledge is also quite broad. Although he had no intention of doing business. As a descendant of a great food empire, how could Lin not be curious about the delicious specialties of the Hater Empire? So these delicious food are conversation starters and stepping stones. Not to mention that Midland is very backward, and the cuisine is not as sophisticated as Earth, let alone the gourmet country of my hometown. But I can't stand the fact that there are many rare ingredients in this world. Have you ever eaten dragon meat? There is also a saying when you are on Earth, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the earth. But who dares to say that they have actually eaten dragon meat? However, there are indeed dragons in the land of wonders. And there are so many varieties that it's dizzying. They fly from the sky, crawl on the ground, and swim in the water. There are also pheasants on the earth. But if this chicken is so ferocious that it can kill tigers and leopards, what will happen to the quality of such chicken? Not to mention that a chicken is bigger than an ostrich on earth, and its tail is wagging like a snake's head. The advantage of Lost Land is that there are many animals and plants that are not found on earth. Even if these things are not carefully cooked, just scalded with hot water, they still have a good taste. That's what Lin wanted to know. In addition to food, Lin of course started looking for another important product, which was tea. There are so many time-traveling beings from various dynasties on Earth who came to the Lost Land. Some brought rice, some brought sweet potatoes. They also found coffee in the Lost Land. But there was no tea. It almost becomes someone's obsession. It will definitely not work if you rely on the flash technique to search around like a headless fly. Although I know about tea, I don't know the botanical characteristics of the tea tree because I don't have samples to compare with. If you don't know the characteristics of plants and use flash and environmental detection magic, you don't know what kind of target you are looking for. Under such circumstances, the only way someone could think of to break the situation was to imitate Shinnong and taste the herbs, eating them tree by tree. In short, Lin had never thought of doing it himself. It would take too much time. Since there are people from other places who are knowledgeable, it's okay to ask. But it is a pity that whether it is Count Guha or the guests from the Kingdom of Silk, their understanding of tea is limited to the scented tea drunk by the elves. There is no tea soup as I imagined. Just when someone was disappointed and didn't know how to answer the question, Fern walked in. The former Demon King was wearing the second magical silk costume he had completed not long ago. It was a tank-style skirt suit with a floor-length skirt, light green as the base, and silver thread embellishments. There were not many complicated patterns. The undershirt is pure white, with blue lines outlining cloud patterns. She also made a bun with a ponytail and inserted 3 hairpins. A pair of Bai-Na-Yun shoes are on her feet, and she holds a round fan in her hand, swaying gently as she walks. The hairpins on their heads knocked against each other, making a tinkling sound. It's a pity that this former demon king doesn't have the feeling of being a little bird. When she came out wearing this outfit, she was so gorgeous. Both men and women will see their eyes straighten. Even a time traveler who thinks he has countless women is the same. But this wasn't the first time Lin had seen it, so he didn't lose his composure like the others. The pair of thieves only glanced at it, and then took it back, because he had to resist the discomfort from Fin. Fin's Tang Dynasty unrestrained style clothing is essentially a magical equipment belonging to the Lost Land. The previous Force Spirit suit was designed with defense in mind. When the power of the Force Spirit suits is fully activated, it can theoretically withstand an instantaneous burst of millions of terajoules for up to half an hour. The meaning of this number is that no known nuclear weapon on Earth can break through Fin's Force Spirit suit defense. This set of Tang ladies' clothes, called Qingyun clothes, takes a different route. The Qingyun server will independently absorb the unprotected powers within a certain range around it, and assimilate them into an order exclusive to the Qingyun server. Jufan's 8 protected powers, which do not exist within the entity, are within the scope of absorption. The absorbed power serves as the support for the magic operation on the Qingyun suit, thus achieving theoretical perpetual motion. This function is mainly designed for gods. Chapter 1293 Qingyun Server. When a god appears, he will autonomously absorb the surrounding free powers, rearrange their order, and turn them into his own unique divine power. This is a characteristic infection of divine power. Therefore, mortals will feel suppressed when they are close to the god himself. The duel between gods and the struggle for dominance of free power is also a very important part. The side that suppresses the opponent can get a steady stream of supplies from the environment. The side that is suppressed can only sit back and wait until all is exhausted and is defeated in one fell swoop. Not to mention that after these free powers are absorbed, they can be shaped into a condensation of divine power similar to a magic shield. There are dozens of layers in one stack, used to protect against enemy attacks. This is not a conscious operation by the gods, but a completely subconscious self-disciplined behavior. Just like breathing and heartbeat, Qingyun server is based on this feature and creates enhanced magic equipment. It can operate independently without the control of the wearer, competing with the gods for dominance. Even if he can't gain an advantage in the battle with all the gods, he can at least interfere with the opponent's abilities and prevent the gods who are fighting against Fin from exerting 100% of their strength. If it had been in the past, Fin himself could have done the same thing, but it would have taken up a lot of his own energy. Now that you save more energy, you can put more effort into other areas. The above functions also bring additional effects to Qingyun server. That is, all external magic and illusions will also be destroyed within the scope of action close to the Qingyun suit. Divine power can interfere with it, and destroying ordinary magic is even easier. Even the combat skills of the warrior system will be interfered with and suppressed as long as they have the same type of effect. Therefore, then wearing the Qingyun suit is like a walking continuous EMP device, arbitrarily suppressing everyone and everything within a certain range around her. However, this suppression only targets out-of-body powers, such as domain or continuous magic, or permanent protective magic. It will not affect a warrior's normal breathing or a magician's normal power exchange. This means that one of someone's trump cards, Night Starry Sky, will also be suppressed by Fin's Qingyun suit. The essence of the Night Starry Sky is that Lin used the magical light spell of the Lost Land to combine with the dark spell, and combine with the programming language to create a set of star maps that can operate independently. Each bright light represents an actual star, and its position in the universe relative to the Lost Lands. When this set of star maps matched the actual situation, Lin was also allowed to find the approximate location of the Earth, that is, the solar system, from the comparison of stars. Since then, the magic of this set of simulated star charts has been connected with the mysterious power of the Earth, and has had various incredible performances. In other words, light and darkness are the foundation. And then, there is the Night Starry Sky. Fin's Qingyun suit ability is just enough to destroy this foundation. No matter how powerful the mysterious power from the Earth is, it will be of no use. It's like a nuclear bomb is very powerful, but the explosion is very powerful. Before the nuclear bomb is launched, A group of engineers and scientists can safely dismantle the nuclear bomb, even if the nuclear bomb explodes with a yield of tens of millions of tons. For someone, the most important point is that the production of the Qingyun server is much simpler than that of the Force Spirit server. The most difficult part is the design. When the silk is weaved and then sewn, it is the finished product. If there was another epic mission like the Force Spiritual servers, someone would die. However, in order to be able to perceive all this without knowing anything about the Qingyun server, the premise is that the person who enters the range of the Qingyun server must be strong enough. Only the strong can and will habitually release their energy outwards to protect themselves or to alert the surroundings. Only in this way can one be immediately affected by the Qingyun suit and realize the extraordinary nature of this suit. If it were ordinary people, in their eyes, the Qingyun suit is just a gorgeous piece of clothing that pleases men and makes women crazy. Unless someone uses magic against them today, they will be affected by the effect of the Qingyun suit. If it is a sword, due to the toughness of the magic silk material itself, most weapon attacks will not cause damage. When Fin, the former Demon King, entered the small living room wearing this outfit, Lin keenly observed that only William Greco reacted. But this white sword master has the ability to remain calm despite the collapse of mountains. As long as he is sure that the sword will not hit him directly, he can usually stay still. The ability to nourish chi can be said to be practiced to the extreme. But of course, it can also be said to be extremely lazy. Others who were not aware of the horror of the Qingyun suit were simply fascinated by the clothes and the beauty of the wearer. Like Count Guha of the Hater Empire. Like the servants the Count brought without saying a word. However, compared to the appearance of being fascinated, several guests from the Kingdom of Silk were not like that. Their moods also fluctuated quite a bit. But it seemed that they were angry. Not the kind of behavior after seeing a beauty. Lin was about to think carefully about the reason behind it, when Kuwata Kazunasuk stood up and angrily shouted, "I saw the evidence! You thieves!" This rebuke was a bit baffling. But it also shows from the side that the people from the Kingdom of Silk come here and put on a bad face. But they have a reason. But where did this thief theory come from? Lin was puzzled. She turned around and looked at Fin, who also stopped because of the scolding. All the clothes and accessories on her body were made by herself, not stolen from anywhere. Even though she has the flash technique and can be regarded as the most powerful thief today, this one has never reached out to outsiders' things. Even the raw materials used to make these things are not owned by anyone. Needless to say, the silk used to weave magic silk is all produced in the silkworm room in the courtyard. It produces and sells itself and has not expanded its scale so far. The metals used to make the jewelry are also special magic metals that he entrusted the Jiaolong Chamber of Commerce to purchase. It is a product with a clearly marked price, bought with real money, not stolen from somewhere. Even the round fan in his hand has a silk surface made of magical silk. And the fan bones are branches of the world tree. In terms of luxury, it is unparalleled in the world. Don't think that wearing a round fan with a beautiful woman is just a weak template. If you hit someone with this world tree fan, it can knock out the brains. The whole process of production is based on Fin's heart and thoughts, and is made by his own hands with great pains, without anyone else's intervention. If someone was looking for trouble, it would be okay to use Fin's former name as the Demon King. But it would definitely have nothing to do with thief. No matter what the other person's reasons are, Lin doesn't need to coddle them. He sat with a stern look on his face and said displeasedly, "This guest, you'd better have a reasonable explanation for your accusation. Otherwise, I will ask you to leave my house." At the same time, Fin calmly sat next to Lin. It looks harmless to humans and animals, and has no other advantages apart from its stunning beauty. But someone knows that this former Demon King is on the verge of breaking out. In a few minutes, the people in front of you will be reduced to a pile of dregs. It's hard to sweep them with a broom, so you have to use a mop and a rag. The guests from the Kingdom of Silk seemed even more angry about Lin's attitude. They also had gloomy expressions. Another samurai, Ito Yusuker, said, "The method of making silk is a secret passed down by our ancestors. Hundreds of years have passed, and it has never been spread. However, the silk used in the clothes of that woman, I'm pretty sure it wasn't made by the Kingdom of Silk. If you didn't steal our technology, then who was the thief?" Just for this reason, Lin was stunned for a moment. Only you are allowed to travel and carry high-yielding rice seeds, and others are not allowed to travel and eat pork. What a weird logic. But knowing the reason, Lin was not so angry. Instead, he patiently explained, "Everyone, I have not stolen anything from the Kingdom of Silk. I have never even been to the Kingdom of Silk.
You are the first guest of the Kingdom of Silk that I have met. So I want to steal from you.
The idea of finding a traitor among the Chinese to steal relevant technology should not be true.
As he spoke, Lin put his hands on Fan's hands on his lap. Prevent this beauty with cold eyes from hurting anyone. The frequency of the round fan shaking was a little subtle, and someone was breaking into a cold sweat. Just this reason is not enough to convince the guests in front of me. The most excited Kuwata Kazunosik added.
What you said is just one-sided. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? However, the fact I know is that for a long time, except for Kinozuki, there is no other place in the world that has the ability to make silk. The reason why the production technology can be kept secret to this day is the result of the joint efforts of countless families. How can you do this without any source or hint?
However, after Kuwata finished speaking, he did not wait for the magician's answer. Instead, he turned to his friends who were traveling with him and said in their own language,
Yusuke, I don't think there is any need to waste time listening to his explanation.
Wouldn't it be great if we took action, captured him directly, and asked him who leaked the secret, or what method he used to steal the technology? As soon as the words came out, the other two people from the Kingdom of Silk, Princess Shindu and Wang Chaoyang, both frowned. On the other hand, Ito Yusuke looked eager to give it a try, but hesitantly said,
The Patriarch's order is for us to obey the instructions of the princess and the earl.
It's inappropriate for us to act without permission. There's nothing inappropriate. As long as you can make a contribution. Everything else is trivial. As they said that, the two of them were minding their own business and started discussing very rudely in a language that most people couldn't understand. As long as it is not a formal diplomatic occasion that emphasizes the demonstration of national prestige. In general social occasions, it is a rude behavior to use a language that others do not understand. This is the same in Lost Land. Don't think that there is a common language in Midland that is applicable to all Midlands. In fact, it is just a language used by the human race. It's just that in today's world, the human race is at its peak, and other races can only accommodate humans. So the human language is regarded as universal. However, dialects and regional accents also exist in the lingua franca, forming many branches. For example, after Lin came to the holy city of Starry, the midi-common tongue he used was slightly different in tone from the common tongue used in the Southwest Peninsula. In addition to the common language of the human race, most of the languages that use a completely different system and origin from the common language are other non-human Homo sapiens races. For example, elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, even dragons, demons, etc. Basically, Mini is a race with only one homologous language. Rarely does the same race have two or more languages with different origins. However,
there are no exceptions. For example, in front of you, Chapter 1294 The Troubles of the Country of Silk. But even if you know multiple languages, deliberately speaking in a language that others don't understand in front of others is a kind of disrespect. Even if you want to discuss confidential content, shouldn't it be done in private? But in front of others? Even the target? Isn't this obviously bullying? What's even more ridiculous is that these people are speaking the language of someone's hometown and neighboring country. As a lover of mystery films and H_game, how could I not be proficient in this language? Therefore, the discussion between the two people in front of them, which they thought no one could understand except their companions, was clear to Lin's ears. And maybe Fan also understands. Because Lin had demonstrated all the languages he knew in his hometown in front of the former Lich and his apprentice. The two female apprentices have learned it. But they just don't know what level they have reached. With Fan's wisdom, it shouldn't be difficult to understand. But both Lin and Fan had a tacit understanding of pretending not to understand. Someone is still suppressing laughter in his heart, while trying to stop Fan from losing control. Which is very sad. It's just that in the eyes of others, this kind of behavior is like a very good expression of the relationship between a man and a woman. Princess Shindu and Count Guha of the Hater Empire remained silent, and even felt a little aloof from the matter. Only the dynasty and his companions had a minor dispute. Although on the surface, the three of them were just communicating normally in a language that was unfamiliar to others. It didn't look like they were quarreling at all. But the sarcasm in their words about the question of whether to fight or not to fight made it feel like two camps were attacking each other, not like a group of people. Do they also have internal problems? This was the only thought in Lin's mind while watching a big show. Compared to the princess, who seemed to have little control except for her noble female status, Lin set her sights on Count Guha, who was the old god. Although Lin was relatively unfamiliar with the Heidel Empire, it was only compared to the Guana Empire and the Vader military state. He was not completely ignorant of the Heidel Empire. At least one thing Lin knows is that a person who can serve as the captain of the most important airship regiment must have very good performance in terms of political strength, tactical thinking, and physical force, or at least have outstanding performance in tactics, so that you can stand out and serve as the captain of the airship. An idiot with mixed qualifications will never be able to sit in this position. When such a person appears among a group of guests, it is absolutely impossible for him to be just a soy sauce character. So Lin asked politely, "Your Majesty Earl, you know that the Kingdom of Silk came to investigate today, and so does the Empire." With a playful expression, Count Guha nodded and said succinctly, "That's true. So what is the attitude of the Empire? Does it support all the actions of the Kingdom of Silk?" Lin was not sure whether the Earl in front of him could understand the language spoken by those arguing. So he asked tentatively, "It is a pity that the airship captain is indeed a talent of the Hater Empire." He evaded, "I am just following the Emperor's order to carry the distinguished guests from the Kingdom of Silk with an airship and send them to Ace. It's just a tower. And this is not the first time. As long as the leader of the subordinate country or the head of the noble family requests it, the Emperor will send an airship as a travel escort and vehicle. This is to protect important people in our empire. Normal measures. However, I have no position on their purpose. I am only responsible for protecting them." Only those who are confused will believe such words. Without enough benefits, would the Empire send an airship to deal with the subject country? It's impossible to send a paper airplane. And the words are not without loopholes that can be misinterpreted. If there is an armed conflict between the two sides, will Count Guha intervene? There is nothing wrong with him not having a stance on things. But as long as he takes sides when a fight breaks out, it doesn't matter whether he has a stance on things. But Count Guha made a twist, attracting someone's attention. From my personal standpoint, I can understand the concerns of the Kingdom of Silk. After all, the ancestors of the Kingdom of Silk had an agreement with the Empire. One of the conditions for them to protect their silk monopoly is that the technology will never be passed on to the outside world. Once the technology is passed on, it means that they will no longer have the advantage of monopolizing the silk production technology. By then, anyone who is interested in this technology can do your own research. If you know how to do business, you should understand what this means. What kind of weird patent protection system is this? Protection is the patent holder's own business. Once exposed, the patent will be directly disclosed and no longer subject to any restrictions or protection. Someone was dumbfounded, but he also understood what the country of Silk was thinking. Under such conditions, as long as it is confirmed that their silk-making technology originated from the Kingdom of Silk, they may face the situation of being forced to make this exclusive technology public. I won't go into detail about how much profit will be lost in this. It was precisely because of the possible losses to the Kingdom of Silk in this matter that Lin became more vigilant. In fact, the whole matter of silk being monopolized by the Kingdom of Silk in Lost Land is very incredible, because the technical threshold for making silk is not high. As long as there are suitable silkworm seeds and land capable of planting mulberry trees, there are conditions for developing the silk industry. Coupled with a huge demand and numerous participants, it is even more difficult to maintain confidentiality. Throughout the dynasties in my hometown, the technology that can be protected has a major premise. That is, very few people know how to do it. Even if one person dies, the technology will be lost. There are still people trying to restore the Tang Mo sword in modern times. But Oyezi's sword forging technology in the spring and autumn and warring states periods has been blinded. But with the amount of technical personnel involved in a product like silk, if you want to keep it secret, you can only rely on others to be blind. Even with so many difficulties, the silk of Lost Land has only been produced in the Kingdom of Silk for hundreds of years. It would be impossible without a big force behind it to protect it from wind and rain. So the question is, what did the Hater Empire gain from this? If Silk is forced to make it public because of his relationship, who loses? Who benefits? What will be their respective positions? In other words, the problem before someone now is not as simple as a thief, but a major event at the national industry level. If he doesn't handle it well, he will be pushed to the opposite side of the entire mystery, or at least the entire silk industry, which will be troublesome. And to be fair, the solution to the matter this time cannot be made public without hesitation like someone did with forums or mathematics in the past. Let those who want to profit from it witness how a good way to make money has been smashed to pieces. Lin originally did not want to disclose the method of making magic silk. Not to mention the difficulty of making the jacquard machine. The magic silk produced was not enough for his own use. Lin could never thought of using it as a commodity to make money. At most, it is regarded as a major bargaining chip in exchange of interests. For example, the energy pool of the magic tower was used to reshape the body of the former commander of the guards. Stone. This was an opportunity obtained by using magic silk. Besides, judging from the currently known clues, some people in the Kingdom of Silk may have the same origin as myself, like the brown-haired, brown-eyed dynasty, and the veiled Shindu princess. Because of the love, even if I don't want to profit from it, I don't have to ruin the whole deal. However, this time there is a trap in the trouble. That is, since the technical threshold for making silk is very low, how can you prove that your technology does not come from the Kingdom of Silk? This is not a matter of explaining that he has never been to the country of silk, or that he has come into contact with its people. For ordinary thieves, in order to be convicted, there must first be evidence to prove the fact of theft and the stolen goods. But how to prove something like technology? One person can think of it, so others must not think of it. Of course, this is impossible. Just like the calculus dispute between Newton and Leibniz, as well as the patent laws of various countries on the earth. The basic rule is to win first if you get into trouble first. No matter whether latecomers learn from their predecessors or not, they will be regarded as plagiarism or infringement. Judging from the results, it is a fact that one can make silk. But the country of silk can make silk first. In the eyes of those who don't know, he probably stole the silk-making technology from the Kingdom of Silk. And that's why he achieved today's results. So if you want to solve the trouble at hand, the best way is to prove that your method of making silk is completely different from the method of the Kingdom of Silk. As long as it is recognized by them, it should be fine. Thinking of this, Lin said,
Everyone, please listen to what I have to say.
The three people in the dispute stopped talking, including Princess Shindu, and looked at the magician who was about to speak. Lin cleared his throat and said,
Everyone, do you know how to make silk? You don't need to be proficient. Just know enough.
The princess guarding the Shindu dynasty introduced at this time.
The skill of making silk is a skill that every person in the country of silk knows. And the princess is a well-known embroiderer, who can embroider all kinds of gorgeous and delicate patterns. Just it's like,
Chow Chow pointed at the Qin Yun suit on Fin's body.
The embroidery patterns on this lady's body are easy for the princess to do.
Fin had no expression for the word Mrs. Well, that's a good thing. Otherwise, she looks like her rationality is about to break, which is really scary. However, Lin paid more attention to another term mentioned by Wang Chao, embroidered girl. Of course, someone is not regarded as a show girl because of language differences. Besides, it's not like choosing a harem for the emperor. A princess is a show girl. What kind of way is this? Although there is no such title in the history of my hometown, it does not mean that Lost Land cannot have it. To prove that his technology did not originate from the Kingdom of Silk, Lin thought he could start with the classification of silk. Silk can be regarded as a general term for silk products. But in fact, under this big project, there are many different types of small projects. What Lin makes using a jacquard machine can actually be called brocade. For example, the famous shoe brocade in his hometown is one of the best. This uses complex changes in longitude and latitude lines and color changes in silk threads to form complex patterns during the production process. The completed silk products can be called brocade. Judging from the name of the Kingdom of Silk, the part-time job of Princess Shindu, and the silk native to Midi that Lin had seen before, it can be judged that the silk products produced in the Kingdom of Silk are the most primitive form of silk. This is a plain fabric with a plain weave. There are no complicated techniques in the weaving process. It is just vertical and horizontal lines. All the patterns on the silk are done through post-processing after the fabric is finished. That is, through embroidery. This point of difference is what Lin intends to use to convince people. Chapter 1295 Improvement of Jacquard Machine. After thinking about the method, Lin breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said,
Since several guests know the production method of silk in your country, I should be able to easily convince you that my production process is different from yours.
There is no proof. Seeing is believing. There is a piece of cloth being made right now. Please come with me and take a look.
Lin Ke has never disclosed the secret of the jacquard machine to outsiders. This is not done to keep it secret, but simply because there is no intention to disclose this technology or sell the finished fabric. So no one has ever visited it. Based on my pre-time travel habits, People who show off their wealth by giving away treasures when they have nothing to do are particularly annoying. So I don't want to be such a person. Moreover, the craftsmen of MIDI are not used to letting people visit the place where they work. The finished item is the focus. Few people care about how it is made. On the other hand, there is no technical threshold for MIDI. Only material thresholds. When a craftsman forges a sharp sword, other craftsmen will just lament that they did not get that special material. Otherwise, I will do the same. Few people think about how to improve the process or technology and improve the quality of the products. At most, practice makes perfect and cannot be taught in words. So most people believe in old craftsmen. But this time, in order to convince these experts, I had to let them see it with their own eyes. As for whether the secrets of the production will be leaked, Lin's idea for this mysterious country where there is incense is to learn as much as possible, since he does not rely on this to make a living anyway. But if you can't learn it, you can't be responsible for teaching it. Some people dare not say anything else. Magic plus programming language plus machine structure can raise the technical threshold as high as they want. Think about forums, cars, etc. Why no one has imitated or improved them yet? Isn't it because people who haven't studied systematically will not know how to do it even if they read it? It's just that someone's such generous attitude only caused the guests to feel frightened. Count Guha was even more surprised and happy, and asked, "Can I go and see it too?" "Of course. Everyone. Please. The production workshop is outside the house. And there is another building where all the work is done. Please follow me," Lin said, waving his hand, leading everyone out. Then was the first to follow. She didn't look at anyone during the whole process. It wasn't that she looked down on anyone. It was just that she didn't look down on anyone who was looking for trouble. Because her hand was caught, she had no chance to explode. Otherwise, this group of people would have no chance to make irresponsible remarks. The second was William Greco. Although this white swordsman is a bit lazy, he is very curious. As for novel things, he is very happy to appreciate them in the spirit of seeing them without suffering any loss. Otherwise, such a person would not travel with enthusiasm. And the Jacquard machine happened to be something he hadn't seen yet. Count Guha and his entourage followed quickly, without looking at the people from the Kingdom of Silk. Someone misunderstood and mistakenly thought that the Heidel Empire, as the suzerain state, should know the general process even if it did not get permission to make silk. But I never thought that Count Guha really didn't know. Count Guha did not know whether the great nobles in the Hayder Empire had mastered this technology. Anyway, the fact is that he doesn't know. And even if other people know, at most they secretly produce it for their own use. And don't dare to let these privately owned silks become commodities and sell them outside. The weakness of the emperor of the Hayder Empire was only in the decision-making stage before the order was issued. And most of the people were wrangling. But as long as it becomes a formal order and is issued, the execution will be guaranteed by all nobles. Therefore, when the protection of silk craftsmanship in the Kingdom of Silk becomes a national policy, no one will dare to take a step beyond it. However, several guests from the Kingdom of Silk look strange. Confirming whether the Estali magician has the ability to make silk is the initial investigation project. And then confirming that the other party is making it there. The worst case scenario is that they have to hire people from the underworld to sabotage everything secretly. But I didn't expect that things would go so smoothly. It was the magician who offered to show people around. So without thinking for a long time, several people, including Princess Shindu, followed the magician's footsteps. The Jacquard machine workshop is on the east side of the courtyard. On the west side is Jamsil. Of course, there is not only a Jacquard machine in the workshop, but also a reeling machine and other necessary automated machinery. The most important process of silk enchantment is also carried out in this workshop without manpower. According to someone's idea, there are not many people who can be trusted, and they cannot occupy too much of these people's time, making it difficult to advance the progress of other things. Then the only way is to leave the tasks that can be automated to machines, freeing manpower from boring and repetitive work. Therefore, these machines have been improved and adjusted since they were completed. Nowadays, as long as there are no major mistakes in the initial pattern making, the entire process does not require human intervention. At most, check it regularly to make sure the machine is running normally. The cloth currently being woven by the Jacquard machine is expected to be used to sew linings for Finn's apprentice, the Marquis Balin. Only after Lin and his 2 apprentices had a set of magical silk robes, and Finn even had 2 sets, did the former demon lord think of his own apprentice. As for Leonardo, of course he cried and drew circles aside. The reason why this dress is expected to be made for Marquis Balin is not designed to be a robe
or hanfu like others, because it must conform to the female dressing customs of the Guana Empire. To put it simply, in front of outsiders and non-relative men, no skin is exposed, including the face. Although he is strong enough, he can ignore the rumors from the outside world. But the Marquise was very insecure and wanted to hide in her room all day. If she was willing to step out of the room, how could she easily expose herself to outsiders? Therefore, apart from the traditional costumes of the Guana Empire, Marquis Balin did not do anything he wanted. If it weren't for her lack of physical strength, she would even wish to cover herself in full-face armor all day long. Little did she know that her crazy teacher actually did the opposite and designed a short cheongsam for her beloved apprentice, with the hem reaching the absolute realm. The reason is that the Chinyun suit has just been made, and the silkworm cocoon reserves are not enough to make an imperial standard burqa. But there is more fabric demand than women's underwear, so I made such a suit, with the style of this short cheongsam. If Mr. Kawaii saw his granddaughter wearing it, he would probably pull his beard and hair until he was bald. Even if she didn't mention others, it would be impossible for Marquis Balin to dress like this herself, even in front of her close friends or other women. But in terms of enchantment, dozens of practical protective magics, auxiliary magics and life-type magics are added. It can be said that in terms of design, as long as you put on this suit, your physical fitness will instantly improve to the level that you can compete with senior warriors. It is also warm in winter and cool in summer, which is very comfortable. Of course, whether martial arts is enough to fight those warriors is another matter. The advantage of this enchantment route is that Marquis Balin can wear this short cheongsam inside and add a traditional burqa on the outside. Even in summer, the magic on the clothes can ensure that the whole person is in the most comfortable temperature environment. Preparing this kind of magic equipment for his apprentices that is more life-oriented than defensive or special purpose is actually a decision made based on the identity of Marquis Balin. As the granddaughter of the Grand Duke of the Empire, Marquis Balin is destined to be unable to go to the front line to fight with monsters or enemies like ordinary adventurers, unless she can't think of it. Moreover, she also learned undead magic from Fun, which allowed her to resurrect a bunch of skeletons and drown the enemies in front of her without having to take action herself. If the younger brother can be called on, which boss will personally take action? Since you won't run to the front line, why not make yourself more comfortable while taking defense into consideration? Those lifelike magics are added for this purpose. Speaking of which, Finn can see it more clearly than anyone else. Arranging one's own apprentices is also reasonable and logical. Of course, there is no room for rejection. Speaking of which, the most domineering person in this family is the former Demon King. The fabric used to make Marquis Balin's new clothes is on the jacquard machine. I saw thousands of jacquard arms the size of fine needles hanging colorful warp threads running up and down, and the flying shuttles drove the weft threads back and forth. It was a brocade with a green background and bright flowers in bloom. Jacquard machines, which have undergone several revisions, no longer weave standard-sized fabrics and then cut and sew them into clothes afterwards. Instead, we directly use the pattern of the garment after proofing, retaining the necessary coherent parts and weaving irregular shapes. The advantage of this is that there won't be too many rags left after cutting, saving a lot of silk thread. So in front of everyone's eyes was a huge machine that made a deafening noise and spit out a piece of twisted cloth. The speed of spitting out is quite slow, progressing bit by bit. If it weren't for the loud roar of the machine and the eye-catching operation of the jacquard arms, everyone would have thought that this damn thing was broken. What surprised several guests from the Kingdom of Silk was that the fabric woven by this large iron toy was indeed silk based on its luster, not to mention the weird shape. It is very incredible for them to be able to directly weave complex patterns. Originally, they thought they could see a scene like a weaving workshop in the Kingdom of Silk, with dozens of embroidery girls sitting in a large room. Everyone inside has their heads lowered, using various techniques attentively, dancing with the needles and threads in their hands, to complete pieces of beautiful and bright silk with beautiful meanings. But the actual situation is completely different from the imagination. There is no doubt that the other party has made more progress in the craftsmanship of making silk. But this does not explain that the things displayed in the workshop have nothing to do with the traditional silk craftsmanship of the country of silk. This is what everyone is thinking. However, Princess Shindu, who was more familiar with making silk than the other three men, had her eyes fixed not on the jacquard machine, but on a much smaller silk reeling and enchanting machine. Princess Shindu understands the processes of silk reeling and dyeing even if she doesn't do it herself. But everything he saw before him seemed to be different from reality, and it was completely different from the steps he was familiar with. What's particularly special is that the cocoons used to draw silk are not nearly the same as the thumb-sized cocoons I am familiar with. Is that thing the size of a goose egg? Emitting golden light. A silkworm cocoon? Princess Shindu no longer had a calm expression. She couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and moved forward. Chapter 1296 Insurance. Considering that the Jacquard machine can now operate on its own without the need for human supervision. So how could someone not consider the possibility of someone sabotaging it or having those naughty children at home appear here? So when Princess Shindu took a few steps forward, she stepped over the cordon. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded in the workroom. And at the same time, there was a bright red flashing warning text light screen, blocking the way between the people and the machine. This sudden change frightened Princess Shindu and took several steps back. Chow Chow and others even drew their swords to protect the princess. Count Guha of the Hater Empire is also protected by his attendants. The nobleman who cared about his life did not run away immediately in this situation, which was worthy of the Earl's military background. Count Guha, who was trying to remain calm, was flashing red and white by the flashing red light in the workshop. After confirming that his life was not in danger for the time being, he said in a reproachful tone,
"Your Majesty, the great magician, this is not the way to treat guests."
While turning off the alarm, Lin said with a smile,
Sir, as far as I know, a considerable number of machines are also used in the Hater Empire. Of course, I can understand the characteristics of these machines. That is, as long as it has enough energy. It can run around the clock and is more stable than human power. The machine I designed can operate more autonomously and does not require human operation. Since there is no one to monitor it, it may not be guarded against those who have evil intentions. That's why you see this. It's just the sound of the alarm, without any threat, unless someone ignores the alarm and continues to move towards the location of the machine. Then the trap magic I prepared will be triggered. If you want to survive, you will have to rely on your own ability.
Count Guha matched the work with a wry smile and said,
Your Excellency, it's not like you said there is no threat.
Lin spread his hands and said,
People who have already issued a warning but still insist on moving forward, apart from being stupid, can only be people who have such plans from the beginning. If a stupid person dies, it can be given to others.
It will cause some trouble, and if all those who are intentional are dead, the world will be a lot quieter. So I don't think there is anything wrong with this setting. It's true.
Although Count Guha recognized someone's statement,
he still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked,
Sir, can I get a closer look at the operation of the machine?
Lin shook his head and said,
Sir, even if you put your eyes on the machine, what you can see will not be any different from what you can see standing here. If the machine is not running, it doesn't matter if you get close. But now that the machine is running, besides worrying about being damaged, it's not a safe place to be caught in the running gears or the moving robot arms. Even if the person can be saved, there will still be wounds of various sizes. So I set up this warning range not only to prevent people who deliberately damage it, but also for the safety of others.
After receiving the rejection, Count Guha did not persist, because he could also see that the casing of the Jacquard machine adopts an enveloping design. To put it simply, you can't see the internal mechanical structure, but just because of the densely packed Jacquard crane arms moving up and down. The Count did not think that the structure of this machine would be very simple, and he or the followers he brought are not people who specialize in goblin machinery, so they may not be able to tell why. So after being declined, he gave up. But Count Guha backed down, and Princess Shindu, who was attracted at first, did not give up so easily. She pointed to the silk reeling and enchanting machine and asked,
Your Majesty, the great magician, what is that machine doing? Well, we extract silk from the cocoon, and then twist several strands of silk into a thread. Only when it becomes a thread can we make cloth and sew clothes. This is obvious.
Lin wondered if the person in front of him was a fake. Otherwise, why would he ask such a superficial question? Princess Shindu said excitedly,
No, I'm not asking about that. But over there, something seems to have passed through during the reeling process. There is a strong sense of oppression there. I don't know what it is.
If you just talk about there and that, someone really can't understand what this princess wants to express. He couldn't see what her eyes saw. Just this and that. Who knew what they were referring to? But if one more reminder brings a strong sense of oppression, then Lin will know what the princess doesn't understand. After thinking about it, Lin felt that there was nothing to keep secret about this part. So he said,
That is enchanting the silk thread. This is what I want to emphasize. The biggest difference between the technology one master and the kingdom of silk. What is made is magic equipment with added magic and special effects, rather than ordinary silk. This is something that the kingdom of silk cannot do. Of course, it is also possible that my level is too low and I cannot access the true core of the kingdom of silk. That's why there is such a misunderstanding. But the fact is that ordinary silk is not of much use to a magician. So I will find a way to make magic silk to make a suitable robe.
Lin Hui said that he was so unsure because the silks produced in MIDI that he bought in the past were all inferior products with more or less insect holes. If you want to sew it into clothes, you have to be careful to avoid those cavities. Or you have to patch them. This is because his level is not high enough, and he cannot buy truly high-quality silk. Most of the really good goods are kept by the powerful nobles. Where is the opportunity to wander to the southwest peninsula of Midland for someone to buy them? However, it is true that the silk produced in the kingdom of silk is very valuable. And it is true that there are many people who pursue it. But it has not become the golden goose that everyone covets. Lin guessed that one of the reasons was that silk could not be used to make magic equipment or props, and was just a plaything for nobles and wealthy businessmen. After all, the lost world is not a world where only one competes with the other and does not pay attention to other competitions. On the contrary, this is a very cruel world, and you will face death at every turn, no matter whether you are rich or poor, whether you are powerful or a common man. Any one of them can easily take away a life from the attacks of monsters and natural elimination. In such an environment, something that can save lives is what everyone is pursuing. Silk, unfortunately, does not fall into this category. This is destined that silk will only be a luxury product for the powerful, providing them with a higher quality of life. Perhaps those successful magicians, warriors, and generals would wear silk clothes in their daily lives, but they might not pursue this kind of enjoyable life. But if silk can be enchanted, its value is completely different. Count Guha and the people from the kingdom of silk suddenly felt warm and their eyes shone. For the former, silk that can be enchanted means a high-grade fabric that combines comfort and safety. For the lives of the nobles, the level of protection has undoubtedly been greatly improved. After all, not everyone would wear armor every day. It would be too unrealistic. The same goes for several people from the kingdom of silk. Thanks to the secrecy of silk production methods and the protection of the Hater Empire, in addition to growing food, the most important industries in the kingdom of silk are growing mulberry, raising silkworms, and weaving and embroidering. People from the country of silk, from top to bottom, are bound to have a place in some aspect of the silk industry. And no one is left out. If the value of silk can increase again, it means that their importance will also increase. Increased importance naturally comes with benefits. Then everyone's life will be better than before. It's just that the vision of the envoy from the kingdom of silk is not high enough. I have never thought about whether they can still maintain this interest when the value of silk increases to a strategic level. That is a big question. But right now, they just want to find out the key to how silk can be enchanted. But compared to the petty thoughts of the men present, Princess Shindu's thoughts were simpler, perhaps not so simple. I just wanted to take advantage of my gender and status, pretend to be stupid and innocent, and ask directly,
if that is silk that can be enchanted, what about silkworm seeds? What kind of silkworm seeds did you choose?
In the spirit of herding a sheep, so does a group of sheep. Now that the jacquard machine has been exposed, Lin Jinjin doesn't think there is anything big about revealing the secret of silkworm seeds. What's more, the magic silk that he weaves is not made from a single species of silkworm, but is made from the cross-use of dozens of varieties, including magic insects and ordinary species of moths. Think about the material science of the earth. How many people are driven crazy? So Lin's thoughts only changed and he said,
I don't know what kind of silkworms are selected for silk in the kingdom of silk, but my method should be different from yours. If you want to see it, just follow me here. It doesn't hurt to look at it.
After saying that, Lin took the lead and walked out of the workshop, not caring if anyone wanted to stay. In fact, based on the strength that could be detected by those present, no one inside could break through the protection trap they had set for the jacquard machine. Of course, it is not ruled out that they have some secret magic that can slap someone in the face. However, Lin dared to turn around because he was confident that he could handle the aftermath. The source of confidence is that the power of traditional magic in MIDI is directly proportional to the time it takes to chant and cast magic. The more powerful the magic, the more protracted it is to be able to cast magic that can destroy the protection of the jacquard machine workshop. It is enough for Lin to toss and turn the caster to death dozens of times. even if he uses a magic scroll to attack with powerful magic, as long as it is not instantaneous. Lin is not afraid. But if they want to cast such powerful magic instantly, these people are not qualified yet. It's possible to have the original Lich around him, but it's impossible for Fun to dismantle himself. The scene in the Jamsil is very different from when it was first built, and the internal space has been expanded several times. There are hundreds of adult moths and moth larvae of different species: carnivorous, omnivorous and herbivorous, demonic insect types containing 8 powers, and ordinary moths, separated by cells and raised in silkworm rooms. Not all moth species are from the genus silk moth. The most eye-catching target among them is, of course, the 5 golden moth kings the size of wash basins. The moth king family occupies 1/3 of the space of the silkworm room, of which the adult moths occupy most of the space, and the remaining part is the living space of the larvae, and each individual is also separated to avoid cannibalism. Speaking of Zerg, they really don't shy away from this. Chapter 1297 Forced. The king of demonic insects and the king of demonic beasts are named based on different concepts. The latter is a super powerful monster with regional dominance, but the former is just the peak form of a type and has special abilities. All magic moths have the opportunity to evolve into the golden magic moth king after meeting special conditions. The eggs laid by the magic moth king have a chance of being the offspring of this species, but they may also degenerate. This is also because insects have a special developmental process called complete metamorphosis. Demon moth kings originating from different types of demon moths may have different abilities, and may have slight differences in appearance. In short, the insects in the Lost Land are just like the insects on the Earth, and their types and characteristics have not yet been fully understood. There are still unknown species. While raising so many types of moths, Lin's only thought was that the lost moths were really easy to breed. I have never encountered any difficulties in reproduction and breeding. Anyway, as long as you feed them, they will eat. When they are old enough to breed, the male and female will lay eggs as a pair. The most special point is that there is no reproductive isolation between the powerful demon moths and other types of moths, so it is not difficult to do crossbreeding. The hard part is all the stuff that comes out. 9 out of 10 will be destroyed on the spot. In terms of breeding, of course, some magical machinery has been introduced to monitor and simplify the breeding process. In this part, someone very humanely liberated his poor apprentices and replaced them with a group of orphans without fathers and mothers. Anyway, they are taken care of by themselves and learn knowledge from themselves, so it makes sense to ask them to help with some trivial matters. Of course, pick some older children, because raising silkworms is dangerous. However, I hear this sentence, I find it strange, but it is a fact in this house. After all, there are carnivorous moths, and it is possible to bite off a piece of flesh instead of an arm. However, now that automated machinery is abundant, the biggest role of these children is to transport moth larvae food from other places into the silkworm chamber, and then pour it into a specific type of feed trough, and the machinery will automatically distribute it. Then, there is the regular cleaning of the larval environment, cleaning up feces, and other trivial tasks. As for those monitoring facilities, it is not so much to prevent thieves as it is to prevent these naughty kids from causing damage. Sometimes it's not that these children intentionally sabotage. It's just that they are lazy and save trouble and problems. With monitoring, you can detect and solve problems early to avoid problems becoming substantial or their impact expanding. When Lin led the guests into the silkworm room, he happened to see a group of older children carrying several buckets and pouring chopped meat into the meat trough. Several others were cleaning the mulberry leaves and pouring them into the vegetarian trough. These mulberry leaves were commissioned from a farm family living near the holy city of Estali to plant mulberry trees deliberately. Of course, they paid for it in advance, somewhat similar to the contract farming method in earth agriculture. Ensuring the source also let the group of older children pick the amount needed for that day, and then return it to the larvae after simple processing. In addition to mulberry trees, there are also some special plants that are included in the food of moth larvae in small amounts. According to experiments, minced meat is not popular. Large pieces of meat take more time to eat. Properly cutting the meat into small pieces can speed up the eating speed of carnivorous and omnivorous moth larvae. Cooked food will lose some nutrients and slow down the growth rate of moth larvae, so it is mainly raw food. Moreover, the food these moth larvae eat is quite clean and leaves no residue. It saves a lot of effort in cleaning up the environment. Another group of children were cleaning the troughs, specifically collecting moth larvae droppings. This is listed in the Compendium of Materia Medica and is called silkworm excrement, but that was the excrement of fixed silkworm moth species. Lin did not dare to use the excrement of so many types of moth larvae as medicinal materials. However, these things can be used as magic materials and are surprisingly popular in alchemy. After entering the silkworm room, several grown men were dazzled by the large number of moth species. Princess Shindu is worthy of being called the embroidery girl. She knows something about the work of collecting mulberry and raising silkworms, even if she doesn't do it herself. She was more frightened than curious about the fact that raising silkworms requires feeding the meat, especially those golden moth kings, which are bigger than the face and colorful. These are symbols of danger in the Lost Land. What separates these demon moths from people is only a layer of glass that looks very thin and transparent. Thinking of the secret experiments in her hometown, Princess Shindu asked with a trembling voice,
"Your Majesty, the great magician, how did you tame these magic moths?"
It seemed like a simple question, but it shocked someone, because this problem is just like the breeding of moths. It seems that they have never encountered any difficulties. So Lin said with some hesitation,
"I didn't do anything to tame them. Anyway, after I caught them and raised them, they all behaved well and didn't cause any problems."
As soon as the words were spoken, someone knew what the problem was. Think about who is in this family. A crippled black dragon. A former demon king who was originally a lich, and now an existence that I don't know how to define. There is also a warrior who was originally stitched together, but now also doesn't know how to define him. In terms of level, it used to be enough to kill a god alone in the Dark Legion. Their mere breathing can make lower-level creatures tremble, especially the black dragon, who is born to be at the top of the circle of creatures in the world. Although the black dragon Augustus is disabled, even if it is a dead black dragon, the power of the dragon is still there. How can ordinary creatures dare to make mistakes? It's all about running as far as you can. If you can't run away, you can only lie down. With these powerful beings living around, even the Golden Moth King is still suppressed. But as soon as he leaves, the viciousness will naturally return. This also reminded Lin of an incident that happened before, which was related to that group of children. Someone can enter the silkworm room, and combined with someone's attitude of not selling magic silk to the outside world, it is not that no one has used their crooked brains to find the most obvious loophole in the family, which is the children from the streets. These children have no parents and live on the streets, stealing or doing simple jobs to make a living. Survival is the most important thing to them. Then profit, credit and benevolence may be there, but they will be ranked quite low. It's normal for some people to be tempted when someone offers them a large sum of gold. All they have to do is steal the moth seeds from the silkworm room, based on the misunderstanding that the stronger, the better. These children with double intentions ran towards the demon moths listed as high risk in the Adventurers Guild's monster manual. Anyway, these moths seem to be quite good in the silkworm room, as long as they can be stolen. Whether they are adult moths or larvae, they can be exchanged for money. This idea is not wrong. The silk threads of these high-risk magic moths have relatively good magical affinity. But to weave a piece of magical silk, depending on the type of enchantment and the characteristics of the clothing, it is not suitable to use silk threads of a single moth species. Of course, those children haven't learned this kind of knowledge about materials, and they don't even know the importance of formulas. In short, those children with unclean hands and feet stole these most dangerous magic moths and moth larvae, and then died miserably outside. Thinking about it now, even if they lost the suppression of the black dragon, how could these insects not rebel? Some were poisoned, some were drilled into the body and gnawed at the internal organs, and some were directly bombarded to death by the innate magic of the demonic insects. And the people who died were not just the children who made mistakes, but also the people who were in contact with them. Of course, there were also a lot of dead bugs. Whether anyone left alive or whether any insects escaped, the children who chased the betrayers didn't know. They just endured the nausea and cleaned up the aftermath. The bloody lesson really taught these children a solid lesson. Now, after the people from the Kingdom of Silk entered the Jamsil, except for Princess Shindu who asked questions excitedly, everyone else had a thief-like look. It doesn't seem difficult to guess what he is thinking. But Lin has no intention of putting a stop to these sneaky behaviors, as long as they don't get too blatant. The moth species currently being bred are basically wild species captured from the wild. Although there is some breeding work going on in Fin, there is not much progress. In other words, as long as you are willing, you can actually collect all the moth species in the silkworm room from the wild. Someone did the same thing back then, offering huge rewards to a large number of adventurers to do things for him. Besides, if they really took away any bad breeds, after they left the range of the black dragon, They wouldn't be the ones who were troubled. So should we remind them? Someone is in distress. However, the guests of the Hater Empire and the Kingdom of Silk did not find any excuse to approach the breeding area and touch up one or two larvae or adult moths. Perhaps the impression of being in the Jacquard machine shop made them a little cautious about approaching. After all, if you make the same mistake once, it can be said to be unintentional. You don't know that you will make a mistake by doing so. But if you commit it a second or third time, it becomes unjustifiable. On the one hand, it is also because their plans are more direct. After everyone left the silkworm room, where the children tried their best to keep it clean, but there was still a strange smell. Before Lin could speak, the most excited guest of the Kingdom of Silk, Kuwata Kazunasuk, took the lead and said, "Magician, you still refuse to admit that all of this was stolen from the Kingdom of Silk. With such obvious evidence, what else do you want us to say?" Now someone is confused. Why can't I win the trust of this group of people despite showing so much? Is it possible that the technology of the Kingdom of Silk is beyond my imagination? Even magic silk has been developed, but my level is too low to access it. It's not impossible for us to forgive you. Hand over the machine and all the silkworm moths here, and promise not to get involved in silk-related matters in the future. Then we will consider not holding you responsible, Sanction Wanasuk said proudly. A few words once again made someone confused. This is considered to be a fancy, and you just want to find a reason to steal it, right? Lin didn't know how to talk to these smug-looking bandits. But in fact, not everyone showed such a greedy look. At least the princess seemed a little ashamed, and did not dare to look at someone head-on. However, she did not dare to stop Sanction, who is also from the Kingdom of Silk. Is this the default? Or is it an internal factional fight? Wang Chao's expression was a bit struggling, and he couldn't say whether he agreed or objected to this matter. However, among Count Gua's entourage, there was one person who did not have the same attitude as the others, and coveted what the magician in front of him showed. The sinister eyes did not stare directly at anyone, causing the magician to notice it unnecessarily. I just scan it occasionally, and then hide it deeply. Chapter 1298 Airship Puna. Being able to turn a blind eye to other people's behavior of stealing from others does not mean that if the other party intends to openly steal, Lin will obediently give it to him. I pretended to be a grandson too many times in the past. And to be honest, in Lin's heart, the things he gave up in the past could only be regarded as trivial external possessions. Except for the Tower of the Great Sage. I was really frightened by the door to the abyss that was about to open. But in terms of results, if we had not given up on that tower, we would not have achieved what we have today. So it's really hard to define whether it's good or bad. However, what attracted covetous attention this time was magic silk, the core equipment material for someone to save his life. Not to mention that there are a lot of technologies in it that maybe cannot understand at this stage, and that someone does not intend to make public. If others were to take these things away and mess around with them, Lin intuitively felt that big trouble would occur. But I can't be so kind. If my things are robbed, I still come to work as an operator for free. Even if a person is a bitch, he still has to have some limits. Although the magicians and Lost Land advocate sharing knowledge, they are not so kind as to reveal their trump cards or trump cards to others without reservation. The knowledge that I will share is just some basic theories, or it is old knowledge to me, and I have newer knowledge that can replace it. Of course, there is also a situation where the magician is about to die. So before he died, he handed over the hidden knowledge to the Magicians Association as a legacy. This was considered semi-public. In any case, Lin certainly had no intention of agreeing to the request made by the guests from the country of Silk. The reason why he didn't reply was not because he was thinking about how to politely refuse, but it was another thing that attracted the attention of himself and Finn. An airship of a type never seen before was hovering in midair. The height is quite high, and it is beyond the reach of ordinary magicians with air attacks. But for the two people present, that height is not a problem. There are generally two types of airships. One is the airbag pod type, and the other is the sea ship type, with a fully covered structure. Lin has only seen the two airships he handled so far, namely the Sid and Gossbottom. Someone once thought that if he had money, he could build a private airship for fun. But before that, we must first find a way to have a magic tower. It's like the concept of having a house and a car on Earth. However, when he transformed the Earth elemental plane into the hometown of robots, such thoughts faded away. We already have space battleships. So why do we need airships? They already drive sports cars. But when they play bicycles, they only have feelings, not needs. The airship in front of me is a nearly fully covered design. There are some facilities similar to an observation deck on the upper half of the hull, and there are open corridors around the side. During one's environmental detection magic observation, one can detect people moving in these open locations. The most special thing is that this airship is covered with a metal skin. Lin couldn't tell how much of the entire body was made of metal unless he looked closely. The reason why this is special is because MIDI airships are basically made of wood. It is true that metal is stronger than wood, but this gap can be made up with magic. This is the biggest difference between Midland and Earth. The main reason why the MIDI airship is mainly made of wood is its weight. Most wood weighs less than most metals of the same volume, and its light weight is a big advantage for flying. Therefore, in Lost Land, no one would deliberately pursue building an airship out of metal, even though there is a light object spell in apprentice-level magic. This magic does not change the mass of the object itself, but changes the perceived weight of the object. If you analyze this magic carefully, there are traces of gravity control in it. This means that the weight of metal is not a disadvantage that can be offset by magic. However, the strength of the material, wood, can be improved through magic to a level similar to that of metal, or even beyond. Under such a premise, deliberately using metal to build an airship will inevitably have considerations other than material strength and lightweight. However, Lin couldn't think about the reason why the airship above him was made of metal. The fact that it will appear on top of your head is an incredible thing in itself. You know, the holy city of Starry, like the capitals of most major countries, has a no-fly zone over the sky unless permitted. Moreover, the so-called no-flying does not only apply to airships, but also includes the use of magic, combat skills, flying, or riding flying pets. When he first drove the Cid to the holy city, he parked the airship at the designated parking area in Area 6 and did not dare to run around, because according to Goblin Totokani, anyone who breaks into the no-fly zone of the holy city without permission will be directly bombarded by the magic tower. Under such restrictions, an airship appeared majestically above his head. Is this because the magic towers in the holy city of Starry are collectively broken? Someone thought with malicious intent. But taking a closer look at the badge on the airship's hull, it seems that it is not impossible to understand why this airship has the privilege of entering the no-fly zone. Because that airship had the national emblem of the Heidel Empire and the emblem of the Sky Sword Legion, which belonged to the Ace Airship Legion. Numbers 1 to 9 represent the 9th detachment of the 1st Battalion. After the book fans to Squiggle Puna. This reminded someone that Count Guha claimed to be the captain of the airship Puna. So what is the purpose of this ship flying overhead? Someone looked at the Earl of the Hater Empire in confusion. But before he could see anything from Count Guha's face, Kazunasa Kuwata from the Kingdom of Kinu said proudly, "Don't look any further, magician. I asked the Count to call the Puna to carry him there." Those big machines. I hope you don't make unwise decisions. Otherwise you may face a full-force attack from an airship, which is not something ordinary people can bear. Before I could grab it, I sent a car to transport it. This is because you think you are sure that things will never escape. Right. Someone was dumbfounded. When Lin looked at another client who claimed to have no position, Count Guha had a confident and proud expression, as if everything was under control. Seeing this face, Lin only had one thought, and that was the arrogance of the Empire. I still remember that when I first met Grand Duke Kawe, this 70-year-old transcendent had the same expression. Moreover, as a nobleman, he is more confident and treats everyone and everything with Ni's eyes. But after being beaten mercilessly by a certain traveling group, the old man finally knew what it meant to be kind-hearted. I have the ability to make money, but in terms of strength, people can't do anything to me. Why don't you kneel down and lick me? In fact, from the perspective of people like that old man, it is not impossible to understand their attitude. People at different levels from them will naturally form strong and weak points in getting along with each other, on the premise that there is no conflict of interests. It is difficult for them to treat people who are weaker than themselves with an equal attitude. After all, the two parties have different life circles, different daily topics, and different growth experiences. But it's understandable. But that doesn't mean you have to get used to it. However, we have seen a lot of weird things today, and this series of situations seems to have no end. Before they had time to refute the people from the Kingdom of Silk, or blame the arrogant attitude of the nobles of the Hater Empire, Lin and Fin raised their heads, facing the wind, and looked at the airship hovering in midair. In other words, the direction of the airship. Lin said doubtfully, "Who are you looking for?" "They must be looking for you," Fin said with the same confusion, although there is a sense of familiarity. I can hear a pull from your words. Tell me. There is something I don't know. Uh-huh.
After laughing twice, Lin said,
If I admit it correctly, it should be a dragon I met in a forest when I went to rescue the old duke's son. The appearance of that dragon was very special, with colorful colors, and like neon lights. The colors will keep flowing, but it's not as dazzling. What are neon lights? Forget it. I probably know who the guy you are talking about is. I didn't expect to encounter it again. I just really don't want to encounter such a troublesome guy.
After a few small complaints, Lin's expression remained unchanged, and she put the fan in her arms. Suddenly, his hands clasped together, and a series of spellcasting mudras and secret spells were quickly and clearly executed. Seeing magicians preparing to cast spells, people from the Kingdom of Silk and the Hater Empire were the most nervous. Ito Yusuke even pressed his hand on the handle of the knife and was about to pull out the knife. William Greco, who had been watching the excitement, suddenly appeared in front of him and pressed the handle of the knife with one hand, making it impossible to pull it out. This white swordsman rarely had the usual expression full of leisure. He also raised his head and looked in the direction of the airship, only paying attention to the others with the corner of his eye. The only thing that can make this person take the initiative is life-related matters. The loudest one, Kuwata Kazunasuk, just looked anxiously at the backer of their line. However, Count Guha looked at the two magicians in surprise, as if he did not believe that they dared to disobey the Hater Empire. The most innocent one should be the dynasty and Princess Shindu. They had no intention of going to this extent, but they were implicated by their companions, and seemed to be enemies of the magician in front of him. Should I scold the other party or apologize now? Just as expected, but also unexpected. A big explosion occurred on the airship hovering in midair. It was expected because the female magician was about to cast a spell. Her target is either the people present or the airship in the sky. So the explosion was no surprise. But unexpectedly, the source of the explosion was not the female magician. Instead, it came from the sky higher than the airship. The colorful flame sprayed downwards and enveloped less than half of the airship. This special magical flame did not bring about a burning effect, but continuously detonated the airship's hull, and even tended to become more and more intense. When the fragile hull could not withstand the continuous explosions, the Puta split into two halves in full view of the public, one large and one small, smoking, slowly falling in different directions. This was because the floating magic on the airship was still working, which prevented the broken hull from falling at a free fall speed. Only then did everyone see the culprit, which was a giant dragon swooping down and clearing the way with colorful dragon flames. Chapter 1299 The Azure Dragon reappears. In Lin's memory, Lin's longest spell casting was finally completed. She waved her hands toward the sky, and a nearly substantial semicircular barrier was like an inverted bowl, covering the entire home, resisting the powerful colorful dragon flames. Like crystallized dragon flames, it scatters and slides away when it hits the barrier, but it still erodes the substantial magic barrier, causing it to produce unstable light and death performances. It seems that in the next moment, it will be as brittle as a mirror. The navy blue dragon did not try to break through the barrier with its swooping body. Instead, at the last moment, it turned back and flapped its wings, landing lightly and skillfully on the magic barrier. The sharp dragon claws also failed to break through, but the dragon still stabilized its body and peered close to the face, glaring at the people standing in the courtyard protected by the magic barrier, although it was still quite far away from the ground. Seeing the dragon head with its fangs almost sticking to the transparent magic barrier, and whether it was saliva or corrosive dragon breath coming out of the corner of its mouth, several people who were not brave enough were stunned. He fell to the ground glumly. A living giant dragon in its prime. The power of the dragon is solid, weighing heavily on everyone's chest. At this time, someone noticed that magicians were constantly flying out of the wreckage of the destroyed airship in the sky. They were worthy of being the elite soldiers of the Hater Empire. After a little organization, they launched an attack on the giant dragon with its back facing them. For the first time, Lin Gung witnessed with his own eyes the power of magicians forming groups to perform collective magic. No one chooses complicated magic, just simple fireballs and wind blades. But the result of several magicians working together is to make these small magics exert great power. Moreover, after releasing the magic, the magicians did not continue to stabilize their bodies in the air, but began to fly and shift. The magicians who reorganized their formation gave the guests of the Hater Empire and the Kingdom of Silk incomparable confidence. They resisted the urge to jump up and cheer, but they stood up straight and clenched their fists in a show of joy.
However, those seemingly powerful magics actually did not bring any real harm to the dragon. The navy blue dragon scales that show 7 colors flowing at a special angle are not only magic resistant. They even directly reflect the magic that hits it. Wherever you come from, go back. Although the dragon was not hurt, it was not without feeling. It turned back and looked at the magicians fighting in the air. As soon as it flapped its wings, the dragon body broke away from the magic barrier and floated in the air. The next moment, it flew into the air in an incredible posture. It's like an object losing gravity, suddenly attracted by something. He twisted his body suddenly, his neck as long as a whip, and swung his bloody mouth to bite the magicians in the air. No matter how elite humans are, they are not as agile in the air as those magical beasts that are good at flying. The only person who could escape the bite was the person farthest away. The other unlucky ones were bitten off in 2 or 3 pieces at the same time. The broken body just fell from the sky. A one-sided massacre started from this and unfolded in the air. The dragon's tail, which is longer than its body, swings like a sharp blade, cutting through any magician or airship debris it touches. The dragon's wing bones act like a battering ram in the air, constantly knocking and sweeping away all obstacles in front of the dragon. In terms of elites, the Hater Empire's Ace Airship Corps is undoubtedly the elite among the elite. If an airship has enough combat power to slay a dragon, it won't be a big problem. After all, their old rival is the Dragoon Corps of the Karlsruhe Empire in the south. However, the Green Dragon, the master of the secret forest of the Guana Empire, is not an ordinary dragon, nor is it a sub-dragon species of the Dragoon Legion. A much smaller flying dragon. The strange flying posture of the Green Dragon, as well as the poor performance of the magicians after getting close, caused the massacre to end with a rain of blood and pieces of meat. There was no living magician in the sky. Some were bitten to death. Some were swept to death and cut open by their long tails or wing bones. And some were burned to death by the colorful dragon flames that spread all over their bodies. All the same, they all died in a miserable state. However, no one on Earth can do anything about what happens in the sky. They could only watch helplessly as the magicians from the Empire died under the slaughter of the dragon. When the last magician's corpse hit the barrier protecting the mansion, the Green Dragon also stopped, with its limbs clasped on the substantial magical barrier. His eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth raised. Bai Qinglong showed a sneer. The next moment, where the limbs and claws touched the barrier, the condensed power began to turmoil. Like water ripples, they spread out in circles and interfere with each other. Amid many shocked expressions, the magical barrier Finn had worked so hard to build was instantly broken. Compared to the shock and despair of the others, Lin and Finn maintained a calm expression, while William frowned, as if he was troubled. But at least, he did not turn around and run away. As for the naughty children who ran out to watch out of curiosity, and were frightened to the point of peeing, no one cared about them at this time. Except for Ezio, a little guy who was accustomed to the power of the Black Dragon Augustus Long. He gritted his teeth and dragged the others into the room where the children studied. The Green Dragon who landed on the ground did not look at those cowardly little guys at all. Nor did he pay attention to the frightened visitors from the Hater Empire and the Kingdom of Silk. It didn't care about the carefully tended courtyard. It got down on all fours and trampled the tall and short trees that were struggling to survive in the winter, going around left and right, just staring at the 2 magicians with those giant eyes like cowhide drums. Its original intention was to take revenge. To avenge the male magician who took the plaything from its dragon's mouth when he was in the secret forest. Of course, entering the long-lost human society and having some fun is also one of the goals. But a magical barrier that was enough to withstand its dragon flames made Bai Qinglong also become interested in the female magician. Not to mention the faint feeling of familiarity and the vague memories from long ago that kept flashing through my mind. Fanny Tikal? Are you alive again? Bai Qinglong raised his head, looked down from a high position, and said in dragon language, then ignored the other party's arrogance and only said in the common language of Midi, Betrayer, are you disappointed? You failed to kill me. I didn't think those humans could cause you any trouble. Rather, the rumors of your death surprised me. I thought I could play for a little longer, but I didn't expect you to run away and die on your own. Drop it. It's so boring, Bai Qinglong said in common language. However, Lin also guessed from Bai Qinglong's words that the other party also saw the truth about the former Demon King's suicide. Contrary to popular belief, the 4-man brave team successfully defeated the Demon King. From the conversation between Finn and the Azure Dragon, Lin also knew that this very special dragon could be regarded as Fin's enemy. But what surprised him was that this time Fin didn't scream and attack, insisting on cutting the opponent into pieces. In the past, when she met those who betrayed her, even if their methods were not cruel, they were clean and neat, and she never let them go. Is this modified? However, a certain original lich has restrained his temper, which does not mean that the green dragon will have the same attitude. It raised its slender forelimbs, pointed at Lin, and said in dragon language, "I'm here for that man. Give him to me, and I will leave. You know, I've never had a habit of letting go of my prey." Another guy who thinks that others can't understand, so he can talk casually. However, Lin remained silent for no reason, and he was also curious about Fin's answer. However, the former demon king did not get angry as expected, but said with great disdain,
"Unfortunately, I am not big enough to take out my things and share them with others, especially if the person I am asking for is you."
"Then there is no need to discuss it,"
Fin said decisively. But Bai Qilong smiled half-heartedly and said,
"The friendship between us is not just this, but we are just like human beings. You haven't forgotten that I taught you your magic." "Humph. Only part of it was taught by you. Are there 3 or 5 of you? My enlightenment is from other people, and it has nothing to do with you. Besides, this mere kindness is not worthy of me spending my whole life to repay it. As early as you and other people the day we join forces to plot against me, we will be clear,"
Fin said impatiently. Bai Qilong still had the same cynical expression, and said jokingly,
"Favor is kindness. Not to mention that what I teach is not useless garbage. Without me, would you be where you are today? I just want you to live a lifetime. And I am already very tired."
"That's magnanimous. If it were anyone else, even if they died, their souls would still be enslaved by me. Yes, if giving me an extra kick to make me fall faster and deeper when I fell into the abyss is considered a favor, then I do want to thank you. What kind of thank you do you want? Dismemberment by 5 horses? Ling Chi? Xian cut into pieces? Or a live barbecue feast? Of course, the protagonist tied to the stake is you, not someone else."
Fin's eyes grew colder.
"Don't be so angry, little one. In the original situation, I couldn't kill you, and you couldn't kill me. So I was curious about the strongest warrior at that time, and whether he had the ability to kill you. To a certain extent said, they should be considered successful. At least they have kept you quiet for nearly 1,000 years. And now you—"
The green dragon's big eyes glanced up and down at the woman in front of him, showing a sneer.
"You still can't kill me. But the question of whether you will die is very interesting to me. Are you willing to die again to test my idea, little one? But I still say the same thing. Hand that man over and maybe my interests will shift elsewhere for the time being. Yes, maybe I can't kill you, but you will still be hurt. I am very interested. When your self-esteem is torn apart like your body, is there a way for your self-esteem to be the same as your body and actively recover as before? Even if it can be done once, you can recover twice. But what about 10 times? Thousands of times? I guess your self-esteem can be as immortal as your body, but it will just be broken into pieces for so long. I don't think you care about such trivial matters. My teacher, Miss Safina."
Chapter 1300 Rat Injustice.
Ha ha ha.
Bai Qilong looked up to the sky and laughed, and even in the corners of his eyes, he could see the tears he was holding back because of his laughter. After laughing, it showed a fierce look, glared at Fin, and said,
"You have restored a human body, and you look so weak? Do you think I am still the same person I was 1,000 years ago, without any improvement at all? In the past, I had the ability to beat you until you cry, and I can do it today."
Faced with Bai Qinglong's arrogance, Fin said coldly,
"Uh-huh. What you said made my hands itch. I didn't want to waste my energy on you, but now I feel it is necessary to clarify some misunderstandings."
At the same time, the hands hanging by the side danced wildly, inducing the concentration of power. Not to be outdone, the azure dragon raised its right front paw and extended its index finger, which looked like a human hand, pointing at the 2 magicians standing in front of it. This seemingly simple move made Lin feel a chill that made his hair stand on end. The next moment, I thought there would be a powerful attack coming, but unexpectedly, the green dragon flicked his finger to the side. A blast of magic destroyed a large part of someone's main mansion. Not only was a big hole dug into the house, but the floors on the first and second floors were directly exposed. Lin also noticed that someone should be injured, and he could see the servants brought by the Marquis shouting for help.
"Oh, I seem to have made a mistake,
the green dragon thief said with a smile.
but I don't think you will continue to live here. I demolished that broken house. It doesn't matter. My little sweetheart. Son!
Lin was speechless and looked directly at Bai Qinglong coldly. If the attack just now was aimed at him, he would be able to escape smoothly by relying on the automatic evasion function of the flash technique. But when fighting in other directions, because of the additional thought of subjective help, I can't save anyone or anything. Of course, not to mention blocking this attack. My ability is all about escaping. However, this also proved from the side that the speed of the green dragon's instant magic in front of him exceeded his own calculation ability and posed a substantial threat. Another important point is that I have fought warriors, gods, various powerful and weak monsters, and of course dragons. But it seems that I have never really fought a magician who can stand up to me. Although the Dharma saints I met before were strong, they were fundamentally unfamiliar with someone's fighting style. That is, the ultimate fast break achieved by utilizing programmed automatic and rapid judgment features. And he still goes all out as soon as he thinks of it. Even if he wants to interrupt the second thought, the enemy may have become a corpse. This kind of speed allowed Lin to achieve an unbeatable record. In fact, if people become familiar with his tactics, someone will definitely develop a way to deal with it, including magic firearms or seemingly invincible robot fleets. In the final analysis, the natives of Lost Land do not recognize this set of gameplay, so naturally they can only be played. The special dragon in front of him was not only a type that Lin had never seen before, but judging from its performance, it should also be a very powerful magician. Its instant explosion magic, as well as its previous performance of breaking through the magic barrier built by Finn, and the fact that even Finn admitted that he had learned magic from it. These threatening facts make people who are afraid of death a little more cautious. However, Lin's silence did not stop Bai Qinglong from talking endlessly about his admiration.
Mortal, you know, no one has never been able to snatch food from my mouth and snatch my favorite toys from my hands. But you are the first person to do so and succeed.
Since that day, I have been thinking about you all the time, imagining what I should say and do after seeing you. Don't you claim to be the best escape magician? I am very interested in being your feet. How can you escape after being tied up? Oh, by the way, that forum is quite interesting. I like it. So I'm curious whether your mind is different from that of ordinary people.
Tie your feet? Of course Lin would not think that what Bai Qinglong said was to tie his own feet in reality. It may be using favors. It may be using hostages. It may be using the pressure of public opinion. In fact, there are countless ways to seduce a person. If you have evil intentions, there are countless ways. Just like now, the unconcealed threat in Bai Qinglong's mouth did not tie his own feet. After thinking about this, and seeing that annoying dragon face smile, Lin Zheng thought about the opportunity to completely solve this matter without leaving any trace behind.
I've said so many words. Don't you plan to agree? Maybe my finger will be accidentally thrown to other places.
Bai Qinglong raised his index finger and circled it in front of everyone. As if threatening, the sudden blue-green dragon shouted,
"Be careful,"
and was about to throw his finger forward. The expected explosion magic did not work. Stone, the former commander of the Dark Legion's guards, who had sneaked aside at some point, appeared and kicked the green dragon's mouth, dislocating the dragon's jaw. The huge force also caused the green dragon's body to half tilt and take a few steps back. Stone's offensive didn't end with one blow. That kick was just the beginning. He has a lightsaber in each hand.
One green and one red. All kinds of slashing, stabbing, turning left and right, combined with the flexible movements to jump around the dragon, killing the green dragon unable to parry. The Dragon Clan's hand-to-hand combat skills were quite unbearable in front of Sherdong, the original stitched corpse. Maybe Sherdong was too strong. After all, he was someone even the Demon Prince Azad didn't want to provoke. Or maybe the Azure Dragon is better at magic than physical combat. In short, the human dragon battle in front of me was different from the evenly matched scene I imagined. It was almost a unilateral killing by Sherdong. As the two lightsabers were swung, the green dragon was cut with wounds one after another. The fact that the lightsaber is difficult to resist with the physical body gives Stone an unparalleled advantage. Lin Huffin remained silent and did not criticize the scene in front of him. But the people behind him in the Heidel Empire and the Kingdom of Silk had different ideas. Especially not long ago, they witnessed a powerful military airship being shot down by this giant dragon. And many magicians were massacred. Everything that happened before them made them deeply afraid. Stone's fighting is not like some people who need to rely on shouting to boost their momentum. Perhaps it was a habit derived from the age of sewing corpses. At that time, he only had thoughts of fighting, and never thought about making any sound with his incomplete vocal cords. Even though he has a wide vocal range now, he can play a few octaves higher without any problem. However, what is very surprising is that the weak side, Viking Long, did not make any mournful cry, even though one of the dragon's wings was chopped off. Its leg was cut with deep bone-visible wounds. A long gash was opened on its back. Its internal organs were even turned out, and colorful blood flowed all over the floor. Its attitude was still somewhat an expression of contempt. When Dong cut off the green dragon's long neck with a leaping chop, and let the huge head smash on the lawn of the courtyard. Lin seemed to see a joking expression on the dragon's face.
Did you think I was dead?
Is this an auditory hallucination? Or is this dragon with an identity really talking?
Ha! It seems that I am going to disappoint you. Mortal, the person who chopped me must be Dong. You have changed a lot. The rotten smell like a corpse is gone, making me almost unrecognizable to you. This is very strange.
Big improvement. But what surprises me more is that the weapon in your hand can cut through my dragon scales. This is not something that any weapon can do.
The separated dragon head still didn't stop his mouth talking while opening and closing it. Now even Lin was moved. But Finn and Stone still had the same expressions, as if they already knew this would happen. Then, in full view of everyone, the wounds on Viking Long's body began to heal quickly. The part and fracture of the severed limb even secretes some kind of sticky substance. After the two sides are connected together, the severed limb, including the dragon's head, is dragged back to where they should be and healed as before. The colorful blood on the ground seemed to come alive, retreating and being sucked back into the dragon's body. After a while, an intact green dragon stood in front of everyone again. It twisted its neck, pulled at the broken and restored parts, smiled triumphantly, and said, "I must be recovering faster than before. Little thing, in the 1,000 years since your death, I continue to improve my skills. You said I am immortal, and now I am truly immortal." Not to mention the desperate expressions of the people behind him. Even Lin looked at all this happening in surprise, and then turned his head to Finn beside him with difficulty. The former Demon King shrugged helplessly and introduced, "This Dragon Lich Safina, the ancient mage who guided me to become a lich. As for how old she is, I think I can ask World Tree Foz. Maybe the two ancient ones from Nasi or Yggdrasil also recognize this guy. If they want to kill her, they have to destroy her phylactery first. But I doubt it. She even forgot where she threw her phylactery." Dracolic. Someone sighed.
"No wonder I can observe the positions of 7 hearts, 13 dragon crystals, and 3 additional places that are suspected of emitting the same brain waves as the head. Completely. It doesn't look like a normal dragon. But it makes sense if it's a Dracolic."
As we all know, undead creatures can transform their bodies in ways they can't imagine. And Lin also understood the reason why Finn didn't want to confront this guy, and even ignored the grudge that the Dragon Lich had for betraying him in the past. If you can't kill a target, everything you do will be in vain. Unless you have to spend energy to imprison the other party today and torture him forever. But if you do, who will torture whom? But sigh. Lin didn't intend to simply pretend that it didn't happen. Not to mention that this green dragon is chasing after him. Even if he destroys his house and hurts the people inside, he still has to settle the account. It's a small matter to save face, but since the other party has taken action, there is no reason not to fight back. People can survive without face, but if they tolerate being injured today, what will happen if they are killed tomorrow? This is a bottom line issue, and the dragon in front of us has crossed it.
Immortal?
Lin restrained his lazy expression and repeated Finn's evaluation with great energy and seriousness. The other party is confident, but it is a difficulty that he has to face.
Chapter 1301 The Wheel of Time. Safina, the green dragon, still had the same cynical attitude. She squinted her eyes and looked at the humans in front of her and said,
"What? Don't you believe what the devil next to you says? Do you want to try it yourself? But you must remember one thing. Whatever you gave me today, I will give it back to you one by one tomorrow. No matter it's humiliation or physical harm. Even if you can't hurt me, you just tickle me."
As he spoke, he popped out his 5-fingered claws.
"I will scratch it back again and again. Even the skin is fleshy. Ha ha ha."
Seeing that the people around him were also planning to take action, Finn took out the fan from her waist without saying a word. Roll up the silk noodles, and put them away. The fan bone made of the branches of the world tree can smash people's brains out. Which is no joke. Lin stretched out his hand to grab it. When he tightened his grip, a long sword appeared in his hand. This sword is not the familiar shikiri with a broken mouth. The sword body is mottled, and the blade has many gaps. The sword hilt is a semicircular guard connected directly to the end of the sword hilt, which not only protects the person's hand, but also allows the wielder to the sword wielder can use it as a fist to hit people. This sword looked surprisingly familiar to Fun, and it was unforgettable. When Safina, the green dragon, saw it, she also chuckled and said, "Huh? You didn't just find a sword like this that has killed liches to kill me just because you heard that I am a Dracolic. That one the sword must have been pulled out from the person beside you." After thinking of a certain possibility, someone's serious expression suddenly froze, and he looked at the people around him awkwardly, said, "It can't be such a coincidence. Is it really that sword?" Then's eyes were full of anger, but he looked at people calmly. Then he flicked his head and gave others a slap on the back of the head, and said at the same time, "The divine sword Kanar, the sword of the brave Thora Lenson, is also the weapon that cut me into several pieces. And of course, it is the weapon of the Hagiri clan. What do you think? Is it possible for me to admit my mistake?" He Long and he knew said this, and the eyes of a certain follower who had been hiding behind Earl Guha suddenly lit up with a bitter and hateful expression. It's like seeing a target. However, a certain former demon king saw something and wanted to take revenge. "Well, nothing to say," Lin said towards the sword in his hand. "I really didn't know you had this history. In this case, the name in the past will no longer be used. From now on, you will be the second sword of the 5 swords in the world. The Wheel of Time." As if echoing someone's words, the sword of divine sword Kanda trembled slightly, right in front of everyone's eyes. It shook off pieces of mottled rust and began to change its shape. First of all, the sword body has been reduced by 1 size, becoming 2 fingers wide and longer than the arm. It is simple and unpretentious, but there are faint cloud patterns on the edge. The sword and shield disappeared, replaced by a brass-colored wheel half a finger long and as thick as a thumb. There is a whistle on the wheel, which is flat and thin. Starting from the whistle, there are densely engraved fine runes. The hilt is single grip length, slightly curved, and has spiral patterns, making it difficult for the hand holding the sword to slip. There is a round bead at the end of the handle, which is only a few minutes wider than the hilt of the sword, and just fits the edge of the palm. Compared with its original dilapidated appearance, the shape of the year wheel looks like a new life. Although the size has shrunk a lot, this bright blade now looks slightly more threatening than the curved blade that was so laborious to chop wood. But he was still not taken seriously by Bai Qinglong. The divine sword Kanda looks rugged, but it is also the length of a standard long sword. Although as far as Bai Qinglong is concerned, it is only at the level of a toothpick. Now that it has changed into a wheel of years, and the sword has shrunk in length, it is worse than a toothpick. There is no threat to a giant dragon. Not to mention that this giant dragon is also an immortal Dracolic. Holding the reborn year wheel in his hand, Lin slowly rubbed the wheel on his left arm, and it immediately started spinning, making a vague buzzing sound. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the time wheel sword, as if there was nothing else in the world. Some people covet it, some have other ideas, and some people have some time-traveling people who are seeking death and have devised something for self-destruction. The one who was most surprised among them was William Greco, who was known as the White Sword Master. The title of Sword Saint is not a title granted and recognized like Dharma Saint, Fighting God, etc. in Lost Land, but a person with qualifications similar to the name of Extraordinary One. That is, only those who possess certain special abilities are qualified to call themselves that. The characteristic of the Sword Master is that everything can be turned into a sword. That is to say, regardless of what is held in the hand, one can use 100% of the power of the sword move. It's a bit like Weapon Master, but not the same. According to legend, a person with the qualifications of a sword master reaches such an extreme level that he can pull out anything he holds and turn it into a sword. He is truly blessed by the concept of sword. This is why William doesn't really care what weapon he has in his hand, or which sword it is. Such a person, looking at the sword shape of the year wheel, does not feel that he is looking at a sword. It was a foreign object that went against the concept of a sword. This was the first time in William's life that he had this feeling. And when the wheel sounded, in the eyes of Fun and Dracolic Safina, 2 powerful magicians, Lin's figure seemed to drag out countless after images in an instant. connecting from the past and extending to the future. The figure is not that of a person wearing ordinary robes. He has a monk's robe and a person with armor. His hairstyle has changed a lot. And his appearance is also slightly different. Only the year wheel is the only one among the endless ones. The wheel sounded, and the sword holder looked down at it and murmured to himself,
"If I cut off all causes and effects in the past and future, will I still be immortal?"
Before Bai Qinglong could sneer, his eyes were dazzled, and the magician disappeared from his eyes. Safina leaned back, a pair of front paws blocking her body, and more than a dozen magic shields rushed forward. It's just that no matter how many magic shields there are, it's not enough to slash Hagari. And the strange thing is that the many layers of magic shields melt like snow meeting the spring sun, allowing the years to pass by. Maybe it's because the sword blade has become shorter, making it difficult to control the attack distance. Or maybe it's because the green dragon is leaning back to avoid it. From the position where Lin suddenly appeared, the tip of the sword that was cut out of the wheel of time could barely scratch his front paw, scratching some of his skin. The green dragon took advantage of the situation and took several steps back, sweeping its long tail randomly, leaving the courtyard in a mess. Although the magician's attack surprised it, it only disappeared and reappeared for a moment. Rather than saying that the green dragon was frightened and was stunned for a moment, it was better to say that it wanted to see how the person in front of it struggled, how it realized its own powerlessness, and how it was disappointed and even despaired. So it retreated and did not fight back immediately. Lin, who landed on the ground, did not continue to pursue. Instead, he half knelt on the ground and gasped for air. With just one strike from the time wheel, the blade became much darker, and even cracks were faintly visible. Just like fighting many big battles with one person and one sword. Almost all the strength was exhausted. Not only Fin was surprised by this appearance, but also the group of people watching the theater behind him were also surprised, and even scared to death. Only Sherdong and William saw some clues. This giant dragon has no chance of survival. Seeing that he was fine, Bai Qilong wanted to make some sarcastic remarks. But I didn't expect it this time. No matter how much it opened its mouth to speak, it didn't make any sound. Only then did everyone discover the unusual anomaly. The green dragon's figure became lighter, as if it was filled with light. The claws that had been cut with small wounds were scattered a little bit, and more light spots were scattered. And they were getting faster and faster. Several people from the Hater Empire and the Kingdom of Silk suddenly felt a pain in their heads. The pain disappeared in an instant. The rest of the people present felt the same way. But they endured the pain, even if it lasted longer. Of course, the green dragon refused to accept its fate. It even rushed forward, trying to bite and claw the magician in front of it to death. The long tail was like a sharp spear, stabbing it several times. But all of this was of no use. It was as if the green dragon didn't exist in the world. Not even its last words or wailings could be left behind. It faded away and disappeared. A majestic Dracolic had just destroyed a shipload of military airship magicians. But it ended quietly. Everyone found it difficult to accept what they saw, especially the former Demon King, who was also in the crowd. The biggest reason why Fin had no interest in killing the enemy in front of her, and even though Stone took action, she just watched the show without being prepared, was that she had no way to definitely kill Safina, as long as the opponent's life box is not destroyed. The Lich is immortal. This is common sense in the Lost Land, especially before Sherdong tried his best and used an unprecedented lightsaber to severely dismember the green dragon. The dragon was able to recover in place and spew a bunch of filthy words in a mighty manner. Fin's thoughts about killing Safina were even less intense. Dismember and seal the Dracolic? Do you really think the other party is fake about learning magic? In Lost Land, there is no such thing as a seal, unless the opponent does not exist on the main plane of the Lost Land, such as a demon living in the abyss. It is possible to use obstruction to prevent the opponent from coming to the main plane. The same goes for gods. Another example is Fun, the former Demon King. The way she was dismembered in the past prevented the possibility of the original Lich being resurrected. But to be honest, the Demon King's conscientious cooperation was also a major reason why the former Brave team could accomplish such a feat. That's why Fun was dismembered into 6 parts, including the head, torso, and limbs, and scattered throughout the land. Seek death before you die. In the same way, if you want to survive, you must survive. If Safina is unwilling to cooperate and deliberately resists, with her knowledge as a Dracolic, there are really not many magicians who can deal with her and seal her completely. And as long as there is a chance, Safina can be resurrected in a safe place at any time. This is the advantage of being an undead lich. This is why few people want to offend the lich. First of all, those who can transform themselves into a lich must have a considerable level of magical strength. Second, you can't kill the lich without destroying the phylactery. Offending such a being is like finding yourself a physically unkillable and powerful opponent. That's not just making yourself uncomfortable. It's simply asking for death. But this kind of trouble that people hate and ghosts hate actually died after scratching the skin. Could it be that the blade of that sword was coated with some powerful poison? This is most people's first thought. But then everyone rejected it themselves. Liches are admittedly unkillable. So how could they be poisoned to death? So, what exactly happened? Everyone knew that the only answer lay in the magician, or the Hakiri weapon that was renamed the Time Wheel. Chapter 1302, People from the Holy Sword Society. But the magician who swung that sword didn't look very good. Not only were there cracks on the year-wheel sword, but he himself was also unstable. It was as if the symptoms that had appeared before were constantly being left behind by time, making his entire body seem to become wider and thicker. And he even had extra arms and fingers. If you could see his face, you could see that as his eyes turned, one more pupil appeared. Another turn. Another one. So weird. This is the wound of time. The phenomenon of countless parallel worlds interfering with each other and remaining. Sophon immediately appeared behind Lin, put a hand on his shoulder, and suppressed the remaining limbs to return to themselves. Not everyone can do this, only Finn, a magician who has seen someone in this kind of situation, can help him. Friend Bufordgot said, "Put on the Xuanwu robe. That clothes can protect you." With Finn's help, Lin Kongshan, who briefly regained consciousness, used the flash technique to change his clothes. If other clothes can't do this, only Xuanwu robe, the weapon of the gods, can do it. The black basalt robe covers the body. The stream of light turns, and the divine power it brings suppresses the chaotic time sequence of countless interferences into the present. The only now. At this point, Lin's chaotic consciousness gradually became normal. Finn was about to ask what happened just now, why she couldn't understand. But another clown jumped out from behind and shouted, "Thief! Come again?" Someone who had just regained consciousness looked back and saw that it was the follower behind Count Guha who was not doing the right thing. He had a stinking face from beginning to end, worse than those in the Kingdom of Silk. Just like someone who killed his parents first, and then his wife and daughter. The man who jumped out put his halberd on his waist, and said plausibly, "Thief, I don't know if the silk or silk thing was stolen from the Kingdom of Silk, but the Hagiri clan's divine sword Kanda in your hand is definitely stolen. I have seen that sword in the Holy Sword Club countless times, but it's a pity that I didn't get its approval. However, the Hagiri clan's magical weapon is not something you, a mere mortal, can possess. You must hand it over. Otherwise you will be mentally prepared to bear the endless wrath of my Holy Sword." Holy Sword Club. Ever since Hakakiri Khan led his people to jump ship en masse, Lin had guessed that this would happen today. It's just that a group of descendants of fellow countrymen who didn't know the so-called forced Jacquard machines and other items away from them, and a Dracolic made nonsense. And now people from the Holy Sword Guild are jumping up and down there again. Someone's mood is getting worse. Too bad. In particular, my physical condition has been affected, and I am suffering from a headache. It can be said that all the bad things inside and outside have come together. Seeing the man from the Holy Sword Society disguised as a follower, he stepped forward, his aura rising step by step, to the point where he was no less than a white swordsman like William. The most surprising thing is that Count Guha is the nominal master. I don't know that behind the surprised expression, the Count didn't know that his follower had such an identity, or that this person was simply a replacement. So the Count was so surprised that also stood by Lin's side, helping him stabilize his existence. Although Lin regained consciousness and put on the Xuanwu robe, he had already experienced the wounds of time and knew how to treat them. But it doesn't mean that it will just calm down. There must be a process of sorting it out. The most important thing is that it is a little taboo to use the flash technique on yourself. If you can't use it, don't use it. As Finn's bodyguard, Stone stood in front of the two of them. He put away a lightsaber, leaving only the green one standing in front of him. William, who originally intervened to stop Kuwata and Nosuk from acting recklessly, had his hands free after the guest from the Kingdom of Silk was frightened by the green dragon, and did not change his position. The people of the Holy Sword Society suddenly became angry, and William immediately stood up. But he only took one step forward, and he happened to step on the most uncomfortable position for the man from the Holy Sword Club.
and did not make any other moves. When warriors reach a certain level, what they value most is the range of their attack. Alertness and concentration are already standard features. If they couldn't maintain high-intensity concentration at ordinary times, I'm afraid they would have died long ago until their bones turned into slag. The attack distance of warriors is nothing more than the length of their arms plus the length of their weapons. That means they can cut others, which also means that others can cut them. So when someone steps within the attack distance, it means that the relationship between the two is on the verge of breaking out. Although the members of the Holy Sword Society did not name themselves, the fact that they could confront William in terms of momentum proved that he was not a mediocre person. Of course, just because they are powerful enough to confront each other does not mean that their levels of strength are similar. You still have to actually do it before you can tell the difference. This is also the reason why the people of the Holy Sword Society did not take action rashly after William came forward. Those who can become members of the Holy Sword Club all think highly of themselves, but their confidence is also based on holding the weapons of the Hagiri clan. Now with bare hands, facing a strong man named Sword Master, he had to restrain some of his arrogance and deal with him seriously. However, he did not show any signs of cowardice, but said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way, Your Majesty the Sword Master. The Holy Sword Society is responsible for guarding Hakakiri. You should understand this." William still looked lazy and said, "Yes, I understand. But the duty of guardianship is not a reason to treat them as private property. So I have never thought of joining you. The current practices of the Holy Sword Club are somewhat too much." From the words, it sounds like the Holy Sword Club may have recruited this white sword master. Lin thought so. The member of the Holy Sword Club further said, "If you knew that the thief you wanted to protect had stolen all the Hagiras kept by the Holy Sword Club, what would you say? Could it be that all the weapons of the Hagiri clan were willing to follow him? Did he run?" When Lin heard this part, he just wanted to defend himself. It was not his fault. "No. The Hagiri clan are just weapons. They have no legs and cannot run on their own. All members of the Holy Sword Club do not treat the Hagiri clan as private property. We just want to ensure that those recognized by the Hagiri clan are capable. Protect the Hakakiri clan." "Well, can't he protect Hagiri?" William asked as if nothing had happened, turning to look at someone who was being helped up by Finn. Most of the people present just now were scared to death by the green dragon. Although I don't know if the members of the Holy Sword Society hidden among the people were also frightened. It is a fact that he did not take action just like William. Therefore, William was not sure how strong the opponent was. Is he like Sherdong, the Demon King's former captain of the Imperial Guard, capable of fighting that giant dragon alone? If not, then how could he be proud of the magician who could kill the Azure Dragon? Having said that, William would not be shy in front of Lin because he did not take action against Bai Qinglong. This white swordsman, like the absent demon prince Azad, is still confident of being invincible against this magician. Of course, it is also true that he cannot catch up with this magician who is best at escaping. In short, neither side can do anything to anyone. But does the person in front of me have such a level? Without trying it himself, William really doesn't know. After a strong person reaches a certain level, the slightest difference can determine the outcome. At this time, the strength of the momentum cannot become the criterion for judgment. Although they took the airship together and came to the holy city of Estali, William Greco also discovered this strong man invisible in the crowd. But in a spirit of not looking for trouble, he never exposed the other party or pestered the other party to try his skills. Although the conflict in front of me is not directly related to myself, but in terms of closeness, William was closer to the magician behind him. At least every time they meet, this person provides delicious food and drinks without any restrictions. On the contrary, I took an airship trip along the way, although I was also treated with courtesy. And both the Hyder Empire and the Kingdom of Silk showed solicitation from time to time. But William could also feel that a noble was still a noble after all, and the pride in his bones made him particularly uncomfortable. There are many restrictions and rules, but he himself doesn't like these. The recruitment of the Holy Sword Club happened earlier. I have also rejected it several times. Therefore, this time he took the initiative to stand up. The people of the Holy Sword Association also did not think that they would lose to the magician who killed the green dragon in front of him. He believed that the reason why that man was able to accomplish this feat was entirely due to the Hakakiri in his hand. As long as he possesses the Hakiri, he can also kill the Dragon Lich. And he had been recognized by Hagiri. So it was entirely possible to hold the revamped Divine Sword Kanda. Now the Wheel of Time.
If all the Hakakiri clan hadn't been stolen during the gathering at the beginning of the year, he would have been able to fight against the Dracolic wearing the original Hakakiri at this time. Whether he can be killed or not is another matter. Therefore, to the White Sword Master who stood up to question, the members of the Holy Sword Association said without hesitation,
Relying on the power of the Hagiri clan is not your true ability. What should I be afraid of? If you have great achievements, I should respect them.
But the thief is not here.
As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the magician again. They seemed not to care about William. But in fact both of them had already begun to look for the fatal opportunity. William Greco frowned and moved his fingers slightly. He never thought that he could scare people away by just showing up. He just thought it was troublesome. Although he can ignore it. Anyway, the thoughts running through his mind had not yet come to a conclusion. In fact, it was hard to say whether it took a blink of an eye. William suddenly twisted his body, misplaced his feet, and jumped away. He stared at the magician, who needed help from others to stand. And the man's free hand was holding a bloody, bright red, beating heart. The man from the Holy Sword Club actually moved at that moment. But the location of the flash technique is so easy to avoid. Azad relies on the characteristics of his semi-virtual body. The reason why William can avoid it has not been figured out yet. But most people have the ability to resist. Obviously, people from the Holy Sword Club can be classified as ordinary people. After taking less than half a step, the heartless person stopped moving as if all his strength had been drained out. He pressed his now empty chest and looked in front of him in disbelief. Before he could figure out what exactly happened, he suddenly rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Ling crushed his heart with a palm, shook his hand, and said,
I will need a sword to kill you.
Of course. He ignored William's sad eyes. Chapter 1303, Expelling Bad Guests.
I thought you would show mercy to him, like you did to Azad.
William Greco said, as he walked up to Lin as if nothing had happened. Although he was wearing a Xuanwu robe and had just killed another guy who should be a strong man, Lin still looked like he was dying. Regarding William's emotion, he smiled bitterly and said,
I must say that I really want to kill Azad. The problem is that he can't be killed. So he is still alive and kicking. As for the person whose name I don't know just now, I don't have the ability.
He was still jumping up and down in front of me, really pretending that I didn't know how to do it. Besides, that guy didn't seem to have any intention of not taking action. Instead of being beaten in vain and then counterattacking in a pretentious manner, it was better to go straight to the end. I don't think I'll lose to him anyway.
William didn't want to launch an army to investigate the crime. He and the deceased had a one-time relationship at best. Of course, it was impossible to avenge the other party or anything. So he dropped the subject after mentioning it. What he was more curious about was the transformed weapon in the hands of the magician in front of him.
The 5 swords of the world. The Wheel of Time. Why does it look like it's broken?
Someone really smiled bitterly and said,
Obviously, there are flaws in this sword. Otherwise, according to my most original idea, one sword strike will cut off all cause and effect. And it should even remove the memory of that dragon in everyone's mind.
It will also disappear. Completely obliterated. And neither you nor I will remember what the dragon looks like.
From Lin's hand, he took the cracked time wheel of the sword and looked at it carefully. Although William Greco is known as the Sword Master, he is a man cherished by the sword. But the weapon in his hand has the shape of a sword. But it is not a sword. It was difficult for William to explain this feeling. It's not like he hasn't encountered Hagakiri in the past. But even if he was recognized by Hagakiri, he never thought about using these legendary magical weapons. The reason is the strangeness I feel today. It's just that the feeling before was not so profound. Today, this sense of disobedience almost made me unable to help myself from throwing the weapon in my hand. He had never closed his mind to Hagiri, so the time wheel could also sense the thoughts of the White Sword Master. In the past, the Hagiri clan could only communicate with the wielder. But since coming into contact with Hagiri Khan, every Hagiri has learned the method of vibrating the air to produce sounds. So at this time the Wheel of Time said,
Sir, I am tired and need to recuperate. Please send me back.
William had already seen Hagiri Khan's rambling character. Therefore, I was not surprised that the weapon in my hand could speak, and I didn't have much reaction. If he wanted to know what the time wheel was thinking, as a sword wielder, he could communicate silently. But not every sword is a Hakaki Khan, and not every Hagiri is noisy enough to drive its wielder crazy. Therefore, Time Wheel did not want to change anything about William's displeasure. Naturally, the White Sword Master did not hear Hagiri's lofty speech.
Easy to say.
Lin responded, and after signaling William with his eyes, he pointed his hand, and the year wheel was sent back to the secondary plane tower by the flash technique, and continued to absorb the chaotic essence energy. After sending away the Wheel of Time and letting it recover on its own, Lin Zheng wanted to tell the White Sword Master more about annihilating cause and effect, and wanted to hear if the Sword Master had anything to say. When William was at home before, he was willing to provide what he could tell from his perspective, which sometimes really inspired Lin's ideas. But this time, someone's collar was mentioned. The former Demon King put his incomparably beautiful face close to someone's ear. In a sweet voice that is rarely used, he said, "Your affairs are over. Then it will be my affairs. Go back with me and tell me what happened when you made a sword that can directly kill liches." Although the voice was sweet, it made someone's scalp tingle and their legs tremble. Lin Turio said, "Sister, it has nothing to do with you. I originally used the gods as my opponents, and cooperated with the Hagairis on research. So I came up with the year wheel. The other party dared to claim immortality, which is somewhat similar to the characteristics of the gods. I just took it out and used it to see who it was." Ha. Then smiled and said nothing, just holding the collar and dragging the person back. Even if someone is timid, he would not dare to use flash to run away in this situation. To use what the dead Dracolic said. His hands and feet were tied. It's just that this farce is coming to an end. But there are still a group of people standing aside, seeing that the two magicians were about to return to the house. He did not greet them or agree to their previous requests. Even after an incredible battle, they had to speak out. "Well, Your Excellencies," although the voice of the speaker was much more polite. But the cowardly person had nowhere to breathe, and immediately glared at the speaker. Then was not used to these guests who came from nowhere. Even if the weaklings came from the kingdom of heaven, they were still weaklings, and would not be looked down upon by her at all. Now that someone dared to disturb her work, the cold gaze that swept over her was like ice magic, almost freezing the person's blood and consciousness. The person who spoke was Kuwata Kazunasuk from the Land of Silk. After seeing the Dracolic wreaking havoc, the two magicians showing off their power, and then the weird mind-taking magic, it really shocked everyone present. But the silk brocade woven by the Jacquard machine was of great importance. Not to mention the importance of silk to the country of silk. He had no choice but to mention it, and said loudly, "Your Excellency, regarding the delivery of the Jacquard machine, you have just acquiesced. I don't know when we can come to transport the machine." However, there was a lot of retreat in the tone, which was not as aggressive as it was originally. Before Lin could reply, he complained about this guy who didn't understand current affairs. Then Xian glared back coldly, and said softly in a voice comparable to ice magic, "Go away! You can't take anything away. If you say one more nonsense, you will be killed by the stone. They can feed the dragon, or go into the feed trough of the silkworm room. I don't want to dirty my ears with those noisy sounds." The former commander of the guards had a habit of not replying, and just moved forward step by step. The lightsaber blade had already been put away, and even hung back on his waist. To deal with the few humans in front of you, there is no need to waste the limited power storage in the lightsaber. 10 fingers are enough. If it were placed on the modern Earth, those countries with advanced legal systems, backed by big powers, would be enough to scare some low-level leaders or local officials. After all, everyone follows the rules, and as long as they don't break the law, everything is guaranteed. But in the Lost Land, especially for the group of magicians who have no king or father, they only see truth. That is, strength. The airship that the visitors from Hader's side relied on the most had been destroyed by the Dracolic, and the Dracolic died at the hands of the magician in front of him. It was not difficult to distinguish the strong from the weak. Count Guha also knew the identity of the members of the Holy Sword Club. He just didn't know that the Holy Sword Club had a grudge against the magician in front of him. He would keep such a person by his side, of course because of his ability. But no matter how skilled he was, he still had his heart stabbed silently by the magician. It would not be an injustice to say that he died inexplicably. Now, how is it possible for Count Guha to continue to stand up for the people of the Kingdom of Silk, and to ask for everything related to Silk from the opposite party? So after Fin uttered threats, Count Guha turned around and left without saying a word. The Earl's attendants naturally followed the Earl's will. They didn't even move to collect the bodies of their dead colleagues and left neatly. Almost at the same time, the dynasty left with Princess Shindu. His first priority is to protect the safety of the princess, and it is not his responsibility to negotiate with outsiders. Besides the current situation, can we still talk about it?
All roads are blocked by two companions, so it is better to retreat and talk about it another day. However, Kuwata and Ito, who were the main force in the negotiations, were unwilling to leave just now. But so what if you are unwilling? His backer, Earl Guha, was gone. In terms of strength, he was not strong enough to defeat the opponent. Just talking? Thinking about it, it seems unsafe to stand in front of others alive. So the two of them gritted their teeth and left. The protagonists of the farce were all gone, and only then did others come forward to quietly clean up the aftermath. Except for a few children, who were frightened to death by the Green Dragon's power. The group of children didn't suffer much damage. The brave one hid aside and watched a good show. But the main house, which had a big hole blown out, was not unscathed. Fortunately, the house itself is also configured towards the magic tower envisioned by someone. In addition to the basic ordinary building materials, a layer of magic material is added for enchantment, which is almost like a rough house with tiles engraved with magic arrays. This configuration was originally intended to prevent violent actions within the house, such as assassinations, sword fights, etc. It was never intended to defend against attacks from the outside. In any case, these magic materials and the automatic judgment settings for the interior have played a role to some extent. In one setup, when an unauthorized person attacks the premises, the targeted protection measures are activated. This setting allowed the servants of Marquis Balin to avoid the direct attack of the Green Dragon's explosive magic. It's just that the radius of a magical attack extends beyond someone's original setup. Therefore, although there were no dead among the servants who served in this home, there were also a few injured who were affected. This can be considered a great blessing among misfortunes. There is no need to look outside for the treatment of these people by the life priests of the Church of Three Holy Lights. And there is no need for Fren to take action either. As Fren's student, Marquis Balin mainly studies undead magic. But the magic originally used to manipulate life and creatures seems to be no big problem when used to treat injuries. Perhaps because of the consciousness of being born a noble. Or perhaps out of compassion. Marquis Balin did not let her own people suffer from severe trauma, and took action to treat them. Of course, it also gained a good reputation internally. Those noble servant families, who originally felt puzzled and unforgiving about a noble coming to learn undead magic, even though they did not dare to raise objections directly to the master they should serve. Now they no longer have those unnecessary thoughts. At least the Marquise has learned this. Instead of going around digging up graves and playing with corpses, let alone killing living people after catching them, then everyone just needs to serve with all their heart. Then we have to find someone to repair the holes in the house and tidy up the messy yard. In all aspects, it is far from the case that the two magicians just patted their butts and walked away, pretending that they didn't see it. And then, they really didn't exist. Chapter 13045 Swords of the World. The main house and other minor issues were properly arranged by dedicated personnel. Of course, a certain magician had to personally face things that others could not handle, including Fen's questioning. The first question. What are the 5 mortal swords? I just said it casually because it sounds good to my ears. And then someone gets beaten. I really just said it casually. Alas. Wait a minute. Don't extend your claws again. Listen carefully to my explanation. Everything started when Haikiri Khan defected to Haikiri with a vote that was regarded as a forbidden wife by the Holy Sword Society. A certain time-traveling group originally thought that they would harvest more than 100 weapons like the Haikiri Khan, which are based on single-molecule blades and high-frequency super-vibration modes, strengthening the destructive power of the sword itself to the point of being indestructible. The truth is, however, that no other Haikiri wants to be like Khan. A certain sword was crying on the side. These new friends each have their own ideas. Moreover, it is also very unreasonable and out of tune. However, the sub-dimensional tower that suddenly entered the dimensional gap gave the Hagiri clan money to squander, and they became at a loss what to do. If you need a weapon that can cut people, just one is enough. So if the Hagiri clan who defected chose the same as Khan, Lin might just throw them in the sub-dimensional tower and raise them. Then it depends on their willingness to continue to stay, or to go out and find suitable holders to continue to wave. But since they had other ideas, Lin naturally became interested in the Hagiri clan again, initially following his own Hagiri. That is, Khan. Its development has reached a limit and encountered a bottleneck. The direction Khan chose to develop is similar to someone's ability to make a fortune, which is to enhance computing power. The single molecule edge and super vibration mode are abilities that have been possessed a long time ago and have not changed much yet. It means that with these two sets of abilities, No simple material can withstand the Khan's chop. The levels of enemies encountered afterward have been upgraded. They are either gods or demons. They use power to attack, protect, and instinct. To deal with such an enemy, the general method is to use more powerful power to break it, or to follow the magician's approach. Find its flaws and use small ones to pry big ones, thereby breaking its defense and damaging its body. But Lin Hufen developed an ability that has not yet been disclosed to the world, namely counterpower. The use of unit power is characterized by 255 8 kinds of power permutations and combinations, and the opposite power permutations are eliminated, so that the two pairs are eliminated. It sounds very simple, but to do this, you must first be able to detect and identify the arrangement of powers that you want to eliminate. This requires a lot of computing power support. This can be seen by looking at the efforts Earth has made in sequencing DNA. Sequencing capabilities are only more difficult. To this end, Agiri Khan has greatly strengthened its computing power around the development of quantization, and has never returned to the road of anti-power. This also makes it unable to strengthen its capabilities in other aspects. Just because Khan can't do it doesn't mean Lin doesn't have other ideas. The confrontation with the most powerful being in the micro-universe at the elemental spirit in the wind elemental plane might have been a powerful blow that Lin could never replicate in his life. In the blink of an eye, there are hundreds of peers in parallel worlds, and time is divided into nanoseconds, so that cells at different times can contribute at the same time. This is equivalent to using one's full strength to strike an attack, superimposed an additional 5.67 billion times. Defeat the enemy with this. The fact that this attack can be executed is more due to the location of the wind elemental spirit. That is, the world around the micro-universe is already in an unstable state. That's why Lin was able to break through the barrier of the parallel world, not only summoning peers, but also cells from different times to the same point in time. Later, Lin tried the same trick. Even if he didn't summon peers from other parallel worlds, he had to rely on his time-cut cells to focus on the same moment. And he could only achieve the superposition of 15 cells at most. And this is a number that is neither too high nor too low. Although the superposition of 15 cells is 15 times more powerful than the same blow, it is still impossible to break through the god's defense and damage its roots. Facing ordinary enemies, if he held up the Hikaki Khan, he would be able to kill them without having to use this move. Therefore, the ordinary regional version of Thousand Flashes has become a useless magic. If you want to increase the number of superpositions, you will hit the limit that maintains the balance of the world. Once this limit is exceeded, a chain reaction will not only destroy the enemy, but also destroy oneself and the entire world. It can be called the most powerful self-destruction skill discovered by a time traveler since he came into contact with magic. Well, someone is not that big-hearted. Even if you can't think about it anymore, why bother dragging the whole world with it? More importantly, if you say this kind of thing, others will not believe it. So it cannot be regarded as a nuclear weapon that threatens others. It's just a self-pleasure thing. Is it possible to tell others that I will try to destroy a world by blowing myself up, and see if you are afraid of me blowing up in the future? But Lin was unwilling to let Qian Shuani Flash go to dust. Even if this magic cannot be adjusted so that it can be used anywhere and has powerful destructive power, rather than being neither good nor bad, the application methods about time and parallel worlds should be able to be used in other places instead of casting, idle and scattered. At this time, the kind and lovely goddess exposed her kingdom to someone. Although Lin publicly admitted in front of everyone that the year wheel was a weapon prepared to be used to kill gods, this was actually not accurate. God-slaying weapons. There are many things around Lin that can do it now. Agiri Khan. No doubt about it. Several lightsabers used by Fen and Stone were adjusted before the battle, and they also had the ability to kill gods. It seems that there is no need to increase the types of weapons in this project. But if what someone says about killing gods is to truly destroy a god, and the target is directed at the fundamental god kingdom, then the meaning is completely different. I had never thought of this before because I had only had contact with gods. Regarding the situation of the kingdom of God, it is basically all speculation without any actual evidence. But now that the gold coin goddess Ku'in has taken the initiative to open up her divine kingdom, how could Lin not take a closer look? After reading it, with a practical example in front of him, even if he didn't trouble Ku'in, Lin would still think about how to deal with an existence like the kingdom of God. Only a god can completely destroy another god. To destroy a god, you need to start a divine war. To fight a divine war, you need to enter the target divine kingdom. Only when the kingdom of God is completely destroyed can the hope of a god's resurrection be cut off. The above can be regarded as common sense.
But why? No one can answer. Maybe the gods know. But there is no need for them to tell how to destroy their own race in front of a human being. This time, a certain alien magician, whose true identity was a transcendent person, was given a chance to peek into the kingdom of God. Even if Lin has no purpose, out of curiosity, he will learn how the gods destroy each other. If you know it, then think about whether people can do it. This is the spirit of scientific and pragmatic seeking truth from facts, rather than looking for trouble to get crazy. In the past, Lin had speculated that gods are multidimensional creatures, relying on certain alien worlds with similar properties. The kingdom of God is a singular point where these alien worlds gather together. In the alien world enveloped by his power, God has no peers. He is the only one. However, the kingdom of God exists in all connected alien worlds at the same time. When the gods die, as long as the kingdom of God still exists, the gods have a chance to revive and return to the world. This is like a computer with backup data. Even if the main data is damaged or deleted, it can be restored from the backup data at any time. So in theory, as long as the main data and all backup data are destroyed at the same time, the data will be really destroyed. The same goes for the kingdom of God. The theory is simple. But how can we destroy things that exist in multiple worlds at the same time? It seems that the connotation of 1,000 fleeting moments can be achieved. After seeing Kuyen's kingdom of God with his own eyes, Lin obtained the evidence to make such a conclusion. In the near future, as long as I have free time, I will discuss this matter with the Hagaris in the subplane tower. As mentioned above, Hagaris have many wild and fantastic ideas, but they don't know where to use them or how to use them. Now that Lin has proposed a topic and has a general direction, everyone enthusiastically fills in its connotation, improves the method, and finally proposes a feasible plan. That is, the Wheel of Years. One of the most crucial things is not the Shikiri, but the foreign sand of time, taking the element of wind as its surface, and sacrificing a galaxy alive from the micro-universe. Only one grain of sand of time can be obtained, in the hands of the wind element lord. It is only used as a wishing tool, and any wish can come true. But how could Lin be willing to consume the extremely precious sands of time with a mere wish? Therefore, the sand of time became the core of the Wheel of Time, stored in the wheel at the position of the sword. The year wheel can connect the past, future and all parallel worlds, and simultaneously kill the target and cut off all cause and effect. This is not an ability based on making a wish, including the existence of an infinite number of worlds and simultaneous destruction of targets, are the results of Hayashi and Hakakuri's research on time, space and parallel world magic. The role of the sands of time is to create an unstable environment similar to that around the micro-universe, making it easier to swing the sword. In this way, the sands of time can be preserved, instead of consuming this precious treasure after swinging a sword, turning the Wheel of Time into a one-time bomb. Since it is theoretically possible to destroy the singularity that exists in countless worlds at the same time, that is, the kingdom of God, can it deal with a so-called immortal lich? It seems possible. At least can also confirm that the Dracolic no longer existed. Point, it's not dead. It's non-existent. But the Wheel of Time is not perfect. At least when someone wielded the sword that killed the Dracolic, he was also injured by the backlash. And this counter-injury force is very much like the return wind of a curse. It also gave Lin a glimpse of the realm that he had never understood, belonging to the soul, spirit, and curse. So Lin was outspoken about Fin's curiosity about the time wheel. In addition to trusting Fin, he also wanted to use her wisdom to perfect this weapon. So far, one of the 5 swords in the world is Colin, the second is the Wheel of Time. As for the other 3, they are actually for the other 3 topics that Lin wants to do. It's just that now his main focus is still on the promotion of the bank. He can only study the year's wheel in his spare time. Of course, the remaining 3 topics have not been started yet. Life and Death, Destroy Stars. It is enough to match or surpass the speed of Demon Prince Azad. Of course, topics may change, be added, or subtracted at any time. That's why the phrase, 5 Swords of the World, is just a casual comment. Chapter 1305 The Kingdom of Silk returns. The perfection of the time wheel really piqued Fin's interest. But before that, she had to understand the foundation of the year wheel. The Gyras share their thoughts selflessly without hiding anything. They not only like to communicate with each other, but also like to communicate with others. Because Agiri can always find the shining point of their use in the communication of words and consciousness. Speaking of which, it really feels like Confucius. When 3 people are walking together, There must be someone who is my teacher.
As for confidentiality, unless someone actively requests it, they will strictly keep it. But if no one makes a request, there is no need to keep everything secret in the minds of the Hagairas. Lin's knowledge is of course indispensable in the Wheel of Time. At least the main structure was built by him, integrating all the ideas provided by Hagari, and filling the skeleton of the year wheel with flesh and blood. Lin was also the most important organizer. In short, if one wants to quickly understand the magical principle of the year wheel, there is a level that cannot be bypassed. However, Lin could not clear up Vin's doubts for the time being, because the guests from the Kingdom of Silk came again. This time, the Earl of the Hater Empire did not follow. The two arrogant people before didn't come either. Only Princess Shindu and her bodyguard, the dynasty, came to see the great magician Gobrish Tripwood. The two of them were still dressed as they were a few days ago, but they didn't look as glamorous as they did a few days ago. Someone wondered if all the belongings were on the airship that was destroyed by the Dracolic. Now that the airship is gone, they probably don't have much luggage or replacement clothes left.
Your Excellency, the great magician.
Wang Chao bowed, and his movements were very standard. If you hadn't looked at his brown hair and brown eyes, you would have thought that you had traveled back to the ancient times of your hometown. The princess bowed slightly and saluted. The attitudes of the two of them were much more polite than last time. Since the other party came with courtesy, Lin certainly would not treat him coldly. After all, those people who went above and beyond what happened last time didn't show up this time. Lin responded to the two with the etiquette of a magician, greeting them equally politely. After the two parties sat down in the small living room, Wang Chao got straight to the point and said with a bitter look on his face,
Your Excellency, save me.
Hearing such lines, Lin subconsciously trembled. It feels like an ancient monarch grabbing an advisor and pushing him out of the jar. Behind it is the threat of if you can't save him, you won't be able to live well. In short, I don't know if it's too late to drive people out or run away by myself now. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. Lin put on a professional smile and said,
You two don't seem to be in danger. So how can you ask others to save you?
Dynasty explained.
My companions were offended during my previous visit, and I would like to apologize. But what Count Guha of the Empire said is indeed the dilemma faced by the Kingdom of Silk. If it is confirmed by others, the Kingdom of Silk, if the country's silk production laws are lost, the Empire will no longer protect our monopoly rights. For us who spend a lot of time growing mulberry and raising silkworms, and have to rely on others for everything else, this is a crisis like national annihilation.
Back to this matter again. Lin sighed helplessly and said,
I really don't have any good way to help you with this. I can guarantee that my production method is definitely not from the country of silk. But I can make fabrics that are also silk in the eyes of others. But it is also true. If they insist on involvement, there is nothing I can do about it. For those big shots, the evidence is not important. What matters is what they want to do.
In a feudal society ruled by men, no matter how much evidence there is, it is not as good as the mouth of the person in power. That is the Emperor's Chrysostom. What is yours? So someone is not optimistic about this matter at all. But Wang Chao was overjoyed when he saw someone lose his voice, and said quickly,
Your Excellency, actually, there is a simple solution to this matter, and I need your help. And this matter is also good for you. I don't know if you are willing to accept it,
Lin Weiwei said.
Since there is a solution, let's talk about it and decide whether to agree or not. You can't let me agree to something rashly when I don't know anything. Marriage,
Dynasty said sonorously.
As long as you are willing to become the consort of the Kingdom of Silk and become a person of the Kingdom of Silk, then the technology of silk can be regarded as a rumor, and the Hater Empire has no reason to make undue demands. The matter can be solved perfectly.
When Wang Chao revealed his method, Princess Shindu lowered her head. I don't know if this action is due to shyness or some other emotion. Lin's detection magic cannot make such a detailed distinction in judging emotions. Let's leave aside whether the Kingdom of Silk has prepared any other plans after the marriage. Lin felt that this whole thing was nonsense and whimsical. The farce a few days ago had already made someone wary. This happened again today. A normal person would think it was a pie falling from the sky or bait on a fishhook. There is a saying in my hometown.
It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge in 3 years.
Another meaning of this sentence is that a gentleman holds a hacking grudge. And I still remember 3 years. I don't think about whether I can be regarded as a gentleman for now. But the matter of holding a grudge is not out of the question. I got a lot of trouble a few days ago. So you want to spread some sweet bait today? And you want me to be a licking dog? Now that he understood the other party's thoughts, Lin pulled a straight face and refused sternly.
If this is your plan, give up the idea as soon as possible and go back to the Kingdom of Silk to think of other ways. No need to hit me here. Idea.
Wang Chao smiled awkwardly and said,
Your Excellency, why do you say that? Isn't this something that is beneficial to both parties?
Shaking his head, Lin Bai raised 2 fingers and said,
2 questions. First, is the agreement between the Kingdom of Silk and the Hater Empire true? What are the details? Whether it is as you said, or how many times it is. There is no strong evidence to prove what Count Guha said a few days ago. In other words, whether the crisis in the country of Silk you mentioned is a real crisis or just crying to gain sympathy. I don't know.
There are 3 tricks of fraud: showing misery to make people sympathize, painting cakes to make people greedy, and intimidating people to be afraid. As long as one of these tricks works, money will roll in and everything will come true. If you talk about what happened a few days ago, it can be considered a threat. Or simply put, the other party intends to directly use force to coerce, but due to various factors, they give up the use of force. So what happened today was a trick of betraying the miser and selling the princess at the same time. Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help showing a sarcastic expression and continued.
The second point. Shi Bei Huan Fan. This is the old man. You are the only princess who follows you. Just by looking at this pomp, people have to be suspicious. Is her title of princess true or false? So the idea of marrying her off seems to be that she hopes to exchange my brocade weaving skills with a beauty.
The 2 guests from the Kingdom of Silk in front of them were stunned when they heard this. The dynasty said hurriedly,
Princess Shindu is indeed a genuine princess, who was canonized by my king. As for the entourage issue, we are taking the heirship of the Hater Empire. Of course, the number of personnel cannot be completely in accordance with the regulations, so we can only keep it simple. This is not our problem. Why did you say this?
Lin spread his hands and said,
Of course, I can believe that the canonization is true, but it's hard to say whether the princess's quality is true or false. In short, whether this is a real princess or a fake princess. What I want to say, the focus is not on her. What I want to say is, from the aggressive attitude of the other 2 to their current actions, is there any sincerity in this matter? Or is it that you regard this matter as a matter between the country and the country? In the country's communication, threats will not change and inducements. Then the other party will forget about it and only think about how much benefit it can get. I am a human being, and my heart is made of flesh. No matter how high the value is, I can say no. As big as the world, I am the most unhappy.
The magician in front of him complained so loudly that the dynasty was ashamed. Princess Shindu seemed to want to defend herself, but she raised her head several times but gave up. Seeing that the 2 of them were speechless, Lin added,
Besides, you should have seen that what I make is silk that can be enchanted. I don't know if the Kingdom of Silk has the ability to make the same thing. Maybe it does. And so do you. It is kept secret. But I want to ask, if the country of Silk has the ability to make magic silk and becomes widely known, so that silk is no longer just a plaything for the rich, but can also become an important life-saving equipment, then the country of Silk can still be saved. I don't know if there is such a saying in your inheritance. A common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade.
When Lin said this, the 2 guests in front of him instantly stiffened and broke into cold sweat. Looking at this expression, Lin had a rough idea of the situation in the country of Silk, even if it wasn't exactly as alarmist as these guests. I'm afraid it wouldn't be much better. Thinking about the love that may or may not exist, Lin sighed in his heart, but said without changing his expression,
I can believe that the fact that I can make silk may cause some trouble to the Kingdom of Silk, even though I have no intention of selling this as a commodity. If you want to solve this matter, I hope you can provide solid evidence and a sincere proposal, instead of just saying nothing and hoping that I will believe it. No one who can become a magician is a fool. So, please come back. Deciding something is just a messenger. So please go back and discuss it with the person who can decide the matter. I hope that the next time we meet, it will be in a more friendly atmosphere.
I don't know whether it was the sincerity in someone's words that moved others, or the fact that he pointed out awakened others. In short, the 2 guests from the Kingdom of Silk stopped entangled. After saying a few polite words, he left. From the looks of the 2 people leaving, it seems that this matter is not over yet. Lin sat on the sofa chair, thinking about the past few days. It can be said that it is not surprising that people from the Kingdom of Silk come to visit, now that the rumor that he can make silk has spread. The people who monopolize the silk business in midi-continent will naturally come to visit him. It's just that someone has no idea how to solve this matter. Chapter 1306, laying out a hidden line. Another thing that I don't know whether it can be regarded as a hidden worry is that the airship of the Hyder Empire entered the Astali's living area a few days ago, and the Azure Dragon was wreaking havoc. Although the location of his residence is close to the outskirts of the Holy City, it is not a no-nonsense area, especially after the airship was destroyed by the Azure Dragon. The wreckage fell nearby. Those places were not in the range where no one lived, and even caused damage, including human life. But to this day, no one has come to our door because of these two things. It's so quiet that it makes one's head tingle. The calm before the storm is such an atmosphere. Lin only hoped that this was just his unfounded worries and overthinking. At this time, the gray cat Hardy jumped on the table and sat in front of Lin. While wagging his tail slightly, he said,
"Sir, it seems that this matter has caused you a lot of trouble. I can see it."
Lin replied casually.
"The guests have left for a while, and you are still sitting here thinking about things. It is rare to see such a situation. The most likely possibility is that this matter has embarrassed you, so you need time to think about it."
"Huh," he said. Lin did not refute Gray Cat's statement. Instead, he said,
"That is indeed the case. Unfortunately, there is too little information, so it is difficult to judge what they are planning. Hyder Empire? The Kingdom of Silk? Or the Holy City?"
Hardy asked tentatively.
"Huh? You noticed it too."
The gray cat Hardy licked his paws and combed his fur comfortably, and said,
"The wreckage of the airship fell a few days ago, smashing and injuring many things and people. Although there is a mansion in the Holy City, it is customary to treat the courtyard as a private domain and do not allow outsiders to interfere. So the airship and the dragon came over your house to show off their power. But no one paid attention to it. This is somewhat reasonable, but it hurts people. After destroying other people's territory, they still remain silent. How can they think about this matter?" "That's true,"
Lin nodded and said.
"It's a pity that I don't know what they are thinking. After all, the comments on the forum are somewhat misleading. On individual matters, they are not targeted enough. So, do you want me to go out and explore?"
Hardy leaned forward and asked tentatively. Lin had always only kept these magical cats from the cat forest in the southern border of the Guana Empire, and did some household chores. In someone's mind, kittens are playful and old cats find it troublesome, so they don't ask them to do anything. Now Hardy mainly offered suggestions for help, which really surprised Lin. Perhaps the surprised expression was too obvious, and Hardy, who was experienced in the world, saw it. It said,
"I just help Buffon. Lily and Nini find something to do, and exercise them by the way. Otherwise, if I continue to stay, I'm afraid they will really become house cats. Also,
you can do those boys too.
Try to let it out. They come from the streets and are just as good at picking up gossip as you are from the forums. After all, there are things that people talk about, but they don't necessarily stay on the forums. Are those kids willing to go? I thought they came to me just to get off the streets."
Thinking of the situation of those kids, Lin said uncertainly. Hardy replied,
"There will be people who want to get rid of the past and move towards a new life. But there will also be people who don't care. Even their experiences and connections on the street are regarded by them as important assets. So, talk to those children. There is no need to force them. There will be people willing to help you find out the information. As for the conditions, you have to talk to them yourself. It's just a small matter to have conditions. It seems that I have to change my positioning towards them." Although Lin did not limit the conditions and number of children he could take in, the increase in equipment could not keep up with the number of children willing to defect. However, Lin did not shut out future children. But some people did not like the environment here, or left voluntarily because they gave the opportunity to others. Fortunately, this situation has slowed down recently. Some people stayed and some left, so it has maintained its current size of nearly 300 children. However, Lin never paid attention to this aspect and just ordered a few of his apprentices to manage them. The main thing is to let the older children inside take care of the younger ones. The adults only care about preventing them from bullying each other or finding excuses for corporal punishment. In such an environment, there is no such thing as an innocent and beautiful childhood. It just provides them with 3 meals a day and teaches them basic knowledge. Of course, we will not help them find families willing to raise them, let alone engage in human trafficking. Someone thinks that he is not running an orphanage, but an educational institution. Treat them as you would an adult.
Even if these little guys from the streets can't be called cunning, they are definitely not innocent. If you really treat them as children, you are just torturing yourself. However, Grey Cat Hardy's suggestion made Lynn think that some people could take it out and use it first, instead of requiring them to learn some knowledge and skills and become craftsmen in the future. Although it is not the intention to cultivate some thugs in secret, I may not be able to use it, but people should make the best use of their talents. And some people are just not suitable to be craftsmen or scholars. If you force them to go that way, won't you miss your future? Besides, if you don't need thugs, your own industry can use them too. Now it is not like before when one person is full and the whole family is not hungry. It's easy to support a few apprentices. That's fine. The main thing is that there are more scattered worries. There's nothing wrong with having someone help look after the head and tail so that you don't have to do everything yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Yan smiled shyly and said, Hardy, let's discuss it. The Grey Cat took a few steps back warily, looked at the person with ill intentions, and said, What's going on? I'm going to go talk to those kids. If you're willing to help, you can help take care of it. I'm familiar with writing things down, but for the parts one don't know, I don't have any rules for how to manage them. Since you want, how about training the 3 kittens and treating them like cats? Hardy couldn't help but give him a look of disgust. Look at someone with squinting cat eyes. Holding out a finger, Lin smiled and said, 1 pound of Polygonum spp. This is a plant that is not found in Mousen, and was entrusted to the Yuan brothers of the Jialong Chamber of Commerce to find it. Because the names of plants in Midland are not exactly the same as those on Earth. On the one hand, it is to find tea, and on the other hand, it is also so that I can use the plants based on the knowledge of Earth. Before doing this, of course, I must first find out whether there are certain plants in Midland. Plants do. So Lin had previously planned to compile a compendium for himself, and asked for him to take a DNA sample. It's a pity that there is no tea either, but I found a plant that is enough to drive even cats crazy. Polygonum arborescens. Originally, it was not sure whether Mution polygonum would work on demon cats. After all, ordinary domestic cats and demon cats are 2 creatures of different species at the DNA level. But one day when he saw 3 kittens causing trouble in the plant variety library, Lin knew that the attraction of Polygonum spp to cats was still there. In order to prevent the 3 kittens from going crazy, Hardy took the initiative and confiscated Mutianli. Paternalistic confiscation. Everyone understands it. However, the demon cats did not deliberately raise Mutianli's request, and Lin did not continue to purchase goods from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. This is because Hardy is a bit old-fashioned in his way of life, and he doesn't get paid if he doesn't do anything. In order to stay in this home and have 3 meals a day, the devil cat found some unimportant things to help himself. Now that he was entrusting the demon cats with work, Lin Shun made such a condition. From the way Hardy's ears twitched back and forth after hearing it, he was obviously moved. Lin was even happier and continued. 1 pound per month. Until you don't want to do it. Or if you want to just take Gene Clean and buy what you need. After jumping forward a few steps, Hardy leaned forward and stretched out his paws, saying, No, Mutian Liao will do. Anyway, I have to teach the 3 little ones, so it won't be a problem to take care of those children. Lin smiled and put his hand on the cat's paw, shook it, and said, Then have a good time cooperating. Hardy's cat face also showed a professional smile and said, Happy cooperation. By the way, cat grass is also found in cat forest. There are cats specially planted and managed, which are common to all magic cats, and can only be used during a certain period of the year. Before leaving the cat forest, the 3 kittens did not use cat grass because they were too young to use it. Hardy is older and accustomed to the irritation of cat grass, so he has no need for that. Mutian polygonum is a new thing, so it can attract Hardy. The quiet days continued after that. Whether it was people from the Hater Empire or the Kingdom of Silk, there had been no news from them since the last meeting between Princess Shindu and the dynasty. Lin guessed that if they came by airship, after the airship is destroyed, walking back on 2 legs is unlikely. The road between the Guana Empire and the Hater Empire was not something that this group of people could easily pass. Not to mention robbers and bandits. There are natural chasms and monsters running rampant along the road. If a group of people wants to go back, they must hire strong adventurers or mercenaries as escorts. Then, there are people who have to carry supplies. And there are even nobles and women in a team. So you have to consider things like carriages and horses. However, this kind of long-distance employment is risky. After all, it is in an unfamiliar environment, and it is impossible to obtain accurate employee reputations. So for them, the best way is probably to wait for the Empire to send a second airship to pick up the process. But these are just what someone takes for granted. As an Earl, one of the 5 great empires, although he is not yet in the rank of a great noble, he is capable of being an airship captain. Lin can't guarantee what trick such a person can pull off in the holy city of Starry. Although the holy city is a city dominated by magicians, it does not have a strong core. This means that as long as you have money, a flexible mind, and know how to work hard, you can actually do a lot of things in the territory of other nobles. If any civilian develops some achievements, there is no guarantee that the noble will reach out to pick peaches. Therefore, why someone can achieve his current status is also due to the tolerant atmosphere of the holy city of Starry. It's just that such an advantage is also an advantage for others. What others can do by taking advantage of this is beyond Lin's control. Chapter 1307 Grey Cats. Research related to the Wheel of Time has become Fin's recent focus. She often goes to someone's sub-dimensional tower and discusses the flaws of the time wheel with the Hagyrus. Of course, Lin couldn't be absent. This matter was related to him, so he just took it seriously. However, mere efforts are of no use, and the actual progress is not at all, since the year wheel is based on the sand of time. After using it once, you must wait for the power of the sand of time to return to a certain level. Otherwise you will not be able to hit the same second sword. Without the ability to experiment, it is naturally impossible to verify the effectiveness of the improvements. Besides, even if he doesn't use that kind of ability, the time ring is still a member of Hagakiri. The original sword sharpness was not as sharp as Khan's 2 abilities, and it could easily chop an ordinary creature. In other words, even if ordinary creatures are used for experiments, it is difficult to determine whether they were eradicated by cutting off all cause and effect, or whether they were hacked to death by Hagari. Lin could dare not say that Bai Qinglong's death method is the standard death method that cuts off all cause and effect in the past and future. The only reason that can prove that the existence of the Azure Dragon has been obliterated is that this Dragon Lich has the characteristics of immortality. However, even if there is such a characteristic, it still does not exist. This is sufficient evidence to prove the existence of causal erasure. There is no sufficient experimental data. So take the Wheel of Time and hunt for liches all over the world. First of all, there aren't that many liches. And essentially speaking, most of the liches who are undead creatures who take over the tyranny belong to the evil camp. Creatures in the evil camp have a common characteristic. That is, they are very good at hiding and are not so easy to find, because all the easy ones have been hunted down. Even if you can't find a lich, you can actually resort to the next best thing and find a dragon with strong vitality and amazing resilience. Compared with humans, the number of dragons can be described as rare, but they are more numerous than liches and easier to find. When a certain original lich pointed his fingers and asked where to find experimental materials, someone experienced for the first time why many people avoided magicians. Because when a magician has no limits when it comes to experiments, he really dares to play with anything. What's even scarier is, Fen has the ability to do it. Without the year wheel, she had the ability to chase a group of dragons alone. With the year wheel in hand, she would have a reason to chase a group of dragons alone.
I said that even if you engage in genocide, you may not be able to perfect the infrastructure of the year wheel. This is not how it works. Okay, spare the dragon clan.
Someone advised a certain proto-lich to be merciful. Don't really, he drove the dragon clan to extinction and gave himself the title of Demon King again. Failure to experiment means that there are many shortcomings that cannot be verified in real time. Let's talk about which sword to use the Wheel of Time to slash the green dragon, so that I can get a glimpse of the mysteries of the spirit and soul realm. These new things also need time to sort out and clarify. After thinking about it for a while, Fen followed the good advice. From the spell models and magic pattern structures that were so complicated that she would be dazzled by them, Fen also felt that if he conducted experiments rashly, he would probably not get any useful results. It would just be a waste of experimental materials and the power accumulated by the sands of time. So, let's lay a solid foundation first. On the other end, the 4 demon cats that were released and a group of half-grown children. This group of members that someone nicknamed the Grey Cats returned to the streets. For a while, I didn't get much information about someone. According to Hardy, everyone is still in the running-in stage in the early days. After all, even it itself doesn't know very well what to do with intelligence. Everyone just knows where to get information. And these pieces of news are one piece at a time, seemingly unrelated to each other. how to connect these scattered messages horizontally. A group of people and cats are still groping. Of course, Lin would not let this group of people cross the river like a blind man, but ordered Kai to help. This girl has experience in organizing forum data, so she can learn more or less. Yes, my poor, unwilling magic apprentice was assigned another task. Speaking of which, when this black-haired and brown-skinned girl heard her teacher's instructions, her ancient expression showed a rare look of sadness, and she stared at someone in a daze. Seeing Lin directly use the flash technique, he ran away. Although the hastily organized gray cats have not yet played a big role, the news about the underground society of the holy city of Starry has made someone understand a lot. Wherever there is beautiful scenery, there are bound to be dark and gloomy ditches, and any city is no exception. Although the main body of the holy city of Starry is composed of magicians and apprentices, some small and large matters in the city still need some manpower to solve them. When Ezio ran away from home, he joined Rowan's gang. They collect night scent, which is excrement, from every household in the city in the early morning. During the day, he would do some simple odd jobs here and there to barely maintain food and clothing for everyone. Speaking of which, they would be planning to transform and join someone, and they would have something to do with the technology guild established by Lin's support. The promotion of flush toilets and bathroom systems has squeezed these children's businesses, forcing them to think of other solutions. The children headed by Rowan are lucky to have someone willing to take them in. It's also because they are relatively clean and self-respecting, and the leader is quite shrewd and doesn't involve too much in the dark side. So I didn't have much involvement with the people in that kind of place, and I was able to get away with it later. In fact, many more children are being held captive by those who walk in darkness, sometimes as a commodity. Sometimes I do shameful things for those people, just for a bite of food. Once you are caught, it is almost impossible to break away from the original gang and go to someone's elementary school. This is why recently, the growth rate of students in Lin's primary school has been close to zero and is no longer increasing much, because the children who were able to escape probably all came back once. Those who can be kept will stay, and those who feel inappropriate and those who have great ideas will leave. It is different from a certain era where education was not only expensive, but also expensive, and there were regulations restricting the employment of child labor. In Lost Land, children are also counted as part of the human resources. Maybe there are not as many things that adults can do, but at least they can help with some simple little things, instead of being supported like ancestors. So don't think that if someone organizes a small school to collect orphans, they can catch all the children of the poor people in Starry or the helpless orphans. These children are quite valuable human resources in the eyes of some people. Not only do they eat less, but they can also do things that are difficult for adults to do. There was one more person grabbing resources. If Lin hadn't held the title of a magician, someone would have come looking for trouble. In fact, among those who run these dark things, there are also magicians or magic apprentices. The biggest reason why Lin's behavior of robbing people is tolerated is that in addition to the fact that there is at least one super powerful magician in the family, Lin's behavior of not robbing people is the biggest reason. Although there are less available manpower, at least the territory is still owned by the family. The people in the underground society remain silent, instead of choosing to conflict with the two magicians. What's more, someone in the Thieves Guild has a notorious reputation that no normal person would want to offend. The gray cats who have returned to the streets know very well the rules of survival in the underground society, so they only give small favors and exchange some information that everyone can find out, not only looking for other children living at the bottom, but also looking for the people behind those children. And it does not involve declaring to protect certain people, because doing this is the same as grabbing territory. As long as it's a land grab, it's fun. Besides, Hardy, the gray cat, doesn't know anything about human society. He mainly teaches us how to hide ourselves and act in secret, cooperating with a low-key style emphasized by someone. This group of children avoided the worst situation of being attacked by a group of people, and once again established relationships with the friends they had made in the past. On the one hand, it is also because the first batch of talents is only a dozen or so. Lin also specially selected older children who were particularly bright, older, and familiar with the world. Being too young, Lin blocked it directly. Lin also blocked those with dull personalities and dull minds, especially those who felt that they should join because others were teasing them. Were excluded one by Lin. Don't take people out of the ditch with great difficulty and then be brought back into the ditch because of the herd mentality. That would be a sin. Although it cannot be ruled out that there may be people with extraordinary talents who may seem unsuitable, but can actually bring unexpected joy to people. After all, this was just the beginning, and the establishment of the gray cats was also a tentative move, so Lin could try to play it safe. However, with the news said back from Hadi, someone discovered the misunderstanding in their previous understanding. Since I started a leap in development through the 8 powers of mystery, I directly launched a forum called a forum. In fact, it is a tool of the internet BBS, filling it with a large amount of information. Some people think that the forum has covered all kinds of things, big and small, all-encompassing. In fact, this is too presumptuous a conclusion. It is true that there is a lot of information on the forum, and it is true that there are many users. However, the popularity of Forum Magic Stone has not yet reached the level in advanced countries on Earth where the average person has 5 or 6 mobile phones, and each one can access the internet. For a group of children who have had a hard time eating, the Forum Magic Stone, 1 gold, threshold still isolates them from the world of information explosion. Not to mention the other big question, which is whether anyone taught them how to read. No matter how convenient the forum is, literacy rate is a natural cultural threshold. How can I read and write if I don't know the words? How high can the literacy rate be in MIDI? Regardless of who someone comes into contact with, they are either a magician or a magic apprentice, and they are either a noble or a businessman. These people were at least somewhat literate, if not proficient in reading and writing. But what about the poor people at the bottom? Is there ever compulsory education to help them get rid of their status as illiterate white men? For these people who are unable to use the forum because they are illiterate, is it possible that they do not have their own sources of information and channels for transmitting them? The proposal that Grey Cat Hardy gave to someone before was to expand someone's intelligence sources to their original blind spots. Otherwise, due to the inertia of a time traveler, Lin always thought that by controlling the backdoor of the forum, he would have the information of the whole land. The cruel fact that I only figured out now hit this time traveler hard in the face. Just fight. Anyway, it's not too late to make amends. A certain transhuman with a swollen face comforted himself like this. But just such a primitive gray cat group sent Lin a shocking news before Kaya compiled the forum information. In the Guana Empire, the Blood Flag revenge battle between Grand Duke Kawe and Grand Duke Risa ended in an unexpected way. Chapter 1308, Trends in the Risa Family. A few days ago, the headquarters of the Duke of Risa, White Fox Castle. It is said to be a fortress, but in fact it is a group of fortresses. There is no integral city wall. Instead, the low hills are arranged like iron barrels according to the terrain, and the tunnels between the fortresses. All the dignitaries of the Rizal family live scattered in this fortress complex, guarded by the family's loyal soldiers. One side of White Fox Castle is a large lake. The fortress group is located high up, and you can have a panoramic view of thousands of sailboats. Under the hill where the castle is located is the location of White Fox City, built on the back of a mountain and a lake, relying on water conservancy and road transportation. It gathered a large population and merchants from all over the country, making White Fox City the brightest pearl in the Risa family's territory. Moreover, the city and the castle were guarded separately and relied on each other. The name White Fox comes from the fact that the white fox was once produced here. When he was young, he was only at the level of an ordinary beast, but as an adult, he has the opportunity to transform into a magical beast, which can bring disaster and disaster. The fur of this exotic beast is white and soft, whether it is a cub or an adult. It is very popular among nobles. In particular, the fur of the white fox monster can be made into magic fur. It is beautiful, warm, and has enchanting properties. It is an excellent magic material. Therefore, white foxes were hunted in large numbers by humans and eventually became extinct. There is no such thing as animal conservation in Lost Land. It is best for these monsters that attack human gathering places to die cleanly, and everyone will be happy. There are no more white foxes in White Fox Castle, but the people living here still live a good life. There were only 16 Grand Dukes in the Empire under the Emperor, and the prosperity of the place where the castle was located was only inferior to that of the imperial city of Nineveh. After all, Duke Rizal was an expert in domestic affairs. Not only did he manage the empire in an orderly manner, but his own territory was still prosperous. But this was more than half a year ago. Duke Kawe raised the bloody flag of revenge. Even if he didn't attack the White Fox Castle for a while, it did bring harm to the Risa family's economy. In particular, the emperor's ban on other families' involvement caused other nobles to more or less restrain their manpower in White Fox City. All the formal official articles were stopped, leaving only some shady exchanges behind the scenes. Despite this, fewer and fewer people are willing to side with the Risa family, and the number of long-term residents in White Fox City is also declining, especially under the clear military threat posed by the Kawi family. The Rizal family made every effort to recruit troops and deploy troops to resist. Not only were the capital accumulated by the Rizal family for many years dug out, but even private businesses were exploited by Rizal to the point of being seriously injured. There are people who go bankrupt and lose their homes and commit suicide. Just a while ago, an unconfirmed news came, which made the residents of Risa territory even more panic-stricken. With the help of the bank, Kagong started trade with the three small northern countries. The emperor could only prohibit the imperial nobles from communicating with the families of the two Grand Dukes, but could not prohibit other kings from doing things. Besides, the geographical location of the three small countries that the Kawi family is in contact with. Even if the emperor ordered a conquest in anger, the main attack would be the Grand Duke of Kawi, and it is unlikely to mobilize troops from other places. Even if they really order the army to travel a long distance, they would still have to pass through the territory of the Kawi family. As a local snake, it is extremely easy to do something. In this case, for the three small countries, it is obvious that the friendship between the Emperor's decree and Duke Kawi is more important. However, just opening up trade would not cause the Risa family to feel anxious. It was rumored that Duke Kawi intended to hire soldiers to launch an attack from outside the northern border and attack the Risa territory. This is what matters. Is this rumor credible? Judging from the past habits of that military expert, as long as he could win the battle without too many sequelae, he would most likely do it. For example, driving the common people to be the vanguard and consuming the enemy's vitality may damage the reputation of benevolence and be detrimental to post-war rule. Such a behavior would not be done by that great nobleman who knows how to fight. But if it is paid and people are willing to be the pioneers, the employee's death can only be blamed on the employee's poor eyesight and lack of strength. It would be strange if the great noble didn't do this kind of thing. Even Mr. Rizal himself understands that troubles that can be solved with money are not troubles. In addition to the family's private army and territorial recruitment, he also hired a large number of mercenaries who were good at group combat to serve as regional guards. Because if you don't do this, your troops will not be enough to defend your territory and that of your vassals. It's just that the situation in the Rizal family is obviously not good, and those mercenaries who are greedy for money dare not easily agree to be hired. It's true that those people love money, but if they don't have the life to spend it, no matter how much money they have, it's useless. Some mercenaries got on the bus too early, and when they saw the overwhelming situation, they couldn't get off even if they wanted to. Not to mention having to pay compensation for breach of contract. Breaching the contract would be the same as offending Mr. Rizal. If the Rizal family is finally wiped out by the Kawi family, then nothing will happen, as long as there is some blood left behind. Their behavior, which is tantamount to betrayal, will definitely be retaliated against. So these mercenaries, who have signed the contract, are also very troubled. If there is insufficient evidence that the three small northern countries were hired to attack, it is unlikely. Then, there is another more obvious thing, which is simply killing people. Judging from Duke Kawi's military preparations, he already has the ability to launch an offensive. It's just that this winter, the heavy snowfall prevented Duke Kawi from launching a winter offensive. In the Lost Land these days, even if you have warm clothes, once it snows in the latitude where the Gwain Empire is located, people will give up the idea of going out, let alone setting off an army. Therefore, Kagong's plan was to launch an attack in early spring after the winter. This information also trickled into the ears of Duke Rizal. Whether it was the undercover intelligence officers in the dukedom of Ka who were highly skilled, or whether the old man who was good at using soldiers revealed it himself, no one in the Risa family knew. They only understand one thing. The spring attack is a very vicious move. Although the Guana Empire is no longer a major agricultural country, agriculture is still the foundation that countries big and small dare not neglect in an era when trade was not prosperous like Midi. Launching war in the spring basically means giving up spring plowing, which will also have a significant impact on the harvest of the year. And even a complete harvest is not impossible. It is true that if you have money, you can buy food from other people. However, the nobles in the empire have basically cut off contact with the two major ducal families for the time being. Only after they decide the winner, gain the emperor's approval, and re-enter the order of the empire, can normal business and trade resume. Without such pressure, the nobles in the empire would provoke disputes and attack each other at will, and the empire would never be peaceful. This can be regarded as the silent pressure given by the emperor. Either hurry up and fight a dozen, and the damned ones will die, and the damned ones will take money to beg for their return. Either continue to delay until both families can no longer breathe, and then the emperor will come forward to harvest. Anyway, the person sitting on that throne would be happy to watch the show since he was sure to make money without losing any money. If you want to buy grain from a grain merchant, not to mention the small grain merchants, the largest grain merchant in the nearby Guana Empire is the Jialong Chamber of Commerce. One of the brothers, Nguyen Van Viet and Van Chow, was as good as Mr. Kawe as if they were wearing the same pair of trousers. Buying grain from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce is even harder than going to heaven. In today's Jialong Chamber of Commerce, although the two brothers Wen Yu and Wen Zhao do not hold the power of the whole family, they are still at the level where the society is frozen, because the main force for transporting food relies on trucks produced by the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center. Even the drivers are trained by the two brothers. It can be said that even if the Rizal family offers a higher price, there are people from other branches of the Chamber of Commerce who want to sell. The two brothers Wen Yu and Wen Zhao said that the truck was still heading to Duke Kawe's territory, and it was useless for anyone to say anything. Even the two brothers Wen Yu and Wen Zhao were persuaded or overpowered by the Ruan family from other branches. The manpower guarding the auto center is half of Duke Kawe's Duke's guards. If they want to kick out the influence of the Ruan brothers and swallow up all the technicians, it will not be as easy as drinking water. Now that the second automobile manufacturing plant has not yet been established, once being expelled from the Automobile Manufacturing and R&D Center, it is almost the same as being kicked out of the automobile industry. Even if you use your maintenance skills and existing cars and trucks as templates to re-enter the automobile manufacturing industry, how much effort will it cost? This does not require catching up to the level of the center. When the opportunity costs on both sides were laid out, those who clamored that the Risa family could buy food at a better price also shut up. The price of selling the grain for gold is not even worth the money it would cost to build an automobile factory from scratch. And is it possible to sell grain to the Risa family as gold? Therefore, the Jialong Chamber of Commerce is firmly tied to the Kawe family's chariot, and no one can break the corner. This also means that from a commercial perspective, the Rizal family basically has no chance of buying enough food once he gives up the spring plowing in his territory. How long can he deal with the Kawe family? Besides, the military strength mobilized by the two parties is not at the same level at all. The Kawe family was fully prepared, but they only had 30,000 soldiers plus auxiliary troops. In order to defend various places, the Rizal family mobilized nearly 5 times more manpower, more than 150,000 soldiers and auxiliary troops. The difference in quantity between the two means that the Kawe family still has manpower for spring plowing. There may be some things that cannot be taken into consideration, but with the food purchased from the Jialong Chamber of Commerce, it will not be difficult to survive this year. However, the Rizal family drained all the potential in their territory, and then reluctantly defended those key nodes. And there is no guarantee that any place can survive Kagong's fierce attack. At most, it will give the defenders in other places time to rush to reinforcements. As for gathering all the troops to fight in the open field of Lakawegong, the Risa family has no confidence. If it comes to fighting for the core troops, Duke Rizal is confident that the equipment and training he supports are even better than those of the Kawi family. But in the battle between the large armies, he did not have the appropriate strategic and tactical talents to compete with Ricardo Kavi, the talented military god. Once the motley crew he hired with money dared to appear in the wilderness, they would definitely be laughed at by that old ghost Ricardo. As long as you lose a few miscellaneous troops, your own morale will probably collapse. Not to mention that the remaining miscellaneous troops are about to disperse. Even their own core army is not stable. So if we don't fight defensively, Mr. Rizal really has no confidence. The key factor in all these disadvantages is that the emerging product of cars brings unparalleled mobility to the old man who likes to run. This is like adding more power to a tiger. In order to even out this disadvantage, Grand Duke Angelisa set his sights on airships. The opportunity that can be taken advantage of is the Cid. Chapter 1309, Gnome's Resentment. The airship's range of activities is large, but its circle is small. Especially after the rise of forums, a small number of airship manufacturers and operators can gather together across the power network to brag and compare on a daily basis and live a happy life. In this atmosphere, people in this small circle know exactly which airship can fly, how fast and high, what kind of monster it has defeated, and what kind of bird it has chased. There is no need to steal information at all. Everyone just blows it off and all is leaked out. Finally, Everyone still has brains. The detailed parameters will not be disclosed to outsiders. The detailed design and key technologies of the airship are also kept secret. Besides, since it is a boast, there will of course be exaggerations and falsehoods. In other words, there are exaggerated data about airships on the forum. And there are also data that are concealed for the sake of confidentiality. So for those who listen, how to distinguish the true from the false and judge the true strength of an airship is a big knowledge. But there are still some generally recognized indicators that are recognized by everyone. The name of the most powerful airship must be the Ace airship army of the Hater Empire. I don't mean which one specifically. After all, although the technology of airships is not changing rapidly, every time a new one is built, there will be more or less technical improvements based on the number of empires built. It is the one with the fastest accumulation of technology. However, all new technologies require verification. Just because something new is invented does not mean it must be practical and good. I took a detour and ended up in a dead end. It turned out to be wrong technology, and I was not without confusion. Even so, the Hater Empire can still stand out among the others in the field of airships. Before a time-traveling alien appeared, the fastest airship is recognized as the Cid, owned by the father and daughter Goblin Totokani Avston and Polly Avston. The Cid can complete the same distance in 1/6 to 1/7 of the time of other airships, which is extremely fast. This is a fact that has been witnessed and verified by many people, and there is no need for the boat owner to brag about it. But there is only one, which is a small airship according to regulations and is unarmed. In addition, the owner of the Goblin boat claimed that dismantling the Cid without authorization would cause a big explosion. The good reputation of Goblin products comes first, and most people are dubious about the boat owner's claims. At the beginning of this year, there was another change in the Gauss per tone that entered the attention of this small circle. The reason is very simple. The person who led the transformation was the magician who transformed the Cid, Guy Black's Tripwood. One Javier does not change his slutty personality. And of course, he is a good guy in this small circle. It sounded as if the Gauss bottom horn could crush the Hilda in every aspect, regardless of speed, tonnage, number of crew members, or even strength of force. The Gauss per tone was designed for the purpose of being a military boat. Of course, all indicators can crush the Cid. In fact, what one said is true. But in the small circle of airships, there are too many braggarts. Occasionally, people who tell the truth may not be believed by everyone, unless someone comes up with real evidence and there are enough people to verify it. Otherwise, in this circle, everyone will be bragging by default. As for why everyone is so keen on bragging, answer, of course, it's for people outside the circle. People who regard airships as a force deterrent will naturally find ways to make their fists bigger to make themselves appear more threatening. Next, there are those who rely on airships to do business. Of course, they must brag about the performance of the airship to make people who don't have an airship feel that it is worth the money and willingly pay to rent it. For example, the speed of the Cid is an excellent advertisement for soliciting business. The third type is those who build airships. Of course, they must try their best to tell others that what they build is great. No one else can compare. As long as a fool commissions him to build a new airship, he can not only take the opportunity to verify new technologies, but of course, he will receive a large reward. I'm not interested in being lost. I paid for all the materials. You're just messing around with it. Why should you ask me for wages? Such rhetoric. The makers of airships are already considered high-level technical workers. Not to mention that these people are more or less magicians or magic apprentices. If you want them to take action and contribute their knowledge and technology, it is impossible without sufficient funds. Violence forces each other. Let's see who is violent in the end. In this environment, the owner of the Cid, the Goblin Totokani, who is recognized as the fastest, is in a very difficult situation. The only way he could make money was in the second option, which was to send people or deliver goods at the speed of the Cid. If outsiders wanted to commission him to build an airship, he would only be able to build an airbag type. Think about the bird-like appearance of the Hindenburg before the modification of the Cid, a standard Goblin product. If someone really commissioned him to build it, it would probably be a blessing and misfortune to lose the final reward, and it would be directly crushed by the employer. Possible. Totokani still has this kind of self-knowledge. So Totokani could only tearfully refuse requests to commission new boats. Because of this, the name of the true reformer of the Cid was also known to outsiders. Otherwise, given the nature of the Goblin, how could he not conceal the news that is not good for his reputation? But the goblin's dissatisfaction with the magician was a semi-open secret. Totokani used the words evil and despicable villain to describe the magician more than once. In particular, he was particularly dissatisfied with the act of modifying his family's airship without authorization and taking it as his own. It is said that the goblin's airship was killed in the snowy mountains. The magician took out all the precious magic materials and his personal belongings and combined them with the remaining parts of the crashed airship to create the Cid. Only then did we leave the snow mountain. There are different opinions on which statement is true. The magician never came forward to clarify. And the goblin also said something confusing, just trying to vent his dissatisfaction. However, as we all know, the goblins must be taken at a discount, as they are a tribe full of nonsense and lies. If you believe in goblins, you will not be far from death. But even if all the belongings of a magician are contributed, what proportion can they account for in an airship? This question is also the view held by those who are more inclined to goblin speech. It is too much to think that someone can occupy someone else's airship just because of something of little value. So strictly speaking, even if the goblin Totokani complained or even uttered evil words when he met someone, it did not give him a reputation of being ungrateful. On the contrary, there are also many people who support and sympathize with him. Coupled with the advantages of the Cid, his business can be said to be quite good, with few days to rest. Even if the cabin is empty, it is because of the invitation of distinguished guests. After all, he is not a businessman, just an airship owner. On Earth, he would be at the level of a large truck driver. If you are not familiar with prices in various places, this opportunity to make money along the way is not easy to grasp. And you may even lose money. So after making a few jokes, Totokani no longer deliberately pursued things like keeping the Cid empty. This time, Goblin Totokani flew empty again. His daughter, Polly, was busy behind the scenes. The engine built by the magician not only vibrated violently, but also spewed black smoke. In fact, according to that person's request, the lubricating oil in the engine must be changed regularly to maintain lubrication. But how could a stingy goblin possibly obey this request? If something doesn't break out, it means it can still be used. Maintenance? Non-existent. This is also due to the fact that when Lin was building the engine in the wild, he used all the magic materials he carried with him, and he used them beyond the specifications. Nowadays, the custom-made car engines built by the Automobile Center are not even as gorgeous as the engine of the Cid. This is why, despite insufficient lubrication, these two engines are still running strongly. It's really because the basic materials are so good. Even so, the problem of reduced horsepower cannot be avoided. At the same time, the engine also had some minor problems, including air leakage and black smoke. And Totokani was flying to the White Fox Castle of the Risa family, because the Grand Duke entrusted him with transporting a treasure to be paid tribute to the Emperor. In addition to being timely, airships flying in the air are much better than traveling on land in terms of safety. The speed of the Cid can kill most flying monsters at sea. However, if it takes the land route, there will be so many threats along the way that even a Grand Duke cannot ignore it. Therefore, Totokani had no doubts about this commission. At least 5 times the remuneration offered by the Grand Duke of Risol. That is the real Gene Kian. Although it has not yet been obtained, there is no need to doubt the credibility of the Grand Duke. Nor can it be doubted. Yes, this money-grubbing goblin also immediately exchanged all his property into the coins of the gold goddess. And unlike others, who only spent money to live in the goddess kingdom, Totokani had saved quite a lot of money into his bank account. The most important thing is that he has no fixed residence and all his belongings are on the airship. If the delivery was okay, he would always stare at the people who looked like thieves when transporting customers. When they get close to their money box, Totokani always wants to throw them out of the air. So Totokani's favorite job is simply delivering goods. It's a pity that no one believes in his noble character. So he always sends people to follow the cargo and use the seat of his airship. This time, the commission from Grand Duke Risol was in a similar situation. But what surprised the goblins was that the Grand Duke agreed on the condition that he would not send anyone to follow the ship. All you need to do is deliver the goods to the deacon of Risol's house in the imperial city of Nineveh. The reason why he was so anxious and agreed to the goblins' conditions was because the value of this goods was quite high. It was sent to the imperial city as tribute to the emperor and asked the emperor to mediate the misunderstanding between the Risa family and the Kawe family. Of course, Totokani is not the kind of homebody who is indifferent to external affairs. He is also very concerned about current affairs. Even if he didn't explain everything about the trivial matter between the two great dukes, He still understood about 78 points. It's nothing more than Duke Risa killing Duke Kawei's young son and his wife. And then, he didn't know how Duke Kawei found out about it. Even if there is no definite evidence made public, Duke Kawei still holds high the blood flag and shouts for revenge. No evidence is needed. Just what I think can start a war. The arrogance of the nobles is evident. But this hasn't officially started yet. Both sides are still holding back their strength and preparing for war and mobilizing. Because of this, Goblin Totokani dared to take this trip. If the Emperor succeeds in mediating in the end, Totokani will have one more bargaining chip in the future. A heavyweight bargaining chip that can win people's trust. He shares in the peace between the two great dukes. Totokani thought beautifully. Chapter 1310, Falling into a Trap. Goblin Totokani looked at the spherical radar and the map device beside it. The former uses the magic arcane eye to detect the up, down, left, and right directions outside the airship, and transmits the real scene to a spherical crystal. The airship is located at the center of the sphere and is used to accurately grasp external information. After all, the SID is a fully covered design with no windows to peek out. If you want to know the topography of the ground and whether there are birds or other airships approaching, you can only rely on this set of radars. The latter is a tracking map with its own GPS positioning. However, MIDI does not have GPS satellite support. So this is a dynamic map that is supplemented and improved by integrating the map information in Lin's hands and continuously collecting terrain information through airships. The positioning of the airship is of course also the result of inference from the landforms and features. The map information recorded here will also be synchronized with the information stored somewhere in the forum. It can be said that even if Totokani does not give a share of the SID's commercial profits to a certain magician, the map information update alone can be said to be worthwhile. Of course, the goblin didn't know all this. If he had found out, Totokani would have complained bitterly to someone about the fact that he had done so much work for nothing and received no compensation. Therefore, Totokani's vicious remarks against someone can be said to be not unjust. But the matter in front of me has nothing to do with a certain magician far away. Totokani repeatedly confirmed that he was indeed close to Duke Risal's residence. So he began to control the SID to lower its altitude. With the flexibility of the SID, the hull can move vertically up and down. Of course, this is a way of driving without regard to passenger comfort. Unless there is an emergency, Totokani is accustomed to ascending slowly and descending slowly. On the other hand, it was also due to several sudden ascents and descents that caused unsecured cargo and passengers to roll around in the cabin. Things were broken, people were injured, and it was troublesome to smash the internal devices of the airship. So after suffering a few hardships, Totokani stopped showing off his superb operating skills in front of others or in private. The lower half of the spherical radar instrument reveals more topography as the airship gets closer to the ground. And the walls of White Fox City also appear from the edge. White Fox Castle does not have a city wall, but White Fox City does. As a rule of thumb, the sky above populated areas is a no-fly zone. In addition to the self-restraint required by magicians, it is mainly designed for flying monsters. As long as a monster with a certain power level or above enters the sky above the town, those who can fight it will knock it down. Therefore, airships are usually parked outside the city or at designated locations within the city. However, White Fox City was not today's destination. So Totokani controlled the SID to bypass White Fox City and fly towards White Fox Castle on the hill. As a defense system of a fortress group, Baihu Fort has a higher fortress on the outside and a lower one on the inside, showing a concave shape. In addition to interconnecting tunnels, there are also high-altitude connecting passages that allow people in the main castle to directly access the surrounding aero towers for defensive operations. The tops of the surrounding defense towers are conical, which not only facilitates drainage, but also makes it less likely for snow to accumulate on them and collapse the roof. At the end of winter, when the snow was sparse, the top of the aero tower was covered with bare black tiles, and there was no remnant snow. There is a large platform on the central main fort, which has many uses, one of which is to park airships. If the host family is defeated, as long as there is time, the airship can be entrusted to pick up the people from the air. Most of the enemy troops could only look forward and sigh. As for the special operations of parachute invasion, just think about it. Even on the Earth where humans lived in time, not many forces have this skill. It's hundreds of thousands of years too early to think about playing like this in Lost Land. Of course, if technology is not enough, it is possible to achieve this kind of combat with the help of magic and suitable soldiers. However, the difficulty and cost of training this kind of soldiers may not be the same as that of ordinary troops and special forces on Earth. I am afraid that only a brave level team can do it. Not to mention the surprise invasion by airships. From the time the lookout noticed the trace of the airship to the time the airship landed on the invasion platform, the defensive magic tower and arrow tower could fight against the airship in the sky for who knows how many rounds. If there are not enough airships, how can they be opponents of defensive fortresses assisted by magic towers? If the quantity is sufficient, make a surprise attack. Just blast the ground to pieces in the air, and then send the marine infantry to walk it openly. Even at the speed of the Cid, Totokani was frightened when approaching such a combat fortress. Fortunately, the Cid came under Duke Risal's commission and had been notified through the forum in advance. Therefore, the defensive magic towers in the fortress group will not fire upon seeing the shadow of the boat. Compared with the original Cid, there were no reversing and deceleration devices, forcing someone to use special flight maneuvers to decelerate. The now perfect Cid has full spoiler and engine reversing functions. The movements in the air are not only fast, but also flexible. So Totokani gently and deftly parked the airship on the central platform surrounded by arrow towers. His movements were smooth, without any feeling of stumbling. On the platform, there was already a group of strong armored warriors waiting in line. In the radar, Totokani even saw nobles in fine clothes. It was the first time for a goblin to be treated with such courtesy. In the past, when I took on business related to nobles, unless I was transporting the nobles themselves, there was never a time when the deacons of these nobles came forward to contact me, especially in those days when people were disgusted with ghosts. They even sent the groom of the stable to explain the matter to him. Now that he is flying the Cid, Totokani feels that his cards are higher, and he is different from other mud-legged guys who also fly airships. No matter how others brag, no airship is faster than the Cid. This is an unchanging fact. So the goblin was proud. When he parked the airship, he first shut it down. The hull of the boat is equipped with landing gear, so it can stay on the ground safely without having to maintain a floating state. After all, the airship will continue to consume power if it is idling. To a stingy goblin, this is an unforgivable sin. However, he and his daughter still arranged each other's appearance and clothing together, then opened the hatch and got off the boat with a smile. Then he saluted and said, "Lord Risal, Totokani Aston has responded to your call and is here to serve you." When the elf raised his head, what greeted him was not a warm smile and a cordial greeting, but the cold arrowhead pierced into his eyeball. There was a constant popping sound of arrows entering the body. Not only the goblin Totokani, but also his daughter Polly, who followed behind him, was not spared. The high martial arts of the Duke's guards allowed them to shoot arrows without having to draw the bow in preparation. As soon as the bow is in hand, the arrow is ready to shoot. Because of this, you can shoot the goblin into a hedgehog before it can react. After a round of arrow attacks, everyone did not have the bad habit of standing still and observing the situation. Instead, he abandoned his bow and drew his sword, ran forward, and added a few more swords to the body. After confirming that the two goblins were too dead to die, they gave up their positions near the airship hatch and waited for their master's orders. Lord Risal indeed came to greet the Cid in person, but it was different from what the dead goblin imagined. He instructed his subordinates in disgust and pulled the two small corpses apart. First, he took the people and walked around the Cid and made some comments. Then he walked from the hatch ladder into the cabin of this airship, which was famous for its speed. On the other side, another group of people walked out of the stairwell on the roof, led by the eldest son of the old Duke and his heir. In addition to a group of generals belonging to the Risal family, there were also a few people who did not look like nobles, nor did they look like they served the nobles. Finally, a group of nobles watching the fun followed, including several children of the old Duke and his vassals. If Totokani were still alive, he would be able to recognize several of them. These people are also people in the small circle of airships, and they are the ones who love to question the performance of the Cid. It's just that the buyer is the one who dislikes the goods. The reason why this group of people like to argue with the goblin Totokani on the forum is not because they are jealous of the various performances of the Cid. Especially not long ago, this group of people just sold the airship they had built and used for a long time. They are planning to find a sponsor to build a new airship. No, the big buyer who took over the medieval airship offered another good deal, a replica of the Cid. So they stayed, and this group of people is also the reason why the old Duke does not need the goblins and their daughters. Now they follow the young master of the Risal family into the cabin of the Cid. Even if this airship is well known on the forum, even if it is stopped, As long as the cabin is opened, the most basic lights will be lit inside, so that people will not be in the dark. But it will not be too bright. The layout of the cabin is very different from the layout of ordinary airships. But after all, it has been in the business of transporting passengers, so the general situation has long been circulated on the forum. What makes this group of people most curious is the core of the airship, namely the flotation device and the engine configuration that drives the propeller. These parts are well protected by goblins with covers, so they have never been seen by outsiders. But it's not their turn to make the decision here yet. It means that among this group of people, there are more people who are interested in clinging to the powerful than are simply technical idiots. So they ran around recklessly without boarding the boat.
Father, I have brought you here,
the young master of the Risa family said respectfully. Duke Risal's authority was so strong that even his biological son did not dare to challenge it. Risal was just comparing the differences in the internal cabin layout between the Sid in front of him and the airship he bought before. Then he thought about what form his troop transport ship needed to take. In response to his son's greeting, he didn't even look back. He just said,
"It seems that there is a big difference between what you sold me. Are you sure that it will be started? Or even a counterfeit?"
Hearing Duke Risal's question, the group of airship technicians did not wait for others to pretend to explain, and responded directly.
"Sir, there is absolutely no problem in starting. There may be some differences in the internal design, but in terms of control, the method, but they are very similar. We are people who can build airships, instead of buying them from others and only knowing how to simply repair them. Besides, the two goblins can control them, which means that the Sid is not so noble that it needs a magician. Control. Well, then start it and at least light up the lights inside. This way, you won't be able to see anything clearly,"
Duke Risal ordered.